The world's water sources vanished, scorching sandstorms raged, and steel corroded. The apocalypse had arrived, but supernatural powers did not come. Ordinary people could only confront the natural disasters with their mortal flesh and blood. Drinking urine and blood, exchanging children for food, despair everywhere. With water resources and supplies in hand, he recruited soldiers, gathered people, managed a team, and advanced steadily. The music was turned up extremely loud, deafening. Inside the old low-rent apartment, Jiang Lei stood blankly in the living room, looking through the half-open wooden door toward the only bedroom. The man inside, about 40 years old, with a round belly, a balding head with strands of hair plastered to his scalp, the deputy manager of the first-floor lobby of Jinhui Mall, Wu Dachuan. Zhou Xiaoxiao. Wu Dachuan. Two names deeply engraved in his heart, yet as distant as a past life, murmured from Jiang Lei's lips. No, to be precise, it was a past life. Rebirth. Jiang Lei quickly looked around. If he remembered correctly at this moment, he should have just returned from the construction site to pick up a medical report, thus stumbling upon this affair. He touched his forehead, still beaded with sweat. Tall and big, with a dark muscular body, wearing a fluorescent safety vest and a yellow hard hat on his head, with 4 big characters printed on it. Caution, safety. His strong body had no crisscrossing scars, and the 2 fingers of his left hand were intact. He made no other movement, only closed his eyes, but the rapidly trembling eyelids revealed the violent emotions surging inside him. Scenes of the apocalypse flashed through his mind like nightmares. The sky and earth, a murky yellow day and night, indistinguishable, howling strong winds, scorching heat, endless sandstorms, rust-covered ruins, withered mummies, fresh water, and supplies more precious than life. And the darkness and baseness of human hearts beyond imagination. Dong. A soft sound startled Jiang Lei, interrupting his thoughts, and he reflexively assumed a defensive posture. However, there were no vicious looters, nor wolf-like ambushes in the shadows. The source of the sound was simply that the couple in the bedroom had discovered him. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Lei, who had gone to work at the construction site early in the morning, but now returned with a face full of shock. Wu Dachuan stared at his tall, strong figure, his triangular eyes flickering. Up. Zhou Xiaoxiao froze for only a moment, then suddenly screamed, pushed Wu Dachuan away violently, and stumbled to Jiang Lei's side. Delay. It was him who forced me. Jiang Lei didn't say a word. He turned around, turned off the harsh music, and slowly made a gesture of please, meaning, go ahead, start your performance. He was still in a daze of shock and disbelief over this sudden rebirth, so it wouldn't hurt to spend a few minutes verifying it. You don't believe me? Look at this. Jiang Lei's eerie calmness was clearly beyond Zhou Xiaoxiao's expectations. The two were newlyweds. In his past life, Jiang Lei, who had caught them in bed, would have been raging mad. A phone and a medical report were handed to Jiang Lei. The video on the phone showed Wu Dachuan forcing Zhou Xiaoxiao to submit. It wasn't completely without acting skills, but it could only compete with clickbait accounts. The date on the report was exactly 2 months ago, the 10th day after their wedding. Delay, the child is yours. I can take a paternity test with you. Hearing this key line, Jiang Lei's hair stood on end. Exactly the same as his past life. The clumsy means and deception. The scene before him was premeditated, aiming to shift the blame, first using Zhou Xiaoxiao to gain sympathy, then adapting to the situation and waiting for an opportunity to let Wu Dachuan escape. In fact, the affair between Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Dachuan was only hidden from him alone. The entire Zhou family from top to bottom had long known about it, and even acted as matchmakers. Each one had a part. What the hell had possessed him in his past life? He actually believed it, and believed willingly and wholeheartedly. Perhaps because Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had been the pure moonlight in his heart since school days, stood before him in a mess after 4 years of struggling in Shanghai, saying she was tired. Or perhaps because he had nothing else except this marriage. As for the unborn child he had treasured in his past life, he later learned that not only was it not his, but even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself couldn't say whether it was Wu Dachuan's. It was a bastard beyond compare. Just 3 months later, Jiang Lei would be knocked unconscious and tied up like a dumpling by the beastly family of Zhou Xiaoxiao. Slightly different from the typical plot, they didn't eat Jiang Lei because that wasn't cost-effective. Instead, they sold him piece by piece to cannibals at a clear price, a total value of a small bottle of muddy water. Of course, in a world where all exposed water resources had mysteriously vanished in a sandstorm apocalypse, that was a good price. Rebirth was now certain. The corner of Jiang Lei's mouth lifted into a slight smile. Great. The plot is all matching. In front of him, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Dachuan were now dumbfounded. Although they knew the truth would eventually come out, they had never imagined that Jiang Lei, who was obsessively crazy about Zhou Xiaoxiao, would react like this. Bang! A lightning-fast heavy punch suddenly hit the jaw. Wu Dachuan didn't even make a sound, immediately rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight onto the floor. Middle-aged men sleep soundly. In the 3 months of the apocalypse, Jiang Lei had worked like a beast for the lazy Zhou family, risking death to search for supplies, and had gained rich experience in fighting. Are you crazy? Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth wide open, voice sharp under her beautiful eyes, pupils rapidly contracted. Although Jiang Lei was tall and strong, he had always been submissive to her and never disobeyed. As her sister put it, this kind of person was born to be the fallback, the beast of burden for goddesses like them. If you don't use him, someone else will. The sudden sharp pain violently interrupted Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Her black smooth hair was grabbed fiercely by Jiang Lei and she was dragged directly to the chair in the middle of the living room. Fuck you, Jiang Lei. Zhou Xiaoxiao's kicking, hitting, and screaming abruptly stopped, cut off by two heavy slaps that forced the words back down her throat. Only then did she realize that the hands that had always protected her could hurt so deeply. Tying the couple to the chairs like mummies and neatly sealing their mouths, Jiang Lei's attention was not on them at all. He lightly clapped his hands, then turned to look out the window, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky had somehow become a murky yellow, darker than the usual evening. Jiang Lei opened the window and reached out his hand, scooping a handful of air. Slightly yellow sand clung to his palm. He gently rubbed at the fine texture, almost imperceptible, like floating specks. In the distant sky, a huge black ring, neither cloud nor smoke, was slowly forming. That thing was called the sky hole. At this moment, all over the world, tens of thousands of sky holes, large and small, were rapidly forming. The smallest were only a dozen meters in diameter, the largest said to be hundreds of kilometers. According to people's speculations in the past life, this thing was the source of the apocalypse. In another dozen hours after the sky hole fully formed, it would pour out endless gravel and scorching winds like a galaxy discharging. A strange cloud layer called the ghost layer would envelop the entire Earth, and the global average temperature would rapidly rise to over 40 degrees Celsius without any transition. The mysterious magnetic poles would completely change the magnetic field, and the chaotic radio background noise on Earth would be completely cleared at this moment. An invisible storm called erosion gas was also quietly sweeping the globe, causing all metal objects to corrode at 10 or even dozens of times the normal speed. The most critical thing was that within the remaining 2 days, all exposed water sources on Earth, rivers, lakes, seas, regardless of size, would rapidly evaporate until completely gone, turning into a hopeless sea of sand. As for where the water went, without oceans and the poles, how could the atmosphere be maintained? How could solar radiation be absorbed? As for such profound questions, with his knowledge, even if he were reborn 10 times, he wouldn't know. In short, this was a terrifying apocalypse that would completely destroy human civilization. Each single disaster was hellish, yet they came one after another in a short time with no possibility of salvation. And now it had already begun. Jiang Lei pounded his fist in frustration. If only he had been reborn a few days earlier. But on second thought, if the sky hole formed tomorrow morning, that would be the start of true chaos. Then the disappearance of water 2 days later would be the official sign of the apocalypse. There was still some time left for him to prepare if he squeezed it. At the same time, in his past life, he was still in a tug-of-war with Zhou Xiaoxiao. In the end, after futile arguments, she called her parents sister, the whole family here. They surrounded him with emotional appeals and brainwashing, plus the unborn child, and Jiang Lei eventually gave in. The result goes without saying. The world outside changed drastically, and they planned to stay one night at Jiang Lei's, but then they couldn't leave. Especially Zhou Xiaoxiao's sister Zhou Xiaolei, a seemingly innocent freshman at only 19, who turned out to be a true demon until the very end. Slow to tell, but in reality only 20 minutes had passed since his rebirth. When he turned around, Wu Dachuan had already woken up, staring with bloodshot eyes, looking at him in terror, humming through his sealed mouth. Jiang Lei was about to say something when out of the corner of his eye he noticed a bottle of mineral water on the table. No. His brain didn't even have time to think. His body reflexively rushed over, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. In a few seconds of drinking and sucking, the flattened bottle was empty. Watching Jiang Lei's series of actions, a dumbfounded Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Dachuan exchanged glances, seeing despair in each other's eyes. This guy was really fucking crazy. Feeling their gazes, Jiang Lei realized something was off, but it really wasn't his fault. Anyone who had experienced that terrifying apocalypse would have an indescribable obsession with any liquid. Ignoring their thoughts, Jiang Lei walked to the bedroom, took out Zhou Xiaoxiao's and Wu Dachuan's phones, and came to the chairs. Can you tell me the bank card and payment passwords? Hearing his words, the two tied-up dumplings reacted completely opposite. Wu Dachuan nodded frantically while Zhou Xiaoxiao turned her face away, her eyes full of fear and venom. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lei walked out of his home, holding a note with the password written on it, and carrying 3 mobile phones. During the courtship phase before marriage, he had handed over his salary card and all his savings to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Now in such a situation, she naturally refused to speak. But there is nothing that a few slaps and a heart grab cannot solve. If there is, then another round. The reason he locked the adulterous couple at home was that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the state machinery did not collapse instantly. It took a process, though very brief. From the moment of his rebirth, he had made up his mind. He never intended to let these two live. But friends who often kill should know that killing is easy, but disposing of the body is difficult. If discovered and reported to the police, it would be a big trouble. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, there is no need to mention her. But Wu Dachuan in his previous life had gotten away after being caught in adultery with the help of Zhou's family and later disappeared without a trace. He had not participated in the act of harming Jiang Lei, so logically, he did not deserve death. But who could blame him for being reborn at this point? Letting them go was out of the question. Wu Daquan was just unlucky. Moreover, before his death in the previous life, Zhou Xiaolei had inadvertently revealed some inexplicable things. Many details still needed to be pried from Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth. Jiang Lei's home was located in the Pingtai district of Bin City on Jinglan Street, close to the urban-rural fringe. It was a low-rent area composed of more than a dozen seven-story buildings. The low-rent housing policy was originally a good policy, but its implementation was completely different. In the reality of Jiang Lei's neighborhood, less than half of the apartments were occupied. Most of the owners were not that poor, and naturally did not live here. Just as he stepped out of the stairwell, a hot, dry gust of wind carrying fine dust blew into his eyes, forcing him to squint. The sky and earth were a hazy yellow. People on the street hurried by, but overall they were still calm. Some neighbors whom he knew were pointing at the cloud ring in the distant sky, discussing the unusual celestial phenomenon. It was hard to imagine what terrifying state people would be in 2 days later when the water completely disappeared. He had 3 mobile phones in his hand, which could be used to gather over 3,700,000 yuan. He and Zhou Xiaoxiao were obviously broke. The bulk of the money came from manager Wu. Jiang Lei's apartment was on the 7th floor. The neighboring unit 702 was vacant. His plan was to completely block the staircase leading to the 6th floor, then take over the entire 7th floor and a rooftop terrace. A shelter was naturally extremely important in the apocalypse, but the urgent time now did not allow him to make any other major moves. He could only do his best under the existing conditions. Storing food, medicine, weapons, and other essential supplies went without saying, but the biggest priority was only one thing: water. Without food, a person could still survive for a dozen days or so, but in the scorching heat of the apocalypse, dehydration for more than 2 days basically meant a face-to-face meeting with the King of Hell. Buying containers and turning the entire rooftop into a water storage warehouse was the top priority among all the tasks he could think of. At that moment, Jiang Lei's steps faltered. He suddenly felt his vision blur, as if he had drunk too much. Then a flash of consciousness in his mind, and he seemed to have arrived in a vast, boundless world of azure blue. Above and below, front and back, left and right, everywhere was pure, profound water with no horizon in sight. He himself was like an ethereal shadow standing in the boundless deep sea. Jiang Lei was greatly alarmed. He forcefully wrenched his consciousness, and his body leaned back slightly. The hazy yellow sky and the quiet neighborhood reappeared before his eyes. The difference was that in the lower left corner of his vision, a semi-transparent water blue frame appeared. Bilingegia storage rotons. Flow 1. Pressure 1. Besides the dizzying string of zeros after storage behind the flow and pressure values, there was a slider bar similar to mouse speed adjustment, which could be adjusted by mental command with a maximum value of 100. Mysteriously, he seemed to hear a crisp ding sound. Your cheat has manifested. Scorching heat, fierce winds, and dust devoured everything in the world. The surviving survivors, if they dared to risk their lives, could always dig up some food in the sand dunes and ruins. But water, especially clean drinking water, had long become the hardest currency in the apocalypse before Jiang Lei's rebirth, bar none. This was everyone's life and the most precious treasure in the world. Now he had 100 trillion tons of treasure. 100 trillion tons. What level of reserves was this? Hundreds of yellow rivers. Dozens of Yangtze rivers. Anyway, with his smart brain, he could no longer visualize this huge number. Boundless ecstasy hit his mind. Jiang Lei froze for only a moment, then turned sharply and ran back home. In the living room, the tragic couple, tied up like dumplings, were staring at each other with wide eyes. When they turned to find Jiang Lei, who had just left, rushing back, and they were scared and wriggled in panic, making muffled sounds. Ignoring them entirely, Jiang Lei rushed into the bathroom. Moments later, strange sounds came from inside. 10 minutes later. Soaked through, Jiang Lei walked out, wiping the water from his face. His eyes met those of the two tied to the chairs. Although he tried hard to keep a straight face, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The newly acquired cheat was exquisite in quality and incredibly powerful. The 100 trillion tons of clear, pure water seemed boundless in volume, impossible to measure. It was connected to Jiang Lei's consciousness. By adjusting the flow rate and pressure on the panel, he could instantly spew water from the space into the real world. Level 1 flow plus level 1 pressure produced a water stream about the thickness of a pinky finger, like a grown man's urine stream. Level 10 flow plus level 10 pressure. Jiang Lei tried for only 2 seconds before being forced to stop. A thigh-thick spatial black hole appeared out of nowhere, and the powerful water jet instantly blew the toilet lid off, leaving the entire bathroom a mess. As for the maximum adjustable value, level 100 flow and level 100 pressure, Jiang Lei wasn't stupid. How could he dare try it in the bathroom? He might even wash away the building. In addition, he had a virtual shadow in the center of Bilingegia, like a coordinate. His consciousness could enter the space anytime to control everything. Real-world items could be stored inside it, centered around the virtual shadow, and could be retrieved at any time. However, the storage function of Bilingegia had a huge drawback. All items were soaked in water. Although time inside was frozen, so there was no worry about items rotting, they were still completely immersed in water. When taken out, they were inevitably wet. Therefore, the clever trick of storing cooked dishes and enjoying them later in the apocalypse was not for him. I'm rich. I'm rich. Jiang Lei just grinned foolishly. The detestable couple who had seemed so hideous just now appeared somewhat cute in his eyes. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, he paced back and forth in the room, feeling the need to do something. After thinking about it, he felt a bit nauseated and gave up. The bathroom was too small to conduct more detailed experiments on Bilanjijia, but for Jiang Lei, the originally urgent and tedious task of water storage no longer needed to be worried about, and never would. He raised his hand to check the time. March 17, 2028, Wednesday, 2:26 p.m. There were still about a dozen hours until the sky hole officially formed around 10 a.m. tomorrow. Originally, time was not enough, but now it was enough, because he could go zero-cost shopping. 10:30 at night. Not a single star or moon could be seen in the sky, which hung pitch black like ink overhead. Tiny dust particles in the air had gathered into thick fog, swirling into bizarre, grotesque shapes under the fierce wind. Visibility for the naked eye had plummeted to its absolute lowest point, and traffic accidents across all streets of Bin City suddenly surged. Pedestrians on the streets grew increasingly scarce, their steps hurried, and their expressions fraught with urgency. Television stations hastily inserted emergency broadcasts, dragging experts and scholars into studios at odd hours to solemnly invoke science in explaining the abnormal weather phenomena engulfing the entire world. Meanwhile, the internet had already erupted into chaos across streaming platforms, chat apps, forums, and beyond. Divine retribution, natural disasters, extraterrestrial invasions. Every bizarre theory ran rampant. Censorship and account bans proved utterly futile before hundreds of millions of netizens. After a token struggle, the cyber police eventually gave up and watched from the sidelines. Inside the living room of apartment 701, a building 4, Fima low-rent housing estate. Surrounded by darkness, the bound man and woman hung their heads, slumped and dazed. They didn't even notice the turbid yellow urine soaking through their pants and pooling on the floor, reeking of ammonia and shame. Jiang Lei had departed at noon and returned 10 hours later without a drop of water or food. The two captives, already traumatized and beaten, had long since lost all will or strength to resist. When the door opened as though stirred from a death-like stupor, both bodies twitched slightly before raising their heads. With the soft click of the door closing came the rustle of curtains being drawn in the dark, followed by a blinding flood of light that forced the two, now accustomed to pitch blackness, to squint their eyes shut. Fucking hell. Before he even reached the center of the living room, a wave of nauseating stench hit Jiang Lei, churning his stomach. He cursed under his breath. This was a miscalculation. If he'd known, he should have kept these two in the bathroom. But there was no blaming Jiang Lei for this. This time had been far too limited, and there simply had been too much to do. In the past dozen or so hours, he had crisscrossed every corner of Bin City, refueling his second-hand Ford Escort no fewer than 3 times alone. From supermarkets and hardware stores to grain shops and pharmacies, from massive warehouses and freight depots to bus stations and wet markets, he had scoured every imaginable place. Where he could, he made show purchases. For the rest, he simply pilfered directly through his spatial dimension. He was hardly foolish enough to pick out a single store and strip it bare. Moving from place to place, his initial thrill and nervous tension had dulled into numb routine. By now he had lost count of exactly how much he had stashed away in the azure blue realm. Such an extraordinary serial burglary case would, under normal circumstances, have Jiang Lei swarmed within 2 stores by exuberant police officers and reporters. Fortunately, amid the present chaos gripping the public and the utter paralysis of official authorities, he had somehow actually pulled it off. The key, of course, was the azure blue realm's silently absorbing method of storing items, a capability far beyond ordinary comprehension, coupled with the dense dust fog and near-total darkness that had worked to his advantage. Masked and hooded from start to finish, zigzagging through the city, changing clothes several times over, Jiang Lei couldn't claim to have fooled the Skynet surveillance system, but any investigation into him would now require exponentially more time and resources than usual. Additionally, Jiang Lei had reserved his final half hour in a deserted open area to conduct comprehensive tests on the abilities of the azure blue realm. Whether dispensing water or storing objects, the spatial effects only functioned within a radius of roughly 10 meters around him. Anything beyond that range was useless. While he could control where the water emerged, he could not dictate its direction. The flow could only be released vertically from above. Furthermore, Jiang Lei had discovered an incredibly formidable technique by setting the flow rate to level 1, while maxing out pressure to level 100. A stream no thicker than his little finger erupted vertically, with extreme force, behaving like a laser water cannon emerging from the void, an effect so terrifying it defied description. To discuss material without considering force is sheer nonsense. It operates on the same principle as industrial water jets, capable of slicing through steel. Jiang Lei tested it briefly, releasing the stream for just 1 second. That unbearable penetrating force struck the ground, drilling a small, bottomless-looking hole. His eyes could only capture a silver flash vanishing into the earth. Even the water flow itself was too fast to track. Unexaggeratedly speaking, within 10 meters, he was now invincible. He stepped into the bedroom, turned his palm, and with a flick of his consciousness produced a sharp machete roughly the width of his hand, and over half a meter long from the azure blue realm, grasping it in midair. He had pilfered these from the warehouse of a blade shop, hundreds in total, varying in length and style. Some resembled the heavy-backed cleaver in his hand and other modern designs, but the majority were antique replicas such as tang straight swords, Japanese katanas, and horse-slaying sabers. He knew little about their specific details or specifications. Fortunately, they were all crafted from premium steel, properly sharpened and fitted with scabbards. Genuine pieces the shopkeeper had risked production on to sell at premium prices. Now they all fell into Jiang Lei's hands at no cost. He flicked the water droplets from the blade and slowly made his way to the living room, pinching his nose as he untied the couple. Clean this living room, then handle eating, drinking, and bathroom duties within 5 minutes, or I'll slice you both in half. Pointing at the bread and 2 packs of pickled mustard on the table, he spoke expressionlessly. Having been bound for so long, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Dachuan's blood circulation was nearly cut off. They struggled and crawled for ages before managing to rise to their feet. After a brief stretch to restore circulation beneath the threatening gleam of the blade, the two tidied the living room, used the toilet, and devoured the bread and pickles with wolfish hunger, washing it all down with water before meekly allowing Jiang Lei to rebind them and drag them into the bathroom. To them, Jiang Lei's torture and kidnapping were evidence enough of madness. As long as they complied with everything he demanded and survived, the ultimate victor would inevitably be themselves. The foolish delusions of 2 mere playthings were hardly worth Jiang Lei's attention. If conditions allowed, he would have preferred the entire Zhou family lined up before him in one tidy group. But if practical complications arose, it mattered little. They could be executed at any moment once he grew tired of the charade and extracted what he wanted. Just then Zhou Xiaoxiao's phone rang. Jiang Lei glanced at the screen and saw 6 missed calls, all from a contact labeled Mother. A faint sneer crossed his face as he dismissed the call and powered the phone off without hesitation. After a quick meal and drink, he climbed into bed and slept. At 5:30 the next morning, his alarm blared. In the dark bedroom, Jiang Lei slowly sat up. The first night after his rebirth had been excruciating. He repeatedly touched his body to confirm he truly had been reborn, then again entered the azure blue realm, with his consciousness staring blankly at the boundless deep blue expanse and the towering mountains of supplies frozen motionless in water. Exhausted and overwhelmed, half asleep, those whispered words from Zhou Xiaolei at the moment of his past life death suddenly echoed in his mind once more. The child in sister's womb is neither yours nor Wu Dachuan's. You are not worthy. Her marriage to you and her affair with Wu Dachuan were both my doing. Don't glare at me. Your look terrifies me. Want to know why? I won't tell you. The outside world has changed. Inferior mortals are unworthy of controlling their own destiny. This is a difference in class and essence. You could have survived. You could have served me faithfully, which would still be 10,000 times better than scurrying around like a rat. But dear brother-in-law, the time has not yet come, and I absolutely cannot die. Trust me, everything you have sacrificed for me is glory, and also. Jiang Lei's eyes snapped open. This was a memory he had never been able to fully recall since his rebirth. By then his body had been dismembered, he was on the verge of death, and his consciousness had already grown hazy and scattered. But now every nuance of Zhou Xiaolei's tone, every gesture, every detail surfaced with unprecedented clarity. Clearer than ever before. Inferior mortal. Destiny. Class. Essence. Moreover, the subject of her final sentence was, you all, obviously not referring solely to himself. Were her vicious and pretentious words merely meant to impress a dying man, or did they conceal deeper meaning? Forget it. Gazing at the pale blue interface window hovering before his eyes, Jiang Lei shook his head and let out a dark chuckle. Let whatever demons and gods come, suffice it to say none of your family will live through this life. He rose, washed, and unbundled the 2 unfortunate souls, letting them stretch and move briefly before feeding them and readying them. Seated on the sofa, he shifted his consciousness, and a bag of bread and a can of fresh milk materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, a small puddle dripped from the spatial pocket, pattering onto the floor. Such a lot of water. Wiping droplets from the packaging while complaining under his breath, Jiang Lei wondered. In his past life, he had even collected his own urine, sparing not a single drop. Was this now extreme overcompensation in this life? However, this was unavoidable. The azure blue realm was a pure water space with zero air. Each time he retrieved items, some water inevitably came along, no matter how carefully he operated. Before 6 o'clock had arrived, barely halfway through breakfast, his phone rang. The caller ID reads Supervisor Wang. Boss Jiang, our truck will be at your estate in 5 minutes. As you instructed, we've brought all materials and tools in one trip. Would you mind coming out to guide us? Sorry. The road has been full of wind and sand with car accidents everywhere. I couldn't drive fast, so I'm late. Wang Yu jumped off the truck and firmly shook Jiang Lei's hand, his waist slightly bent. Starting work early in the morning, bringing their own tools and materials, abnormal weather. All of these were trivial matters in the face of the 50,000 yuan reward. It didn't matter if the heavens turned against them. Even their own mothers wouldn't make a difference. Enough chit-chat, come upstairs with me. As you wish. Wang Yud waved to the workers on the truck, his posture deliberately humble. In nearly 20 years of experience, this was the first time he'd encountered a job with such low construction difficulty and an outrageously high payment. When negotiating yesterday, he had briefly suspected Jiang Lei might be a scammer. After going upstairs together and conducting an on-site inspection, Jiang Lei finished explaining his ideas in less than 10 minutes. The plan was straightforward: reinforce the landing and walls connecting the 6th and 7th floors with cement concrete and fully solidify the handrail staircase. The outermost layer would feature a reinforced steel gate followed by a palm-width steel plate sliding door in the middle and a 30-centimeter thick concrete wall on the innermost side, paired with a solid wood and cement door that only allows one person through at a time. Additionally, all 3 windows and the exterior of the only balcony need to be fitted with steel reinforcement protective nets and movable hard plastic boards. Finally, the rooftop ground needs to be smoothed out and the outer walls densely packed with 1-meter-long steel reinforcement strips. The workload is considerable, but the engineering difficulty is minimal. It's all about solid materials and leaving nothing to chance. What exactly is this for? To keep aliens out. Mr. Jiang, doing it this way goes beyond simple renovation. Other owners and the property management. Just focus on the work and take your money and leave. None of that concerns you. All right. Wang had hesitated for only half a second before nodding firmly. 50,000. Serving 2 years would be worth it. The contract was already signed yesterday. If anything happened, he'd just push everything onto the boss. Once the construction details were settled, Jiang Lei stipulated the timeline, sooner rather than later. Wang Yud and the workers had no intention of wasting a single second. On this point, both sides agreed immediately. After a night of fermentation, the abnormal weather showed no signs of improvement. Instead, it was escalating. Due to the strong winds and further reduced visibility, major traffic accidents on various streets in Bin City were becoming increasingly frequent. Minor scrapes and collisions had already overflowed the streets, and even calling the police wouldn't bring anyone. The citizens finally snapped out of it, their first instinct being to rush into supermarkets to stockpile food and supplies. This was the only thing ordinary people could do when facing disaster. They had hoarded salt rice and banlingen granules in previous crises. Some who couldn't get enough supplies started to think about other options, and criminal cases multiplied across the region. This was somewhat related to Jiang Lei's zero-yuan shopping spree. Everything was in chaos. Wang Yud also wanted to finish Jiang Lei's order as quickly as possible, earn a full payment, and then go home to rest for 10 days or half a month. Rebar, cement, steel plates, and other materials were all prepared in advance. The boss had no interest in aesthetics or design whatsoever. It was all about being heavy and solid. For the workers, it was simply a matter of pouring materials as hard as they could. This kind of profitable job might only come once in a lifetime, so their morale was extremely high. There was no need for Jiang Lei to supervise at all. Returning home and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Lei's consciousness entered the azure world to roughly inventory the supplies inside. Although Jiang Lei's mental phantom could move without obstruction and arrive in an instant within the azure world, this remained an almost impossible task, because there were simply too many supplies of too many varieties. After only a moment, he gave up. During a brief rest, a sudden news report broadcast on television caught his attention. As expected, even in the current chaos, Jiang Lei's massive crime from yesterday was still being tracked. Moreover, the official response was substantial. The provincial authorities had unprecedentedly dispatched a special task force. As a megacity with 10 million people and the capital of Hebei Province, Bin City's treatment of 194 enterprises with losses exceeding 120 billion yuan, combined with the bizarre modus operandi, made this level of response inevitable. However, Jiang Lei was not worried at all. The power and capability of the Chinese government were indeed unique in the world. Perhaps the extreme heat of the ghost clouds could be endured, the sandstorms in the sky caves could be survived, and the geomagnetic pole shifts and corrosive gases could be withstood. But tomorrow's water source disappearance had already exceeded the limits of any biological group on Earth. Under an apocalyptic catastrophe, when heaven and earth, the sun and moon lost their light, the collapse of ants was inevitable. Given just these chaotic 1 or 2 days, the possibility of officials finding him might not be zero, but it was definitely extremely low. He opened the bathroom door for a look. The 2 people tied to the radiator were actually sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. It seemed they had indeed been thoroughly exhausted yesterday. Just then, among the noisy construction sounds outside, there seemed to be some faint commotion. Jiang Lei frowned slightly and opened the door. An elderly woman in her 50s or 60s with a permed lion dog hairstyle and crimson lips was standing below the 6th floor landing. With hands on her hips in a teapot stance, her piercing voice cut through the air as she tried to stop the workers from continuing. Wang Yud held an impact drill in front as a shield. No matter what she said, he refused to let her go upstairs. The workers behind him continued laboring desperately without even looking up. They were naturally aware of the nature of Jiang Lei's unauthorized corridor renovation. But this wasn't arson or murder. For 50,000 yuan, everyone shared the same thought: overcome all difficulties, finish the job quickly, take the money and leave. Future matters had nothing to do with them. Aunt Chi didn't recognize Wang Yud. Just as she was at a loss, she suddenly looked up and spotted Jiang Lei. Jiang, what's wrong with your family? Building illegally in public areas. Don't you know that's against the law? Get down here. What? Did you build right at your doorstep? Jiang Lei walked down the stairs slowly and shrugged. Is that human language? Making noise, clanking and banging early in the morning, disturbing the neighbors. What attitude? Jiang Lei narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, You've already seen my attitude. So what? They say wherever there are bad people there are good ones. But Jiang Lei didn't know whether he was unlucky or what. The so-called good people he had encountered in over 3 months of the apocalypse could be counted on one hand. Aunt Chi had been widowed early and lived alone in Unit 601. Her children ignored her. She was passionate about square dancing and had a clearly marked price in her circle, having experienced countless old men. In her previous life, unable to survive on her own, she had joined Zhao Guiwei, Zhou Xiaoxiao's mother, less than 10 days into the apocalypse, working together for Director Liu of the neighborhood committee. When nothing important was happening, she would wander around with a group of old men and women, stirring up trouble and spreading gossip. She did no real work, but spread plenty of outrageous rumors. As conditions deteriorated further, the first to propose drinking human blood and eating human flesh were precisely this bunch of rotten old folks. Gu Shuqin, the widowed woman on the 3rd floor with her daughter, and the young woman with thyroid issues who stayed home on the 2nd floor. These most vulnerable groups were the first victims. And then when order completely collapsed, these people went completely wild. Colluding with outside thugs and cannibals, they looted and killed the fat sheep in the residential community, forced helpless women to sell their bodies, and sold other people's children as food bags. In his previous life, Jiang Lei was killed during this period. Although the Zhou family carried out the actual killing, these good neighbors were equally involved in the conspiracy, instigation, coordination, and incitement. None of them could escape. They had essentially committed every sin deserving of divine retribution. Fuck. I don't want to talk to a coward like you. Get your woman out here. Aunt Chi felt that Jiang Lei was acting differently today. He was completely unlike the usual dull, cuckolded man. Looking at his robust arms, she forced back the curse words on her tongue. Not at home. Jiang Lei, unwilling to entangle himself further with her, waved his hand and turned to leave. Not at home, huh? A mocking sneer curled the corner of Aunt Chi's mouth. Your newlywed wife is out fooling around with someone else every day while you're still plastering walls at home. Serves you right to be cuckolded. Just you wait. However, given the current situation, she did not dare to flare up again. Having lived more than half her life, she was no brainless bystander. The gaze Jiang Lei had directed at her moments ago had left her feeling somewhat unnerved. Consequently, she refrained from continuing her fuss, spat silently in disgust, and hurriedly turned to retreat. Brother Wang, please work a bit harder and speed up the progress. Absolutely. Rest assured, Boss Jiang. Wang Yu did not entirely approve of Jiang Lei's handling of the situation just now. After all, they were not in the right, but he saw no reason to speak up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yud and his fellow workers panted heavily, breathing a sigh of relief as they stared at the thick iron-gray wall. The reinforced steel bar grates and steel plate doors had all been prefabricated yesterday, needing only to be mounted directly onto the wall. With an ample supply of sand, cement, and other materials, the corridor section was finally nearing completion. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Jiang Lei stood transfixed before the window, completely motionless. In the distant horizon, the celestial rift, the only one visible from his current vantage point, had already formed. Its pitch-black interior seemed to lead into an abyss, clearly visible even from such a vast distance. As the northernmost provincial capital of Huaxiaobin City's March, weather should have still been well below freezing. Yet at this very moment, the thermometer hanging on the wall was climbing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the brief moment it took Jiang Lei to shed his coat, the nearby radio, which he had kept playing music as an experiment, suddenly dissolved into static. The shift in magnetic poles had also begun. Tap, tap, tap. The howling gale, carrying gravel from some unknown origin, whipped relentlessly against the windowpane, producing a grating, bone-chilling sound. From the pitch-black depths of the celestial rift, boundless torrents of dust suddenly surged forth, like spilling quicksilver, plunging straight toward the earth. From afar it resembled a thrashing, twisting clay-yellow dragon of colossal proportions, bridging the heavens and the earth. Because the television and computer relied on wired connections, they remained unaffected for the time being. However, mobile signals and Wi-Fi had already dropped to absolute zero. Just like in his past life, this despair-inducing world had arrived nonetheless. 2 hours later, at 12 o'clock noon, the temperature had already soared to around 30 degrees Celsius. Clad in a pair of large boxer shorts and cradling a glass of iced orange juice, Jiang Lei was casually observing the unfolding chaos on television and the internet. By now, the authorities had ceased explaining the weather anomalies. Instead, they repeatedly urged the public to trust the government, remain indoors with their doors shut, and prepare at least a week's worth of food and water supplies. Programs educating the public on fire prevention, theft protection, and basic household emergency knowledge had suddenly become the most sought-after high-rating sensations on television. A Aside from public security, fire services, utility sectors, and other essential departments, virtually all schools, factories, enterprises, and office buildings had issued suspension notices with resumption dates left indefinite. Online, a deluge of dangerous rumors, difficult to verify and of obscure origins, suddenly erupted, spreading like a plague. Numerous foreign forces and local collaborators seized the opportunity to frantically manufacture rumors and manipulate public sentiment, and even various bizarre cultist figures began to emerge. The populace was not foolish. Had this phenomenon been confined to a single city or region, they might have merely watched the spectacle even if heaven and earth collapsed. But with this anomaly engulfing the entire globe, any amount of explanation rang hollow. In times of great chaos, monsters and charlatans inevitably arise. These inherently restless elements were merely the beginning. The true demon lay hidden within the heart of every individual. Once the external environment deteriorated to a certain critical threshold, the beastly instincts of selfishness and survival would be completely unleashed. At that point, the moral baseline of humanity would collapse irrecoverably. Boss Jiang, things outside don't look quite right to us. How about this? I'll refund you 100,000 yuan, and we'll skip the work on the rooftop. What do you say? Wang Yu, dripping with greasy sweat, approached Jiang Lei alongside his fellow workers, his face filled with apology. By now, even an idiot could see that something was terribly wrong. In just a few hours, the temperature had climbed by nearly 40 degrees. Visibility outside had dropped to less than 3 to 5 meters, with yellow sand and dust billowing like waves. Coupled with the yellow dragon pouring down from the distant celestial rift, it felt as though the very sky were collapsing. All right, Jiang Lei knew that keeping them now was out of the question. In any case, the main structure was already complete. The only small shaft leading to the rooftop in the entire building was on the 7th floor, and no one but him could access it. We've organized the remaining materials and left them on the rooftop. Boss Jiang, we are truly sorry. Wang Yu bowed once more in apology and pulled out his phone to transfer the funds to Jiang Lei, only to realize after some fumbling that there was absolutely no signal. Brother Wang, we can talk about the money later. You all should head back quickly. I owe you a favor. Seeing how generous Jiang Lei was, Wang Yu let out a heavy sigh. Looking at his anxious co-workers, he ultimately suppressed his conscience and turned to leave. Taking the keys handed over by the other party, Jiang Lei stepped outside, inspected the interior and exterior, and nodded with satisfaction. Looking up from the 6th floor stairwell, the entire corridor had vanished, replaced by a solid concrete wall several meters thick, resembling a fortress. The steel bar grates as thick as a thumb left gaps only wide enough for a pinky finger to slip through. About a meter behind them stood a silver-gray sliding steel plate door. The innermost layer consisted of a heavy concrete double wall and a sliding cement door. After locking all 3 massive doors, Jiang Lei stretched his limbs and returned to his apartment. For the first time since his rebirth, a genuine sense of safety and peace of mind settled over him. In the past, he would have undoubtedly hunkered down here until his dying breath. However, the emergence of the Azure Realm had elevated his perspective and ambitions to a far higher plane. A single thread cannot make a cord, and a solitary tree does not make a forest. The loose outline of a plan, to gather a few hands and find an even better, safer place to bide his time, gradually crystallized in his mind. His experiences from his past life had also taught him that whether through family, relatives, neighbors, friends, employment, cooperation, or even coercion, dependence, and enslavement, the collective strength of a group would always vastly exceed that of an individual. Jiang Lei found it difficult to comprehend those protagonists in novels who, despite possessing immense abilities, insisted on risking their lives entirely alone. To him, that was simply looking for trouble. Trust was indeed a core issue, but there would always be solutions. One could not stop eating for fear of choking. Of course, the corrosive effect of the corrosive qi on steel was a gradual process. In the early stages of the apocalypse, when blades, clubs, and even various firearms would be extremely rampant outside, he dared not venture out recklessly. Climbing up to the rooftop through the small ceiling hatch, the howling gale nearly knocked him off his feet, and the whipping gravel stung painfully against his body and face. He quickly retrieved a massive disaster relief tent from his storage space to cover the hatch entrance, then brought out a small diesel generator and placed it nearby. This generator had been pilfered from the warehouses of several agricultural machinery factories, along with a substantial amount of diesel fuel. Running a long extension cord down the hatch and into his room, the emergency backup power facility was officially set up. Yet merely completing this bit of work left Jiang Lei drenched in sweat. The purified water inside the Azure Realm remained at a constant temperature of about 7 degrees Celsius, incredibly crisp and cool. Opening his spatial portal above his head, he took a quick cold shower right in the corridor. Jiang Lei felt a sudden wave of urgency. Though his past self was long accustomed to this environment, his current physical body had yet to adapt. After turning on the air conditioner and watching television for a while, Jiang Lei finally remembered that besides himself, there seemed to be 2 other living souls in the apartment. Opening the bathroom door, the scene inside instantly amused him. 2 ill-fated lovers were tightly bound to the radiator, sitting half up, with their heads touching. Covered in foul sweat, their clothes soaked like a map, tongues lolling out, eyes rolling back from the heat, as if suffering from heat stroke. He untied them and threw a bottle of mineral water on the ground. Jiang Lei told them to strip each other until only their underwear remained. Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's fair body, Jiang Lei surprisingly felt no desire. It had only been one day, and he already felt somewhat bored. Threatening people was just talk. When it came to actually carrying it out, he had no real appetite for it. Should he just kill them? Jiang Lei let us go, and we promised not to call the police. We're both still young. After this, whether we divorce or whatever, there's room for negotiation. The longer this drags on, the less we can help you once the police come knocking. Seeing him hesitate, Zhou Xiaoxiao thought Jiang Lei was afraid, and regardless of her cracked lips, she urgently urged him with great effort. Yes, your lives are still long ahead, don't act impulsively. Wu Dachuan also shrank his neck, and kept agreeing, occasionally exchanging stealthy glances with Zhou Xiaoxiao. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Lei almost laughed out loud. Tied up since yesterday, these two were completely unaware of the drastic changes outside, piecing together the plot entirely in their imagination. How I fare is none of your concern, Zhou Xiaoxiao. At this point, is there anything else you want to say to me? I did wrong, I'm sorry, I accept it all. But we were husband and wife, let's part on good terms. I don't want to watch your latter life ruined. Let us go, and later. Fine, then think about it some more. Watching her, I'm doing this for your own good, expression. Jiang Lei interrupted her. Even at this point, Zhou Xiaoxiao still refused to implicate her precious younger sister. However, these two were already toys in his hands, so he wasn't in a hurry. If he brought up Zhou Xiaolei first, Zhou Xiaoxiao would likely lie and make up stories, leaving him unable to judge. Better to wait until she couldn't endure it and spoke on her own. After all, Jiang Lei had plenty of time. For keeping him company in pleasant conversation, Jiang Lei decided to reward them with 2 slaps each. After teasing the shameless couple for a while, Jiang Lei retied them and went to the kitchen. In the Bailan realm, fresh vegetables, meat, rice, flour, and seasonings were specifically piled in one area. His conscious shadow stood below, looking at mountains of food hundreds of meters high mixed together and standing still in water. It was quite a headache. Bean sprouts with leeks, celery stir-fried with meat, a bag of vacuum-packed braised pig's trotters, opened a bottle of ice beer, paired with a small dish of intoxicated peanuts. A simple lunch. Burping, Jiang Lei originally wanted to take a nap on the sofa, but because he hadn't slept well the night before, when he opened his eyes again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Everything around was pitch black, no different from usual late nights. The air conditioner cooled well, and his exposed thighs felt chilly. Except for the faint sound of gravel tapping against the window, everything was silent. In such a comfortable environment in his days, Jiang Lei even forgot where he was for a moment. He sat up, turned on the light, and went to check the kitchen again. Both water and electricity were still on. Although the Chinese government was often criticized at such critical moments, it indeed didn't fall short. If Jiang Lei remembered correctly, the power would go out tonight around midnight. Water, however, would continue until tomorrow evening before completely stopping. That final day of tap water supply had saved countless lives in his past life. But today, including the authorities, no one had realized the severity of the situation. It wasn't until tomorrow morning that people would discover the water level of Heilongjiang River, the 3rd longest river in China, had plummeted by more than half. From tomorrow night, in all wild environments on this earth, not a single drop of water source would be found. Taking out the treadmill, dumbbells, and other fitness equipment from the Bailan realm, Jiang Lei began targeted physical training. Although years of construction site labor had already made his physique robust, this was an accumulative process that required no slackening. After working out, it was almost dinner time, and after dinner, sleep again. Eat, sleep, and slap xiao xiao. An ordinary day, yet seemed extraordinarily happy with the stark contrast to his past life. Past midnight, Jiang Lei was awakened by bursts of noise. Outside the window, fierce winds howled with gravel and stones smashing against the outdoor railing, making violent sounds. Occasionally, isolated explosions and screams came from farther away, sweeping past his ears for a moment before being swallowed by the howling wind. Jiang Lei remembered this hurricane clearly. It lasted not long, probably only a little over 2 hours, but with high intensity, at least level 9. The damage was significant, with many buildings collapsing and many people dying. Fortunately, this low-rent residential area, being a vanity project initially, had sturdy construction quality. Plus, with few floors and relatively low height in his past life, no issues arose until Jiang Lei's death. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was an excellent shelter. Meanwhile, this hurricane would destroy the power facilities in most parts of Bin City, being the culprit of the blackout. Jiang Lei opened the door, climbed to the rooftop, started the diesel generator, then returned indoors, connecting the refrigerator, air conditioner, and other major electrical appliances to it, before going back to sleep. The next morning, the hurricane from last night had long passed, but the fierce wind continued at least level 6 or 7. This strong wind environment would become the norm in the apocalypse from now on. The temperature grew hotter, the light dimmer, sand and dust swirling everywhere. Beyond 2 or 3 meters, nothing could be seen clearly. The whole world had completely transformed into the familiar appearance from Jiang Lei's past life. Having the shameless couple tidy up, Jiang Lei moved their binding location to the balcony. Otherwise, they would watch him the whole time, whenever he used the restroom. Zhou Xiaoxiao was fine, but Wu Dachuan, a man, would glare at his big treasure with jealous eyes every time, making the scene quite abnormal. After breakfast, Jiang Lei went to the door of neighboring Unit 702. The large impact drill and other tools he had taken from the space the night before the water stains on them had long dried, and now he took them all out to work. In less than an hour, the anti-theft door lock that came with the apartment was pried open entirely. Entering the room, it had one living room, one bedroom, plus a 7-square-meter storage room. Except the toilet and kitchen positions were reversed, the layout was the same as Jiang Lei's. This was also the feature of low rent housing, each unit in the building roughly the same. The interior decoration was much better than Jiang Lei's, with complete furniture just covered in a thick layer of dust from long-term vacancy. Those who truly needed this house couldn't even pass the approval procedures, but the owners preferred to leave it empty for years rather than live here. After strolling through his new territory, Jiang Lei changed the lock and returned to his own home. As for what to do if the original owner came back someday, too bad. After securing room 702, the entire 7th floor along with the corridors and the rooftop terrace spanning 300 to 400 square meters now belonged entirely to him alone. Checking the time, it was not yet 9 o'clock. Jiang Lei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to venture out. Partly to see what conditions were truly like outside, but most importantly, he wanted to see the Huasong River with his own eyes and confirm the situation firsthand. The Huasong River, as the largest tributary of Heilongjiang, served as the primary water source sustaining the millions of residents of Bin City. If even it had been evaporated, it would prove that Jiang Lei's rebirth this time, apart from the Azure Realm, was at least in broad strokes not so different from his previous life, with no unexpected deviations. Although he had already verified this from multiple angles since his rebirth, this most critical landmark event left him uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. Besides, it wasn't far away. Jiang Lei had never possessed the protagonist template of being orphaned by the death of both parents. When he was 16, his father perished in a car accident. His mother, whom he habitually referred to as that woman, abandoned him, liquidated all the family's assets, and fled with a 60-something American old man to Amarilka, never to be heard from again. This set of affordable rental housing that his father had casually invested in back then belonged nominally to the state and could not be sold, which was the only reason Jiang Lei had not ended up living on the streets. Everything he had achieved over the years had been earned by his own hands, penny by penny. Thus, he never believed in so-called coincidences or fate. Every matter required his own eyes to see, his own hands to accomplish. He wore a specially crafted graphene jacket stolen from a high-end outdoor goods shop. Scratch-resistant, waterproof, thermally insulating, antibacterial, breathable, and dazzling array of functions that had opened this pauper's eyes to a whole new world. Stepping out of the room, he touched the cement concrete in the corridor. Due to the arid high-temperature environment, it had dried almost completely in just this single night, becoming exceptionally hard. There were no elevators here. After locking all 3 protective doors, Jiang Lei proceeded on foot toward the lower floors. Whether by design or coincidence, the building Jiang Lei lived in had only 7 households in total, exactly 1 per floor. From the day everyone moved in, the unit next to each home had always been an occupied, yet empty residence. "Mommy, help blow on my eyes." Upon reaching the corner of the 1st floor, a tender child's voice drifted from ahead. Immediately after, a graceful figure appeared before Jiang Lei. Hair cascading past her shoulders, the most classic oval face, a pair of soft, alluring phoenix eyes, long lashes resembling delicate fans, a pert nose bridge, and full, luscious red lips brimming with seduction. Standing at least 5'7" with curves in all the right places, she somehow managed to make an ordinary pink t-shirt and jeans look like a Taobao modeling catalog cover. This was Gu Shuqin, the charming 29-year-old widow from 302, and her daughter, Shenmingming, who had just turned 5. Uncle Jiang. Being neighbors on the same building, they often crossed paths. Shenmingming, with her adorable pigtails and features as delicate as carved jade, had reddened eyes, likely from the sand and wind outside. Yet she remained obedient and tearless, even taking the initiative to greet Jiang Lei. "Hello, little Mingming." The 2 adults exchanged nods of greeting. Jiang Lei winked at Shenmingming, who was being held in her mother's arms. Their building 4 had 2 notable figures. The first was Gu Shuqin herself, a great beauty with exceptional personal qualities whose suitors once queued at her door, yet she had chosen to live as a widow in this affordable housing district for years, raising her daughter alone. The other, of course, was the newlywed cuckold whom all the neighbors knew about, save for the fool himself, who remained blissfully oblivious each day, none other than Jiang, the great simpleton. "It's chaos outside. Basically, you can't buy anything anymore." Gu Shuqin helplessly shook the plastic bag in her hand, which contained only a bottle of mineral water and 2 boxes of cold medicine granules. Though it sounded like a complaint, she was actually informing Jiang Lei of the situation outside, perhaps thinking he intended to rush out and hoard supplies as well. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just stepping out for a little stroll." With the outside world in such a state, what was there to stroll about? Jiang, the great simpleton, truly lived up to his reputation. Gu Shuqin wordlessly shot him a slight glare. Though she knew he certainly meant nothing by it, from Jiang Lei's perspective, every smile and frown of this elegant, mature beauty radiated an overwhelming allure. Comparisons ruin lives. People to people, goods to goods. Thinking of his own home, where his wild chicken of a wife was tied up on the balcony, Jiang Lei couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. In his previous life, Gu Shuqin and Shun Mingming perished a little over a month later, nearly 2 months earlier than Jiang Lei himself. There was no particular reason. When a woman's beauty reaches a certain threshold in the eyes of some, it becomes a sin in itself, let alone in the apocalypse. The residents of the affordable housing district were mostly vulnerable groups. In collusion with the strong-armed thugs from outside, a ringleader by the name of Annie Chi and her ilk tricked open the door to Gu Shuqin's home. In the end, the outcome was apparently that Gu Shuqin took her daughter to end their own lives. After the bodies were still warm, the mother and daughter were drained of every drop of their blood. The specifics were unclear, even to Jiang Lei. In any case, including himself, most who perished in the apocalypse could not escape the fate of becoming excrement for their own kind. Back then, he had been so worn ragged daily fighting for supplies that he had no mind to pay attention to others. He had only heard it mentioned in passing. Suddenly a thought struck Jiang Lei. Now that he was alone, if he wanted to recruit people, wasn't Gu Shuqin the perfect initial target? The disparity in strength between them was vast, and with Shun Mingming in hand, Gu Shuqin's loyalty could very likely be secured. He tried to conjure various flimsy excuses in his mind, but in truth, having lived in the same building for so many years, the desire he had developed toward Gu Shuqin could fool others, but never himself. "Is there anything you need at home?" Jiang Lei blurted out almost instinctively. "Nothing." Upon hearing his words, Gu Shuqin's voice instantly turned icy. Having lived nearly 30 years, she understood all too well her own allure in men's eyes. Sensing that the conversation was taking an odd turn, she immediately switched to her cold, aloof mode and turned to leave. "Bye-bye, Uncle Jiang." They passed each other shoulder to shoulder, but Shun Mingming suddenly added in a mysteriously deliberate tone, "You have to keep Annie Zhou company properly from now on. Otherwise—" "Shush, that's nonsense." Gu Shuqin was startled and promptly gave her daughter a light but firm pat on the bottom. "I'm so sorry." She cautiously observed Jiang Lei's expression. Seeing that he had no particular reaction, she exhaled in relief, yet couldn't help marveling at his obliviousness. Being cuckolded for so long was clearly not without reason. After their farewell, the moment Jiang Lei stepped out of the building's entrance door, the sweltering gale, carrying sand, struck him squarely in the face. Whirlwinds of dust raged on all sides. Without any reference point, he could not have known where he was. Only half of the steps beneath his feet remained exposed. In their place was soft yellow sand nearly deep enough to swallow his ankles. Having experienced this in his previous life, Jiang Lei was already familiar with such conditions. He had not expected that Gu Shuqin, who appeared so elegant and demure, would have the courage to venture out with her daughter. Finding a corner with a casual wave of one hand, a covered electric three-wheeler appeared out of thin air before his eyes. He roughly wiped the water droplets from the windshield, opened the door, and got in. In such conditions and visibility, the nimble three-wheeler was far more practical than a car. It was a brand new unit straight from the factory, stolen by Jiang Lei from a logistics transfer station warehouse. The key was still in the ignition. The seat was slightly damp, but it didn't affect driving. Time within the Azure realm remained static. When items were placed inside, although they might come into contact with water the moment they entered, time stopped. There was no subsequent soaking process, merely water clinging to the exterior. Sticking close to the edge of the road, he carefully drove the three-wheeler. Once out of the residential complex, Jiang Lei realized he had gravely underestimated people's audacity. The environment outside was indeed harsh, yet the more so it became, the more certain everyone grew that matters might take a dire turn. In his past life, during this period, Jiang Lei had remained cooped up indoors, engaged in manipulative schemes with the Zhou family, entirely unaware of the conditions beyond. He had originally expected the streets to resemble a ghost realm with everyone huddled indoors, but reality proved precisely the opposite. The apocalypse had only just begun to reveal its grim contours. People were not yet, as in his past life, deprived of water for prolonged periods, and thus unable to withstand the scorching winds and sandy blizzards. The streets might not teem with pedestrians, yet the number of passers-by wrapped in hats and masks was certainly substantial, mostly young and middle-aged men and women who were likely busy procuring supplies for their households. Abandoned vehicles involved in accidents were scattered in clusters along the road, visible every few meters. In some cases, the recently injured still sat beside their cars, weeping and calling for help. Virtually all the roadside shops had shut their doors to customers. At several major intersections, the material distribution points, organized by official personnel, were swamped by chaotic crowds. The staff, drenched in sweat, gazed at the sea of human heads, and the utterly empty trucks behind them, utterly at a loss for words. In truth, given the current situation, most of the populace had not yet reached the point requiring official relief. It was merely that no hope of improvement could be seen in the immediate future, and this was an effort to pacify the public sentiment. A SWAT team convoy led by riot control vehicles blared through loudspeakers mounted on their roofs, repeatedly urging the crowds to exercise restraint and return home to await further instructions, though with minimal effect. At this moment, a large proportion of those appearing on the streets were those who had failed to secure supplies through frantic purchasing and found their household reserves dangerously low. A person without foresight is sure to have imminent worries. Few possess the far-sightedness of outstanding individuals, yet everyone can experience imminent worries. People would not wait for disaster to strike before taking action. Jiang Lei drove his electric tricycle along the roadside at a leisurely pace. When encountering accidents or crowds, he relied on the vehicle's nimble frame to weave deftly through, handling the situation with ease. What was usually a 10-minute journey took nearly an hour, and only then did he arrive near the river embankment. This area lacked supermarkets or shops, so aside from himself, he saw no one else. After locking the vehicle, he proceeded on foot, crossing the massive embankment. He walked down the steps ahead for over 100 meters, but still did not see any water. The man-made shoreline beneath his feet had come to an end, leaving only rolling yellow sand spread across the ground. After walking another 300 or 400 meters ahead, the scene before his eyes left Jiang Lei completely stunned. The Huajiang River, originally over a kilometer wide, had now shrunk to a pitiful width of less than 100 meters, resembling an ordinary stream. Wasn't the water source supposed to vanish only tomorrow? How could the situation have deteriorated so drastically already? The view from the riverside was far better than elsewhere. He saw enormous water tankers speeding back and forth along the bank, while soldiers, police officers, and individuals in various official uniforms bustled about like an ant colony. Row upon row of water pumps operated noisily, stretching far beyond the horizon. It seemed the authorities had finally grasped the most critical aspect of this disaster: water. With mobile phone signals and radio communications completely disrupted by the magnetic poles, ordinary citizens had been reduced to blind, deaf wanderers. However, Jiang Lei did not believe there were no communication methods between central and local governments. Satellite phones, high-level wired communication towers, military fixed-wing aircraft, or even human emergency channels. In short, the spectacular scene before him was likely not mobilized solely by the Bin City's upper echelons, but probably a nationwide operation. "Hello, may I see your identification?" A crisp voice rang out. Jiang Lei turned his head to see a female SWAT officer in uniform, her bearing poised and vigorous, saluting him while wearing tactical gloves. "Sorry, I forgot to bring it." Jiang Lei was speechless. The Azure world contained everything, yet his ID card was not among them. "Then please register your relevant information. We hope you will cooperate." Beneath the female officer's long lashes were a pair of delicate, lively, large eyes, now slightly narrowed, as she scanned Jiang Lei up and down. Gao Yuan, report to Zone D830 for reinforcement. Repeat, report to Zone D830 for reinforcement. On the left side of her prominent chest, the walkie-talkie hanging from her tactical vest suddenly crackled, with heavily distorted dialogue, startling Jiang Lei. Wasn't all signals being interfered with by the magnetic poles? How was this achieved? "I have discovered an unintended intruder here, currently being registered and questioned." ZZT, copy that. Copy that. After the exchange, the female officer named Gao Yuan took a notebook from her pocket and meticulously interrogated Jiang Lei. She asked for his name, age, address, workplace, phone number, reason for being there, and more, leaving no detail unexamined. All areas along the river are now under full martial law within military jurisdiction. You are forbidden from mentioning anything you have seen here to anyone. Otherwise, the relevant official and police authorities will pursue accountability to the fullest extent, and in severe cases, criminal liability will be incurred. Although the content was inherently a stern warning delivered in that crisp, melodious voice, it was genuinely frightening. "I understand." Upon hearing Jiang Lei's reply, Gao Yuan nodded, took out a small camera, and snapped a few pictures of him before making a gesture for him to proceed, indicating he should return the way he came. On his way back, the officer followed closely behind him. Upon seeing the electric tricycle, she used an instrument in her hand to scan it once more before finally signaling that he could depart. It seems higher authorities have already realized the severity of the problem. On the return journey, Jiang Lei sighed. If possible, he wished the nation could turn the tide. If he could live under order with the Azure world in his possession, he would surely fare even better. Just 2 days prior, he had briefly considered seeking cooperation with the authorities, but ultimately selfishness and rationality prevailed. Within the Azure world, there were mountains and seas of materials worth 12 billion, yet guns and artillery were utterly unavailable. It could be imagined that once he did so, regardless of success or failure, he would permanently lose control over his own life. On the drive back, Jiang Lei noticed that within just 3 or 4 hours, the streets had become even more chaotic. Open looting, vandalism, and arson were already beginning to appear. The police and official personnel who had filled the streets earlier had for some reason largely vanished. People were scattering everywhere like headless flies, with curses, screams, and pleas for help echoing throughout. What had transpired that he was unaware of? "Brother, water. Food. Anything will do, just name your price." At the intersection, a middle-aged man in a suit drenched in sweat intercepted the tricycle. Several bundles of crimson banknotes, totaled around 7 or 8 sticks, were waved in front of Jiang Lei's eyes, his own eyes brimming with hope. "Sorry." Jiang Lei shook his head and started the engine. On the way back, besides those seeking to buy goods, there were also several groups wielding sticks attempting to block passing vehicles, all of whom he quietly sidestepped. "Attention, everyone. Attention. During these extraordinary times, we must remain calm and united. The FIMA Community Neighborhood Committee is here to solve your problems and alleviate your worries. Those in need may come and register. We will do our utmost to assist you. Upon returning to the residential compound, an improvised shed had appeared in the central garden. On a wooden platform in the middle, Director Liu of the neighborhood committee stood with hands on hips, amplifying his voice through a megaphone. A group of elderly men and women followed closely behind, while a mixed audience of men and women gathered below. Recalling what he had witnessed along the way, Jiang Lei hesitated for a moment before stopping the vehicle. Xiao Jiang, have you returned with supplies? Du Hui, an unemployed idler residing in Building 5, stood by the roadside and waved at Jiang Lei, craning his neck to peer at the tricycle's rear seat. It's chaos out there, couldn't get anything. What's going on? Damn it, water's been cut off. Du Hui was in his early 30s, had served in the military when young, and due to a training accident his left leg was slightly crippled, causing him to limp. Seeing nothing on Jiang Lei's rear seat, he responded with disappointment. What a... Jiang Lei's heart leaped with sudden shock. He quickly pulled out his mobile phone and glanced at the time. March 19th, 1146 a.m. Water already cut off. This was nearly half a day earlier than the water cutoff in his past life. How does your house not have stored water either? Seeing Jiang Lei's expression, Du Hui leaned against the tricycle with one hand, saying with delight at another's misfortune. Jiang Lei had no mind to bother with him. Recalling the chaos encountered along the way, he could roughly confirm that the scope of the water outage extended far beyond their FIMA residential community. Noticing no reaction from the other party, Du Hui withdrew his hand and said, I've got my wife watching at home. The moment the water returns, I'll start collecting it immediately. Jiang Lei, snapping back to reality, let out a heavy sigh and gave him a long, meaningful look before falling silent. The man clearly had no idea that, barring any surprises, this water outage would persist until the day he died. Whoosh. As the two were chatting, something unknown happened in the shed behind them. The crowd suddenly descended into chaos, with many people desperately scattering in all directions, their panicked voices merging into a deafening din. Uncle Zhao, what's going on? What happened? Du Hui, quick on his feet, grabbed a balding old man who was running past, asking urgently. People are saying on the streets outside that the water in the Huasong River is about to dry up. Uncle Zhao struggled several times, but Du Hui's grip was too strong, so he could only helplessly relay the news he had just heard. Dry up? What do you mean? What does that mean? It means exactly what I said, damn it. This isn't some routine emergency repair where the water comes back in a couple days. This time it's heaven himself who's run out of water. You think the Huasong River is the only one. A great disaster is coming. You brat, let go. Go home and check if the water's come back. Letting the flustered Uncle Zhao break free, Du Hui turned back and stared blankly at Jiang Lei, his words failing him for a moment. The Huasong River winds for hundreds of kilometers, flowing from north to south through Binshi, a city spanning over 50,000 square kilometers. They had heard of flood control and waterlogging prevention countless times, but the concept of a river running completely dry had never crossed their minds. After a brief moment of shock, Du Hui didn't say another word. He turned and sprinted home, his lame leg churning up the loose yellow sand on the ground. Yet somehow his pace wasn't much slower than a normal person's. The power and internet outages over the past 2 days had already left citizens isolated like information islands, cut off from the world. Now, with the water shut off and news of the Huasong River running dry, this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Compared to an incomprehensible supernatural disaster like water sources drying up, a far more terrifying demon named panic had already descended first. Jiang Lei locked his car door and walked toward home, his calm exterior masking the growing weight in his brow. From witnessing the condition of the Huasong River with his own eyes to the scene before him, now he could confirm that the timeline after his rebirth had indeed diverged. Butterfly effect, or a parallel world. Jiang Lei didn't know, but his experience from his past life could still serve as a reference going forward, though he absolutely couldn't rely on it blindly anymore. Arriving at the corner below the building, he checked that no one was around, then, with a flick of his hand, retrieved a large camping plastic cup from his spatial storage. Walking along the edge of the flower bed all the way to the entrance of the unit, he scooped up handfuls of sand, with each few steps filling the cup until it was full. Back at home, Jiang Lei set the sand-filled cup aside and headed straight for the balcony where the cheating pair was tied up. Things had changed, and he was done waiting. Both Zhou Xiaoxiao and the other man were stripped down to their underwear, their bare skin smeared with a grotesque mixture of sweat and grime. Since being bound to the balcony, though they had no idea what was happening, the two could still see through the window the murky yellow world outside. Jiang Lei, what's going on outside? A sandstorm. While drinking water, Zhou Xiaoxiao brushed back her tangled hair and asked, her eyes darting nervously. None of your concern. Bored from waiting, Jiang Lei casually slapped both of them again. Lighter. Having been beaten so much over the past few days, their reactions were surprisingly muted. They just reflexively flinched and shrunk their necks. Seeing she still showed no sign of speaking, Jiang Lei lost interest. He lowered his head and idly played with the machete in his hand, a murderous intent stirring within him. Can you unblock our mouths? It's too hot. I'm after all carrying your chi. Whose child? Seeing Jiang Lei's probing look, Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered her head to hide the panic on her face. As her older sister, why do you always obey Zhou Xiaolei? While rebinding the two, Jiang Lei suddenly spoke, carefully studying Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression. You already know. Zhou Xiaoxiao's body trembled violently, her gaze toward Jiang Lei, filled with terror. It's the end of the world out there. The police won't come. Don't force my patience to run out, or your little secret will go down to hell with you both. What the fuck? What time is this, and you're still hiding things from Brother Jiang? Just tell him. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could respond, Wu Dachuan beside her broke down, repeatedly slamming his shoulder against her body. He wasn't sure if the end of the world was real or not, but he could sense that Jiang Lei was genuinely losing patience. The killing intent beneath that calm exterior couldn't be faked. Whoa. The two people, bound hand and foot after enduring days of torture, completely broke down at this moment, rolling on the ground until their noses bled from the impact. Jiang Lei, I'll tell you. Can you let me go? I don't want to die, please. The end of the world meant nothing to two people already facing death. Jiang Lei, who had decided to kill them, was their true doom. Letting you go is impossible, but what you say will determine how much longer you stay alive. Whore, speak. Quick, speak. Wu Dachuan was nearly driven mad with anxiety. Fuck, he'd only had an affair. What the hell was this plot heading toward? Delay, we were high school classmates. I know you've always liked me. Though my feelings for you were never strong since we got married, things shouldn't have come to this. As if making a decision, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had been crying and screaming moments before, suddenly became strangely calm. Struggling to sit up, Zhou Xiaoxiao tilted her head and spoke slowly. Everything started over a year and a half ago when I was still working in Modu. One day Xiao Lei suddenly came to me and said the world was about to change. Zhou Xiaoxiao's first words sent a real shiver down Jiang Lei's spine, a strange fear welling up in his heart. He had been reborn, and even he only knew what would happen 3 months from now. Yet over a year earlier, Zhou Xiaolei had already known about the coming apocalypse. Jiang Lei pointed to the furious wind and sand raging outside the window, struggling to speak. The world, she said, was about to change. Refers to this, Zhou Xiaoxiao gave a silent, bitter smile and nodded. If the end of the world you mentioned is real, then it most likely refers to this day. They have lots of evidence, photos and videos, all showing terrifying phenomena beyond human understanding that occurred around the world at that time. I see. Jiang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. So it was deduced. Turns out he'd been overthinking it. But if Zhou Xiaolei and her group could predict the apocalypse, surely governments worldwide had their own forecasts. Why did the previous life end so disastrously? Were their predictions inaccurate? Or did they severely underestimate the severity of the disaster? Jiang Lei suspected both factors were at play. Wait, you said they? What do you mean by they? An organization, perhaps? Or some kind of cult or religious group? I really don't know much about them. As she spoke, fear flashed in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. Their methods are deeply unsettling, yet their power is extraordinarily formidable. So powerful that... I understand. Continue. Seeing her emotions rising again, likely from fear, he took the initiative to guide the conversation forward. I didn't believe her at first. I told her to go back to school right away, and she left without saying anything. A while later, she returned with 2 men who forced me to take a red pill. After taking it, I'd suffer severe abdominal pain. Only by having intercourse with a man could the pain stop. As she reached this point, Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered her head deeply, her voice trembling. Jiang Lei and Wu Dachuan exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. If this pill could be sold commercially, it would undoubtedly be highly profitable. Since then, she would force me to take that pill every so often, then send over a man. There were billionaires worth over 100 million, ordinary office workers, foolish old men, and even celebrities. I tried to resist. I called the police, wrote exposes, sought help online, but nothing worked. You have no idea how terrifying their influence is. I had no choice. I truly had no choice to lay. Jiang Lei remained skeptical about Zhou Xiaoxiao's explanation, but the account held some credibility. As long as she didn't want to die, there was no reason for her to lie about anything except herself. If Zhou Xiaolei had truly treated her older sister this way, she'd have even less motivation to cover for her. Besides, even if she were making something up, she wouldn't craft such an absurd story. She could have made it more plausible. Just as various thoughts swirled through Jiang Lei's mind, Zhou Xiaoxiao shifted her posture slightly and dropped another bombshell. The pregnancy test I gave you the day before yesterday was genuine, but the date on it was falsified. My actual conception occurred back in April last year. What the fuck? So, Zhou Xiaoxiao has been pregnant for nearly a year. The 2 men present immediately fixated on her flat abdomen, then shifted to her face. Jiang Lei had already begun questioning her mental state. It's true. I really am pregnant, but I have no idea what this child thing actually is, but I can feel it truly existing inside my body. Really? Wah. Shit. The situation was veering into the realm of the supernatural. Had he not only been reborn, but actually transmigrated? Zhou Xiaoxiao broke down into uncontrollable sobs, clearly having endured immense pressure for far too long, and now she was unloading everything. Tell me everything you know. Don't miss a single detail. Jiang Lei temporarily released Zhou Xiaoxiao from her bindings and patted her cheek, signaling her to continue. On August 12th last year, she suddenly disappeared for over 3 months. It wasn't until early December that she ordered me to return from Shanghai to Bin City and marry you. Zhou Xiaoxiao sniffled, instinctively opening her arms in an attempt to embrace Jiang Lei, but was coldly rebuffed. She sat back down and continued. I thought that nightmare was finally over, but she kept sending men, though less frequently than before, never stopping. Until the day before yesterday. Until the apocalypse arrived, and I was reborn, right? Jiang Lei glanced at Wu Dachuan's ashen face. So this guy was just another one of them. Go take a shower first. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked almost too stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Actually, Jiang Lei only wanted to help her compose herself to see if he could extract more information. Assuming Zhou Xiaoxiao wasn't lying, the entire matter was riddled with suspicious points. The biggest mystery lay in what Zhou Xiaolei's true motive was. Why would she treat her own flesh and blood sister this way? More terrifying still, based on Zhou Xiaoxiao's account, this organization was already pulling strings and doing as they pleased before the apocalypse. They had been plotting in secret for over a year or two after foreseeing the coming disaster. Who the hell knew their endgame? Damn it. Jiang Lei scratched his scalp, wondering how he had somehow jumped from urban romance straight into supernatural horror. Fortunately, aside from that child growing inside Zhou Xiaoxiao for a year without a sound, which bordered on the fantastical, all the organization's power and methods so far seemed firmly rooted in the mortal realm. Considering that in his past life, Zhou Xiaolei lived a wretched existence, even selling herself to cannibals in exchange for survival resources, this organization must have suffered significant problems after the apocalypse. Meanwhile, due to the water shutoff, Jiang Lei had long since replaced the electric water heater with a gas shower equipped with a small tank. After a while, Zhou Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom, completely bare with no modesty to speak of. Her expression was noticeably lighter. There was little that felt as luxurious as a hot shower in this godforsaken weather. Sit. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoxiao's mood had stabilized considerably, no longer the slightly unhinged state she'd been in earlier. Can you recall anything else? Seeing her frowning in deep thought, Jiang Lei did not disturb her. Assuming her words were all true, the one who orchestrated this setup had grand designs and likely wouldn't have let her know too much. But given the nearly 2-year span and the fact that Zhou Xiaoxiao was in a completely controlled state from their perspective, Jiang Lei didn't believe there wasn't a single thread to follow. Once I overheard her talking on the phone from the balcony. She seemed to refer to me as a fruit tree and called the men she sent over seeds. Yes, seeds. Zhou Xiaoxiao greedily drank the mineral water Jiang Lei handed her, furrowing her brow as she desperately tried to recall. A fruit tree. Seeds. What strange terminology. So the child in her belly would be the fruit. Do seeds require that many? Hearing Jiang Lei ask this, Zhou Xiaoxiao instantly grew awkward. After all, on paper she and Jiang Lei were still husband and wife. Though that was all in the past now. Since Jiang Lei knew the whole truth, no one would still want a wife like her. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoxiao adjusted her mindset. Right now, all she cared about was staying alive, so she continued, my guess is the fruit tree and seeds might require some kind of selection process. They wouldn't just pick anyone at random. And the fruit tree probably isn't limited to just me. Jiang Lei nodded. The men she had been sent were of all sorts of backgrounds. If literally any man would do, they wouldn't have sent over billionaires and celebrities. Such people were far harder to control than ordinary folk. How many seeds have you interacted with in total? Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly felt like crying. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Lei's expression, seeing no reaction. A complicated mixture of sourness and relief surged within her, before and after. Maybe over 100. I can't recall exactly. Some came multiple times, some only once, and then never again. Over 100. Christ, aren't you afraid of catching diseases? Jiang Lei muttered to himself, then rose and walked into the bedroom. From the drawer of Zhou Xiaoxiao's vanity, he retrieved an unused pregnancy test. A moment later, staring at the red line on the test window, Jiang Lei pondered for a while, then asked, so you're saying both I and Wu Dachuan are seeds too? What was their criteria for selecting seeds? Why specifically marry me? I really don't know. Silent tears welled in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. She looked at the man before her, holding a machete and interrogating her coldly. So familiar, yet so strange. Go to the balcony. I'll leave your mouth unbound. If you remember anything, you can tell me anytime. Jiang Lei, I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. I don't want to stay in this house anymore. That's not your call. Jiang Lei shook his head, pushed Zhou Xiaoxiao onto the balcony, and bound her to the radiator before returning inside. He had originally wanted nothing to do with this so-called organization, but Zhou Xiaolei's life. He very much wanted it. In peacetime, even with the realm of Azure Worlds in hand, he would never touch this colossal trouble. Revenge should always be undertaken according to one's capabilities. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, this was his domain. Moreover, the organization's internal affairs were certainly in disarray. Most likely they had vastly underestimated the severity of the apocalypse, much like the authorities. Or perhaps some disasters were simply unforecastable. Jiang Lei's heart fluttered. Wasn't now the perfect opportunity to kill Zhou Xiaolei? He took a deep breath and calmed himself. No, it wasn't chaotic enough outside yet. Making such an overt raid on their headquarters risked running into meddling police or others trapping him before he could escape. Too many variables. Besides, in his past life, Jiang Lei had suffered for over 3 months, and Jiang Lei had never seen any organization come to rescue her. This matter could wait. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoxiao's words contained both truth and lies, and he currently had no way to distinguish them. Maintaining the status quo and taking things one step at a time was the optimal approach for now. But regardless, his pace had to accelerate. Personnel, weapons, territory, a better shelter. One overwhelming advantage surpasses 10 clever strategies. Although the whole affair was shrouded in mist, Jiang Lei believed that ultimately contradictions could only be resolved through power. After days of dealing with that fucking couple, when Zhou Xiaoxiao finally opened her mouth, Jiang Lei discovered that things seemed to have grown even more complicated. God damn it, I should have just killed her from the start. Of course, this was merely an outlet for his frustration. The opponent had laid this scheme for so long, expending countless resources. If he killed Zhou Xiaoxiao, he would make a powerful enemy for no reason, and more importantly, he would never obtain this wealth of information, or even know who his enemy was. Zhou Xiaoxiao, surnamed Jiang, are you home? Come out. A faint shout echoed from the corridor. Jiang Lei composed himself and opened the door. Standing on the landing of the 6th floor, Auntie Chi gazed at the stairwell leading to the 7th floor, which had been transformed into an entire bunker. Beyond the steel railing, she stood with her hands on her hips, seething with frustration. What had once seemed to her nothing more than the antics of a fool had, after the bewildering changes of these past few days, become an object of envy. The situation outside was deteriorating at an almost inconceivable pace, and no one could predict what it might become in a few more days. In such times, possessing a solid sanctuary was the absolute dream of every soul. What is it? Jiang Lei slid open the steel plate door on the second barrier and looked at her through the steel railing. Is that how you talk to me? I'm the new floor leader of Building 4, just appointed by Director Liu. Open up now. If that's all, I'm going back. Hey, how dare you act like this? Auntie Chi's face flushed crimson with rage, but she could not simply let Jiang Lei walk away. This was the very first task Director Liu had entrusted to her in her new position of authority. How could she dare not give it her all? The Residence Committee has instructed all floor leaders to compile an inventory of household supplies. As a resident of this community, I hope you will cooperate with the work of those above us. Auntie Chi tilted her chin high and delivered her words in a passably officious tone. Having never held any position of authority in her entire life, she had savored every moment of her ascent from the 1st floor. Residents might not have been bowing and scraping, but they had at least greeted her with smiles. After all, in these extraordinary times, the police and official authorities were clearly incapable of protecting ordinary folk, and information from the outside world had ceased to reach them. Under such circumstances, the bonds of neighborly relations had grown immensely important. I won't participate. Jiang Lei knew all too well what this so-called supply inventory truly entailed. In his past life, those compiled supply lists had become nothing less than death warrants for the residents. What good could a pack of senile old fools accomplish besides spreading fear and deception? Heh. Auntie Chi laughed despite her fury. So I suppose your whole family isn't a resident of Fima community then. We haven't even said anything about your unauthorized construction, so don't take your neighbor's tolerance and kindness as your shield for being a stubborn fool. Whoosh. Clang. Her answer was the sharp sound of the steel plate door slamming shut. Fine, fine, fine. You cuckold bastard, just you wait. Thud. Off. Auntie Chi, beside herself with rage, kicked the railing viciously, only to cry out in agony as the pain shot through her foot. The hatred in her eyes burned even fiercer. Whoosh. The steel plate door slid open once again. Jiang Lei stepped up to the railing, a cleaver in his hand. Try kicking it one more time. His frigid gaze pierced through the gaps in the railing, and Auntie Chi stumbled backward 2 steps in terror. In the apocalypse, the law had lost all meaning. Yet certain universal rules acknowledged by most and collectively upheld still persisted. Rudimentary though they were, their existence was undeniable. Among the most important of these was this: attacking another person's shelter by any means whatsoever was tantamount to charging at them with a blade. Under such circumstances, killing in self-defense was regarded by all other survivors as an absolutely justified act. Madman. Gazing at the heavy-backed mountain cleaver 1/2 meter long in Jiang Lei's hand, Auntie Chi could bear no more. She turned in panic and fled toward her own home. Back inside, Jiang Lei sat down on the sofa and stowed the cleaver into the azure realm. His earlier actions had been entirely deliberate. Auntie Chi was merely a pawn. The true threat was the Director Liu lurking behind her. Liu Yongxin, 59 years old, had served in the military in his youth, and had even participated in the war against the monkeys of the Republic. Though he had only caught the tail end of the conflict, he had genuinely seen combat, and fired real bullets on the battlefield. A man who had been blooded in war was, after all, cut from different cloth than ordinary men. In his past life, Liu Yongxin had engineered quite a formidable domain for himself, internally seizing the majority of the community's administrative power, externally colluding with violent youth cannibals and all manner of bizarre cults and factions. Outwardly affable and composed, inwardly vicious and ruthless, he was a disgrace to the uniform he once wore. The military forge had equipped him with skills, but had failed to impart even a shred of common decency. Every ounce of his ability had been channeled into selfishness and the brutalization of the weak. Across all of Fima community, the number of people who had died directly or indirectly at his hands accounted for nearly half of all casualties. Now that the apocalypse had begun, if Lu Yongxin intended to govern the community, the supply census would be his opening move. The killing of the chicken to frighten the monkey was inevitable. He had done the same in the previous life. As it happened, Jiang Lei was vexing over how to gather followers of his own. For one, this was hardly his forte. More importantly, with the label of pathetic cuckold pinned to his head, who in their right mind would gamble their life on someone like him? Now with this opportunity delivered straight to his door, there was no reason to refuse. Forcing a sale never works. Rather than going door to door like a fool and saying, "Follow me," it would be far better to play the role of the chicken passively. But who would be the one to slay and who would be the one to make an example of? That was no longer for Lu Yongxin to decide. When the moment came, under the pressure of dire circumstances, those who could not see eye to eye with Director Lu would naturally come seeking him out. The following morning. Morning in truth was merely a label assigned out of long-ingrained habit. Massive layers of spectral clouds hung heavy in the sky, pressing low against the earth. Gale winds and yellow dust answered each other across the wasteland, merging heaven and earth into one. There was nothing about this that resembled a dawn. It had already been 4 days. By now, even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was terribly wrong. No electricity, no water, no internet. People stranded on isolated islands of information could only communicate with those nearest to them, or perhaps more accurately spread fear to one another. Yet within Jiang Lei's home, the crackling sound of an electric welder rang out. He had only been a lowly laborer on construction sites in the past, but at the very least he had seen how the work was done. Reinforcing both sides of the balcony door and windows with steel bars required no particular technical skill. Whatever that thing inside Zhou Xiaoxiao's belly truly was real or fabricated, it remained a ticking time bomb. Only by transforming the balcony into a small cage of steel could Jiang Lei put his mind at ease. He refused to believe that any carbon-based creature could tear through steel the moment it was born. Bound to the heating pipe, Wu Dachuan watched Jiang Lei's busy figure, then cast a glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao's flat belly, his face wearing the expression of someone whose father had just died. As one of only 2 listeners yesterday, he had been privileged enough to be introduced to a world he had never dared imagine, and the reward for this enlightenment was to be locked up alongside the source. In the living room of apartment 401, building 1 of Fima affordable housing community, Residence Committee Director Lu Yongxin sat on his sofa. His square-jawed face was aged, yet his features remained fairly regular, save for a long scar running from the corner of his right eye down past the bridge of his nose, lending him a faintly sinister air. The living room was scarcely spacious, yet now it was crammed with 12 people, the majority of them elderly men and women in their 50s and 60s. Report the situation. Lu Yongxin lit the cigarette in his hand, gave the stack of papers in his grasp a shake, and said in a heavy voice, "It seems the results are less than ideal. Director, everyone has written it down on paper." A woman in the back row, just over 50, with fashionable red permed curls, spoke up first. "Cut the nonsense. I want to hear your verbal accounts." Lu Yongxin's tone was blunt and imperious. These people had all been hastily appointed by him just yesterday. The position of floor leader had never existed before. The residence committee had always been staffed only with directional posts such as welfare, security, sanitation, and cultural affairs. Now the authorities themselves were overwhelmed, and naturally no orders would trickle down to the committee. Under such circumstances, every person present understood full well what it meant for Lu Yongxin to unilaterally create official positions. Yet they were all beneficiaries of the arrangement, and besides, he was doing it under the banner of the residence committee. How shall I put it? About half cooperated, half didn't. A smoking old man in the front row spoke up first. This was Tian Weixiang, the floor leader of Building 6. Explain clearly what cooperation looks like, and what non-cooperation looks like. Lu Yongxin flicked his cigarette ash, scanned the room, and pointed in one direction. Chi Xi in Building 4 has the fewest residents. You go first. Auntie Chi, whose name had just been called, squared her shoulders, and could only begin. Our building has 7 households in total. Aside from blind old he on the first floor, whose home is completely empty, the residents on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors were all quite cooperative. The only troublemaker is Jiang Lei on the 7th floor. 3 days ago, he hired workers to seal off the stairwell leading to the 7th floor and the landing. Upon hearing Auntie Chi's account, everyone present drew a sharp breath. This was nothing short of a burn-your-boat-style renovation. If circumstances had improved, Jiang Lei would not only have had to foot the bill for dismantling his own handiwork, but might also have faced civil liability. After all, this affordable housing block nominally belonged to the state. What lunatic would dare take such a gamble? That coupled is not what he seems. After all, he was considered a celebrity in the community. Many of those present recognized Jiang Lei, and with a bit of contemplation, they quickly grasped the crux of the matter. In all likelihood, this man, surnamed Jiang, had struck a stroke of dumb luck and received some inside information in advance. Otherwise, how would he dare to make such a bold move? We will discuss this Jiang Lei's matter later. Let's first talk about the other residents. Surprisingly, Lu Yongxin brushed past Jiang Lei with nonchalance and proceeded to ask about the other situations. The atmosphere in the room grew lively. After 20 to 30 minutes of clamorous discussion, the outline of the entire situation became clear. Regarding the so-called building captains who had suddenly knocked on their doors, the residents generally held two distinct attitudes. The first group consisted of those who were relatively honest or those who had no surplus food left at home. They were generally cooperative. The second group simply did not oppose, did not support, and did not join. They would politely usher the visitors inside, pour out their grievances to play the victim, and deliberately talk about other matters to evade the topic. These people usually had some provisions stored at home, believing they could hold out for a while. They wanted to observe how the situation unfolded, fearing they would be taken advantage of by this neighborhood committee, which already appeared rather questionable. These two types of residents roughly split the majority. Aside from them, there were also 7 or 8 holdouts who refused to even let anyone through their doors. But as for those who went so far as to brandish a cleaver, Jiang the Fool was truly one of a kind. Zhang Tao left home in the middle of the night yesterday and didn't return until after 3 in the morning. He is still sleeping in his bedroom. Since everyone present is an outstanding grassroots cadre of my choosing, I won't hide the news from you. The Huasong River has completely dried up, not a single drop of water remains. Lu Jingtao, who was Lu Yongxin's son, was in his 30s. He had no proper job, spending his days idling about outside and living off his parents at home. Yet this fellow did indeed have his ways through a network of shady friends. Whether the matter was big or small, his information was usually quite well informed. The Huasong River stretched for hundreds of kilometers, under the current poor visibility, completely blockading the entire bank was virtually impossible. This news was likely accurate. Furthermore, there is some news that the authorities can no longer cover up. I can only tell you that the Huasong River is not an isolated case. An uproar erupted. The crowd instantly burst into a clamor, gesticulating wildly to one another as they spoke, their faces painted with sheer terror. Yesterday, the rumors on the streets claimed the river was nearly dry, but who didn't harbor a shred of wishful thinking in their hearts? Now that the worst-case scenario had been confirmed, just thinking about the implications made their scalps tingle with dread. Quiet. Lu Yongxin slammed his hand heavily onto the table, furrowing his brows as he said, "You are all grassroots leaders recognized by the masses. At a time like this, the common people may panic, but if we lose our heads, who will make the decisions for everyone?" The crowd below could not help but exchange bewildered glances. Was Director Lu out of his mind? At a dreadful time like this, when they could barely fend for themselves, why was he still spouting bureaucratic platitudes? Seeing the blank, utterly baffled expressions before him, with no one grasping his profound intentions, Lu Yongxin felt a momentary wave of awkwardness. He could only speak more plainly. To cope with this massive crisis, my idea is that we in the FIMA community should implement centralized management of the scattered resources of each household as soon as possible. This will allow our neighborhood committee to coordinate distribution uniformly, helping the most vulnerable residents tide over these difficult times. Now everyone understood. It sounded like a noble cause, but once resources were centralized and managed, wouldn't the decision of who to help and who to ignore lie entirely in the hands of the managers? As the hardest-working grassroots personnel, they couldn't possibly let themselves suffer from thirst and hunger, could they? But the question was, how would they enforce it? On what authority? If a bunch of old men and women like them dared to go into other people's homes to seize supplies, the residents would not hesitate to knock their dentures out. As if reading their minds, Lu Yongxin smiled and waved his hand. Rest assured, everyone. We old folks will only be responsible for communication and serving the masses. Zheng Tao happens to know some warm-hearted young people who are willing to join our neighborhood committee family. Warm-hearted, my foot. Weren't those just local thugs and ruffians? Yet on second thought, under the current circumstances, it was precisely these kinds of people who could showcase their skills. Their expertise was perfectly suited for the job. They exchanged knowing glances, each seeing a mixture of delight and ambition in the other's eyes. If what Lu Yongxin said became reality, they would be the leaders under this new order. Not only would the agonizing issue of supply cease to be a problem, but they might even. Doing whatever one pleases was certainly an unpleasant phrase to utter aloud, but harboring such thoughts in their minds was harmless enough. But Director Lu, what about the authorities? Won't they? Tian Weixiang's face flushed with excitement at this bright future. Yet would a free lunch really fall from the sky? After all, he was a man in his 50s or 60s, not some naive youth. Old Tian, and the rest of you as well. You can see and inquire about the situation on the streets with your own eyes. To put it bluntly, rape and pillage are everywhere, and murder and arson are by no means rare. Why has the situation deteriorated so rapidly? Ultimately, can a human being survive without water? A heavy silence fell over the room. No matter if it was earthquakes or floods, even if the heavens fell and the earth rent asunder, most people born in Huaxiao would not lose faith in the government in just a few days. But things were different now. The government was also made of humans. They could not conjure water out of thin air. Water was an absolute necessity for survival, and a rapidly depleting one at that. Relief. How could they provide relief? Empty the reserves to distribute to the citizens nationwide only for everyone to perish together. That was impossible. From the government's perspective, there was only one likely course of action, now sacrificing the chariot to save the general. No, it was likely not as simple as just sacrificing the chariot. There was a high probability they could not even care for the horses, cannons, ministers, and guards, let alone mere pawns like them. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, Lu Yongxin suddenly stood up, pulled out a faded Type 65 military cap, without an insignia from under the table, placed it on his head, and declared righteously, "The authorities are currently busy saving themselves, and can no longer look after the public. But as a retired veteran and the neighborhood committee director in this hour of peril, I am willing and duty-bound to step forward to share the nation's burdens and relieve the people of their worries. We are also willing to follow in Director Lu's footsteps and serve the people. Yes, carry forward the revolutionary spirit. Rescue the people from fire and water. Me too." The atmosphere in the room reached its peak, with each slogan sounding grander than the last. Though they were clearly a group of elderly folk with one foot in the grave, they seemed to have returned to the passionate days of their youth. Or so it seemed, at least. Xian, please stay behind for a moment. The first gathering of the building captains was undoubtedly a success. With rosy pictures painted and enthusiasm whipped up, all that was left was to follow Director Lu's lead. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Lu Yongxin suddenly spoke up, keeping Annie Chi behind. Although they did not know the details of what would be discussed, they could roughly guess. Someone was about to suffer. 12:00 p.m. To the northwest of Binchi, a series of explosions and dense gunfire suddenly erupted, fading in and out amidst the howling wind and sand. No one knew what had happened, but it was certainly nothing good. The residents of the Fima low-rent community all shrank back, huddling in their homes like quails. They repeatedly counted their meager survival supplies over and over again, as if only this could bring them a sliver of solace in these desperate times. No one dared to venture onto the streets anymore. Rumor had it that several people from the community had died outside, and even their bodies could not be found. The howling wind and sand would bury the only evidence of their existence in this world. The explosions and gunfire did not begin to fade until several hours later, but sporadic bursts continued all the way into the evening, showing no signs of stopping. 5:30 p.m. Aside from the howling wind and sand, a deathly silence hung over the Fima community. On the street outside the gate guardhouse, occasional roars and screams echoed, only to be swiftly swallowed by the wind. Gone were the usual crowds of people returning from work and the playful laughter of students. Even the aroma of food in the hallways had vanished. Knock, knock, knock. A somewhat heavy knocking sound echoed, startling Gu Shuqin inside. Taking long strides, she quickly carried Shin Mengmeng into the bedroom and made a shushing gesture. She then grabbed a kitchen cleaver and pressed herself against the inside of the door. "Shuqin, don't be afraid. It's your Annie Chi. Open the door quickly." Hearing the voice, Gu Shuqin relaxed slightly. She peeked through the peephole, and seeing that the other woman was alone, she cautiously opened the door. "Annie Chi, please have a seat." No, I still have a lot of work to do. In this hour of peril, how can we grassroots cadres afford to idle?" Parroting Lu Yongxin's words, Auntie Chi almost believed herself. "Then your reason for coming to my place is. Here, take this." Annie Chi produced a flyer made from an A4 sheet of paper on which a beautiful header was written in marker, "Fima Community Order Maintenance Team Notice on punishing thugs who threaten public servants with weapons and on-site handling of follow-up matters." "Shuqin, you're well aware of the situation outside. Raising Mengmeng on your own will only grow more difficult." Aunt Chi's face wore an expression of genuine warmth and sorrow, as if she truly had the mother and daughter's welfare at heart. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Everyone's enduring like this, aren't they?" Gu Shuqin played along, expecting Aunt Chi to bring up the matter of supplies again. To her surprise, the woman leaned close and whispered, "Shuqin, as building captain, I still hold some authority. Whatever difficulties you face, this old woman will do her best to look out for you, mother and daughter." Gu Shuqin was momentarily flustered, caught off guard by the unexpected kindness. She quickly replied, "Then Mengmeng, and I thank you deeply. If there's anything within my capability, please don't hesitate to ask me." "Oh, nonsense. Annie understands. Such a pretty, virtuous girl, just like me when I was young." Sensing the awkwardness, Aunt Chi realized she had overacted and quickly pointed to the flyer in her hand, feigning mystery. "You must come tonight. Something good might come of it." Dismissal somewhat dazed, Gu Shuqin locked the door, tilted her head, and blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes. What medicine had she swallowed to become so effective? Yesterday, during the supplies survey, she had been looking down her nose at them. Glancing down at the flyer in her hands, her expression suddenly turned pale. The A4 paper was densely covered with writing, but it boiled down to a single point. Jiang Lei's armed resistance against the building captain during supplies distribution was a vicious act. To unite the masses and weather this crisis together, such wicked opportunists who exploit loopholes in times of catastrophe will not be tolerated. At 9 o'clock tonight, the neighborhood committee's order maintenance team will carry out punishment. We hope each household sends a representative to Building 4 on time to supervise the team's enforcement with your own eyes. Where did the neighborhood committee get an order maintenance team? This is blatant lynching. Though filled with empty rhetoric about uniting the masses, any adult could see past the veneer and grasp the essence. A bone-chilling coldness surged through her head. Despite the chaos outside these past few days, Gushuchin still held on to hope. This ancient civilization and nation had weathered too many storms. But when the most trusted institutions began openly corrupting, she finally realized the end of the world may have already arrived. The world is like this, and so is human nature. 8:30 in the evening. Within Fima residential community, through the chaotic winds and swirling dust, hesitant and trembling figures emerged one by one. 70 or 80 people gradually arrived before Building 4, gathering around the blue plastic tent that had been set up. Roughly a dozen households had not sent representatives, but most families had someone present. No electricity, no internet, no information channels whatsoever. Rumors flew everywhere in the surrounding silence. When someone took the lead regardless of their motives, people instinctively yearned for the strength of the collective. Many had ventured outside for the first time since the sandstorms began, trudging through the loose yellow sand nearly half a meter deep. Looking at familiar neighbors beside them, most carrying kitchen knives and wooden clubs for protection, everyone's hearts grew heavy once again. 8:50. Still socializing with the crowd and displaying his approachable demeanor, Lu Yongshin's expression suddenly turned grave as he stepped onto the stairs behind him. Respected neighbors, the current situation is dire, and we all know it. The comrades of our neighborhood committee have worked tirelessly to unite the people and help us through this crisis. But there are always black sheep who take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Speaking thus, Lu Yongshin exchanged a glance with Lu Zhengtao below, who nodded and turned to walk into the howling wind and sand. The details are all on the flyer. The severity of this incident is evident to all. Though no serious consequences have occurred, such behavior must not be permitted to escalate. The newly formed order maintenance team of the neighborhood committee will today give all residents of Fima community a public and fair reckoning. As his words fell, numerous figures emerged from the wind and sand behind him. More than a dozen young men and women, all wearing haphazard face coverings, sporting dyed hair in garish colors adorned with ear studs and lip rings, accessories stacked to the maximum. At their head marched Lu Zhengtao. In peaceful times, these people would accomplish nothing, perhaps merely irritate others. In a society with robust rule of law, they were quintessential failures. But at this moment, gazing at the gleaming steel pipes and machetes in their hands, everyone held their breath and bowed their heads. What magnificent order maintenance team, indeed. Watching this scene from the steps, Lu Yongshin's smile widened, his scar twitching with anticipation. The landing of the 6th floor was naturally reserved as the enforcement arena for the order maintenance team. As for the rest, besides the stairs being packed, Aunt Chi had even unlocked the vacant unit 602, allowing people to gather inside, barely fitting everyone. Damn. Though they had read about this on the flyer, seeing Jiang Lei's fortress with their own eyes left everyone's jaws dropped. You call this illegal construction? Without electricity or tools, relying solely on manual labor, forcing a breach would take who knows how long. Lu Yongshin's breathing quickened slightly. What a fine location. He could already envision moving the neighborhood committee offices, meaning his own home, into this place after dealing with Jiang Lei's family. Chi Xian knocked on the door. Yes, director. Now brimming with confidence, Aunt Chi planted her hands on her hips and shouted. Jiang, get out here. Stop playing dead up there. Her piercing voice echoed through the stairwell, painfully assaulting eardrums. After a moment, an ear-splitting metallic screech broke the silence. The steel plate sliding door slowly opened. You old bastard, you better have a damn good reason. Jiang Lei strolled out, bare-chested, a bath towel wrapped around his waist, his muscular physique exuding an oppressive presence. Most critically, his hair was still wet. This guy was actually taking a shower. Including Gu Shuqin and the crowd, everyone wanted to beat that prodigal son to death. No one was a fool. At this point, everyone could confirm that this fortunate fellow had somehow obtained advance information and actually prepared for this catastrophe. Admiration, envy, jealousy, all mingled together. The assembled crowd, comparing based on their own circumstances, harbored all manner of thoughts. And this was precisely the effect Jiang Lei desired. Damn it, you idiot. Stop posing and open the door right now. Lu Zhengtao tilted his chin slightly. Behind him, a tall youth with blue-dyed hair, gripping a steel pipe, stepped forward and struck the rebar barrier with clanging resonance. In this apocalypse, anyone who attacks another's shelter by any means commits an unforgivable act. Until death do us part. What kind of Chinibu nonsense was this? Jiang Lei's opening statement stunned the crowd, leaving them confused for a moment. But as they processed his words, an unsettling comprehension slowly dawned. The apocalypse. Are you f***ing insane? The calm, icy tone of Jiang Lei caused the blue-haired youth's brain to stutter for a half-beat. But glancing at the dense crowd behind him, his courage returned. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound erupted. Jiang Lei drew a dark red hand crossbow from behind him with lightning speed. Its precision-assisted winding wheel and steel guide rails gleamed coldly, the specially crafted carbon fiber bowstring still trembling slightly. This was a treasure from the VIP room of a high-end outdoor equipment store. Jiang Lei had pretended to be restocking inventory, paid a 50,000 deposit to be let inside, and casually stored it in his spatial dimension. Such items were technically controlled weapons, but due to their compact size and limited effective range of only 20 to 30 meters, and because they were non-sale items, the shop owner arranged to have them bypassed under regulation controls. The only pity was no spare parts, and only 10 bolts remained which would run out soon enough. But given the strict weapon control in China, acquiring such a small toy was an unexpected pleasure for Jiang Lei. Oh! The blue-haired youth screamed as the bolt pierced his lower leg, collapsing to the ground and rolling through a spreading pool of blood. The crowd behind him gasped in horror and scrambled backward. Something is wrong. Is Director Liu about to fail? Actually, most of the people at the scene were hoping Lu Yongxin would succeed, for Jiang Lei's bunker was now, in everyone's eyes, much like a pirate's treasure. If Lu Yongxin successfully punished the miscreant, wouldn't they, as the crowd who came to cheer him on, at least deserve some consolation reward? Amidst the blue-haired man's wailing, all eyes turned sharply toward Lu Yongxin. After making such a commotion, surely this wasn't the end of it. Director. At the stairwell corner beyond Jiang Lei's line of sight, Qi Dama's voice trembled uncontrollably with fear. She never imagined that the perpetually timid cuckold would dare cause casualties. Would he make her pay compensation? With a calm expression, Lu Yongxin brushed past Qi Dama and leaned forward to glance upstairs. By then, Jiang Lei had already retreated into the second steel sliding door, leaving only a narrow gap to observe what was happening outside. Under dozens of staring eyes, Lu Yongxin unbuttoned his wrinkled military uniform and withdrew something from his inner pocket. Hiss! A chorus of gasps erupted throughout the crowd. The gun. The Type 54 pistol, commonly known as the Big Black Star, was China's first-generation standard pistol modeled after the Soviet TT 1933. Due to its excessive power, it had long been phased out of police service, though it remained in limited military circulation. The bulky all-steel frame gleamed brilliantly, testament to decades of meticulous care by Lu Yongxin. What a goddamn waste of the military. He actually smuggled a gun out. That was back when the country was still recovering from chaos. In these times, he'd have been shot long ago. Feeling the reverent stares around him, Lu Yongxin's lips curled upward slightly. To dare recruiting thugs from outside, to not fear inviting wolves into the house, to dare orchestrate such an audacious scheme in the early days of the apocalypse. That was his backbone. Bang! The thunderous gunshot shattered the silence of the stairwell, forcing everyone to clamp their hands over their ears and wince in pain. The bullet punched through the gap in the steel railing, sparking against the iron door. The old man's aim was quite accurate. Raising his weapon, Lu Yongxin advanced toward the barrier. Jiang Lei, surrender. We are representatives of the people, not thugs from the streets. We will deliver fair judgment. Don't force us to point guns at your fortress. Gathering courage, the crowd began to peek over Lu Yongxin's shoulder. Gu Shuqin pressed her lips together tightly within the crowd. Seeing through Jiang Lei's perspective, she felt his despair and resentment. He had prepared meticulously. He should have been the one surviving the apocalypse in the best condition. Your hard-won preparations will not be in vain. They will go to helping the most vulnerable residents in our community. That is your merit, and merits offset faults. You needn't fear what we will do to you. I guarantee it on my word. By now, Lu Yongxin had positioned himself at the side in front of the railing. A pistol's speed and agility far surpassed a crossbow. Whether Jiang Lei opened the door or not, he was trapped. If he stayed hidden, he could only watch helplessly as they slowly breached the fortress. Staring at the steel door just beyond the railing, Lu Yongxin kept urging him to surrender, but his own gaze grew feverish. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly could not bear to destroy such a valuable resource. If it were him, knowing the apocalypse was coming, he would have done the same. Drained every resource and scoured everything he could find. Jiang Lei clearly thought exactly alike. And now all of this was being offered up to benefit him, Lu Yongxin. Suddenly, a silver flash streaked down from above at blinding speed. It moved so fast it seemed like a mirage. A sudden searing pain in his wrist shattered his reverie, and the gun in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Lu Yongxin grimaced in agony, gripping his wrist where a wound no thicker than a little finger had been inflicted, cleaner and more precise than any bullet hole. Ignoring the pain, he quickly bent down to retrieve the pistol, sliding to his right. Don't move. The steel door suddenly swung open, and Jiang Lei emerged, half his body visible, the steel crossbow raised with its arrow pointed directly at Lu Yongxin's head through the gap in the railing. I won't move, just stay calm. True to his battlefield experience, despite the arterial blood gushing from the puncture wound through his wrist, he managed to keep his composure. Can we talk this out? Jiang Lei rolled his eyes and replied sardonically, now you want to negotiate. You dropped your gun, didn't you? Bit late for that. Fine, then let's not talk. I went about this the wrong way today. Just spare my life, and I'll accept whatever you decide. Lu Yongxin's words were spoken so quietly that only the two men face to face could hear them. The onlookers waiting behind the stairwell corner caught nothing. Jiang Lei genuinely wanted to kill him right now. The feud between them was irreversible, and this old man was too dangerous to leave alive. He'd become a grave threat down the line. But there were far too many people present. His real objective today was to recruit followers to demonstrate both his ability to defeat Lu Yongxin and his abundant resources, all in service of that goal. Under the current circumstances, most people still acknowledged Lu Yongxin's authority as director. Otherwise, he couldn't have mustered such a large crowd today. Do you have any ammunition? Yes. Lu Yongxin, acting with unusual boldness, hesitated only briefly before withdrawing a cloth pouch from his clothes. When he opened it, dozens of gleaming yellow pistol cartridges were revealed inside. His instincts told him Jiang Lei had genuinely intended to kill him moments before, so despite the pain, he complied without hesitation. He now understood. The nearly 100 pairs of eyes watching them at the scene was likely what held Jiang Lei back. Leave the bullets on the ground and walk backward to the stairwell, then get out of here quickly. Thank you. Their exchange was remarkably swift, but the outcome was already clear. Behind him, the onlookers watched in silence as Lu Yongxin retreated backward, though the reverence in their eyes had significantly diminished. Dad, are you okay? Lu Zhengtao rushed forward 2 steps to support his father, his eyes red as he said, "Go home first. I'll get some gasoline and burn that bastard alive." Shut your mouth. Lu Yongxin gave his son a sharp nudge, then surveyed the countless silent eyes around them before striding quickly down the stairs, taking out his frustration by setting fire to the building. What made him any different from the thugs on the street? More importantly, Jiang Lei's bunker was built at the stairwell entrance. How would the fire even reach the 7th floor? The guy was riding high right now and had a firearm in hand. Even if he wanted to play dirty, what good was shouting threats? What an insignificant brat. Lu, if you want to set fires, do it yourself. We're not sticking around for that. From the crowd of hoodlums, a lip-ring, adorned man in a tight vest and burly build spoke with a scoff. Jiang Baldi, what did you say before we came? Lu Zhengtao seethed with rage. Previously, they were calling him Brother Tao, and now they were reduced to Lu. Heh. Seeing that scornful expression, Lu Zhengtao opened his mouth to retort, but his father grabbed his shoulder firmly and dragged him down the stairs. The father and son's disheveled figures vanished around the corner while the rest of the crowd remained frozen, or simply dared not move. Creak. Jiang Lei slowly opened the steel railing, and everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the landing at incredible speed, charging straight toward Jiang Lei. There are always those ruthless enough to gamble with their lives. Among the gang members, a plain-looking dwarf in a brown shirt took advantage of Jiang Lei being distracted, opening the door and dropping his crossbow, diving swiftly toward the pistol on the ground. Swish, swish. 2 sharp, brief whistles echoed through the air before the man mid-jump was pierced by dual laser beams raining down from above. 2 small holes marred the concrete landing beneath him, and by the time he hit the ground, he was already dead. Has someone been killed? The laser water guns moved too fast for anyone to track clearly, so no one witnessed exactly how Jiang Lei executed the kill, but that didn't matter. The outcome was unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have scattered immediately, some hiding, others calling the police. Yet curiously, the scene remained deathly silent with no one moving to leave. Fear was certainly present, but humans are perhaps the most herd-minded species. Everyone was far more invested in how events would unfold. Everyone understood this could determine their future interests, or perhaps represent something more fundamental, a recognition of an entirely new order. Brother, don't act rashly. We barely know this man, and today's situation was our foolishness. When Jiang Baldi saw Jiang Lei picking up the gun from the ground, he was visibly shaken. Summoning his courage, he stepped out from the corner and positioned himself on the landing below, then proceeded to slap himself twice with considerable force. Drag the body away and get the hell out of here. Thank you, bro. Baldi Jiang had expected that today they would either die or at least be tormented by Jiang Lei. Seeing that the other party was willing to let them go so readily, a surge of elation immediately flooded his heart. Summoning his 2 companions, he dragged the corpse along, and with blue hair limping behind, fled down the stairs without looking back. The crowd packed onto the staircase, pressed to the sides one after another to make way for Baldi Jiang and his group. Gazing at the bloody trail smeared across the ground, many reddened their eyes and lowered their heads in silence. No one knew exactly what they were weeping for. Perhaps for this world they could no longer comprehend, perhaps for themselves and their families, perhaps simply because they had been terrified. Everyone, we all live in the same neighborhood. I'm sure you're all perfectly aware of what's been going on today. What kind of despicable deeds Lu Yongxin has been doing under the banner of the Residence Committee. You've all witnessed it with your own eyes. I won't say more than I have to. Jiang Lei wiped the bloodstains from his handgun, then bent down to pick up the bullets from the floor. Casting a glance at the crowd whose expressions varied wildly, he continued. I'm not going to make any promises like Lu Yongxin did. Right now I'm a murderer, so if you're in trouble, don't come looking for me. However, if you believe you have some skill, you may come talk to me tomorrow morning at 9. It'll be entirely voluntary, a chance to make new acquaintances. That's all for today. Please go home. A great many people at the scene turned woodenly and departed. Within the span of half an hour, the shock dealt to everyone had been monumental. Yet far more people either revealed a spark of longing or bowed their heads in contemplation. What exactly did believe you have some skill mean? Compared with Lu Yongxin's style of empty promises laced with half-threats and tricks to fool simpletons, Jiang Lei's words didn't sound quite as pleasant to the ear, yet somehow they felt more dependable. Gu Shuqin's lips were pressed so tightly they had turned bluish. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed someone killed before her very eyes. She had assumed her reaction would be far more intense, perhaps even scarring her with lasting shadows. But the dread of the deteriorating circumstances to come and the anxiety over her daughter's survival in the future had in an astonishingly short time overwhelmed the shock of witnessing a murder. Human beings in truth were never as fragile as they imagined themselves to be. The crowd dispersed, and Jiang Lei returned to his own home, settling onto the sofa. The chilled juice slid down his throat. He gave his cheeks a few pats, neither too light nor too heavy, and exhaled a long, deep breath. He could not judge whether what he had done today was right or wrong. This entire sequence of displays and assertions of dominance had in the space of a single morning completely overturned his former image as that wretched cuckolded husband, transforming him into a power within the residential compound. But at the same time he had revealed a great number of his hidden cards, and the hidden dangers he had sown were considerable. Such is the meaning of the saying, a tall tree catches the wind. And the timing was far too early. Even waiting another half a month when people broken by the apocalypse would be grateful for any scrap of charity he might bestow at this present juncture, it was far from certain. But Jiang Lei had no choice. The mysterious and utterly unscrupulous organization lurking behind Zhou Xiaolei exerted an oppressive pressure upon him that was simply too immense. Although they might well have encountered some mishap after the apocalypse began, the scale of their power was unequivocally another dimension entirely, one that Jiang Lei could not even begin to fathom. Therefore he had to scramble to piece together a measure of self-preservation before he could feel any peace of mind. Click-clack. Following the crisp metallic sound, the slide of the handgun was pulled back. Peering through the ejection port, the internal components gleamed with a sheen of oil, spotlessly clean. The recoil spring operated with smooth, powerful action, free of any sluggishness, clearly very well maintained. Toying with the weighty kilogram-and-a-half weapon in his hands, a crooked smile gradually curled at the corner of Jiang Lei's lips. There were gains and losses, and there was nothing more to be said about it. In his previous life at this point in time, Lu Yongxin's plan to kill the chicken, to scare the monkey, had proceeded with exceptional smoothness. He had never organized such a gathering at all. Until the moment Jiang Lei died, he had only known that Director Lu possessed a gun, but had never had the privilege of laying eyes upon it. At the very least, his own destiny had already begun to change, had it not. March 21st, early morning. The 5th day of the apocalypse. Wind force level 7. Temperature 37. 6°C. Airborne dust concentration extreme. Gu Shuqin's once plump, luscious red lips had grown considerably withered, appearing somewhat parched. She carefully moistened her daughter's lips with a touch of water, and under Shun Mingming's yearning gaze, she hardened her heart and tightened the bottle cap. She wiped the sweat from her brow, hesitated a moment, then gently licked her finger. Salty. Sweat, urine, cutaneous evaporation, respiration, feces. In such a scorching, arid environment, the human body was losing water with every passing second. A normal adult required approximately 2,000 to 2,500 milliliters of water per day, nearly 5 gene. This was a figure that ordinarily no one paid any heed to, yet in the apocalypse it became a source of utter despair. Glancing at the barely more than half a barrel of purified water remaining on the dispenser, a violent sense of crisis surged up from within her. The household had stocked several sacks of rice and flour, and quite a few snacks as well. Through deliberate frugality, there was temporarily no need to worry about food. But while the brain was issuing its water conservation commands, the body's organs paid them no heed whatsoever. Either give me water, or mucous membranes crack, body temperature spikes, palpitations, hypotension, and finally dehydration-induced collapse, and we all perished together. And the crisis Gu Shuqin now faced was precisely the authentic portrait of the vast majority of ordinary people at present. They say women are made of water, while men and animals smile, knowingly who the hell isn't. Physically speaking, a few anguished screams drifted in from the street near and then far, and in the span of a heartbeat were swallowed once more by the howling of wind and sand. Shin Mingming dropped the toy in her hands and hugged her mother's long legs, pressing her little face tightly against them, comforting. Gently stroking her daughter's soft silken hair, Gu Shuqin's mind drifted back to the scenes that had unfolded the day before. Thinking of that cuckolded fool who was perhaps at this very moment enjoying a marital bath with his wife, her pale, slender fingers involuntarily tightened their grip, and a peculiar thought suddenly popped into her head. On what basis? I want water too. I must go and see. Under the pressure of circumstances, certain decisions can always be translated into action remarkably swiftly. After giving her daughter another 2 sips of water, Gu Shuqin folded the fruit knife on the coffee table, carefully tucked it into her trouser pocket, and cautiously opened the door to head upstairs. Upon arriving at the place, Gu Shuqin was utterly dumbfounded. It was evident that those sharing her thoughts were by no means few. On the 6th floor landing, an exceedingly long queue had already formed. Some 20 or 30 people at the very least, the majority of whom were women in their 30s and 40s. Gu Shuqin was momentarily stunned, but then quickly pieced it together, and her expression grew rather peculiar. Jiang Lei had killed someone in broad daylight yesterday, and now his reputation for bloodlust preceded him. Yet while the residents feared him, they also knew his supplies were plentiful and were loath to forfeit the opportunity to gain an advantage. The man wielded both guns and crossbows. Taking him by force was out of the question, so they would have to try a softer approach. Young girls in their teens and 20s would certainly not dare to be sent over, but dressing up one's wife a bit, and sending her to sound things out. Surely that wasn't amiss, was it? If Jiang Lei truly were a bloodthirsty madman, he would never have spoken those measured, reasonable words after the killing yesterday. And so in times such as these, women always possessed certain advantages. Many such cunning folk had arrived at the same conclusion, giving rise to the bizarre tableau before them. Before Jiang Lei's door, nearly every attractive mature woman in the entire residential compound had nearly gathered. At the sight of Gu Shuqin ascending from below, the carefully dressed women in the queue cast distinctly unfriendly glances her way. Gu Shuqin's looks were neither cutesy nor styled in any Korean or Japanese fashion, nor laden with frivolous gimmicks. Her beauty was simply that of pure exquisite features with a stunning foundation. The aesthetic sensibilities of humanity's mainstream have been encoded in our genes for tens of thousands of years. Everyone present could at once discern the hierarchy, the subject herself included. Gu Shuqin had weathered more than enough of this particular brand of female hostility over the years. Combing back a strand of hair, she lowered her head and took her place at the very end of the line, keeping a deliberate distance from the fitness-trained mature woman ahead of her in pink yoga pants whose hips were extravagantly round and full. Raising her gaze slightly, she observed carefully. Aside from a few whose faces betrayed visible anxiety, most of those in the queue displayed little outward emotion. The atmosphere was conspicuously awkward. Even if the people didn't know one another intimately, at the very least they could recognize each other's faces, yet conversation between them was sparse, and no one dared approach to knock on the door ahead of time. So they simply waited, stalling. 9 o'clock in the morning. As Jiang Lei, yawning, slid open the door behind the security railing, the queued crowd instantly stirred into a commotion. Seeing the scene outside the door, Jiang Lei held his head in dismay. Most people here were not yet in dire straits. They had come to observe, perhaps hoping to find an opportunity to take advantage. This was far from a good sign for Jiang Lei. Even if he recruited people, now 99% would flee at the first sign of trouble. They would be of no use at all. Only after being battered by the apocalyptic world, after witnessing people sell their children for half a bottle of muddy water, husbands and wives turning against each other over a moldy steamed bun, and wives being pushed into another man's bed for half a cup of urine. Only then would people learn to accurately weigh the cost of survival against what they must give. Wait a moment, everyone. With people already gathered, Jiang Lei had no choice but to step up. To be honest, social management and reading people, skills of a leader, were not his strength at all. He returned to the room, fetched paper, pen, and a chair, and sat at the doorway, intending to have a brief chat with everyone. Less than half an hour later, Jiang Lei rubbed his temples and stood up. As expected, almost no one had come to genuinely join him. Not to mention the exorbitant demands. Some could actually bring themselves to ask for 5 days of work and 2 days off with food and lodging provided. Those who had never experienced true hardship could never learn empathy. Jiang Lei is a murderer. We shouldn't get too closely involved. If things improve in a few days, we'll all be implicated. He stocked so many supplies. Can't he help out a few neighbors? What kind of person is he? Such thoughts formed the majority of families' decisions. Even though everyone knew the world had changed, without experiencing true suffering, people could not shake their old ways of thinking. Jiang Lei had lived through the same in his past life. So there was no way to communicate with these people now. That one, Gu Shuqin. From now until 4 o'clock this afternoon, help me with some tasks, and I'll give you a pack of mineral water. Deal. A full pack. 6 bottles, 3,000 milliliters of purified water. At that price in the old world, even a Buddha could be persuaded to act. But in these times, Jiang Lei had no choice but to recruit whoever he could find. After all, he lacked everything, except water. All right. Gu Shuqin did not hesitate for a moment. She pushed through the crowd and strode toward Jiang Lei. What do you need me to do? Record everyone's skills, family situation, and address, then send them back to wait for further notice. Understood. Gu Shuqin raised a single daughter on her own, handling both income and household chores. She never faltered in her duties. Hearing this, murmurs of dissatisfaction rose from the crowd of women, but none escalated. Yesterday's demonstration of lethal force had done its job thoroughly. In novels, scenes like this always produced some foolish troublemaker. But in reality, those who truly meant harm almost never revealed themselves openly. 99% of their moves came from places you could not see. Jiang Lei, can I speak with you privately? A hurried voice rang out. Gu Shuqin turned to see the woman who had been ahead of her in line. The one in pink, presumably named Fan Rong, residing in Building 7. Competing for the task, then. She had to admit the woman was formidable. With an 80-point face, she just barely qualified as attractive, but her figure was commanding. Clad in tight pink yoga wear with nothing underneath, she stood out among the gathered women for her bold exposure. Gu Shuqin cautiously glanced at Jiang Lei, waiting for his response, her heart uneasy. No need for a private chat. We follow a unified recording process. I have other matters. I'll leave this to Gu Shuqin. Very well. A faint smile flickered across her face, barely visible but unmistakable. Jiang Lei, I have absolutely no water left at home. I beg you, I only need a little water to save my son. Are you really going to let him die? Fan Rong had completely broken down, her words spilling out uncontrollably. Before Jiang Lei could respond, a red-haired mature woman at the front of the queue exploded. Go die somewhere else. Can't you hear him? Everyone follows the same process. You have no water. Neither do I. The entire neighborhood, the whole country, the entire world is in this damn state. Go argue with heaven if you want. Line up or get lost. Northerners were known nationwide for their blunt and fierce temperaments. Once someone struck the match, others ignited at once, and the scene briefly slipped out of control. The women had been holding back their frustration. Each wanted to cut in line or seek special treatment. They had tolerated Gu Shuqin's charm, but who did this pink-clad woman think she was? With a figure like that acting entitled, beneath such a catastrophe, everyone's mood was terrible and their patience razor-thin. It was only the third day without water. Every household had hidden away some beverages and mineral water for survival. Why play the victim now? Fan Rong stood at the back of the queue, face flushed red, tears streaming down her cheeks etched with utter despair. She did not know about other families, but fate had cruelly singled hers out. Before the water shut off, only a few bottles of soda remained in the refrigerator. Since yesterday morning, not a single drop of water had passed her lips. She had been divorced from her husband for over 3 years and lived with her elderly father in the Laurent district. Her father had gone out searching for water the night before and vanished into the howling sandstorm. He had not returned. Adults could endure a little longer, but children possessed extremely low tolerance for heat and dehydration. Her son was already delirious with fever, his pulse sunken and weak, classic symptoms of severe dehydration. Without water he would truly die. Let me offer you a suggestion. Jiang Lei spoke, and the entire area fell silent at once. If there is truly no other way, you can give him your blood. But it must be left to settle for a while, and the quantity must be substantial. Otherwise it will be useless. Sterilize the blade, and prepare yourself for the possibility of losing your life. Jiang Lei was not lying. Blood's osmotic pressure is lower than that of body cells. Though nowhere near as effective as water, consuming a sufficient volume could indeed relieve thirst. That was why one had to drink arterial or venous blood, peripheral blood clotted upon exposure to air. This was common knowledge among survivors from his past life. Everyone present shuddered. Gu Shuqin's pin dropped to the ground, her slender fingers trembling violently. Had things truly come to this? Yet upon hearing Jiang Lei's words, Fan Rong's countenance calmed. A tragic smile graced her lips, but her eyes revealed a flicker of hope, a profoundly contradictory expression. Thank you. She gave a slight bow, then turned and walked away. Recording and queuing could wait. First she would save her son, if she survived at all. Wait. Just as Fan Rong's figure was about to disappear around the corridor corner, Jiang Lei suddenly raised his hand and called after her. After you save your son, bring him here. He can stay and work for me. Agreed. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Even Gu Shuqin was merely a temporary assistant. What gave this woman the right? In truth, Jiang Lei had long established his criteria for recruitment. Simple enough. First, the person must have experienced despair, or at least possess a clear-eyed understanding of the brutal reality of this new world. Second, they must have an immediate family member who could serve as a hostage. As for character and ability, he had no luxury to be selective now, nor could he accurately judge such things. The drawback of this approach was clear. Each person he took on would require bringing along several elderly, young, or sick dependents. For other apocalyptic teams, this would be fatal. But for Jiang Lei, it was a practical shortcut. Everything is hardest at the beginning. Trading insignificant supplies early on for genuine loyalty was a profit he could not lose. Jiang Lei retrieved a plastic bag from behind the railing and waved it before the stunned Fan Rong. Inside were 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 bottles of sports drinks, potassium chloride tablets, sodium lactate ringers, injection, and disposable syringes. Fluids, electrolytes, and acid-base balance, specifically designed to combat heat dehydration. He had prepared over a dozen such kits, waiting precisely for moments like this. Does anyone here work as a nurse or know how to administer 4 drips? Could you make a trip to Building 7 with these? In exchange, 2 bottles of mineral water. Me. I'll go. 2 hands shot up. Everyone seemed to have adapted to Jiang Lei's pricing method by now. The transition was remarkably smooth. That was a good sign. Jiang Lei selected the certified nurse, handed her the supplies, and waved her onward. Fan Rong, carried from hell to paradise, frantically wiped her nose and tears, bowing repeatedly to Jiang Lei. Her expression hovered between weeping and laughing, grotesquely comic. Yet no one else could bring themselves to smile. Watching the 2 figures hurry away, silence fell once more over the crowd. Envy was present, but no one wished to follow suit. None had yet reached that desperate point, placing one's own flesh and blood into the hands of a murderer subject to his whim. Only someone with nowhere left to run like Fan Rong could make such a decision. Being a temporary worker was safer after all. What followed proceeded with even greater ease. Those who had completed their registration departed with reluctance, arriving empty-handed, and leaving the same way, carrying home only expressions of deep melancholy. After the first batch had departed throughout the course of a single day, another dozen or so trickled in, men and women alike. Yet aside from Fan Rong, not a single one could meet Jiang Lei's requirements. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. Gu Shuqin accepted a pack of mineral water with both hands, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never imagined that the coarse texture of cheap plastic could one day bring such comfort to the heart. Her work today had been remarkably effortless, for Fan Rong assisted her from the sidelines, allowing her to slip downstairs from time to time to check on her daughter at home. Jiang Lei had covered the mother and daughter's water consumption for the entire day, grandly dubbing it a work meal, the sort one could drink to one's heart's content. Little Ming Ming had guzzled until her belly swelled round as a drum, and even wheedled a bottle of sweetened beverage from Jiang Lei. As for Fan Rong herself, she had drunk far more than her day's wages could account for. Alas, such good fortune was destined to last but a single day. She could perceive that Jiang Lei was profoundly dissatisfied with today's outcome. Everyone had come simply to claim what they could for free. To speak candidly, she could not quite fathom what Jiang Lei was about. No matter how abundant one's supplies, this was hardly the way to deploy them. Recruiting people. With the world already in such a state, what purpose would recruiting serve? Hauling sand. Yet as the one who had profited most today, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. I don't know what sort of person you're seeking, but this approach seems rather... Ahem. Clearing her throat softly, Gu Shuqin spoke with gentle warmth. You could select people according to your specific needs. Acquiring information about your neighbors isn't difficult. Everyone has lived here for quite some time. There's no need to summon them to register. Doing so makes you appear desperate, as though you're begging them. People are simply like that. Understood. You'll come again tomorrow morning to handle this matter. The wage will remain the same as today. Acceptable. Gu Shuqin stood rooted in astonishment, and then, as some sudden thought crossed her mind, a vivid blush suffused her cheeks in an instant. She had witnessed such scenes countless times before. Men who pursued her would invariably employ poorly timed pretexts to bestow upon her various favors. Had she truly wished to accept such advances, she would never have endured such hardship raising her daughter alone. Yet this time what Jiang Lei had offered was nothing less than life itself. Even were she to think only of her daughter, she could not bring herself to refuse. Ahem. Gazing at Gu Shuqin's retreating figure fleeing in disarray, Fan Rong beside them pursed her lips and cleared her throat with deliberate emphasis. What? I can do this job too, and I won't demand wages, boss. Huh. Jiang Lei could not help but laugh, twice a tacit acknowledgement of the title boss. Are you suggesting I may regard you as one of my own people? Fan Rong considered the matter with genuine gravity, glancing toward her son as he clambered and played among the railings, then nodded with solemn resolve. Yes. From the moment you saved Haraway's life. Very well. Jiang Lei had not anticipated that a casual jest would elicit such a solemn affirmation. But whether Gu Shuqin or Fan Rong, their present thoughts and perspectives remained far too narrow. For they knew nothing of that wretched organization, nothing of the 100 billion plus stockpile of supplies Jiang Lei possessed, nor that if he so wished he could transform the entire city of Binhai into a vast marshland. Manpower, trust, weapons, territory, security. These were what Jiang Lei valued above all else. The beginning of any endeavor is the hardest part. So long as the supplies from the Azure Realm could be converted into tangible power, such an exchange would constitute absolute triumph in his eyes. The apartment 702 next door to Jiang Lei became the new residence for Fan Rong and her son. Her current duties encompassed for the time being cooking, cleaning, tending the generator, and serving as Jiang Lei's attendant, ever prepared to receive his impromptu assignments. Apart from the forbidden entry into 701, all other miscellaneous affairs within Jiang Lei's domain had been entrusted to her. March 22nd, the 6th day of the apocalypse, temperature 38. 6C. In the living room of Unit 702, Building 4. How was your sleep last night? Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. At the dining table, Fan Rong gestured toward the air conditioner, her mature countenance illuminated with radiant smiles. The sweltering heat, the sandstorms, the parching thirst, the fear, the peril, as though all had vanished into thin air. The previous night had been the most peaceful slumber the mother and child had enjoyed in many days. Your skills are quite impressive. Jiang Lei swallowed the bacon roll, golden brown and crispy from the pan. Fan Rong's culinary talents could not be called peerless, but they far surpassed his own concoctions of miscellaneous ingredients mashed into a slurry. His quality of life had been elevated by a considerable margin. Thank you, uncle. Children of single-parent households mature before their years. When Fan Rong and her husband had divorced, little Haraway had still been too young to comprehend. In his innocent eyes, this strong and handsome uncle likely occupied the sacred position of father. Go play in the bedroom. Having dispatched her son, Fan Rong propped her chin upon one hand, her captivating almond eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Jiang Lei as he ate. Do you find me too old? Or not pretty enough? Huh. Or perhaps, having borne a child, do you find it unclean? Huh. Don't you men all harbor some inexplicable taboos? Which category do you fall into? Stop with the huh. You haven't even mentioned my greatest utility. It leaves me feeling rather uneasy, little boss. I certainly can't compare to Gu Shuqin in the pecking order, but surely I haven't reached the point of being entirely unusable, have I? Whether from the perspective of solving problems, or becoming one of your own people, or elevating trust. Is there any other shortcut between a man and a woman? Fan Rong gently transferred the fried egg from her own bowl onto Jiang Lei, surveyed her surroundings, and sighed softly. Let me phrase it differently. This environment is not one I should be enjoying, but I harbor selfish motives. I wish for Haraway to remain here. Whether as a hostage or otherwise, whatever you may call it, so long as you allow him to live well, my loyalty to you shall never waver. Is this what you desire? Jiang Lei did not hesitate this time, nodding as he spoke. Yes. Such words. Those people outside could not speak them, nor could Gu Shuqin, at least not at this moment. Only Fan Rong, who had confronted the specter of death directly and gained a clear understanding of the apocalypse's cruelty, could harbor such thoughts. Or perhaps the word should be resolve. It was a certain sensation, one Jiang Lei struggled to articulate. Perhaps it might be called the distinction between a person of peaceful times and a person of the apocalypse. This cognitive transformation in one's way of thinking. Some require ages to undergo, while others accomplish it in but a single instant. Upon hearing Jiang Lei's affirmative reply, Fan Rong seemed to relax entirely, yet moments later her willow leaf brows knit once more as she fell into contemplation. Jiang Lei lifted his gaze to glance at her, asking casually, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering, if you find it unclean, whether there exist other methods that might circumvent your psychological barriers." "There's no circumventing it." "Wait, that's not what I meant. I have no such barriers." Even as Jiang Lei sputtered in exasperation, a flicker of clarity illuminated his mind. His notorious reputation as a cuckold had echoed throughout the entire residential complex. What appeared to be Fan Rong's abrupt declaration was in truth a method akin to self-degradation, an unconventional means of conveying her thoughts and demonstrating her stance to him. Regardless of wherever Zhou Xiaoxiao might be, or what the nature of her current relationship with Jiang Lei was, Fan Rong had chosen to reveal her hand preemptively. In the lexicon of social dynamics, this placed her in a position of submission. For whatever manner in which Jiang Lei chose to handle their relationship, the initiative had been entirely ceded to him. Although following his rebirth Jiang Lei had become utterly indifferent to the matter of his cuckold reputation, Fan Rong remained ignorant of this fact. In her earnest efforts to circumvent the minefield that was Zhou Xiaoxiao, she had simultaneously made abundantly clear what she was willing to sacrifice and what she hoped to gain. Though all were pretexts, there exists a fundamental distinction between excuses others construct on your behalf and those you devise yourself. You needn't resort to such measures. Jiang Lei set down his chopsticks and shook his head. Very well. Fan Rong rose to clear the dishes, bestowing upon him a sweet and radiant smile. Gazing upon her retreating figure, so light and buoyant, Jiang Lei scratched his nose with a faint sense of wonder. When one's fundamental interests are at stake, everyone in this world proves themselves shrewd. Nowhere will you find a fool. Noon, 12 o'clock. Jiang Lei stretched his limbs before his writing desk, upon which rested a small notebook, its pages filled with chaotic scrawls of patterns and text that resembled demonic script. These were all fragments from his previous life, recorded in a manner comprehensible only to himself. People, events, episodes, chronological milestones, even the idle chatter exchanged while boasting with other survivors. Whatever came to mind, he would commit it to paper. Whether it was merely his imagination, he could not say, but as the duration of his reborn existence lengthened, the details of his memories from the previous life began growing increasingly indistinct. This filled Jiang Lei with profound dread, for beyond the azure realm these memories constituted his greatest trump card. Boss, time to eat. Fan Rong's magnetic voice rose from beyond the door. Jiang Lei carefully secreted the notebook away, concealing it within the drawer beneath his desk. As the door of Unit 701 swung open, Fan Rong stood in the doorway, beckoning to him with an alluring crook of her finger. Just as Jiang Lei prepared to step out, his entire gaze suddenly froze rigid. What in the world are you wearing? Compared to yesterday, Fan Rong was now wearing a purple yoga outfit. But it was shorter, tighter, and thinner. My hobby is fitness. I have plenty of clothes like these. Her athletic and toned legs displayed a stunning S-curve in all its glory. Was this thing really meant for yoga? Jiang Lei harbored great doubts. Fan Rong's behavior actually gave him a particularly familiar feeling, because in most teams from his past life, both men and women would do this. As long as the dominant party was of the opposite sex, the weaker one would always find ways to make something happen. Security, a closer relationship, or simply an insurance policy. At the end of the day, it all meant the same thing. Having even the faintest bond was better than nothing. He could only envy such situations in his past life, lacking the means to make others do things for him. But now that it was happening in this life, he found it wasn't so easy to handle. The two arrived at the living room of 702. Jiang Lei paused, noting the intense heat. Is the air conditioner broken? No, it was turned off last night. There's barely any diesel left on the roof. It's fine, turn it on. Jiang Lei couldn't tell Fan Rong that in the Azure Realm, he still had hundreds of tons of various fuels. Perhaps we could live together. That would be more economical. Jiang Lei tapped his forehead. This woman was completely focused on how to seduce him with no other thoughts. Let's eat. He blinked hard, and when he looked up, Fan Rong, who was sitting across the dining table, had somehow vanished. After a while, after a simple cleanup, they sat facing each other on opposite sides of the table. However, Jiang Lei's personal happiness couldn't be shared with others. In fact, most ordinary people were now beginning to face true despair. Their water supplies were running out. While most households had stored some food, few had accumulated large reserves of drinking water. Food could be rationed by maintaining minimum intake, but water couldn't be saved the same way. When you feel thirsty, you can hold back from drinking, but when the hot, dry air makes you stop urinating and sweating, leaving you dizzy and weak, you'd better replenish your fluids quickly. The streets outside had essentially become lawless zones with poor visibility, creating the perfect environment for all kinds of crime. Thieves and rioters, whether in small groups or large mobs wearing face coverings and wielding weapons, roamed about. But just yesterday, they might have been ordinary law-abiding citizens huddled safely in their homes. Due to information isolation, the explosions and gunshots that had lasted for over 10 hours the day before yesterday were passed along through different residential communities and apartment buildings as countless versions. Some claimed it was a large group of rioters besieging official institutions, while others said the extreme heat caused an ammunition depot to catch fire and explode. However, all these reports had obvious flaws, and only one piece of news aligned with logic. Yet it was precisely what frightened people the most: the military. Chinese soldiers indeed possessed iron discipline and faith, but they were also human, with parents, wives, and children. When the families of large numbers of soldiers faced the threat of death, discipline and faith might no longer be able to restrain a heart filled with urgency and despair. Jiang Lei was aware of this incident, but after it the authorities took follow-up measures. Aside from maintaining one light and one heavy combined arms battalion along with a special operations brigade to guard the Binshurno, one shelter base, the remaining forces essentially sealed their weapons and disbanded on site, keeping only the most capable personnel scattered across various locations to assist both official and civilian organizations in establishing their own shelters. The large-scale discharge of active-duty professional soldiers back home had far-reaching consequences for Binshi's future, bringing both positive and negative effects. The official self-rescue efforts were undoubtedly successful. Supplies, equipment, top-tier talent, and massive water reserves were relocated to various shelters, preserving the core of armed strength. Yet simultaneously, it significantly eroded governmental authority and public trust, allowing citizens to more clearly perceive humanity's insignificance and powerlessness in the face of catastrophic disaster. Jiang Lei had even heard in his previous life that this incident was orchestrated from above. Fima Residential Quarter, Building 1, room 401. Old man, we're running low on water at home. What should we do? Eat and drink as usual, he replied, and on his usually gloomy face a tender smile emerged as he looked at the ordinary woman who had stood by him throughout their life. What nonsense, Hu Yujia rolled her eyes. Whose family isn't measuring water drop by drop these days? Who dares to waste it? Lu Yongxin's mouth twitched. A comment about someone still bathing would have been met with disbelief. Just then a rustling sound came from the entrance. Hu Yujia quickly retreated to the bedroom, while Lu Yongxin rose from his seat and reached into his inner pocket. Dad. Upon seeing his son enter, Lu Yongxin returned to the sofa. Lu Jingtao rushed into the house without bothering to change shoes, his face alight with excitement as he swept sand from his clothes and headed toward the living room. Steady there. Like father, like son. The apocalypse had come suddenly, and the world had changed too fast. Lu Yongxin felt anxious inside, but there was little he could do. After all, he'd spoiled his son growing up. Dad, the Xiaoming Dharma Society agreed to cooperate with us. At that moment, Hu Yujia handed her son half a bottle of mineral water. The cool, purified water slid down his throat, quenching his parched body. Lu Jingtao drained it in 3 or 4 gulps, licking the rim of the bottle, clearly unsatisfied. How exactly would we cooperate? Lu Yongxin leaned forward. President Wang just said that we'd handle luring the residents to open their doors, and they'd do the rest, then split the proceeds 8-20. We get 20%. Dream on. Lu Yongxin stirred through the ashtray, selected a longer cigarette, but lit it, and took a pull before asking, what exactly is this Dharma Society, and what's their scheme? The Xiaoming Dharma Society claims that heaven has obscured the sun and moon, withdrawn the sweet rain from the mortal world, and sent forth fierce winds and yellow sand to punish the world's resentments and evils. Their goal is to restore the sun and moon, eliminate disasters, and bring clarity back to the world. Lu Yongxin sneered, glancing out the window at the swirling yellow sand before letting out a soft sigh. This world has fallen apart so quickly. Any number of monsters have come crawling out of the woodwork. Lu Jingtao hesitated before speaking. That I think we should just agree. Even if their claim about controlling the whole city sounds like braggadocio, I've seen firsthand these past couple days that they've got plenty of men. With just the two of us, getting 20% is already decent. The sight of his son's foolishness made Lu Yongxin lose his temper. He pulled something from his pocket and slammed it onto the table with a sharp click. What's this? A heavy, sturdy handgun with broad grips featuring brown wood paneling on either side. The iconic M1911, America's century-old classic. During the Vietnam War, Liu Yongxin had stolen not only his own unit's weapon, but also an enemy rifle, and somehow managed to bring it all back. Regardless of his character, you had to admit he was certainly resourceful. Liu Jingtao showed no surprise at the sight of the gun. He clearly already knew about it, yet still shrank his neck as he stammered. "We do have a gun, but there are only 3 bullets left." Before he could finish, Liu Yongxin snatched up an empty bottle from the table and threw it at him. "How did I ever father an idiot like you? You and I know about this. Do those charlatans know? They're already extorting an outrageous price. If you go through with this your way, you won't get your 20%, and you might just lose your life in the process." March 23rd, the 7th day of the apocalypse, temperature 39. 3°C. Scorching winds, raging sandstorms, hunger and thirst everywhere. Chaos reigned. Even the most short-sighted fools and inveterate optimists could no longer harbor any hope for the situation. Jiang Lei sat on a small chair by the landing of the 6th floor with 2 alluring and beautiful figures standing behind him. In front of him stood 3 men slightly bowing their bodies. "Jiang. Boss Jiang." Du Hui wore a smile on his face, but inwardly he was lamenting. Just a few days ago the two had just met downstairs, and who would have thought that after such a short time everything would be so different upon their next encounter? "How about your consideration? Everything else is fine, it's just, can our family members not come over first? Besides, you can't accommodate them here anyway. I'll arrange the accommodation, you don't need to worry about that. This requirement is my bottom line." "All right then, Boss Jiang, from now on wherever you point east we will never go west." Without even a proper struggle, as soon as Jiang Lei spoke, Du Hui hurriedly nodded in agreement. The 2 men behind him were also around 30 years old with broad shoulders and thick arms, veins bulging on their forearms. Both were in the prime of their lives, and they hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. It was clear that the 3 of them had already worked things out long ago. Then it settled. Jiang Lei took out 3 sets of settlement payments from under the table and tossed them carelessly onto the table. Seeing the items, Du Hui and the other 3 exchanged glances, and these 3 tough men actually felt their eyes well up with tears. They were all residents of Building 5, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. Their homes were basically running out of supplies, but unlike Fan Rong, a widow with an orphan child, they still had one last option: going out to the street to take their chances. The phrase, "take their chances," here was not an exaggeration at all. Given the chaotic situation outside, even for 3 strong young men, it was uncertain whether they could make it back. Shuqin go with them and briefly record the family situations. Apart from food, drink, and clothing along with basic daily necessities, don't bring anything else over. All right. After everyone left, Jiang Lei stood up and knocked on the door of room 601. "Old Chi, I know you're home. I have something to tell you. If you don't open the door soon, I'm coming in through the window." After knocking for quite a while with no response, Jiang Lei impatiently increased his force. A few sounds came from inside the room, and the door was slowly opened. "Jiang. Boss Jiang, I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. Don't kill me, I beg you. I don't have many years left to live." Stop. I'm not here today to talk about that. Starting now, Building 4 is temporarily under my management. My people will all be living here, so you need to clear out the apartment." Thank you, Boss Jiang. I'll pack up right away." Auntie Chi nodded repeatedly, her head covered in sweat, and her cracked lips spoke in a very hoarse voice. Ever since he forced Zhou Xiaoxiao to talk, Jiang Lei had been able to clarify many of the grudges from his past life. People like Auntie Chi were indeed detestable, but indiscriminately slaughtering these elderly men and women did not serve his current interests. After all, with him around, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in this lifetime. Wouldn't it be better to let these people slowly die of thirst and hunger and despair? "Jiang. Boss Jiang, can I also follow you?" Auntie Chi watched Fan Rong's slender neck swallow the drink, and she could only feel the burning in her own throat intensify. Even if Jiang Lei didn't kill her, she knew she wouldn't live long either, so she might as well try to bargain. Oh, Jiang Lei was quite surprised. He wasn't going to kill her, and yet she was voluntarily offering herself. What can you do? The adult world has never been a matter of black and white. In fact, 90% of it is gray. It all depends on one's own interests. Even a piece of trash has its own use. I can't speak for other places, but in our FIMA residential compound with these 12 buildings, I'm quite familiar with every household. Auntie Chi was desperate, having been thoroughly terrified over the past 2 days. Her home had run out of water the night before, and even without Jiang Lei's arrival, she would have had to venture out anyway. Fan Rong, standing behind him, gently tugged at Jiang Lei's clothes. Auntie Chi was being modest. She knew far more than just quite familiar. Everything worth knowing and things that shouldn't be known she could basically dig up. Just a few years ago, when she divorced and moved here less than 3 days, her ex-husband's full name and where he worked had already been thoroughly investigated by the Auntie's intelligence system. All right, I'll give you this opportunity. In our Building 4, besides you, me, and Gu Shuqin, there are still 4 households remaining. If you can get them all to move out before tomorrow, I'll let you join us. Jiang Lei waved his hand, and Fan Rong behind him placed 4 bags of settlement payments into his hands. The items here are meant as compensation for those who move out. If you have the ability, whatever remains is yours. Also don't deduct anything from blind old man he's share. Old man he residing in 101 was a blind widower nearing 70 years of age. Jiang Lei couldn't possibly take him in and support him, so this was considered a final act of kindness. Don't worry, boss. Auntie Chi immediately tore open one of the bags and took out a bottle of mineral water, pouring it directly into her mouth. Jiang Lei simply pretended not to see. What kind of person, what kind of use? The 4 remaining households in Building 4, 3 elderly families and 1 girl with depression, were of no use to Jiang Lei. He had no intention of running a welfare home. Actually, calling it eviction was generous. They could still live in the original homes of Fan Rong and Du Hui, so it was more like a housing exchange. Besides, those 2 old creatures on the 4th and 5th floors weren't exactly decent people. They had bullied him plenty both before and after the apocalypse. Auntie Chi was useful for now, but for those 2 households, Jiang Lei hadn't killed them directly, which was already being lenient. He was too lazy to see those disgusting faces again, so having Auntie Chi handle the eviction saved him considerable trouble. There was no need to wait until tomorrow at all. By dinner time, Auntie Chi had come to report back. However, a minor issue had arisen. Boss, the other 3 households agreed, but Ding Chuxin in 201 refuses to move no matter what. In the corridor on the 6th floor, only Jiang Lei and Auntie Chi stood facing each other. Fan Rong wasn't by his side. She was currently clearing sand from the rooftop terrace. This might be the difference between a 31-year-old woman and an 18-year-old girl. She wouldn't become entitled or expect special treatment just because of what had happened between her and Jiang Lei. The sand and soil on the rooftop had accumulated to nearly half a meter thick. Clearing the scorching gravel under extreme heat and fierce winds was grueling long-term labor, yet she endured it willingly. When given the chance, she would put on makeup and wear alluring clothes darting around Jiang Lei. But in her daily life, she would appear barefaced, wearing a sun hat and face covering, working among the yellow sands. She was 7 years older than Jiang Lei and raising a child, so she knew she had to prove her value as much as possible. Ding Chuxin. Jiang Lei blinked. His knowledge of this girl was truly limited. He only knew she was very young and suffered from depression. Before and after the apocalypse, she had kept to herself in her own little world until she was ultimately murdered. Jiang Lei's gaze met Auntie Chi's slightly evasive eyes. It went without saying that the other 3 households certainly didn't want to move either, since no one wishes to leave their home during times like these. However, under Jiang Lei's authority, their opinions held no weight. What's going on? Jiang Lei didn't believe that the shrewd Auntie Chi failed to understand his intentions. That young girl said she wants to serve you, and after careful observation, although she's dirty and unkempt, she has good features underneath. What matters most is her youth. She's only 19 years old. Jiang Lei's vision blurred for a moment. The Auntie Chi from his past life and this one seemed to merge together at this instant, bringing a sense of familiarity. Perhaps his passive skill had maxed out the madam talent, because even after his rebirth, he couldn't prevent her from returning to that promising profession in the apocalypse. In your eyes, do I really look like some pervert who bullies a mentally ill girl? No. Auntie Chi waved her hands frantically in fright. That young girl knows a lot about the internet and electronic devices. I was thinking she might be useful to keep around. Besides, this old woman is alone, not sure how much longer I have to live. I want to adopt a granddaughter and taste that family warmth before I die. It'd be worth it. As she spoke, Auntie Chi's eyes actually turned red. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Lei's expression and continued, the 2 of us can share 1 portion of salary. No need to trouble you further, boss. This old woman used to judge people by appearances. You're someone who accomplishes great things, and in this broken world you still care for elderly and helpless people like us. Heaven will bless you. Hiss. Jiang Lei sucked in a cold breath. This old lady had all her passive skills maxed out, terrifying as hell. Jiang Lei knew perfectly well she was talking nonsense, and he understood her true intentions, yet she somehow managed to frame everything as a heartwarming tale of an elder helping the weak, a grandfather and granddaughter relying on each other. In his past life, countless young men and women perished silently in that desperate catastrophe. The fact that this old woman survived until the end while Jiang Lei himself died, and she outlived him, wasn't without reason. Old Chi, you're the best. Jiang Lei sincerely gave her a thumbs up, thoroughly convinced. You flatter me. Get lost. After a while, Du Hui's group, 3 families with their dependents, also arrived at Building 4 to report, covered in dust under Gu Shuqin's guidance. They were settled into units 501, 502, and 401 by family. Besides the 3 strong young men already under Jiang Lei's command, there was now an elderly couple, 3 married women, and 2 children. In the living room of 702, Jiang Lei, Fan Rong, and Gu Shuqin sat around the coffee table. For the first time visiting the 7th floor, Gu Shuqin stared blankly at the air conditioning vent, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. There's electricity here. Wearing a blue silk nightgown, Fan Rong glanced at the somewhat disheveled Gu Shuqin and raised her pointed chin with a hint of satisfaction. What good is being beautiful? After 5 or 6 days without a bath, she still stinks, doesn't she? In comparison, she had felt like she was living in paradise these past 2 days. Aside from a bit of numbness, everything was nearly perfect. After her surprise faded, Gu Shuqin pressed her lips together and lowered her head. Fan Rong's casual posture and certain small details in her interactions with Jiang Lei could hardly go unnoticed by another woman. But she was Jiang Lei's legitimate subordinate, not some ambiguously positioned mistress like Fan Rong. Having suffered deeply in her early years, Gu Shuqin was extremely sensitive about status and relationships, and she was satisfied with her current situation. Seeing the other woman lower her head in defeat, Fan Rong felt an immediate surge of accomplishment, her mood lifting instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei sat to the side, deeply engrossed in writing something, completely unaware of the silent confrontation beside him. Even if beaten to death, he would never have guessed that a battle between women could be so superficial and unadorned. Take a look at both of you. If you have any opinions, be sure to speak up. I'm not good at this. What was written on the paper was Jiang Lei's temporary arrangement for his subordinates. Currently, they were roughly divided into two groups, the logistics team and the patrol team. The names didn't matter much, they would just use these titles for now. The patrol team consisted of 4 adult men, including himself. Apart from Jiang Lei, the other 3 resided on the second floor, responsible for the vigilance and security of the entire building. The logistics team included everyone from Annie Chi down to the 4 children, 13 people in total. Their current responsibilities covered cooking, cleaning, and all other miscellaneous tasks. The current arrangement was that everyone shared the same communal meals. Each day, Jiang Lei would distribute ration supplies to Gu Shuqin, who would then distribute them further. The 3 patrol team members, however, received higher supply quotas. If they participated in combat in the future, there would be additional rewards, such as food, tobacco, alcohol, and water. Such a personnel structure was unimaginable in his past life. In the apocalypse, all teams, regardless of their nature and relationships, were fundamentally composed of young and middle-aged men and women. Elderly people and children were extremely rare. But Jiang Lei went against this convention, abandoning almost all advantages, including combat effectiveness and survival capability, in exchange for extreme stability and high loyalty. When it came to serious matters, Fan Rong also immediately pulled herself together. The 2 women carefully studied Jiang Lei's handwritten notes, as if nothing had happened moments before. Everything else is fine, but forgive my bluntness. If we consider ourselves a company, there's currently no revenue stream. It's just the boss paying wages and feeding the employees. Gu Shuqin might have had other concerns, but Fan Rong was already firmly tied to Jiang Lei, so she spoke more directly. Well, the initial supplies are still relatively sufficient. Let's keep things as they are for now and discuss revenue later. As for this point, Jiang Lei had little to say. Other teams ultimately sought to compete for supplies, especially water. His current approach was absolutely incomprehensible to others. If it couldn't be explained, then don't explain it. Then, there shouldn't be any other issues. Seeing Jiang Lei's firm attitude, Fan Rong sighed lightly and stopped pressing the matter, though her eyes still filled with worry. Unit 701, where Jiang Lei resided, was off limits, and she had never entered it, so she didn't know exactly how many supplies were stored inside. But regardless, there was a limit to it all. Supplying over a dozen people without any rational basis, consuming resources without replenishment. This simply couldn't continue indefinitely. Currently, aside from cooking and cleaning the remaining rooms, the logistics team has no other work. We still have 4 women under 40. Could they take on some of the daily duties of the patrol team? For instance, guarding the doors. That'll work, but it can only be a temporary measure, not a permanent arrangement. Jiang Lei thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Security was paramount, and Du Hui and the others did carry a heavy burden. Having women assist from the sidelines was indeed a good solution. It was already 10:30 in the evening. Accompanied by the 2 women, Jiang Lei walked from the 6th floor down to the 2nd floor to inspect his territory. Good evening, boss. We haven't slept yet, boss. Warm, respectful smiles met him, sharply contrasting with the pitch-black night sky and swirling sandstorms outside the windows. The heavy, despairing atmosphere from before was gone. Jiang Lei had imposed various restrictions on his subordinates' food rations, mostly consisting of instant foods. However, the water quota was quite generous, ensuring adequate replenishment even with heavy daily exertion. The living rooms of every household were in disarray, with belongings both brought by themselves and left by the original residents, yet to be tidied up. At the door of room 201, Jiang Lei noticed it was slightly ajar. He pushed it open casually, but an inexplicable odor hit him and the 2 women behind, forcing them to retreat several steps. There was no room to step on the floor, which was covered in mysterious stains strewn with miscellaneous items, trash, packaging bags, and clumps of dried tissue paper. A slender petite figure was rummaging through this massive pile of garbage, with several suitcases and handbags already placed beside her. The entire 2nd floor had to be handed over to the patrol team's jurisdiction as the building's security checkpoint. That's why Ding Shuxin was packing her belongings, preparing to move to room 601 upstairs to live with her newly acquired adoptive grandmother. Oh my goodness, why aren't you finished packing yet? Auntie Chi suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Lei. Covering her nose, she hesitated for a moment before squeezing past the 3 and rushing into the room. People moving over from the other buildings have almost finished unpacking. Why is it taking you so much effort just to move up and down these stairs? Auntie Chi was frantically trying to help Ding Shuxin, but was stopped by the girl's slender, frail hand. Auntie, Grandma Chi, I can do it myself. There were several monitors along with various controllers, handheld consoles, tablets, VR headsets, and other nameless electronic devices. There's no electricity left, my dear girl. These things can't be eaten or drunk. Why on earth are you bringing them along? Let her keep them. Hearing the voice, Ding Chuxin turned around. Meeting Jiang Lei's gaze for a mere half-second, she hastily lowered her head. The three standing outside the door widened their eyes in astonishment. It was hard to imagine that an unkempt, dirty girl, with hair so greasy it was matted in knots, could actually evoke such a breathtaking sense of wonder. Perhaps due to years of staying indoors, Ding Chuxin's skin possessed a rare snow-white pallor, and her delicate features resembled a finely crafted work of art, giving her an almost surreal quality of translucency. Her beauty was entirely different from the striking classic elegance of Gu Shuqin. Yet there was no denying they belonged to the very same tier. No wonder Annie Chi had been so confident, even daring to defy Jiang Lei's orders to confront him face-to-face for her sake. If this girl dolled herself up, she'd be absolutely stunning. Whenever I saw her in the neighborhood before, she always wore a black mask and crept along the walls like a little mouse. Who would have thought she was such a hidden gem? What are you getting so excited about? Aren't you jealous? Jiang Lei turned and whispered to Fan Rome behind him. Why would I be jealous? Nothing is set in stone yet. Besides, look around you. You're practically surrounded by older women. I don't want others thinking you share the same taste as Boss Chow. What's wrong with the gin and style? Jiang Lei reached out, intending to pinch Fan Rome's buttocks, but his hand slipped because they were too ample and round, failing to grab any flesh. Beside them, Gu Shuqin's face flushed crimson. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she turned her head away. This couple would say absolutely anything. They truly had no shame. Just as the awkwardness outside the door reached its peak, the two inside the room walked out. Although he knew it was impolite, Jiang Lei couldn't help but take a step back. The stench was simply overwhelming. Those pajamas were originally pink, right? Damn, they had been worn so long they were practically blackish pink. How could such a beautiful girl let herself get this filthy? Take her to your room and give her a good wash. Jiang Lei whispered to Fan Rome. The girl's level of untidiness was so extreme that even a rough man like him found it hard to look at. The women all headed upstairs while Jiang Lei stepped into room 202 next door. The room was filled with various fitness equipment. On the table lay steel pipes, machetes, and two long spears made of thin steel rebars. Boss. Shui Songjia and Yu Jian put down their dumbbells and stood up to greet Jiang Lei. Inside the storage room, Du Hui, who was doing a handstand, heard the noise and hastily walked out. Don't overwork that leg of yours. I'm fine. The old injury healed long ago, it won't get in the way. Du Hui patted his bare chest and twirled the dagger in his hand with a flourish. Since he was the only one who had served in the military, he currently led this three-man patrol squad. At night, they took turns on guard duty. Two would sleep on the second floor, while one kept watch on the first floor platform. Jiang Lei couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. His crew truly was a collection of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Come find me tomorrow morning. I have a mission for you. Understood, boss. Du Hui agreed excitedly without even asking what the mission was. Everyone was well aware of the current situation. They were entirely dependent on the boss's supplies to survive. As for food, every household still had some stock left. But watching barrels of purified water being carried down from the 7th floor, everyone felt a mix of joy and heavy anxiety. How could they go on with resources only going out and nothing coming in? Now that the boss had a plan, the three men naturally felt at ease. Whatever the mission entailed, whether stealing or plundering, as long as the boss gave the word in this current environment, there seemed to be nothing they wouldn't do. March 24th, the 8th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 40. 7°C. Opening his eyes groggily at 7:20 a.m., the sky outside was still pitch black. In this post-apocalyptic world, natural light was barely sufficient for visibility, only from around 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. The rest of the time was shrouded in near total darkness. After washing up, he fed and watered the two on the balcony, let them use the toilet, and locked them back inside. Once the double-layered steel rebar guardrails on both the inside and outside of the balcony were welded, Jiang Lei untied the two. Otherwise, the scorching heat could easily suffocate or kill them if they remained bound. Over the past few days, he had been busy consolidating his forces and paid very little attention to them. Every night, Zhou Xiaoxiao would share fragments of her memories with Jiang Lei. Sometimes they were snippets of conversations with Zhou Xiaolei, and other times they were interactions with certain seeds. For the most part, it was scattered, useless information with little to no practical value. Yet Jiang Lei did not dismiss it. He even gave Zhou Xiaoxiao pen and paper to record her recollections. The longer the timeline stretched and the more intricate the details became, the less likely it was that Zhou Xiaoxiao was fabricating her story. In matters of such critical importance, Jiang Lei was always exceedingly patient and never feared taking pains. Furthermore, he was intensely curious to see what Zhou Xiaoxiao would actually give birth to. A genetic modification. A chromosomal mutation. This unborn infant would hold the answers to most of the enigmas lingering in his mind. At the same time, Jiang Lei did not believe that a newborn life would be like something out of a movie, covered in a thick cuticle, possessing Herculean strength, and sporting razor-sharp, scythe-like mouthparts. Carbon-based life forms had their own biological boundaries and principles. If that wicked organization possessed such godlike technology, they wouldn't have needed to resort to these conspiracies before the apocalypse. When he entered room 702 next door, Fan Rong had already prepared breakfast: crispy fried sesame balls, soy milk fried eggs, and pickled vegetables. Although these were pre-packaged foods Jiang Lei had scavenged from the supermarket, they felt extraordinarily luxurious in the apocalypse. Every day Fan Rong would feed little Hao Rui early and let him play in the bedroom, carving out some private time for herself and Jiang Lei. Just like now, as Jiang Lei ate, Fan Rong clung to him like a seductive serpent, pressing herself tightly against him. "Can you please just let me eat in peace?" Jiang Lei sighed. This was hardly a proper way to have a meal. "You eat yours and I'll eat mine." Just then the doorbell rang. Fan Rong pulled her heavy voluptuous chest away from Jiang Lei's arm and ran to answer the door. Since they had more hands now, the people downstairs inevitably had matters to report and couldn't always rely on shouting. Thus Jiang Lei had retrieved a doorbell from the Azure Realm the previous night and installed it. "It's Du Hui. He's waiting on the 6th floor, saying you asked him to come yesterday." Whenever there was serious business, Fan Rong could instantly banish all her coquettishness. Like a highly professional secretary, she always handled everything flawlessly. "Yes, I need to see him." Jiang Lei quickly wolfed down his remaining food and hurried out. "Boss." At first Jiang Lei didn't notice, but when he finally realized, he touched his neck. Lipstick. While Jiang Lei wiped it off, Du Hui turned his face away, seemingly engrossed in inspecting the fortress his boss had constructed. Despite his rugged, towering build, the man was quite sharp. "Ahem. Follow me." The two passed through 3 security doors and arrived at the 7th floor corridor, where a table was set up. Jiang Lei pulled something from his pocket and handed it over. "The gun is in excellent condition. Even though this piece is decades old, that old fellow Lu Yongxin still knows his craft." Although Du Hui had never handled a Type 54 pistol during his military service, the mechanics of firearms were fundamentally the same, and he figured it out after tinkering with it for a moment. Of course, Jiang Lei had already removed the bullets. "This is the takedown latch. Pull it up and press it in. Once open, the topmost part is the slide stop, which connects to the firing pin and firing pin safety. At the front are the barrel and the recoil spring." For over an hour, Du Hui patiently disassembled and reassembled the firearm, while Jiang Lei studied diligently, asking a few questions now and then. For maintenance, gun oil is of course the best, commonly known as 3-in-1 oil, offering cleaning, lubrication, and anti-rust properties. If unavailable, butter and Vaseline will have to suffice. As for other supplies, there were none, but Jiang Lei had scavenged plenty of butter from various supermarkets. Seeing him finally able to disassemble and reassemble the pistol independently, Du Hui hesitated before adding, "Boss, constantly oiling isn't good for the gun either. Regular maintenance and daily wiping will suffice." "I understand. Go about your business." Jiang Lei waved Du Hui away and took up a small brush, carefully applying butter to the gun barrel himself. Du Hui had no idea of the existence of the erosion. In truth, it had long been ravaging everything around all of them. It simply waited for its moment to strike, roughly a month and a half into the apocalypse. By then, from large objects like automobiles, generators, bicycles, and water pumps down to crude knives and iron rods, all metallic artifacts, if one wished to continue using them, would demand maintenance costs both in human labor and materials 10 to dozens of times greater than before. Jiang Lei had placed an assortment of metal pieces of varying sizes and materials by his bedroom bedside. Several of the smaller ones were already showing specks of rust. For vital and precise life-saving tools, such as firearms, ordinary maintenance habits were no longer suitable for use in the apocalypse. After properly maintaining the pistol, Jiang Lei took out the wallet holding ammunition from his pocket, carefully cleaned and oiled the 71 gleaming handgun rounds within, filled the magazine, and then stored the remainder in his pocket. Storing them in the Azure Realm would avoid the erosion's effects, but since these items had to be taken out for use anyway, once exposed to moisture, the erosion would corrode the firearms even more viciously, so it was better to keep them outside. At lunchtime, Gu Shuqin mentioned to Jiang Lei that more people had come to register that morning, and many expressed dissatisfaction, arguing that Jiang Lei should treat everyone equally and not select people based on personal preference, especially during these difficult times when mutual aid among neighbors was essential. Jiang Lei scoffed and told Gu Shuqin to continue recording. She need not concern herself with them. The day before yesterday, when there were still reserves at home, they had all come to watch the spectacle. Now they were growing anxious. That was far from it. The good days still lay ahead. Having recorded so much information over the past couple of days, supplemented by Aunt Chi's efforts to fill in the gaps, Jiang Lei already had several targets in mind. As for the others, forget it. Fima residential quarter, located at the southernmost edge of Bin City, was less than 10 kilometers from the urban-rural fringe, and the surrounding population had always been sparse. Therefore, after the apocalypse arrived, no large criminal syndicates had set their sights on the quarter, only petty thieves skulking about posed minor troubles unable to cause significant harm to residents. But today was destined to be a bloody day. Because of Jiang Lei's sudden emergence, Lu Yongxin tore off his mask and colluded with outsiders, advancing the timing of his attack on the quarter's residents by at least half a month, an outcome he himself had not anticipated. Under the butterfly effect, the developments around Jiang Lei had completely diverged from the trajectory of his past life, hurtling toward an unknown direction. Room 102, Building 12, Fima Residential Quarter. A woman, her face smudged with grime and her body carrying a faint sour odor of sweat, gazed at the last few bottles of mineral water on the table with a deeply troubled expression. "Mama, I'm thirsty." The 7-year-old boy looked at the crystal-clear water in the bottle, his eyes filled with longing, stripped of his usual spoiled demeanor. "Give Tao Tao a couple of sips." Just as the woman wrestled with indecision, her husband emerged from the storage room, wearing a hat and face covering with an empty travel bag slung over his shoulder. "You're going out to find water?" The woman's eyes instantly filled with worry and terror. She rose to her feet and grabbed her husband's clothing. "It's fine, I'll just look around nearby, won't go far." The man gently removed the woman's hand, glanced at the mineral water bottles on the table, and licked his cracked lips. "Take a bottle with you." The woman's tone brooked no argument. The outside was unlike home. The scorching wind and sand lashed against exposed skin, causing sweat to evaporate rapidly, and the human body lost water even faster. The man was hesitating when a soft knock suddenly sounded at the door. "Who is it?" He pressed himself against the doorframe and drew the short dagger from his pocket. "Dapeng, it's me, Director Liu. Starting today, our neighborhood committee is distributing small amounts of drinking water to families with children. Please open the door to receive yours and register." "Really?" The woman, who had been hiding in the bedroom, hurried out, her eyes filled with surprise and hope. As long as they could scrape by, she did not want her husband stepping into the wind and sand that seemed to devour heaven and earth. "Director Liu, please step to the center." The man shook his head, his eye pressed firmly against the peephole. He had attended the gathering at building for several days prior. He knew Jiang Lei was no pushover, and Director Liu was certainly no gentleman. In this world, no one showed mercy to anyone else. Liu Yongxin stood alone at the doorway, his face beaming with a friendly smile as he held up a plastic bag filled with water toward the peephole. Doubt flickered across the man's eyes. Had the neighborhood committee really managed to accomplish something during his days of hiding at home? Turning back, he saw his wife behind him, her eyes brimming with joy and hope. Peering through the peephole once more at the mineral water in Liu Yongxin's hand, the man wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before gently opening the door. Bang! The newly opened security door was wrenched open with tremendous force. A steel pipe flashed coldly as it smashed heavily against the man's forehead. 4 or 5 strangers clad in peculiar black clothing burst into the home. "You..." The man felt a thunderous ringing in his head. As he raised the short dagger in his hand, a sharply dressed young woman in black clothing delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen, and the dagger's razor-sharp point pierced his chest. "Dingzi, if you can't handle your work properly, next time go stand guard at the door." Beneath the young woman's heavy eyeshadow, her eyes radiated pure violence and bloodlust. Her dark purple lips continuously chewed something perfectly embodying the stereotype of a delinquent youth. However, this was the last image the man would ever see. "Sis Qing, I was just too slow to finish him off." The young man, named Dingzi, holding a steel pipe, awkwardly scratched his scalp. "Cut the crap and get to work." The woman, trembling violently all over, watched her husband collapse before her eyes, standing frozen in shock as 2 men in black grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into the bedroom. "Little friend, what's your name?" Sister Qing crouched down, looking at the terrified, sobbing Tao Tao, and gently stroked his head. Tao Tao did not respond, only letting out heart-wrenching wails. "Sis is asking you a question, dear." Sister Qing removed her gloves, and her slender fingers wrapped around the boy's pale throat. It had barely been a moment. The security door was pushed open again, and the thick, suffocating stench of blood hit them instantly. The scene within the room resembled hell itself. Glancing at Lu Jingtao, who was cowering and trembling in the hallway, a flash of contempt crossed Sister Qing's eyes. But facing Liu Yongxin, who stood steadily at the doorway, she quickly plastered on a smile. "Director Liu, according to the arrangement President Wang discussed with you, the supplies will be divided in a 6-to-4 ratio. Do you want to take your share now, or wait until everything is finished and divide them together? Hurry up and work. After this building, there's still the adjacent one. I'm not afraid you'll renege on the deal." "Hee, what you're saying?" Sister Qing cast a sideways glance at the iron object clenched in Liu Yongxin's left hand and subtly took a step back. 10:30 in the evening. 3 or 4 hours had already passed since that heinous atrocity, yet it was only now that the massacre at buildings 12 and 11 of the Pegasus compound came to light. 17 households, 46 souls in all, men, women, the young and the old, were slaughtered within their homes by means too brutal to name, save for 7 or 8 women of passable beauty whose whereabouts remained unknown. Every scrap of food, every drop of water, every pill, and every other resource had been ransacked as though locusts had swept the place bare. Those 2 buildings had become haunted ground. Even beneath the gale and the arid atmosphere, the stairwells reeked of a stench so foul it seemed to permeate the very air. The corridors lay strewn with all manner of discarded debris. Dark crimson stains mingled with clumps of unidentifiable fibrous tissue and organs scattered here and there in grotesque abundance. Word spread with terrible swiftness. The entire Pegasus compound was seized by panic. Every whisper of wind set hearts racing, and each resident lived in dread of their neighbor. Drawing upon bonds forged in ordinary times, the men formed groups large and small, armed with whatever weapons they could muster, guarding the entrances of their buildings, wary of the world beyond and of the people standing beside them. Even the petty thieves and wandering evangelists who had once plagued the compound vanished without a trace that night. Beyond the heavy pounding of fearful hearts there remained only the keening of the wind and the whisper of sand against glass. Countless sleepless souls endured that night, chapped lips, throats scorched with thirst, eyes bloodshot and wide. Within them churned terror, helplessness, and the bleak bewilderment of a future without hope. Upon receiving word of the tragedy, Jiang Lei immediately gathered every subordinate in Building 4 for a brief council. Such a perfect opportunity for a lesson in crisis. He could hardly afford to let it pass. With the exception of 4 children, everyone under escort of the patrol squads departed in batches to buildings 12 and 11 for an on-site inspection. Needless to say, the others retched until they could barely stand. Yet even Jiang Lei, who had witnessed countless horrors in his former life, found his brow furrowing involuntarily. Clearly because of his own intervention, Lu Yongxin, stripped of his mask, was now a cornered wolf, more vicious and unbridled than he had ever been in the world Jiang Lei remembered. On the journey back, Fan Rong retched without cease, while clinging fiercely to Jiang Lei's arm, her head pressed against his shoulder, tears and mucus smearing his clothes. As a mother, the sight of a small boy about Haraway's age, strangled and then dismembered, had struck her with unbearable force. Beside them, Gu Shuqin fared no better. Her slender fingers gripped Jiang Lei's pack strap with white-knuckled intensity, allowing herself to be pulled along like a wooden marionette, stumbling blindly in his wake. In their hearts, both women could do nothing but count themselves immeasurably fortunate for the choice they had made only days earlier. They dared not imagine what either of them would feel now if the scattered objects lying upon the floor had been their own children. After a brief moment of disgust at the scene, Jiang Lei felt little else. He had long since been numbed by the horrors of his former life. The purpose behind Lu Yongxin and his band of thugs brutally slaughtering the residents by various means was first and foremost the resources, or more accurately water. Food and medicine were not in dire shortage at this stage. The second purpose was to establish dominion. Having been stripped of his mask as a benevolent organizer, Lu Yongxin cast aside all pretense and in the most extreme manner possible raised anew his banner of authority. It is better to make men fear you than to make them pity you, a truth well known to any veteran who has seen battle. The final point, put plainly, was stealing the nerve. Rulers of the apocalypse commonly employed such methods to transform their followers swiftly from sheep into wolves. Blood and death proved the finest of teachers. Yet Jiang Lei had no intention of employing such tactics. Such men could fight only when the wind was at their backs, savage as demons against those weaker than themselves, but instantly reduced to their true selves when confronted with superior might. Upon returning to the dwelling, Jiang Lei revised the night watch protocols for the patrol squad. 3 young wives from the logistics teams were also armed with blades and given weapons, paired with 3 men for the night watch. The arrangement rotated through 3 shifts of husband and wife pairs. Their parents and children slept upstairs. Should disaster strike, they had all now witnessed the consequences. Regardless of their combat prowess, Jiang Lei was confident their resolve to fight would not falter. Even in the logistics units above, each room was assigned an armed sentinel for the night. Should any incident arise below, their duty was not to reinforce the ground floor, but to ring Jiang Lei's doorbell at the very first moment. The complacency and wishful thinking that had taken root in the hearts of many over the past few days were now rent asunder, blown apart by the blood-soaked reality they had witnessed. Dragging his somewhat weary frame, Jiang Lei locked the 3 doors behind him and ascended the darkened stairwell. He was well satisfied with the day's outcome. Director Lu's unwitting assistance had saved him immeasurable time and effort. Once people cast aside the trivial preoccupations of peacetime, the energy they unleashed for survival was staggering. At the very least, as Jiang Lei's meat shields, they had now barely managed to meet his standard. If the unscrupulous organization behind Zhou Xiaolei now wished to dispatch someone to infiltrate silently from the first floor to his side, they would find it a far more arduous task. Jiang Lei, take me. Passing the corner of room 702, Fan Rong stood waiting at the door in a violet nightgown, and in the darkness, she threw her arms tightly around him. It's all right. Go to sleep without worry. Fan Rong's mental state was in terrible disrepair. Her ordinarily exquisite features were now utterly disheveled. Her eyes swollen like walnuts, her head bowed low, her frame trembling faintly, still far from recovering from the day's harrowing shock. After murmuring a few words of comfort, Jiang Lei gently but firmly pushed Fan Rong back into her room and retired to his own. This was the primary trial every denizen of the apocalypse had to endure. If one could not even steady one's heart, survival now would only prolong an inevitable end. March 25th, the 9th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 41°C. In the dead of night, an elderly couple in Building 8 had been murdered after intruders slipped through their window, their home stripped of every resource. The perpetrators were not Lu Yongxin nor outsiders from the Xiaoming Dharma assembly, but rather other neighbors from within the compound. The massacre of the previous day had utterly detonated the darkest recesses of certain hearts. The brutal environment, compounded by the absence of law and order, had torn asunder the thin veneer of civility that had once barely been maintained. In less than a single day, 2 murders and 5 acts of rape had already occurred within the compound. Brawls, assaults, and petty thefts played out with ever-increasing frequency across every corner. The streets had long been in disarray these past days, but the Pegasus compound, situated in a remote corner, had only now begun to taste the full flavor of the apocalypse. Like flies that never swarm a seamless egg, the small gangs that had been prowling the surrounding streets crept closer now that chaos had taken root within the compound, hoping to fish in troubled waters. These newcomers moved in bands of 3 to 5, mostly agile young men and women. In the days when peace prevailed within the compound, no one dared to be the first to strike, fearing the wrath of the community. Now, with all such inhibitions shattered, they moved without restraint. Yet, however chaotic the situation became, there were 2 places within the compound that no one dared to provoke. The first was Building 1, Lu Yongxin's domain. After partnering with the Xiaoming Dharma Assembly, he had amassed considerable resources and rallied 7 or 8 like-minded subordinates from within the compound. He had seized all provisions belonging to the original residents of Building 1, expelled the elderly and the children, and corralled the women as slaves, proclaiming himself emperor of his little realm. The second was Building 4, Jiang Lei stronghold. With abundant food and water, energetic patrols, and the formidable spears and blades Jiang Lei had supplied, there was naturally no one bold enough to stir trouble there. Most importantly, these 2 men were the only 2 well-known figures in the vicinity of the compound who commanded groups armed with firearms. The residents who had come to observe Jiang Lei's side in the preceding days were now consumed by regret, though to no avail. They who once looked down upon him now found him utterly beyond their reach. Over the past 2 days, a steady stream of people had come to Building 4, seeking rescue, begging for shelter, attempting to curry favor, or attempting moral coercion, but not a single one had gained the slightest advantage. Amidst this harsh environment and the prevailing atmosphere of panic, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for some. Yet for the vast majority struggling on the edge of mortality, those days stretched out like an eternity in hell. March 28th, a day 12 of the apocalypse, temperature 44. 3°C. Jiang Lei crouched on the balcony, gently stroking Zhou Xiaoxiao's flat belly, his face clouded with confusion. The pregnancy test clearly displayed 2 red lines, yet this cursed thing remained utterly motionless. Nearly half a month had passed. The 2 of them had long abandoned any thoughts of escape. Moreover, having learned from Jiang Lei about the dire situation outside, being confined here with food and drink seemed far from unpleasant. Therefore, in recent days, both women had been exceptionally cooperative with every decision Jiang Lei made. It's not human, or at least not a normal human being. Whenever the thing in her belly was mentioned, Zhou Xiaoxiao's terror seemed to emanate from the very depths of her soul. In idle moments, she could still delude herself, but once the subject was broached, her entire body would tremble uncontrollably. Let's leave it for now. Jiang Lei rose to his feet. The balcony had transformed considerably by now. A thin blanket spread across the floor, a chamber pot tucked in the corner, and even a small table provided for Zhou Xiaoxiao to record her recollections. Compared to the days of being bound and gagged, this was practically heavenly treatment. After securing the balcony door and iron grill, Jiang Lei washed up briefly and headed next door to Unit 702 for breakfast. Little boss, it's 44 degrees outside. The air conditioning doesn't seem to be working as well as before. Over the past few days, Fan Rong seemed to have unlocked some extraordinary new ways of addressing Jiang Lei. Her terms had grown increasingly chaotic and unpredictable. Sometimes it was boss, little boss. Then there was the child's godfather, Jiang, brother, Jiang, little brother, baby. The choice depending entirely on her mood and posture, embodying absolute capriciousness. As for her various teasing, Jiang Lei had grown accustomed to it. So long as it didn't interfere with serious matters, he let her be. It's fine. Jiang Lei shook his head and continued eating. The temperature had essentially reached the upper limit recorded in his memories from his previous life. Barring extraordinary circumstances like a sky fissure eruption or hurricane, there shouldn't be any dramatic changes from here on. As of yesterday, the number of people under our command has reached 27. The chopsticks in Jiang Lei's hand paused momentarily before he nodded slightly. Understood. Fan Rong observed his expression and gently sighed, probing tentatively. As for supplies, are we all right? Over the past few days, Jiang Lei had successfully gathered all his designated targets into his ranks. The environmental pressures, coupled with Ant Chi facilitating connections from the sidelines, had ensured not a single obstacle in the process. Among them were 2 college students, a brother and sister named Guo Yunqi and Guo Yan, both attending Binsher First Sports University. They had come during the holiday to visit their grandmother and ended up trapped in Fima residential complex. Jiang Lei recruited them into his patrol team the day before yesterday. There were also 2 young couples in their 20s possessing no particular skills, but advantageously young and childless. Their husbands had likewise been assigned to the patrol team. Additionally, there was a 43-year-old mechanic surnamed Liu residing in Building 10, as well as 54-year-old retired electrician Qian Shenglin and his wife. The harsh environment and human cruelty had taught everyone the rules of survival in this apocalyptic world. Jiang Lei had begun selectively recruiting young, able-bodied individuals and those with technical expertise. Everything appeared to be developing in a favorable direction, yet a singular greatest doubt lurked in everyone's heart. Outside, other groups, regardless of size, were frantically securing water and supplies. Some ventured out to scavenge personally, others resorted to theft and plunder, but everyone was desperately searching for solutions. Only Jiang Lei's side kept nearly 30 people confined indoors, the entire building sealed tight against wind and rain. Comfortable indeed, but everyone harbored varying degrees of concern about the future. The boss possessed firearms and supplies and treated everyone generously. All members, regardless of status, having witnessed conditions elsewhere, felt a strong sense of belonging toward the building 4 group. Consequently, they yearned for this team to endure. However, these matters remained unspoken, for the topic was taboo within the group. No one dared broach it. Only Fan Rong, who could be considered half a confidant, ventured to probe Jiang Lei with a question or two. "You needn't worry about supplies, I have everything under control." All right then. In truth, the optimal solution was simply to abandon the elderly and children, retaining only the young and able-bodied. Most outside groups operated precisely this way. Yet Jiang Lei's subordinates had brought their families along. Who wouldn't wish for their loved ones to survive? Therefore, no one ever raised such suggestions in his presence. "Boss, morning." After finishing breakfast and descending the stairs at the corner of Unit 601, he suddenly encountered a slender, timid figure. It was Ding Chuxin. Jiang Lei nodded in acknowledgement and gave her a quick once-over. Cleaned up properly, the girl was genuinely stunning. Apart from being flat in front and behind, her looks were absolutely flawless. Though she was only 19, there was still room for development. "Where are you headed?" "Oh, Sister Rong said that from now on all logistics personnel must attend a meeting at Unit 401 every morning at 8. "Oh, really?" Jiang Lei scratched his head. These past few days he had been mingling with the patrol team, either studying fitness or practicing with blades and firearms. The logistics side had been managed entirely by Gu Shuqin and Fan Rong. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." The young girl's cheeks flushed rosy. With a slight startle, her lithe figure darted nimbly down the stairs. Boss, feeling impatient. Only after Ding Chuxin had walked away did Aunt Chi, who had been trailing behind, step forward to speak with Jiang Lei. "What?" Jiang Lei stared at her, utterly baffled. "Don't worry, boss, I'm working hard on my end too. After all, she's a young girl, a fresh piece, nothing like the married ones. You'll need to exercise a bit more patience." Aunt Chi spoke while rolling her eyes toward the rooftop. Fan Rong commanded tremendous prestige within the logistics group and possessed a loyal following. While everyone knew she was merely a concubine, given the current circumstances outside, Zhou Xiaoxiao, the official wife, had most likely perished somewhere. Even if she returned, given her past conduct and Jiang Lei's current status and position, she would hardly receive a warm reception. Yet for some unknown reason, Aunt Chi simply couldn't get along with Fan Rong, and her relationship with the other supervisor, Gu Shuqin, remained lukewarm as well. Of course, having lived a full life, Aunt Chi wouldn't stoop to something as foolish as openly confronting them. But feelings, after all, could produce subtle resonances in human interactions. Furthermore, being alone and having had unpleasant encounters with Jiang Lei, her position was genuinely awkward. "Listen here, you old fool. What's happening outside is the end of the world. Could you possibly think about something else for once?" Jiang Lei sighed helplessly. In his previous life, Aunt Chi had relied on coercion and bribery to gather women under her command, keeping various faction leaders thoroughly satisfied. Her own conduct was deeply questionable, carrying on ambiguous relationships with a pack of old men. He hadn't expected that even after his second chance at life, this woman had embarked down the same path. "Oh yes, you're absolutely right. I'll heed your words." Aunt Chi bowed and nodded deferentially to Jiang Lei, though inwardly dismissive. "If I actually listened to you, I'd be played to death by your 2 mistresses one day, and you wouldn't even know what happened." These past days she had been attending to Ding Chuxin's every need with meticulous care, and the young girl was deeply grateful. The two, grandmother and granddaughter, pair, complemented each other beautifully, their bond warming rapidly. Young, beautiful, untouched, having only experienced online dating once, without even holding hands in reality. Aunt Chi refused to believe she couldn't defeat 2 second-hand goods. With more subordinates, especially more women, coupled with the oppressive, harsh environment outside, petty squabbles were inevitable. Some matters Jiang Lei only vaguely understood, while many others he remained entirely oblivious to. So long as things didn't get too out of hand, he let them be. But if anyone dared cross the line, they shouldn't blame him for getting rough. Descending the stairwell, Jiang Lei encountered several residents leaving their homes, each stepping aside with respectful greetings as he passed. Although Jiang Lei had never formally delineated a hierarchy, within every family of 3 there exists an innate sense of order, an unspoken scale weighing each member's place in the hearts of the others. Jiang Lei, as the sole provider for all, stood as the undisputed supreme authority. Beneath him ranked his 2 women, followed by the strapping young men of the patrol unit. Even within the logistics group, distinctions prevailed among the women, the elderly, and the children alike. Each person understood their own position with clarity and the positions of others with even greater precision. Such stratification was inevitable. Jiang Lei was no idealist, nor did he foolishly insist upon enforced equality among all. In this age of severed communication, the apocalypse gave rise to the most peculiar of factions, some religious in nature, others bound by mutual interest, still others loose alliances, and a few fueled by naive bravado or outright slavery. In his previous life, Jiang Lei had even heard of men proclaiming themselves kings. So long as one possessed food and water and a firm grip upon the blade, any title suited one's fancy. Even the Jade Emperor himself would not be refused. We only decided this with Sister Rome last night. We hadn't yet had the chance to report it to you. Jiang Lei paused momentarily before the door of Unit 401. Upon the platform inside, Gu Shuqin caught sight of him and hastened out to offer a brief explanation. Are these meetings to be held daily? And what shall we discuss? Primarily to summarize our work. We've also established several rotating management positions with modest rewards and introduced a measure of competitive mechanism. Jiang Lei nodded. Gu Shuqin had once operated her own online store and worked as an accountant at a freight firm, while Fan Rong held a master's degree from a prestigious university in the capital and had previously served as a deputy director for a listed company's regional branch. It was only after her divorce and the subsequent disarray of her circumstances that her fortunes had plummeted so drastically. In any case, both women possessed capabilities far surpassing those of Jiang Lei, who had labored as a handyman at construction sites. The current situation demands that we keep everyone occupied. We must give them purpose. Gu Shuqin pressed a hand to her brow and sighed softly. These people in truth were supported entirely at Jiang Lei's expense, yet the burden of their management had been delegated wholly to her and Fan Rong, a responsibility that had left both women utterly vexed for days on end. You've labored hard. Jiang Lei inclined his head toward her, then continued his descent to the floor below. He had scarcely reached the door of Unit 201 when a girl with wheat-toned skin clad in white shorts and a tank top, her features endearingly simple and her physique rippling with taut muscle, flashed a grin of pearly whites and seized his arm in an enthusiastic embrace. Lei Ji, let me have a look at your gun. Just one glance. Hold on, release me first. Jiang Lei tugged twice at his arm, but to no avail. This girl truly possessed formidable strength. Guo Yunqi, 21 years old and a senior at the Bincher Sports Academy, had claimed the bronze medal in the women's 100-meter dash at last year's National University Games. A devoted military enthusiast, her greatest ambition was to become a man. Following the reorganization of the patrol unit and the removal of the wives who had merely padded its numbers, she stood as its sole female member. Though slightly inferior in raw strength, she consistently ranked among the top 3 in every other metric, endurance, stamina, and physical capacity alike. While those in the logistics group could claim no more than passing acquaintance with him, the patrol unit, having fought and labored alongside him these past days, had grown incomparably more familiar with Jiang Lei. All provisions and weaponry here were likewise arranged personally by Jiang Lei. Neither Fan Rong nor Gu Shuqin ever ventured to this place, save perhaps to relay messages. Guo Yunqi's bosom was by no means modest, yet compared to Fan Rong's soft and silken fullness, hers resembled 2 firm, unripe apples. Jiang Lei's arm wedged betwixt them found itself pinched uncomfortably. One could only marvel at how she had cultivated such a physique. Future offspring would surely struggle even to find sustenance. Stingy, just let me have a look, won't you? Guo Yunqi pouted in a display of coquettish affectation, though her sun-darkened sinews sent a distinct throbbing through Jiang Lei's temples. Not a chance. The two of them tumbled through the doorway in their playful tussle. Those inside offered their greetings and resumed their activities, maintaining weapons training, as though nothing had occurred, her own elder sibling Guoyen among them utterly indifferent to the spectacle. Beyond her bold and carefree nature, this girl possessed a remarkable lack of forethought in both word and deed, as though a certain essential filament were missing from her being. Over these past days, all had grown thoroughly accustomed to her ways. Where is Du Hui? Brother Hui took Zhou Hairan and Qin Su out for a stroll. At this early hour, Jiang Lei understood that what was termed a stroll was in truth a reconnaissance mission. These past days, the situation within the residential compound had grown increasingly intricate. Apart from Lu Yongxin, virtually all the remaining residents had banded into factions. Those solitary dwellers lacking any backing had either long since fled the compound or were destitute souls with naught but their worthless lives. For survival had become near impossible under such circumstances. Brother Hui said more outsiders have filtered in these past 2 days. The few we cut down the day before yesterday still weren't enough to cow the rest. The previous afternoon, 2 men from Building 8 had rallied a considerable number of residents within the compound and colluded with a gang of ruffians from outside attempting a coup against Building 4. Their demand that Jiang Lei surrender all supplies for equitable distribution among the neighbors under the noble banner of weathering the crisis together. Wealth blinds the eyes. How much more so when the stakes are the very resources of survival. Lu Yongxin, that voracious wolf, no one dared provoke. So certain eyes turned instead toward the benevolent Jiang Lei. Such is the nature of humanity. The outcome, needless to say, was a foregone conclusion. Such a magnificent opportunity for drilling the troops was one Jiang Lei could never possibly forego. He had first shot dead the two simpletons who led the charge, whereupon the fully armed patrol unit had surged forth, as one hacking down several more on the spot. The remainder, utterly bewildered, were so terrified by the crack of gunfire that they scattered in all directions. The patrol unit's inaugural engagement could be deemed barely passing. Though an uncontested rout, each member had tasted blood, and their performances varied considerably. The most luminous among them were the veteran Du Hui and Guo Yunxi. If pressed, the latter could even claim a slight edge over the former. Du Hui was after all hindered by a leg disability, whereas Guo Yunxi was young, vigorous, and possessed of both the daring and the mettle for combat. This explained why only she could brazenly pester Jiang Lei for his firearm. Any other, including Fan Rong, would never dare broach such a delicate and lethal subject. This girl, whose violent tendencies were pronounced and whose wits occasionally seemed a touch lacking, shared an exceptionally deep bond with her sole surviving relative, her grandmother, who resided in Unit 402. She was precisely the fierce general Jiang Lei most ardently wished to cultivate. Continue your drills, while have a look around. Lei Ji the gun. Get lost. With a bellow that sent Guo Yunxi scurrying, Jiang Lei strode directly into the storage chamber on the left. Within a row of garments hung in orderly array, beneath which were arranged weapons, backpacks, and assorted implements. These comprised the personal equipment for the patrol unit's expeditions, an arrangement Du Hui had replicated directly from his military days. Graphene windbreakers, sun-shielding caps, face masks, windproof goggles, and gloves. The complete accoutrement was provided. As for weapons, each member bore arms according to personal preference. Machetes, rebar spears, replicas of Tang-era horizontal sabers, and Japanese katana alike. In short, whatever varieties the Azure Realm afforded, Jiang Lei had furnished one of each. Beyond these, each was equipped with a round shield the breadth of a wash basin, crafted from premium hardwoods such as nanmu and boxwood. Fine furniture pieces repurposed, more than adequate for deflecting common cold steel. Iron wire bound the rims tight, while leather sheaths and grip handles were nailed to the reverse. Aesthetics mattered little, only sturdiness and reliability were paramount. In his previous life, Jiang Lei had crawled through mountains of corpses, and he understood intimately the indispensable role of shields in melee combat. When neither party consisted of martial arts masters, and both sides came armed, the possession of a shield conferred an immense advantage. When Du Hui returns, tell him to come upstairs to find me. Yes, boss. Shui Songjia was one of the three who had followed Du Hui in defecting to Jiang Lei, so it naturally fell to him to respond. Brother Lei, you've got to take me along if we're going out. Upon hearing this, Guo Yunxi from the side instantly perked up, set down his long blade, and darted over. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. In his previous life, a person like Guo Yunxi, so utterly irredeemable, shouldn't have survived, yet he'd never heard news of either the siblings. They must have been weighed down by their grandmother and met some mishap during the early days of the apocalypse. On the way back, members of the logistics team, young and old men and women alike, were constantly rushing up and down the stairs and through the hallways, some shouldering supplies, others carrying tools. Jiang Lei couldn't fathom how just this one building could keep Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin so thoroughly occupied with whatever tasks they'd assigned. Still, it was better to keep people active and moving. It built physical strength and reinforced the principle that no one gets something for nothing. When he reached the 6th floor, he found Fan Rong standing at the base of the stair landing, notebook in hand, giving instructions to two people. A light sheen of sweat covered her face and neck. As Jiang Lei passed by, he couldn't resist reaching out and startling her from behind. Fan Rong jumped at the sudden movement, but when she turned and saw it was him, she shot him an annoyed glance. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Being in front of her subordinates was a different matter entirely from being alone with him. The two married women from the logistics team on the opposite side, not wanting to be treated like dogs in public, tactfully slipped downstairs. Only then did Fan Rong gently swat him. You're a coward when there's no one around, too scared to do anything. But the moment people are here, you suddenly get bold. Are you sick in the head? Jiang Lei chuckled. Go back to what you're doing. I need to go upstairs for something. Aside from Du Hui, don't let anyone else disturb me. All right. Back at his quarters, Jiang Lei carefully cleared off his desk and retrieved a plastic cup filled with yellow sand from underneath. This was the cup he'd collected from outside on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. He should have dealt with it long ago, but other matters had consumed his attention until now. He scooped a small handful of the yellow sand onto white paper, then pulled a magnifying glass from the blue realm, wiped away any moisture, and began examining it closely. Jiang Lei noticed something unexpected. The sand from 10 days ago was considerably finer than what existed now, though that wasn't the main point. Leaning forward like a prospector, he meticulously searched through the small pile of sand. After a moment, he picked out a grain-sized gravel and placed it on a separate piece of white paper. Using a steel needle, he pierced into the gravel, which appeared to writhe slightly, as if alive. Once he peeled away the outer shell resembling yellow sand, 2 insects curled together in a figure-8 formation were revealed inside. Through the magnifying glass, the 2 insects resembled decapitated mosquitoes, though their wings were still underdeveloped, folded small against their backs. Sand corpse insects. Jiang Lei exhaled deeply and leaned back in his chair. Though many things had changed after his rebirth, the calamities from his past life remained unchanged. None of them were missing. Of course, these creatures didn't spread any virus or turn people into zombies or anything grotesque. Even ingesting them would simply result in digestion through stomach acid. These extraterrestrial organisms carried by the sands from the sky rift onto Earth largely adhered to carbon-based biological logic. However, their habits differed significantly from those of Earth's creatures. These organisms posed no threat to living beings, but their target was dead corpses. The sand corpse insect eggs were hermaphroditic, encased in camouflage shells identical to sand grains drifting aimlessly with the wind. Their maturation period was 15 days, meaning the first batch that had arrived on Earth would emerge as adults in just 3 more days. Even as mature adults, they wouldn't leave their shells. However, once a suitable corpse appeared nearby, they would burst forth and burrow inside. Sand corpse insects were extremely vulnerable to water, so the corpses had to be wind-dried until every trace of moisture was gone. Once emerging from their shells, sand corpse insects had only 15 minutes of life. In other words, once they found their target corpse, it was a point of no return, a one-way journey. Countless sand corpse insects would burrow inside and engage in mortal combat, but only one pair would ultimately win the right to lay eggs in the corpse's brain. All other losers would pierce through the corpse's skin, escape to mate, lay their eggs, and die, while their offspring would scatter across the winds. The eggs laid by the winning pair, however, would fundamentally differ from all other sand corpse insects, becoming what was known as spinal insects. They would remain bonded to that corpse for life, inseparable until death. Unparasitized sand corpse insects died instantly upon contact with water. Yet once successfully parasitized, they would desperately seek water to sustain their new host body. This bizarre trait was somewhat reminiscent of dragonflies on Earth. Their aquatic larvae, called naiads, spend their entire lives underwater, but once they transform into flying adults, they completely lose the ability to survive in water. And in the sandstorm apocalypse, the most abundant water sources were nothing more than living, breathing humans. Parasitized corpses walked on all fours, moving slowly and awkwardly. They had no fangs or claws, their senses were only slightly sharper in smell, and they didn't spread any virus. But their patience was unmatched. Once they found an ambush point, they would lie motionless in the yellow sand, for a day, a month, or even a year, until prey entered their strike range. Individually weak, they dominated the harsh environment of endless sandstorms, making them one of the survivors' most formidable nightmares. Sigh. Jiang Lei shook his head in resignation, swept the dead insect eggs and sand back into the cup, sealed the lid tightly, and set it aside. At least the parasitized corpses could only become local tyrants on Earth. They lacked the power to destroy humanity or dominate the planet. At least that was how it had been before his rebirth. What's wrong? During lunch, Fan Rong had noticed Jiang Lei seemed unsettled, his eyes vacant, his mind elsewhere. Such behavior was rare for him. She approached from behind and gently pressed her slender fingers against his temples. Nothing. Jiang Lei shook his head, his chopsticks pausing midair. It's just, no matter how desperately one struggles in the vast ocean, one remains but a tiny boat, insignificant and pitiful. Indeed, since his rebirth, Jiang Lei had thrown himself into relentless struggle. But even with the blue realm as his ultimate advantage, the heavenly rift, sandstorms, corrupting mist, sand corpse insects, all the hellish forces from his past life continued their merciless advance, torturing this world without restraint. And now another formidable enemy, the wicked organization, had emerged to block his path. It felt as though some unseen force was manipulating everything behind the scenes, filling him with an inexplicable sense of powerlessness and exhaustion. Even a tiny boat can still shelter an entire world. Just like me. I need to thank a powerful yet lovely man for every grain of rice I eat and every drop of water I drink, don't you think? Jiang Lei smiled at her words. Fan Rong's comfort was refreshingly unconventional, and her words were remarkably perceptive. In his previous life, he had never crossed paths with this woman. Most likely she and Xiao Haowei had perished silently alongside most others in the early days of the apocalypse. But in this life, he had altered their fate. Let's eat. All right. Not until before dinner did Du Hui and the other two return to Building 4. Too covered in dust to clean up, first they headed straight to the 7th floor to find Jiang Lei. Boss, you wanted to see me? At this moment, Du Hui looked like a mud figure coated in yellowish-brown dirt. His hair, being the most dust-attracting part, had completely changed color. It's not urgent. Go down first, clean up, have a meal, then come back. Jiang Lei was very familiar with Du Hui's appearance. After ventures outside during the apocalypse, everyone looked like this. Combined with the preciousness of water making washing nearly impossible, over time both men and women accumulated layers of sweat and grime that could be scraped off in handfuls. After dinner, the two met again. A small table was set up on the 6th floor corridor with 2 cups of water and a small plate of peanuts. How have things been these past few days? Boss, I won't beat around the bush. I truly believe everyone here should be willing to give their lives for you. Du Hui's words were not mere flattery, but came from deep within his heart. Over these past days, he had been leading teams to scout the surrounding area, giving him a far deeper understanding and awareness of the apocalypse than anyone else. To put it bluntly, having a relatively normal way to die would already count as being fortunate. Thirsting to death or starving to death. These true extreme tortures of the human world, were the norm. Those still alive were merely continuing to suffer hardships and torment. They were no more fortunate than their deceased counterparts. Never mind all that. By the way, I still don't know where you served in the military. I enlisted in 2016. My posting was in Shillong County north of Arbin City. I was under the Northern Frontier Military District 13th Group Army attached to the 118th Light Combined Arms Brigade 2nd Combined Battalion 3rd Infantry Company. We didn't hesitate at all revealing the unit designation that not even his own wife knew. No need for such detail. I just want to ask, do you know of any places where weapons might be stored? Boss, Shillong County is over 100 kilometers away from here in a straight line. Given the current conditions outside, it's completely impossible to get there. Isn't the local police station only 2 streets away from us? The moment Jiang Lei spoke, Du Hui understood his boss's intention. I won't mention what everyone already knows. Forget the police station. Even military public installations cannot possibly have any weapons left now. What? That can't be right. Having served in the military, Du Hui knew better than most the strength of the Chinese armed forces. He didn't distrust Jiang Lei. It was an instinctive reaction. You'll know whether it's possible or not in time. Let's just talk about any hidden weapon storage sites you might know of. Jiang Lei shook his head. He couldn't tell Du Hui that most military units in Bin City had already been disbanded, and their weapons and equipment had either been transported to official shelters secretly sealed away, or even directly destroyed. Du Hui frowned, thinking hard for a long while, then said somewhat awkwardly, Boss, I only served 2 years as a regular infantry soldier, and that was 10 years ago. My mind feels completely blank right now. I can't seem to remember anything. Jiang Lei wiped his hands, reached under the table, and handed Du Hui a map of Bin City. It's fine, there's no rush right now, but this is a major matter. Go back and think carefully. Don't overlook any detail. Though recalling events from 10 years ago might be difficult for Du Hui, the stakes were too significant for Jiang Lei not to speak with utmost seriousness. He lacked nothing except weapons. Understood. No one could escape the cruelty of the apocalypse. This small situation in Building 4 relied entirely on the boss holding things together. Du Hui knew he had to contribute everything he had. You'll need to keep guiding the patrol team. Among us, you're the only one with military experience. Thanks for your trouble. Boss, no need to say that. Watching Du Hui's figure as he tilted his head descending the stairs while deeply lost in thought, Jiang Lei sighed. It was only his own fault that in his past life he had lived so humbly, with an activity range limited to the surrounding area, almost no social connections, and certainly no information channels. If he hadn't been reborn in this life and hadn't managed to extract information from Zhou Xiaoxiao, he would have remained a confused soul even before Yama, the king of hell. Like a rat scraping together its last breaths, his vision, experience, and information were far from sufficient to support the plans and ambitions of his current life. I'll head back first. After finishing dinner in room 702, Jiang Lei stood up, preparing to return to his own room. Fan Rong tugged at the nurse uniform she had secretly hidden in a bedroom closet, her expression somewhat stiff as she said, Is it this early? Over these past days after finishing dinner, they would always spend some time together. It was the moment Fan Rong looked forward to most each day. It wasn't that Jiang Lei minded anything, but little Hao Rui was playing with toys in the bedroom, just a wall away. If they were to go through with it. First, he feared making too much noise, and second, he genuinely felt it would be strange. It has nothing to do with you. I have serious matters to attend to. I see. I thought. Fan Rong's expression instantly brightened, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Stop overthinking things. Jiang Lei gently pinched her soft little hand, then turned and opened the door. Back in the bedroom of room 701, sitting at his desk, Jiang Lei once again took out his small notebook, as was his habit. It was already filled with over a dozen pages of dense writing. Turning to the last page, Jiang Lei slowly lifted his pen and wrote a single word, the Great Riot. The pen tip pressed heavily, drawing an emphatic underline. His face wore a grave expression. Roughly half a month into the apocalypse, that is 3 or 4 days from now, across the entire city of Bin, and even throughout the nation, a massive riot spanning over 10 days would erupt. This was no longer the small-scale street violence seen at present, but a nationwide uprising in which most people would participate or rather be forcibly drawn in. The number of deaths during these 10-plus days would far exceed the total of all other periods combined. Estimating based on what had happened in Bin City during his past life, Jiang Lei believed at least half the national population perished in that riot. Most of the scars crisscrossing his body in his previous life came from gifts during that period of time. It was the darkest, most unbearable era carved into his memory. If one traced it to the root, there was no particularly special reason. It simply meant that under China's circumstances, the majority of common people had reached their survival limit during that period and had no choice but to leave their homes in search of a way to live. In truth, it wasn't only humans. When survival materials, especially drinking water, suddenly became extremely scarce, the law of the jungle, with its ruthless selection of the strong over the weak, became the sole path for all living beings. Kindred creatures were not merely competitors for survival. At times, they could also become prey. Closing the notebook carefully and setting it aside, Jiang Lei was just about to climb into bed when his peripheral vision caught the date on the electronic calendar. He paused, then suddenly slapped his own forehead. Months had passed, and most things should have remained clear in his memory. But the after-effects of rebirth were growing increasingly severe. Jiang Lei's memories of his past life were blurring with time, and he truly feared that one morning he might wake up having forgotten everything from his previous existence. Hurrying, he took the notebook from under the table and quickly wrote several lines on paper. March 29th, escort vehicle, Boss Zhong. Rong. Go down and fetch Gu Shuqin and Du Hui immediately. Everyone assemble on the 6th floor. Fan Rong, who had been dozing while holding the child, was suddenly awakened by Jiang Lei's voice. Startled at first, she found nothing serious had occurred and could only head downstairs in complete confusion to rouse everyone. After returning to his room, Jiang Lei took a sip of water, organized his thoughts, and drew a deep breath. This was an event from his previous life. One of the most formidable gangs among the dozen or so residential compounds near Jinglan Avenue was led by a man called Zhong, whose group hailed from the Jinghua Yuan community. Originally, they had been ordinary people struggling to survive, just like the residents of Fima Compound. But everything changed because of an unexpected incident on March 29th, tomorrow, which propelled them to swift prominence. Jiang Lei did not know the precise time or the full course of events. In his past life, he had crossed paths with Zhong twice, but he was nothing more than a mouse scratching at the wall for sand, while Zhong was a great man surrounded by followers. The two had never truly intersected. Yet the story circulated widely among the survivors in the area, so Jiang Lei could still vaguely recall the broad outline of what had transpired. He cared nothing for supplies, of course, but this was one of the few opportunities in the near term to obtain weapons from his memories. In this life, he would not let it slip by. Descending to the 6th floor, he found the three already waiting. After Jiang Lei laid out his plan, everyone dispersed once more. Why not let Du Hui lead the patrol team? You don't need to go out there yourself. Back on the 7th floor corridor, Fan Rong seized Jiang Lei's arm, her face etched with worry. She was well aware of the conditions outside, and knowing that Jiang Lei intended to personally lead the team tomorrow left her deeply uneasy. Jiang Lei shook his head. They can't handle this alone. He understood the logic well enough. When you fed and sheltered so many people for free, the underlings had to be the first to step forward when trouble arose. But the reality was inescapable. He knew nothing of tomorrow's incident beyond its general location. His only plan was to lie in wait. Without him, the others wouldn't even know what they were after. At 4 o'clock the next morning, the half-asleep residents of Building 4 were roused from their slumber. 20 members of the logistics group gathered across 4 rooms on the 5th and 6th floors. Several young women, including Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin, were also armed and stationed at the doors. Boss, take me with you. Of the patrol team, 2 remained behind. Du Hui and Yu Jian, the latter being one of the original trio who had first pledged themselves to Jiang Lei. Old Du, I shouldn't need to explain how important it is to hold down the fort right. Jiang Lei solemnly placed the steel crossbow into Du Hui's hands and gave his shoulder a firm pat. In truth, this was also a test. He had long instructed Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin in secret. Until his return, both were to wait on the 6th floor landing and go nowhere else. Should Du Hui and the others show any suspicious moves, the 2 women could retreat into the 7th floor bastion within a few steps, and the rest could be dealt with upon Jiang Lei's return. If Du Hui passed this test successfully, Jiang Lei would entrust him with greater responsibilities in the future. The human heart is a bottomless abyss. There is no way to fully control it. Jiang Lei could only conduct limited tests and exploit its weaknesses through his own methods. The patrol members participating in the operation had long been equipped and ready. Beyond their weapons, each carried a backpack filled with water, food, medicine, and other emergency supplies. Among the 6, the eldest was Xue Songjie at 32. The rest, Jiang Lei included, were all young and able-bodied men under 30. After nearly a week of training and having already seen blood, they were few, as they were a rare assembly of elite civilians. Lei Ji, let's go. Having been cooped up for days, Gui Yunxi was finally going outside again. Her face brimmed with excitement, a stark contrast to the others' tense and solemn expressions. Move out. The group made their way to the half landing of the 1st floor and leapt out through the landing's window. By now the sand outside had piled up to a depth of 1.5 meters, blocking most of the 1st floor entrance. Anyone wishing to exit had to crawl, so going through the window was by far the easier route. The sandstorms within the sky rift would fall continuously for roughly a month, burying everything under more than 3 meters of sand. Then they would pause for a month before falling once again. In his previous life, these periods were known as the descending sand month and the still sand month. If this cycle continued, it would only be a matter of time before all the cities humanity had ever built were swallowed entirely by the yellow sands. The 12 buildings of Fima Compound stood clustered together, forming the shape of a convex character with only 2 entry points at the front and back. Less than 50 meters due north of the front gate lay the intersection of Jinglan Avenue, one of the more prominent transit hubs in the southern part of Pingtai district, and a newly developed commercial street. Jiang Lei's destination lay near the Jinghua Yuan community, less than a kilometer to the northwest along Jinglan Avenue. Sand lashed against his face, covering and goggles producing a fine crackling whisper. Having been confined indoors for days, Jiang Lei was pushed 2 steps backward by the gale. A petite yet sturdy figure steadied his arm. Guo Yunxi's worried voice wavered through the storm. "Boss, maybe you shouldn't go." The conditions outside were truly dire. The scorching heat and fierce wind aside, anyone standing in the sandstorm could see neither sky above nor earth below. Visibility was limited to a meter or two, with rolling dust in every direction, as if they had been cast into an isolated otherworldly realm. "It's fine. Everyone check your compass bearings. Let's move." Jiang Lei shook his head and found it suddenly amusing. He was the reborn one, the one who should have been most adapted to the apocalypse. Yet here he was being looked after by a young girl. It seemed this life had indeed been one of comfort and ease. A journey of less than a kilometer that would normally take a leisurely 10 minutes on foot became a grueling expedition under these conditions. In the apocalypse, companions setting out together would gradually lose one another as they walked, and this was no rare occurrence, but a commonplace tragedy. Blown off course by violent winds, disoriented, and lost, collapsing from dehydration, or being dragged beneath the sand by parasitic dried corpses. Anything was possible. Things were still manageable now, with the surrounding landmarks still standing. But in another couple of months, the corrosive qi would cause many of the shoddily built structures to collapse, and the sands would bury everything far deeper. By then, compasses, which for some reason remained unaffected by magnetic interference, would become one of the most vital strategic resources, valuable enough to be traded for water in the hands of the larger factions. It was almost laughable. Jiang Lei had stolen the tens of thousands of compasses in his possession from a toy store in the Azure Realm. They were garish plastic things, far less reliable than military-grade instruments, but they worked, and there were plenty to go around. The group's progress was agonizingly slow. Every 20 or 30 meters they would halt to take headcount or replenish their water. Jiang Lei's wealth of expedition experience from his previous life spared the group countless pitfalls. Otherwise, after plodding forward with heads down, one might suddenly find nothing but swirling sand in every direction, with companions vanished without a trace. Exiting through the compound's main gate and stepping onto Jinglong Avenue, the wide road was jammed with abandoned wreckage, only the rooftops of vehicles peeking above the sand. Traversing the varied rooftops beneath their feet, treading them underfoot, evoked a strange and surreal sense of absurdity. Vague silhouettes flickered now and again in the corners of walls and the crevices between buildings. The number of people out on the streets was increasing, a harbinger of the great upheaval soon to come. It had been barely a little over 10 days since the apocalypse began. The population outside had dwindled, then dwindled further, and was now gradually rising again. Each shift in these patterns was driven by the cruel realities of their world. Within a mere 100 meters, several groups had already crept toward Jiang Lei and his party. Yet upon drawing closer and catching sight of their weapons, they would frantically wave their hands in terror before fleeing in panic into the dust storm. These damn rats are so annoying. Inside a hardware store by the street, Jiang Lei's group was taking a break and drinking water. Guo Yunxi stuck his long sword into the sand, wiped the dust off his windproof glasses with a glove, and complained. Over a distance of just a few hundred meters, no fewer than 7 or 8 groups had sneakily harassed them. Walking in the sand was already exhausting, and having to constantly stay alert to these guys made it truly a tormenting experience. Sister, don't call them rats. Without the boss, we might be living worse than them. As the biological younger brother, Guo Yan's personality was the complete opposite of Guo Yunxi's. Honest, awkward, and taciturn. It was truly rare for him to speak up like this. "Shut up." Glaring fiercely at his younger brother, Guo Yunxi sighed, looking through the shattered glass at the sky-blending yellow haze outside, lost in thought. "All right, let's go." Jiang Lei shouldered his backpack and waved. Being young, they all recovered their energy quickly after replenishing their water. The less than 1 kilometer journey took the 6 young men over half an hour. Upon reaching their destination, everyone was covered head to toe in dust, making it impossible to tell male from female. Lingxin Street, a Jinghua residence. Seems to be about here. This was a branch intersection off Jinglong Avenue. The road sign that used to tower high by the roadside now only reached their waists, with the rest buried beneath the sand. Having found the approximate location from memory, Jiang Lei looked around left and right, then led the group to a jewelry shop right across the street, where they could barely make out the situation on the street. The interior was pitch black. A sweep with a high-powered flashlight revealed a thick layer of sand scoured inside, and the dusty counters had been smashed into crooked wreckage, with most of the jewelry inside missing. It seemed that in recent days many fools had come here to rob, but who knew if they regretted clutching worthless gold, silver, and diamonds now. "Boss, why are we here?" Shui Songjia asked with a hint of confusion as he watched everyone carefully search the room. Shops on the street had long been looted to pieces, not a single rat dropping left behind. Other groups were either robbing and killing on the roads or searching through alleys and residential areas. So why come to this jewelry shop? You two form a team, rotate, every hour walk back and forth along Lingxin Street. If any vehicle passes by, come back and report immediately. Vehicle. All 5 team members looked at him. Given what was outside, how could any vehicle possibly drive in this environment? The sand in the post-apocalyptic world was finer than the gravel in ordinary deserts. Traditional off-road vehicles like the Wrangler Big G and Land Cruiser would easily get stuck on such loose fine sand unless their tires, chassis, and air intakes were specially modified. As for other vehicles, let alone. Moreover, what was most crucial was that beneath the sand lay countless scrapped vehicles densely packed together. Driving on the road with the current visibility was no different from seeking death. However, since Jiang Lei had given the order, everyone began to move. The first team, Zhou Hairan and Shen Su, had already gotten up, geared up, and were ready to head out. Their entire livelihoods, including wives, children, parents, and future hopes, were placed entirely on the boss. As long as he gave an order, even if they harbored doubts in their hearts, they would execute it without fail. These were Jiang Lei's subordinates, distinguished from most other post-apocalyptic teams. In an environment where they had never worried about supplies, they had higher goals and hopes. Shui Songjie, who had asked first, immediately turned around after Jiang Lei gave the order to help distribute supplies and assign tasks among the team members. The boss had mysterious information channels. This was something everyone had long accepted in their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so well prepared before the apocalypse. So even though their doubts remained unanswered, they wouldn't ask anymore. This wait lasted over 7 hours. At noon, the Guo siblings, faces caked with dust, pushed open the jewelry store door and shook their heads at Jiang Lei. Meanwhile, Zhou Hairan and Shen Su, who were on relief duty, silently rose, opened the door, shouldered their backpacks, and stepped back into the howling sandstorm. The room was eerily quiet save for the sounds of the siblings drinking water and eating biscuits. Although they could take turns resting after such a hectic morning in this harsh environment, everyone's energy was significantly depleted. Jiang Lei had no choice. He only knew the event happened today and roughly in this vicinity, but had no idea of the exact time or location, so he could only resort to this crude method. As everyone gazed out the window at the howling wind and sand, suddenly a muffled explosion echoed through the air, followed by some fragmented sounds, though all were drowned out by the roar of the sandstorm. Move fast. The four inside didn't even have time to grab their backpacks. Snatching their weapons, they charged out the door and sprinted westward along the entrance of Lingxin Street. When they reached the middle of the street, a massive, unusually shaped armored transport vehicle came into view, lying on its side by the road. The front end was half collapsed from the impact, and the smell of gasoline was so strong that even the fierce wind couldn't mask it. 6 wide, specially made tires were clearly modified for galloping across sandy terrain. The enormous cargo container at the rear appeared to be over 3 meters high and 6 to 7 meters long. The entire vehicle was painted in dark blue with 4 large white characters printed on both sides, eating escort. At this moment, no fewer than 20-plus strong young men wielding kitchen knives and wooden clubs had surrounded Zhou Hairan and Shen Su, who stood back-to-back in the middle. Near the front of the adjacent vehicle, a burly man in a light gray t-shirt was crouched on the sand, reaching into the severely deformed car window to grab something. Bang! Nobody moved, damn it. After a crisp gunshot, Jiang Lei ignored the others and took 2 steps forward. From a distance of 6 or 7 meters, he pointed his pistol directly at the t-shirt man's head. Having met him in his past life, Jiang Lei recognized this burly figure as Boss Zhong at a glance. Meanwhile, the trio led by Guo Yunxi wielded shields and tang swords, kicking and slashing their way through the surrounding crowd to create an opening, rescuing the besieged Zhou and Chun and pulling them back to safety. Now close enough, Jiang Lei could clearly see the situation. There should have been 3 people in the driver's cabin, all wearing blue helmets and bulletproof vests, covered head to toe in blood, motionless in strange postures, clearly dead. Behind the escort vehicle was a large sand pit with a crushed car roof in the middle. It was obvious that the escort vehicle had crashed into it at high speed, flew several meters through the air, and landed at its current position. Boss Zhong, crouched in the sand, suddenly froze. He slightly turned his head to look at Jiang Lei. At this time, his square face still appeared somewhat boyish compared to his past life, and the long scar on his forehead had not yet appeared. Slowly take your hand out of the driver's cabin. Brother, I'll do as you say, just don't shoot. Zhong's hand slowly withdrew from the driver's cabin. Suddenly, he executed a swift roll backward, sending a cloud of yellow sand swirling everywhere. Bang! Jiang Lei pulled the trigger on reflex, but missed. He had truly never expected the other party to dare such a dangerous move right under the barrel of a gun. Don't move. Half-kneeling Boss Zhong also aimed the long gun he had just retrieved from the driver's cabin at Jiang Lei. The unique honeycomb-patterned cooling holes on the barrel identified it as the export version of China's Type 97 shotgun, the Eagle 981. The rapid series of events between the two leaders unfolded in the blink of an eye, and the men on both sides grew restless. However, despite their numerical advantage, the opponent's kitchen knives and wooden clubs were no match for 5 sharp tang-style broadswords, each 1.5 meters long, along with 5 shields. They dared not make a reckless move. Retreat! Retreat! What the hell? Don't you point that at me, you bastard! Amidst the cacophony of curses rising and falling, Guo Yunxi's 5 long blades clashed against the opponent's weapons, but neither side dared to strike for real. Jiang Lei had considered using his laser water gun to take down Zhong several times, but restrained himself each time. The distance between them was simply too close, and the enemy had far too many men. If Jiang were killed, the laser water gun could only fire once per second, and the pistol held only 6 bullets remaining. With so many people around, any chaos that erupted could easily lead to unpredictable accidents. He had come for weapons, not out of a death wish. Jiang Lei and Zhong stood with guns pointed at each other, while their respective subordinates faced off with cold weapons. The two parties remained locked in this standoff amid the swirling sand. Though it lasted barely a minute, to everyone present it felt like an eternity. "Brother, there's an order to things, isn't there?" Zhong shifted into a more comfortable, kneeling position and spat out a mouthful of sand. "Bullshit. We got here first." Jiang Lei said nothing, but Zhou Hairan and Chen Su beside him stiffened their necks and shot back. "That's a flat-out lie. The car flipped right at the entrance of our compound. Our brother Zhong reached it first." "Yeah, you two only came running when you heard the noise." The opposition side was many voices clamoring at once, and the scene grew noisy and chaotic once more. "Brother, lower your gun first. I won't let you leave empty-handed." Jiang Lei listened to Zhong's words, then shook his head and replied, "This isn't your call to make anymore. Whatever we decide together. Then let's talk it out." A note of frustration crept into Zhong's voice. After struggling for days on end, venturing out daily to fight for survival, he had finally caught a lucky break, only to have it intercepted by someone else. But there was nothing he could do. Though the shotgun in his hands packed more devastating power at close range, this was no video game. One bullet from Jiang Lei would end him just the same. "Here's the deal. Let our men disperse to keep watch around the perimeter so those rats don't take advantage. The two of us will talk alone." Jiang Lei's eyes flicked quickly to both sides before he nodded. "Deal." Zhong had a decent reputation in his previous life. No major atrocities attributed to him, though he was said to have a brutal temperament. Still, in this dog-eat-dog world, who didn't wear some kind of mask? In the apocalypse, people came in only two varieties: those who could barely still pass as human, and those who were enemies or prey. Zhong could now be filed under the former. This was what passed for social relations in the end times. The surrounding men had all overheard the exchange between their leaders. After receiving their respective signals, they slowly retreated, then dispersed in different directions into the dust storm. "Count to 3, then we both lower our guns at the same time." Jiang Lei nodded. Zhong slowly counted to 3, and the two gradually moved their muzzles away from each other. Still, both kept their weapons at the ready. Only half a second slower than aiming directly at each other, but it at least signaled an attitude. Both sides were now open to dialogue. "Your name, I." "Jiang." "You." "Zhong Ziwen." "Brother Jiang, I don't deal in lies. We really did arrive first." "That doesn't matter." "All right." Zhong Ziwen sighed. "We've got the numbers, so we want 70%. Jiang Lei shook his head. "Can't go any lower than that. At most you get to pick your share first." The armored transport still lay on its side by the road, its cargo box's security lock untouched. It was like opening a blind box. No one knew what was inside. Zhong Ziwen's terms were actually quite sincere. Zhong Ziwen's expression darkened with irritation, and he said in a low voice, 60-40 is out of the question. There's only a handful of you. You couldn't carry it all anyway." Jiang Lei pointed at the cargo box. "Whatever's in there, I don't want a single bit of it. I just want all the weapons and equipment. You can take everything else." Zhong Ziwen was stunned for a long moment, then instinctively looked down at the shotgun in his hands. Jiang Lei's offer had caught him completely off guard. But Zhong Ziwen was no fool. In the dozen or so days since the apocalypse began, only someone with critical supplies would dare risk sending a specially modified vehicle on the road, clearly transporting urgent materials to some destination. Either an official refuge or a major corporation or organization. No way it belonged to ordinary civilians. So the vehicle most likely contained vital survival supplies, though weapons were also a possibility. For both parties there was risk involved, but it remained within acceptable bounds. But a flicker of inner conflict crossed Zhong Ziwen's face. Weapons mattered too. The situation was clearly deteriorating. Even with supplies, they needed the means to defend them. "That shotgun you grabbed first is yours. Everything else belongs to me. Deal?" It settled. This time Zhong Ziwen didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. Having a gun versus not having one was a world of difference. Jiang Lei had given him a safety net. Even the lowest baseline was a qualitative leap for him. "Call your men back." Jiang Lei summoned Shui Songjie and Gui Yunxi, while Zhong Ziwen brought over 4 young men carrying crowbars, hammers, and other tools. No one had the patience to search for keys in the crumpled cab. The armored cargo box's triple mechanical lock was sturdy, but under the onslaught of unrestrained brute force, it didn't hold out for long. Clang. Creak. The final locking bar was twisted into a pretzel by the crowbars. The young men, drenched in sweat, chanted in unison as they hauled the iron door open. What greeted their eyes was row upon row of neatly stacked barrels of purified water. Household 19-liter containers stacked in alternating orientations, layer upon layer. A rough count revealed no fewer than 100 barrels. "Brother Zhong, look at this." Zhong Ziwen's square face was stretched into an almost painfully wide grin, though he tried to hold it back. His address toward Jiang Lei had instantly shifted to brother, and his expression was nothing short of sleazy. "You can go ahead and take them." Jiang Lei's expression didn't so much as flicker. Every time he entered the azure realm, his consciousness expanded outward without finding any boundary. The sight of water only irritated him now. Well then, we won't stand on ceremony, Brother Jiang. You're a good man. Truly good people. Zhong Ziwen and his men licked their cracked lips, offered a few hurried pleasantries, then threw themselves at the water barrels with desperate hunger. Only those who had truly endured it understood what the phrase source of life really meant. Lei Ji. Guo Yunxi stepped forward, anxiously tugging at his sleeve. Jiang Lei remained unmoved. With over a dozen additional men called in to help, the bottled water at the front of the cargo box was quickly emptied. A total of 120 barrels, nearly 230 pounds of purified water. For a single person, that was more than enough to last over a year. In the dust storm apocalypse, this was a treasure of immeasurable value. After the water was cleared, the middle section of the cargo box revealed hundreds more boxes of energy bars and military rations. Jiang Lei still showed no reaction, but Zhong Ziwen was beginning to feel embarrassed. Anyone with eyes could see these were all survival supplies. The odds of finding weapons were slim. Brother Jiang, why don't you take some of this? No need. We already agreed. Your men can take it. From his past life, Jiang Lei knew Zhong Ziwen had at least a dozen guns under his command, so he remained as steady as a rock, showing no anxiety. Then, all right, move it. Even the usually composed Shui Songjie was struggling to contain himself. They all knew the boss had a stockpile of supplies at home, but the problem was there were more people now too. The stuff was right here, and the other side had already agreed. Why not take it? But since Jiang Lei hadn't given any indication, they could only cough twice in veiled protest. No one dared defy the boss's wishes on a matter this important. Brother Jiang, where are you staying? Zhong Ziwen gave a thumbs up with genuine admiration. Though they had agreed beforehand, resisting temptation on this scale required real character. A man who kept his word in the face of such bounty was someone he truly wanted to befriend. This wasn't just water and supplies, it was lives. When truly life and death moments came, having someone as principled as Jiang Lei watching your back would bring immeasurable peace of mind. After the food supplies were cleared out, they reached the rear section of the truck. Before them lay yet more boxes of medicine, bandages, and saline solution. Zhuzi, go grab the big cart from the compound. Pack some of everything for Brother Jiang. This time Zhong Ziwen's tone was no longer filled with superficial politeness, but carried a firm sense of certainty. A rare smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Lei's mouth. In his past life he had lived with utmost caution, yet in all those months he had hardly ever encountered a decent person. To think that pointing a gun at someone's head would actually lead to making a friend. What kind of twisted logic was that? No need, Brother Zhong. Since we agreed on it, we must play by the rules. This boss Zhong seemed to be an honest man. Besides, if Jiang Lei took the goods, he also feared that the other party might regret it later. No way. You must take some, no matter how little. Although there were still 2 shotguns in the driver's cabin, compared to Zhong Ziwen's haul, Jiang Lei's side was truly getting the short end of the stick. Brother Zhong. Just as they were politely declining each other, the young man moving the cargo cried out in surprise. The crowd gathered around to look, only to find that at the innermost section of the medical supplies, brand new wooden crates of various lengths filled the entire back of the carriage. Prying one of them open, the distinct scent of which shavings and gun oil instantly filled the entire truck bed. Type 56 semi. Guo Yunxi's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a veteran military enthusiast, she recognized this classic firearm, a Chinese replica of the Red Empire's SKS, at a single glance. Leaping into the carriage, Guo Yunxi swiftly grabbed one, caressing its heavy solid wood stock, her face flushed with an almost ecstatic excitement. Brother Zhong, sorry to bother you, but could we borrow your handcarts? In the end, all the weapons were tallied up: 20 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles and 4,000 rounds of ammunition, exactly 1 basic load of ammo per gun. Additionally, there were 2 crates of Type 77 wooden-handled hand grenades totaling 30 pieces, 10 sets of bulletproof vests and plates, and over a dozen blue-painted Kevlar helmets of an unrecognizable model. Judging by the rifling and handguards, these are barely used. They probably aren't official military supplies, but rather decommissioned weapons or export gear secretly hoarded by some large corporations or organizations. It was unclear what Zhong Ziwen's former occupation was, but even as his face filled with envy, he accurately deduced the origin of these weapons. What's the matter, Brother Zhong? Want to take a couple? Don't tempt me. Get them out of here quickly. A flash of struggle crossed Zhong Ziwen's face, but he immediately slapped the side of the carriage hard and said, You played by the rules earlier, and I'm no double-crossing bastard either. These things rightfully belong to you. Seeing that Zhong Ziwen's eyes were practically red with envy, yet he still managed to restrain himself, Jiang Lei found him quite intriguing. Let's make a deal then. Let me take some people from your side. You can have another 981 from the cabin, and I'll only keep a fraction of the shotgun ammo, leaving the rest for you. In exchange, I will take all the rifles and equipment. This. Zhong Ziwen felt that the number of times he had struggled internally in this short span of time already exceeded that of the entire past year. If any other group had come to make this kind of trade, he would have kicked them out without a second thought. In this day and age, when someone came to buy people, you could never be sure what they would be used for. Moreover, blatantly trafficking human beings would deal a devastating blow to the prestige he had just established within the Jinghuayuan community. But Jiang Lei's group was clearly different. Their supplies seemed incredibly abundant. For those people, going with Jiang Lei would at least be much better than staying here and waiting to die. At the very least, it guaranteed a bottom line. The people taken away probably wouldn't end up in a cooking pot. Deal? But the individuals themselves must agree. I can only act as a bridge for you. No problem. I need a doctor, and for the rest, just 6 or 7 young men and women under the age of 25. Jiang Lei had calculated this long ago. The number of newcomers could not be too large, otherwise they might form their own clique, making it difficult for them to assimilate into his established rules. I'll do my best. Zhang Zuan was not surprised by Jiang Lei's request. After all, no one would actively seek to take in the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. As the two leaders reached an agreement, Shui Songjia and Guo Yunxi, standing behind Jiang Lei, briefly locked eyes in a subtle exchange before quickly looking away. The Fima community was already long overpopulated. Desperate residents who could no longer survive came to building for every day to weep, beg, guilt trip, and even seduce the internal staff in endless attempts to join. Yet Jiang Lei chose to recruit from the outside. His intention was clear: to establish a system of checks and balances by introducing diverse factions within. However, since their entire family's lives depended on Jiang Lei, they were completely loyal to him, at least for now, and thus harbored no resentment toward his actions. Everything went incredibly smoothly. Just as the supplies in the driver's cabin were cleared out, the messenger returned with the selected individuals. There are countless ways for a person to die: crushed, drowned, diseased, or fallen. But dying of thirst or starvation is the most agonizing torment on earth. In the face of survival, everything else must take a back seat. Aside from a 46-year-old female doctor, there were 2 men and 5 women, 7 young, able-bodied individuals. All of them were solitary souls who had lost their families to various misfortunes. With dry, shriveled, purplish-black lips, they stumbled as they were led before Jiang Lei. These people, struggling on the precipice of life and death, constituted the largest demographic in all the residential areas, and they would become the root cause of the massive riots 3 days later. Zhou Hairan took bottles of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed the caps, and handed them over. Regardless of gender, all 8 of them frantically sucked the water into their mouths like madmen, making the plastic bottles crackle loudly. One girl, choking on the water, covered her mouth and nose tightly with her hands, coughing and gagging, yet she refused to let a single drop spill out. Jiang Lei did not complain about the skewed gender ratio, though able-bodied young men who couldn't survive had mostly gone out to fight for their lives long ago, so this was not Zhong Ziwen deliberately making things difficult for him. Ultimately, of the 3 shotguns, 56 steel-shot lethal shells, and over a dozen rubber bullets in the cabin, Jiang Lei only took 1 shotgun and 6 lethal shells, leaving all the rest to Zhong Ziwen. Brother Jiang, I won't say much more. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me at Jinghuayuan. Although both sides had gotten what they wanted, Zhong Ziwen knew he had gotten the better end of the deal. This truckload of supplies was the true capital for survival, yet Jiang Lei had not taken a single bit of it. Brother Zhong, you're being too polite. We are friends now. Haha, indeed. Friends. Zhong Ziwen nodded vigorously and patted Jiang Lei on the shoulder. Safe travels. Get the hell away from me, you idiot. On the return journey, Guo Yunxi cut a formidable figure, holding the Type 56 semi-automatic, the bayonet at the muzzle gleaming coldly. She terrified a group of clueless thugs who had tried to sneak over and take advantage, sending them fleeing in sheer panic. The 5 team members who had come along this time were all carrying rifles, but they were unloaded. The ammunition remained in Jiang Lei's possession, and when to distribute it was entirely up to him. Keeping firearms and ammunition separate would become a standard rule from now on. In any case, the Type 56 rifle, including the bayonet, was over a meter long. The world-famous triangular bayonet was more than enough to handle ordinary situations. Despite their weakened physical states, Jiang Lei still assigned the task of pulling the handcarts to the 8 newcomers, with the exception of the female doctor surnamed Liu. The 7 of them stumbled as they pushed the carts through the loose sand. Though it was arduous, everyone worked with all their might. Having a simple bottle of mineral water in their bellies felt like a miraculous elixir, rekindling their hope. Passing by the jewelry store they had visited earlier, they glanced inside. The backpacks that Jiang Lei and the other 3 had left behind in their haste were long gone. However, he did not care about such minor losses. After a cursory check, they resumed their journey home. 20 rifles, 4,000 rounds of ammunition, and 30 hand grenades. Aside from the lack of automatic fire, this was essentially the equivalent of 2 infantry squads worth of equipment. A massive harvest. Jiang Lei looked up at the billowing wind and sand, and the pressure and urgency that had been weighing on his mind finally eased a little. No matter how formidable that wicked organization was, with the firepower currently at his disposal under these circumstances, he should at least be able to defend himself. The return journey was slower than the outward trip. The newcomers, already physically frail, had to haul the cart, and simply could not move fast. The cart's 4 small wheels sank deep into the sand, burdened by over a dozen rifles, thousands of rounds of ammunition, grenades, bulletproof vests, and helmets. It was barely being dragged forward. However, without Jiang Lei's orders, no one from the patrol group stepped forward to help. They simply maintained their vigilance and focused on their duties. By mid-afternoon, the once gray and dim sky had turned completely dark, and the group finally stumbled back to find a residential area covered head to toe in dust. At the entrance of Building 404, corpses hung from wooden poles and steel nails above the first-floor canopy, swaying in the wind. One had been pierced through the face by a crossbow bolt, while the other 3 bore sharp knife wounds to their chests and necks. Of the 4 bodies, 1 was a familiar face from within the community, while the remaining 3, with unfamiliar features, were likely outsiders. Damn it! Who the hell do they think they can muscle in here? Guo Yunqi smashed his rifle, but against one of the corpses twice, rage and lingering fear flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, Du Hui and Yu Jian had held the fort well. If they hadn't, someone could have exploited their absence. She couldn't bear to imagine what she might have done if anything had happened to her grandmother. Jiang Lei, standing nearby, remained expressionless. The situation at Building 4 was well known throughout the residential area and had likely spread beyond its walls. Countless eyes, open and hidden, were watching them, so it was only natural that some would harbor malicious intentions as they ventured out. This was the consequence of his rapid consolidation during the early days of the apocalypse, though Du Hui had handled the situation well this time. Are you the boss? A familiar voice echoed from the dark, deep corridor. Old Du, Jiang Lei responded, waving his hand to signal his people to begin unloading the cargo. Flashlights flickered on one by one, and the entire building that had stood lifeless and oppressive in the wind and sand suddenly came alive. Why did it take so long? Fan Rong, alerted to their return, intercepted Jiang Lei on the third-floor corridor and threw herself into his arms, completely disregarding the dust covering them both. I'm back now, aren't I? Jiang Lei gently patted her shoulder and smiled. Let's handle business first. 7 rifles were distributed from the 20 available, 1 for each patrol member, including the 2 new recruits. Along with their body armor and helmets, the rifles were labeled with each person's name. Their primary responsibility would be learning to maintain and operate their equipment daily under Du Hui's instruction. The remaining 13 rifles, 1 shotgun, and 4,000 rounds of ammunition were all carefully inspected before being stored in room 701, where Jiang Lei resided. Old Du. Jiang Lei handed Du Hui 2 rifle clips and 20 rounds, speaking in a low voice. Stay alert tonight, and keep your ammunition close at hand. Understood. Du Hui received the ammunition with a solemn expression. Currently, aside from him, the 6 rifles in the patrol group were nothing more than cold weapons. By issuing bullets exclusively to him, Jiang Lei was entrusting him with the critical role of defending the building's ground floor and responding to emergencies, a significant responsibility that spoke volumes about his confidence in Du Hui. The newly arrived Dr. Liu Li specialized in endocrinology at Bin City's 7th Hospital. Though her credentials were unremarkable, she was formally trained at a reputable Grade A tertiary hospital with over a decade of clinical experience, which proved more than adequate for current needs. After a basic medical screening of all newcomers, only 1 woman showed moderate to severe dehydration, while the rest suffered from varying degrees of heat exhaustion. With proper hydration, electrolyte replacement, and rest, they would recover quickly and regain their strength. With everything roughly in order, Jiang Lei finally allowed himself a moment to breathe. He took a shower and settled into the living room of 702, waiting for dinner while the air conditioner hummed. Promise me you won't go out on missions yourself again. I was anxious all day long. At the dining table, Fan Rong watched Jiang Lei devour his meal, serving him dishes with her large luminous eyes fixed steadily on him. If I don't go out, how could I bring these things back? Fan Rong let out a heavy sigh after hearing Jiang Lei's words. While she didn't understand firearms, she knew this arsenal would significantly improve their survival in this harsh world. Now that we have more people under our command and conditions outside are deteriorating further, we need to overhaul our current system. We can't continue distributing resources equally to everyone. What are your thoughts? Jiang Lei adopted a serious expression. He had indeed recognized these issues himself, but despite his considerable efforts to find solutions, he hadn't yet figured out the right approach. Shuqin and I have been studying this over the past couple of days. We're making good progress, and should have a preliminary proposal ready for you by tomorrow noon for your review. Very well. Thank you for your hard work. Since you know how hard I've worked, won't Boss Jiang reward me? I'm truly exhausted today. Hurry up. March 30th, the 14th day of the apocalypse, temperature 45. 9°C. After breakfast, Jiang Lei took a stroll downstairs. Members of the logistics team were organizing personnel to clear sand from the stairwell entrance and the surrounding 10 meters or so. Meanwhile, the 9 patrol group members were already seated excitedly in the living room of 201, eagerly awaiting Du Hui's firearms training session. Everything was proceeding methodically. At 11:30, after finishing lunch, Jiang Lei, Fan Rong, and Gu Shuqin sat across from each other on either side of the coffee table in 702. Take a look first. After exchanging glances, the 2 women handed him several sheets of paper covered in writing. Jiang Lei bent his head and examined them carefully, the room falling into an intimate silence. The 2 women's plan was far more comprehensive and well-reasoned than anything Jiang Lei himself could have devised, clearly demonstrating the gap between the educated and uneducated. The overall structure remained largely unchanged, still divided into logistics and patrol groups. However, Fan Rong had organized the 5 young women who recently joined into a separate unit temporarily under Guiyunqi's command designated as Patrol Group 2. With firearms in hand, once properly trained, their combat effectiveness would be substantial, with only close-quarters engagements remaining as a limitation. As group leader, Guiyunqi would receive the same daily allocation of 20 rounds as Du Hui, creating a balanced dynamic between the 2 patrol groups, while setting an example for the other women in the team. Beyond that, restructuring, the most critical change involved overhauling the supply distribution system, dividing the entire team into 3 ration tiers. The third tier allocation served the elderly, infirm, and children within the logistics group. Their rations would only marginally satisfy hunger, with water restricted to 1 liter daily, barely enough to prevent dehydration at current temperatures. Additional provisions would be granted based on physical exertion. The second tier supported younger women in logistics who enjoyed adequate sustenance, though largely dependent on preserved foods. Superior provisions required greater effort, and as the primary workforce, they would receive priority assignment of tasks. Patrol members occupied the top tier, receiving whatever supplies Jiang Lei deemed appropriate, including unrestricted access to tobacco, alcohol, and snacks. Fan Rong concluded her proposal with recommendations regarding allocation quantities, quality standards, and incentive mechanisms. Technical specialists, mechanics, electricians, and physicians would receive individual allocations directly from Jiang Lei, following the same first-tier standards, with additional compensation for completing special assignments. Comprehensive and reasonable. I see no major flaws. Jiang Lei smiled and continued, but there's one issue. What in the world is this team supposed to be called? The Jiang Group. This was the name the 2 women had chosen for the team. For people in their 30s to come up with something so grandiose yet childish was quite a feat in itself. In the apocalypse, most team names were chosen at random, yet they still needed to carry a certain level of indication. For instance, names like the Bin City Official First Shelter, the Second Shelter Purple Shield Escort Hongfeng Group, or the Second Iron and Steel Works. At a single glance, one could immediately grasp what they were about. Even names like the Xiaoming Dharma Assembly or the Sect of the Desert Wind offered highly concrete and descriptive characteristics. In other words, it was best for others to grasp the composition, scale, and purpose of your team the moment they heard its name. This would make recruitment far easier, facilitating a seamless mutual selection. For example, cannibals and bandits who engaged in blood-drinking, human flesh-eating, rape, and pillage would generally seek to join some gang or faction that sounded compatible with their own nature, rather than seeking their own demise at an official base. Birds of a feather flock together. This was an eternal truth. Let's call it the Pegasus Rescue Team, Jiang Lei suggested after a moment's thought. He had come up with a name that sounded even more unrefined, yet its indicative purpose was significantly stronger. Since he had no need to worry about water and supplies, he wanted to recruit people with slightly higher moral baselines for the early to mid-stages. Although there were no truly good people in the apocalypse, they would still save him a lot of trouble compared to those vicious wolves who had abandoned all semblance of humanity. That sounds so small-scale. The Jiang Group sounds much more grand. People would assume there's a powerful benefactor backing them. Fan Rong said with a giggle, her hands and feet far from idle beneath the table. What she enjoyed most now was playfully tormenting Jiang Lei right in front of Gu Shuqin. Gu Shuqin had already learned to habitually ignore their subtle interactions. Lost in thought, she suggested, in that case, why not change it to the Pegasus Rescue Regiment? And we can also rename the logistics section and patrol section to the logistics team and patrol team. That way it sounds much more prestigious. I think that works. Fan Rong agreed, ceasing her playfulness now that they were discussing serious matters. Everyone present understood that details determine success or failure. Then it's settled, Jiang Lei said, tapping the paper as he made the final decision. In addition, the rules and regulations of the team were written on the very last page. Bypassing cliches like being positive, united, and friendly, the document primarily highlighted 2 key points. First, the authority of the boss, Jiang Lei, was virtually absolute. He reserved the right to alter any rule or regulation at will and held the power of final interpretation. After all, both the team's purse strings and weapons were in his hands. Furthermore, the current core members of the team had brought their entire families along, leaving virtually no room for other variables. As for the second point, it emphasized severe punishment for double-dealing, colluding with outsiders, or harming fellow members. They would be hunted to the ends of the earth. As long as the team existed, they would never cease pursuing and executing traitors. In a world where law and social morality had been entirely shattered, harsh punitive measures were absolutely necessary and had to be enforced to the absolute end. Once Jiang Lei made a decision, it became the final command. Before long, dozens of handwritten copies of the Pegasus Rescue Regiment rulebook were distributed to everyone in the building. At the same time, the newly formed patrol teams 1 and 2, consisting of 14 members in total, received 14 labeled unloaded firearms. Look at this. Does this make any sense? How are we supposed to survive? Inside the bedroom of room 601, Auntie Chi waved the paper in her hand frantically, sighing with a face full of misery, while a guiltless Ding Chuxin sat beside her. What on earth is this third-class ration? For tales of compressed biscuits and 1 liter of water a day. That's it. Is that really all? Grandmother, this is already quite good. You know very well what kind of lives people outside are living. The fact that the boss is willing to provide supplies to keep us alive is an immense blessing. Ding Chuxin said earnestly, tracing the words on the rulebook with her pale, white fingernails as she took notes. When we first negotiated with the boss, we agreed to share a single salary. Now I have a second-class ration and you have a third-class one. What is there to complain about? If we use them sparingly, and I work a bit harder, we can even save quite a bit. I swear you have no conscience, child. The boss wanted to kick you out back then, and it was me who risked my life to plead and save you. As soon as Annie Chi brought this up, she seemed to strike the young girl's weak spot instantly. Even though you aren't my biological grandmother, I will never forget how you've cared for me lately. But we only have so much capability. Otherwise, why don't you talk to the boss and let me join patrol team too? Auntie Chi's eyes darted around, and her expression instantly shifted as she said with maternal warmth, I've never had a granddaughter in my life, and I've long since regarded you as my own. The patrol team is meant for risking one's life. What's the point of a first-class ration if you aren't alive to enjoy it? We aren't doing such foolish things. I couldn't bear to let you go. Grandmother, then there's nothing else we can do. Ding Chuxin's eyes grew slightly moist. At 19, having grown up alone, she was simple and sensitive. Having also endured the agonizing collapse of the world in this apocalypse, how could she possibly withstand Annie Chi's relentless emotional appeal? Are you still playing dumb with me, girl? Can't you see what kind of heavenly lives Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin are living? Hearing her words, Ding Chuxin's face instantly flushed crimson as she muttered. But that kind of thing. Even if I were willing, he would have to find me appealing first. Auntie Chi smacked her forehead hard, utterly exasperated. My silly granddaughter. Look at the two women by his side, in their 30s and raising kids. The boss is starved for affection, don't you get it? With your age, your looks, your figure. Fine, let's not talk about your figure for now, but you're still untouched. It'll drive him wild with joy. But Sister Rong and Sister Gu are indeed beautiful, and their temperament and figures are top tier. Some men just prefer that type, like a certain famous historical figure. So it might not be as you say. Perhaps talking about such an explicit topic made the young girl uncomfortable, as Ding Chuxin's face burned red while she tightly wrung her hands. Auntie Chi rolled her eyes and teased with a sly smirk. I say, when you used to stay cooped up at home all day, what on earth were you looking at on the internet? You've acquired quite a diverse range of knowledge, haven't you? I didn't. Chuxin, at my age, how many more days can I possibly survive in this hellish world? This is all for the sake of your future. Auntie Chi, her face etched with the weariness of time, gently smoothed Ding Chuxin's hair. Besides, the boss isn't some old man in his 70s or 80s. He's a vigorous young man, just 5 years older than you. With his protection, even if we don't live in absolute luxury, at least the two of us won't have to live in constant fear of whether we'll survive tomorrow, right? Grandmother, please stop. I'll just listen to you. Good. You said this to me with your own mouth, so don't chicken out when the time comes. Having finally heard the words she wanted from the girl, Auntie Chi stood up, her eyes gleaming. Her face burning red. Ding Chuxin turned away with a soft sob. Yet from an angle, Auntie Chi could not see the corners of her delicate rosy lips curved upward into a subtle smile. No one who survived in this world was a fool. Striving for a better living environment was an inherent instinct of any living organism. A cunning old fox. A simple, pitiful girl. Many things in this world are not necessarily as they appear on the surface. At noon, over 20 members of the logistics team, young and old men and women alike, gathered in rooms 401 and 402 for lunch. The rationing system outlined in the rulebook would not take effect until tomorrow, so today, they still shared communal meals as before. Thin porridge paired with compressed biscuits, salted vegetable strips, and cured tofu. Meals that had grown monotonous to the point of nausea over these past days were now being devoured voraciously by everyone. Among those present, only 4 or 5 wives qualified for second-class rations. The rest, the elderly and children, would have to make do with far less starting tomorrow. Although nearly every household had at least one member receiving first or second-class rations who among them didn't stash away a little for themselves. They might as well take advantage of these public provisions while they could still eat their fill. Aunt Chi, the boss wants you to come upstairs. Outside the door, Kong Shan, Du Hui's wife and a chef in a white uniform, wiped her hands as she stepped inside. Having previously worked in a school cafeteria, she had been entrusted entirely by Fan Rong with managing the communal cooking operation. Aside from preparing humble meals for the logistics team, she also cooked downstairs for the patrol group. A cook would never go hungry, so her presence here was purely performative. In truth, she had already eaten her fill. Who? The boss. Aunt Chi, her face buried in her bowl, lifted her head in disbelief. Her strained relationship with Fan Rong had left her poorly regarded within the logistics team, so she rarely spoke in such company. Yes, I was heading upstairs to Sister Rong's to collect dinner ingredients when the boss asked me to fetch you as well. Sitting at her place, Kong Shan smiled patiently as she wiped her son, Du Cheng's mouth. Du Hui was Jiang Lei's top enforcer, and Kong Shan herself oversaw the kitchen operations. With the entire family fiercely loyal to the boss, she offered warm courtesy to Aunt Chi regardless of any personal friction. Anyone registered under the boss's authority deserved a pleasant countenance. I'll go right now. Coming to her senses, Aunt Chi sprang from her seat with agility, defying her years, and dashed toward the stairs. You haven't finished your meal yet, have you? I've finished. Bent over and panting heavily, Aunt Chi bowed repeatedly to Jiang Lei. I have called you here to entrust you with an important task. If you perform well, I will upgrade your ration to second class. In his past life, Jiang Lei had found Aunt Chi's face both tedious and daunting. But those days were done. From his present vantage point, he understood that anyone possessing ability and contributing value to the team deserved a stage upon which to prove themselves. Just give the word, boss. Aunt Chi's voice trembled, her composure barely holding. Even with Ding Chuxin as a contingency, she knew that even if things succeeded, their superficial grandmother-granddaughter relationship would yield limited advantage. She had little certainty either way. Relying on others proved unreliable. Now that an opportunity presented itself to leverage her own abilities for personal gain, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. Go out immediately and spread the word throughout the compound, in every building, every room, in all courtyards, and along the perimeter. For each body you locate and cremate, I will reward you with 1 bottle of mineral water. The deadline is 10 o'clock tonight. Upon hearing these words, neither Aunt Chi nor Fan Rong standing behind her could conceal their shock. What manner of proposition was this? End of days funeral services? What? Is there a problem? No, none at all. Aunt Chi recovered first. Whatever the task, she would accept it wholeheartedly. If the boss demanded it, she would even investigate the color of the Queen Mother's undergarments. Then go at once. I will select 5 able members from the logistics team to accompany you, and Guiyunshi will lead patrol team 2 to ensure your safety. Jiang Lei paused briefly before adding, remember, all corpses must be brought to the compound's main gate and burned under our supervision. Moreover, only current residents of the compound may undertake this work. Outsiders are strictly prohibited. Regardless of prior acquaintance, we recognize only the bodies, not the people. Whoever cremates the body receives the reward. Understood, boss. Aunt Chi seemed suddenly rejuvenated. Having received her order, she rushed downstairs with renewed vigor. The boss wishes to win over the hearts of the compound's residents. This was Aunt Chi's first instinct. No wonder he had chosen her. Apart from herself, who could possibly know every resident of the entire compound? Still, was such an eccentric approach truly necessary? Deaths had been mounting beyond counting lately, and this would represent a significant expenditure. I shall descend to oversee things and prevent any misconduct. Fan Rong rose, brushed the dust from Jiang Lei's shoulder, and followed below. Though doubts swirled within her, her unconditional trust in Jiang Lei compelled her to carry out his instructions without question. Now alone, Jiang Lei sat at a small table beside the corridor, and as was his habit, began cleaning his pistol. Tomorrow, March 31st, would mark exactly half a month since the apocalypse, and also the beginning of another catastrophe. The maturation period of the sand corpse insects, coupled with the onset of the Great Riot. Clearing the corpses would not only reduce the number of parasitic dry husks near their doorway, but also lessen the hunger driving those desperate cannibals. As for winning over the residents' hearts, that was merely a secondary benefit, the least important consideration. Those above speak lightly, those below run their legs off. This was not merely a truth of the old world. In a certain sense, it proved even more accurate in the new one. Jiang Lei's order set not only his own personnel in motion, but also utterly ignited the entire Fima compound and its surroundings. The moment the news spread, the situation spiraled beyond control. With manpower critically depleted, every member of the logistics team, save for elderly grandmother Guiyunshi in her late 70s and 4 or 5 children, went to the front lines. Eventually, even technical personnel, such as Lu Rue, Qian Xinglin, and Lu Li were deployed. Building for already strained by the recent influx of newcomers emptied almost instantly. Only 3 armed patrol guards remained to keep watch. This was not because the task itself demanded such labor, but rather because the news had spread beyond the compound, drawing not only every resident within, but others as well. Individuals and groups wandering the nearby streets, residents from adjacent complexes, even shop workers. All who could learn of the opportunity came flocking, creating a scene of unprecedented scale that caught Jiang Lei completely off guard. The Great Riot was not the name of a single city location or isolated event, but rather a process. The number of people on the streets grew daily. Driven from their hiding places by tormenting thirst and encroaching death, the masses eventually reached a critical threshold, unleashing a wave of collective unrest lasting over 10 days. Thus gave birth to the name Great Riot. No more than an hour had passed since the news spread. Jiang Lei, there are already 400 or 500 people at the compound entrance, and they keep converging. What should we do? Gu Shuqing, usually so serene and refined, now dashed about wrapped in a face cloth, her face and clothes streaked with sweat and dust, her elegant demeanor long forgotten. I'm going as well. Jiang Lei nearly slapped himself. Though he understood the reasoning behind his order, to others offering water in exchange for burning corpses seemed an absurdly simple scheme with generous rewards. What did it matter that only compound residents were permitted to participate? In the current climate, whoever received the news could hardly remain unmoved. Even to investigate whether some advantage could be gained, people would come. Could he possibly stop them all? He had been far too presumptuous. In his previous life he had struggled to manage even himself. Yet in this life his authority expanded rapidly, and his severe deficiency in management skills became starkly exposed. Throughout history, regardless of how shrewd dictators proved in their rise, once they succeeded and wielded unchecked power, they could not avoid committing various errors. Running through the howling sandstorm, Jiang Lei warned himself from now on never again would he issue orders on a whim. Boss, you cannot go. Despite the desperate shortage of hands ahead, Shui Songjia and Yu Jian remained firmly stationed at Jiang Lei's sides. No, there are too many people. Rong and Old Du cannot contain them. Upon reaching the compound entrance, Jiang Lei realized just how dire the situation had become. Through a swirling haze of ochre dust, countless shadowy figures emerged and vanished, shoving, fighting, cursing, snatching. Various cries and roars merged into a deafening din, drowning out even the howling wind and sand, as though standing within a vast vortex of humanity itself. He rushed forward, shoving aside several people who were running about in panic. The makeshift platform, enclosed by tables and chairs before the residential compound's security booth, was already on the verge of collapsing. Had it not been for the rifles in the hands of the 10 patrolmen, it would likely have been torn apart by the crowd long ago. Fire! A warning shot. Without hesitation, Jiang Lei leaped onto the wooden platform, pulled the rifle from his back, and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang! Bang bang! 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 Following Jiang Lei's lead, Du Hui and Guo Yunxi, positioned to the left of the platform, raised the rifles whose safeties they had already released, and pulled the triggers skyward. A succession of crisp gunshots thundered through the air, finally bringing the chaotic scene under control. The clamor gradually subsided. Only then did Jiang Lei see clearly that most of his people were crowded on the left side of the platform. More than 100 packs of bottled water had been piled into a small mountain, gleaming with an unusual clarity amid the wind-blown sand. Fan Rong, Du Hui, Guo Yunxi, and Qi Ding Chuxing. Just beyond them stood nearly 20 members of the logistics team, each armed with a weapon. The outermost ring consisted of the 10 patrolmen with rifles. Barely 50 people in all, they stood like steadfast reefs amid a sea of several hundred refusing to fall. Jiang Lei jumped down from the platform. Behind, and to the side of his own group, several unfortunate souls who had not yet grasped what was happening were still slipping through gaps in the crowd and trying to seize bottled water from the logistics members amid the turmoil. The crowd behind them had been forced back by the gunfire, but these few, having charged to the very front, continued pressing forward with greed-stricken faces, heedless of all else. Bang! Jiang Lei fired without warning. A heavily bearded middle-aged man at the forefront, already clutching a pack of bottled water to his chest, was struck in the thigh and fell screaming onto the sand, where he writhed and wailed in agony. Compared with killing someone outright to establish his authority, making an example suffer in the flesh proved far more effective. The surrounding crowd retreated another step in unison and became even quieter. Only now did the remaining few fools finally realize what had happened. They stood dazed in place before 2 patrolmen seized them by the hair, dragged them down, and threw them to the ground. Jiang Lei extended his right hand, and Shui Songjia hurriedly produced the battery-powered loudspeaker he had prepared from his backpack, placing it in his palm. Jiang Lei turned and leaped back onto the platform. Drawing a deep breath, he tore the cloth covering his face away and allowed the wind-blown sand to strike his features. Everyone present, whether I know you or not, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Lei, a resident of Flying Horse Residential Compound, and the newly appointed leader of the Flying Horse Relief Group. The electric loudspeaker crackled as his voice spread outward. Whatever thoughts occupied the minds of the crowd in the whirling sand, all of them stood still and listened at that moment. The dozen-odd rifles and the mountain of bottled water seared 2 unfamiliar names into every mind: Flying Horse Relief Group and Jiang Lei. What happened today is an internal relief operation organized by our residential compound. For everyone here to create trouble, jeer, and take advantage of the chaos. Is that not rather dishonorable? Nearly 700 or 800 people had gathered around the platform, yet wherever Jiang Lei's gaze passed, no one dared meet his eyes. A scattered mob. Exactly. This operation was organized by our own compound. What business do you damned outsiders have meddling in it? Indeed. Have you no shame? Over 100 voices below the platform instantly rose in support of Jiang Lei. In truth, barely half of them were original residents. Most were wanderers who had recently arrived and had merely found temporary shelter within the compound. Yet they now considered themselves members of the compound. Since they had benefited from Jiang Lei's mission, many were overjoyed and eager to help save lives. Now that the operation had been disrupted, resentment burned fiercely within them, and naturally, their words held no courtesy. I understand how dire the times are, and that none of us has it easy. However, our group's supplies are limited, and we cannot help so many people. I can only offer you our sincere apologies. As soon as Jiang Lei finished speaking, a renewed stir arose below the platform. Raising his voice even louder, he immediately continued. Nevertheless, since we call ourselves the Relief Group, our founding purpose is to resist catastrophe by every means possible and to aid those in suffering. In a while, we will issue permits to the residents of Flying Horse Residential Compound. Only those possessing a permit will be eligible to cremate corpses. As for the rest of you, you may cooperate with permit holders. Unless a malicious incident occurs, we will not interfere in how the work is carried out or how the payment is divided. Whether it concerned the scene before him or the great riot that would begin tomorrow, everything ultimately boiled down to a single word: water. Jiang Lei was not short of water, yet if he brought it out and distributed it to everyone, he would not only fail to quell the trouble, but would instead place himself in grave danger. The 100+ packs of bottled water before him might not yet be enough to drive people to seize them beneath a dozen gun muzzles. But if he produced more resources, greed and the courage born of numbers would take hold. With a little prompting from those with ulterior motives, a riot would descend upon them at once. Therefore, with the total payment fixed, he could only shift the conflict outward, surrender the supplies, and let them settle the matter among themselves. Now residents of Flying Horse residential compound line up before the security booth to collect your permits. Everyone else retreat 10 paces and wait. Watching the crowd slowly divide into two groups, Jiang Lei exhaled deeply. After speaking for so long, his throat had gone dry and sweat covered his head. He was actually quite familiar with such scenes. In his previous life, however, Jiang Lei had merely been part of the crowd below. Whenever major groups held an event, he would follow the multitude, stir up enthusiasm, and take whatever he could if luck favored him. If not, he simply let it go. Now, however, he stood there as the organizer. Naturally, tension was unavoidable throughout the process, but fortunately, all danger had passed without disaster. "Aunt Chi, come here." "Boss." Jiang Lei leaped down from the platform and beckoned. Aunt Chi immediately hunched over and raced over like the wind, her face covered in sand caught among deep wrinkles. She wore a dusty, ingratiating smile. "You will be responsible for issuing the permits in a while. Once the original residents have received theirs, ignore the recent arrivals and even the imposters. Just make sure you hand out a total of 120 or 30 permits." Over the past 10+ days, so many of Flying Horse residential compound's original residents had died or fled that there were nowhere near that many left. They could only make up the total this way, otherwise with too few people, they would be unable to form a unified force or create a confrontational situation. Also find 10 or so residents of the compound whom you know best, preferably men, and secretly give them some decent weapons. Aunt Chi's eyes flickered as she immediately understood the reasoning behind it. She nodded and replied, "Rest assured, boss." Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The permits had been handwritten personally by Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin, and since the number was not especially large, counterfeiting them was virtually impossible. The elderly men and women of the logistics team seized this opportunity to return. Apart from Aunt Chi, nearly everyone from the Flying Horse Relief Group still at the scene was young and in the prime of life. The permits were still being issued over here, but various conflicts had already begun over there. The outsiders were not blind. The payment was limited, and Jiang Lei had essentially apportioned the residents' interests among them. As for who would receive more or less, that would depend on their own ability. Those who had already obtained permits naturally had no desire whatsoever to cooperate. Finding a corpse and dragging it over to burn was hardly an arduous task, yet they were helpless, for the outsiders outnumbered them several times over. Some large groups with dozens of members had even begun openly snatching permits near the booth side entrance. Under such circumstances, it was better to take the initiative and recruit others into an alliance, ensuring that they themselves still received the larger share. Jiang Lei paid no heed whatsoever to the veiled hostility schemes and conflicts outside the security booth. As long as no large-scale robbery or killing occurred, he had no intention of interfering, even if 3 or 5 people died. On the right side of the security booth, tables and chairs had been arranged to enclose a large area. 6 female members of patrol team, 2 stood guard with rifles, maintaining order. Several married women from the logistics group were responsible for inspecting permits and distributing fuel such as gasoline. Once a corpse had been burned, the payment was issued on the spot. The cremators departed through the other side, after which another group was allowed to enter and burn the next corpse. The situation had finally been brought under control. Most of the crowd had settled upon cooperative arrangements by then and hurriedly scattered into the wind-blown sand in search of corpses. "Boss, I'm sorry." Covered in sand, Du Hui stood before Jiang Lei with a remorseful expression, his eyes still slightly reddened. "It's not your fault. I'm the one most responsible. But if something like this happens again, remember to fire immediately. Hesitating for even a few seconds could mean the death of our own people." "Yes, sir." Jiang Lei sat behind the guardhouse and took a sip of water. Tilting his chin upward, he gestured toward the bustling crowd and asked, "How did everyone perform?" "Any idea?" Du Hui crouched down, pondering briefly before nodding and speaking in a low voice. "The veteran members performed well enough. But of the 2 newcomers, there was one named Qian Zhengming who kept hiding in the crowd. His rifle nearly got snatched away. Tomorrow I'll confiscate his weapon, and if it happens again, I'll kick him out of the team on the spot." "Understood. What about Squad 2? "Sir," at Jiang Lei's question, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Du Hui's expression. He composed himself and answered, "They performed far better than we did. Although they haven't undergone training yet, and their physical fitness isn't on par with the veterans, they truly fought with everything they had. That ferocity of theirs scared the hell out of everyone earlier." Jiang Lei nodded, unsurprised. Women were the most tragic group in the apocalypse. As long as a man survived, even if he ended up destitute on the streets, he still had the possibility of joining other teams. Only women had no retreat whatsoever. In this regard, the girls of Patrol Squad 2 had understood things more clearly than anyone else from the very moment Jiang Lei brought them back. Scheming for advantage or position was always the inferior strategy. Only by winning hearts and staking lives could one master the highest art of leadership. In this matter, he had finally gleaned some insight. The busy work continued until past 8 in the evening. Beneath the bonfires blazing in four corners, Jiang Lei announced the end of the operation. The reluctant crowd stared at the spot where bottled water had been piled, but it had long since been emptied. They could only heave sighs of regret as they turned and disappeared into the dark, swirling sands. In reality, how many corpses could there possibly be around the Fima residential complex? Apart from a few buried beneath the sand, most had long been dug up by those ravenous survivors. During the later hours, most of what was brought in had been secretly scavenged from other locations. Yet, Jiang Lei still pretended not to notice, waiting until every drop of water brought out today had been distributed before finally calling it a day. Most people suspected Jiang Lei must still have plenty of supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought out so much water to distribute. But what one imagined in the mind and what one witnessed with one's own eyes were two entirely different things. No one dared to incite trouble for a mere possibility, staring down the dark muzzles of those rifles. After all, the other side only needed to squeeze a trigger, and what they'd lose would be their worthless lives. Around 30 dusty, bedraggled figures trudged back to Building 4 with drooping heads, each so exhausted they couldn't even muster a single word. There were no major casualties, but from the jostling and bumping, nearly everyone bore some minor injuries. No one understood why the boss had taken out such precious water resources for such a pointless task, yet no one voiced any complaints. Every decision Jiang Lei made inevitably proved correct in hindsight. As for the endless stream of supplies being moved down from the 7th floor without anything going back up, I don't ask. If you do, the answer is simply he'd stockpiled them in advance. The beneficiaries of this arrangement enjoyed the fruits without question. No one wanted to destroy everything just because of damned curiosity. This topic had become the team's greatest taboo, never to be uttered even between husband and wife in their most intimate moments. Several large barrels filled with water were delivered to each floor for everyone's hygiene. No one wanted to waste a drop, but team regulations required a certain standard of cleanliness, so they would dampen a cloth and give themselves a hasty wipe down. As for what remained, everyone tacitly divided it amongst themselves. After all, it was something the boss had distributed to the team. Any use was still a use. That night, most people in the vicinity of Fima residential complex enjoyed a rare measure of comfort. Boss Jiang of the Fima rescue group, abundant supplies, strong and well-armed forces. Various rumors of this kind, spread by word of mouth among the survivors, carried further afield, along with the growing number of wanderers roaming the streets. All right, I know I was wrong. I won't act recklessly again. After dinner, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin said nothing. They simply sat across from Jiang Lei in silent protest, both wearing foul expressions. Jiang Lei understood what they meant, but truthfully, no matter what kind of face beautiful women made, they still looked lovely. It held no real menace. Still, he couldn't be completely thick-skinned. He needed to display a proper attitude of admitting fault. Besides, today's incident had indeed been rather precarious. Had the crowd been any larger, something catastrophic might have happened. He had already reflected on it himself. The Fima residential complex lay at the southernmost edge of Bin City in a sparsely populated area still under development, where supplies remained relatively plentiful. Had today's incident occurred in the city center, Jiang Lei might have faced thousands of maddened, thirst-crazed rioters. With only his dozen or so guns, he would have stood no chance of maintaining order. The night passed swiftly. March 31st, the 15th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 44.7°C. Jiang Lei, who had endured a scolding the previous night, rose early and gathered both patrol squads at room 201 for a meeting. This time it was his turn to criticize others. Qian Jingming had his weapon confiscated on the spot, was removed from the patrol squad roster, and had his supply allocation reduced to the 4th tier. He was required to train with everyone else, for now remaining with the team on probation for half a month. The final punishment would be announced based on his performance. Meanwhile, the 6 girls of Squad 2, including Gui Yunqi, were each rewarded by Jiang Lei with 10 liters of purified water and assorted snacks and fruits. Most importantly, they had finally escaped the indignity of carrying empty rifles. Each was now permitted to carry one standard magazine, 10 rounds for daily duty, though these had to be returned to the squad leader by nightfall except for those on active guard. With rewards and punishments clearly delineated, no one present could muster any complaint. The grown men stood before the girls with sheepish, downcast expressions, unable to lift their heads. But there was nothing they could do. Although they hadn't performed as poorly as Qian Jingming the day before, they truly hadn't matched the ferocious excellence of Squad 2. Everything suffers by comparison. After breakfast, the patrol squads collectively studied firearms knowledge under Du Hui's guidance. The afternoon was devoted to physical training and basic tactical instruction. Live fire target practice occurred every 3 days with 3 rounds allocated per person each session. It wasn't that Jiang Lei was stingy. 4,000 rounds might sound like a lot, but with over a dozen rifles firing away, dozens of rounds vanished in just a few minutes. The goal was merely to familiarize the members with the weapon's performance, so they wouldn't fumble for the safety or fail to rack the bolt when shooting. As for accuracy at this stage, no one aside from Du Hui should even bother hoping. After lunch, Jiang Lei summoned all 15 members of the 2 patrol squads to an open area behind the building. No matter what happens later, don't be afraid and don't ask questions. I'll explain everything to you. Jiang Lei's cryptic remark cast a subtle tension over the gathering. The team members glanced left and right. Beyond the rolling yellow sand stretching in all directions, they could see no sign of any danger. After speaking, Jiang Lei paid them no further attention. He turned and walked into the corridor. Moments later, he emerged carrying a withered corpse. With a soft thud, the emaciated brown-black remains were tossed onto the sandy ground. By now, the accumulated sand had reached a depth of nearly 1 meter and 60 or 70 centimeters, roughly burying more than half of the original first-floor height. This was a male corpse, apparently having met his demise within the first few days of the apocalypse. After more than 10 days of scorching wind and blistering heat, every inch of skin and muscle had been completely drained of moisture, stretched taut in strips against the bones. Neither age nor features could be discerned. Keep your eyes peeled. Just as the team members looked utterly bewildered, they suddenly noticed the sand around the desiccated corpse beginning to writhe in clusters. In barely half a minute, countless tiny insects flew up into the air from some unknown origin, swarming into a dense cloud before scrambling to burrow into the corpse through its mouth, nose, and other openings. Standing in a circle, the team members felt their scalps tingle with dread at the unimaginable sight before them, instinctively taking 2 steps back. These insects are called sand corpse beetles. They are extraterrestrial organisms carried to Earth along with the wind and sand from the sky cave. They pose absolutely no threat to living creatures. They are fragile and fear water. Fear stems from the unknown. As Jiang Lei explained calmly, the team members gradually snapped out of their daze. At the very least, their initial terror subsided, replaced by a budding sense of curiosity. As for how Jiang Lei knew this, no one bothered to ask. The boss already possessed plenty of eccentricities, so a few more hardly mattered. After several waves of insects burrowed into the corpse, perhaps reaching a state of saturation, the writhing sand in the vicinity gradually settled into stillness. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, a chorus of countless faint sizzling sounds filled the air. The insects that had flown inside earlier now ruptured through the corpse's skin from various parts, soaring back into the air and swarming together. They left behind a body riddled with dense honeycomb-like pores, a truly horrifying sight. The sand corpse beetles that lose the struggle for the corpse will pierce through the skin, fly into the air to mate, and die rapidly after laying their eggs. Jiang Lei sounded like an emotionless narrator, calmly explaining the process from the side. Influenced by his composure, the team members leaned on their rifles, watching the bizarre spectacle in silence. Moments later, the swarm in the air, along with the sand-like eggs they had laid, was swept away by the howling wind, leaving not a single trace behind. The desiccated corpse lay quietly on the ground. Aside from being riddled with tiny holes, it was as if nothing had happened. Jiang Lei stepped forward, using the triangular bayonet on his rifle to flip the corpse over, leaving it face down on the sandy ground. This rough action made the eyelids of the onlookers twitch uncontrollably. The victors will lay eggs in the brainstem of the corpse, which hatch immediately. The larvae, known as spinal worms, will crawl along the brainstem to this position. By parasitizing the top of the spine, they gradually gain control over the movement of the entire corpse. This is what we call a parasitic desiccated corpse. As Jiang Lei explained, he pointed to the upper part of the corpse's nape, where a strange fist-sized sack-like bulge had already emerged. In the future, do not treat this thing like the zombies you see in movies, thinking that blowing its head off solves everything. Doing so only gives you a 60 to 70% chance of destroying it. Its true weakness is this sac nest. Alternatively, you can directly sever its neck to cut off its parasitic control over the body. As if to complement Jiang Lei's explanation, the newly parasitized corpse slowly stood up on all fours in a bizarre posture, eliciting gasps of horror from the team members. Boss. Because they were too close to the grotesque creature, Du Hui rushed to Jiang Lei's side the very instant it began to move. It's fine. Jiang Lei raised his boot and stomped heavily on the back of the parasitic, desiccated corpse. The creature, which had just stood up, was violently crushed back into the dust by the immense force. This thing is quite strong, but it is slow, poorly coordinated, blind, yet possesses a decent sense of smell. With a sharp thrust of his rifle stock, Jiang Lei flipped the prone corpse over again. The creature stumbled forward, spreading its arms to lunge at Jiang Lei's waist. They lack sharp fangs or teeth, so their primary method of attack is to hold their prey in a death grip. Thus, dealing with them barehanded can be troublesome, but as long as you have a weapon, they are easy to handle. Watching the unfortunate corpse being tossed and turned by Jiang Lei, the team members felt their hearts leap into their throats. The boss was truly a god-tier man, using such a bizarre and terrifying creature as a teaching aid. After a while, having covered most of the details regarding the sand corpse beetles and the parasitic desiccated corpse Jiang Lei smashed the butt of his rifle into its forehead and plunged his triangular bayonet twice into its neck. Clack, clack, clack. A sound resembling a winding clockwork mechanism escaped from the mouth of the parasitic desiccated corpse. After a few spasms, it ceased to move. All right, if you have any questions, you may ask them now. The team members were so astounded by the series of bizarre spectacles that their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. They had yet to recover their senses, let alone formulate any questions. Asking was simply out of the question. Brother Lei, what does this thing live on? As the crisp voice rang out, everyone finally noticed that Gui Yunxi had somehow made her way to Jiang Lei's side. She was curiously poking at the ruptured sack with her bayonet, where a dark yellow grasshopper-like insect was still feebly twitching its legs. Jiang Lei turned his head and gave Gui Yunxi an appreciative look. This girl's performance was far superior to anyone present, and even to his own in his past life. I don't know the specifics, but in any case, these things rarely die of natural causes. Its entire life. At this point, Jiang Lei's otherwise calm tone carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. Its entire life is spent searching for water. Searching for water. But boss, didn't you just say it fears water? Du Hui's expression instantly darkened. If this bizarre creature's objective was water, wouldn't that put it in absolute existential competition with all living humans? Jiang Lei slowly straightened his back, gazing out at the sandstorm filling the sky, and spoke softly. In short, they fear water in their insect form, but search for water as parasitic corpses. That's just how it is. What happens if they drink water? Do they evolve? Or mutate? Gui Yunxi's face showed no trace of fear. Only curiosity, wonder, and perhaps even a hint of excitement. One could only wonder what went on inside this girl's head. Jiang Lei shook his head. That I do not know. In truth, in his past life, he had seen many parasitic desiccated corpses that had consumed water and had even witnessed them hunting and feeding. They would drain every drop of blood, chew up the muscle and internal organs, squeeze out the very last drop of moisture, and spit out the dry remains. Yet even after that, they underwent no changes. Concerns regarding the evolution or mutation of these parasitic corpses had persisted throughout his past life. However, aside from various wild rumors, there was virtually no concrete evidence. Or perhaps, given Jiang Lei's status and perspective back, then he simply lacked the clearance to access information of that level. Alright, that is about it. The terrifying aspect of this creature lies in its habit of lying in ambush beneath the sand for long periods. In a direct head-on confrontation, it is no match for humans. Today's objective was simply to dispel your fear. Just remain cautious in the future. Yes, boss. The team members had accepted the reality before them. Ultimately, it was merely the peculiar habit of a biological creature. As long as it could be understood through logic, there was nothing to fear. Alright, continue with your afternoon physical training. Watching Du Hui assemble the squad for training, Jiang Lei called Gui Yunxi over and gave her a few extra instructions. Gui Yunxi's subordinates were all young women, and women generally had a lower tolerance for such seemingly horrific and bizarre occurrences. I think they are doing alright. I'll talk to them during a break in the training. Whenever matters of combat were involved, Gui Yunxi, who usually seemed completely spaced out, would exhibit extraordinary shrewdness and intelligence. This was the only time one could witness her being truly serious. Boss. Just as Jiang Lei finished, a figure came running through the wind and sand behind him. Aunt Chi covered her nose and mouth with her hand as she approached him. Boss, the 10 households that were issued weapons yesterday came back as a group today to return them. They begged me to pass on a message to you. They want to join our relief group. In the past few days, Jiang Lei had focused primarily on internal reorganization, adopting an isolationist policy with virtually no communication with the outside world. However, after yesterday's events, the relief group's reputation soared in the vicinity of the residential area. Now absorbing new members no longer posed a threat of overexpansion. Consequently, the policy naturally shifted, presenting the perfect opportunity for Aunt Chi to showcase her talents. How stifled and aggrieved she had felt under Fan Rong's thumb in the building before was exactly how triumphant and elated she felt now. Whether they knew her or not, everyone inside and outside the community now bowed and addressed her as Aunt Chi. The sheer bliss of it was beyond words. Jiang Lei pondered for a moment before asking, how many of the original residents are still left in the community? Hearing this, Aunt Chi's expression darkened as she whispered, originally, there were about 100 households, over 300 people. Now there might only be 100 or so left. The dead, the runaways, the missing, plus those ruined by that bastard Lu Yongxin. Sigh, what a godforsaken world this is. Jiang Lei fell silent for a moment. Compared to his past life, the fates of the other residents in the community, aside from those under his direct command, remained entirely unchanged. They may join, but only as external members. Their resource quotas will be halved compared to the third tier, and they will reside in Building 5 next door. I'll speak to Rong in a moment, as she will coordinate the details with you. Why, yes, of course. Hearing that she would be coordinating with Fan Rong, Aunt Chi's face stiffened momentarily, but she quickly nodded in agreement. What is it? Do you have some grievance against Rong? How could you say that? How would I ever dare, boss? Startled, Aunt Chi waved her hands frantically. She was no fool. She knew exactly what Fan Rong's status in the team was. She had never once openly crossed her. Focus your mind on proper matters. Watching Jiang Lei's departing figure, Aunt Chi, now drenched in a cold sweat, swallowed hard. Was this a reprimand? Or a warning? I think it's viable. In the living room of Unit 702, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin both held an affirmative attitude toward the plan to absorb the remaining residents of the community. The original residents who could still survive in the community fell generally into two categories. The first were those who in the 2 days before the water supply vanished had the foresight to store a sufficient amount of water in their homes before the taps ran dry. The second were those who were more resourceful and capable in the outside world, either having formed their own teams or possessing the ability to venture out and scavenge food, water, and supplies on their own. In his past life, Jiang Lei belonged to this latter category. Relying on his robust physical strength, he scavenged through surrounding residential areas, corner shops, and abandoned buildings. However, as time went on, the scavengeable, wild resources grew scarcer, which eventually led to him being betrayed and killed by Zhou Xiaoxiao's family. But regardless of which category they belonged to, those who had managed to hold out until now were virtually devoid of the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. They were all agile young families. Jiang Lei quickly established a simple set of procedures. Once the word was sent down, the personnel and resources were mobilized rapidly. It had to be fast, as the people were already waiting for news right outside the entrance of Building 4. The so-called 10 households actually consisted of only 17 people in total. Aside from one child and 3 elderly individuals, the remaining 13 were all able-bodied youths and adults aged 18 to 40. There were mother and son pairs, couples, father and son pairs, and 5 or 6 single individuals. Not a single household was whole and intact, which was the norm in the apocalypse. The elderly and children were always the first to be weeded out. All newly joined members were classified as external personnel, receiving 4th-tier quotas, meaning their supplies were half compared to the 3rd tier, consisting of just 100 grams of compressed biscuits and 500 milliliters of purified water daily. This was an amount of supplies that was far from comfortable to live on, yet the newcomers outside the building cheered with joy, some even moved to tears of excitement. Families that had survived to this point generally had some food reserves, but this daily allowance of 500 milliliters of purified water was a literal lifesaver. In today's brutal environment, they were already immensely satisfied, not to mention there was still room for advancement. It was not that Jiang Lei was stingy or did not want his subordinates to live better, but rather that a small favor breeds gratitude, while a great one breeds resentment. Such was the nature of humanity. People only cherish what they obtain through time and effort. Furthermore, treating everyone equally sounded pleasant, but how would that make the veteran members feel? Those who had joined earlier and contributed far more to the team. The disparity in status and resources, along with the formation of distinct social strata, was precisely what would make Jiang Lei's rule more stable and secure. All newly joined members would have to undergo an observation period of roughly 15 to 20 days before being considered for integration into the core team. Moving forward, this would become a standard rule. Jiang Lei organized the 8 men into a new unit, naming them the Guard Force. While it sounded more impressive than the patrol team, the reality was that they were armed entirely with melee weapons, and their training included no firearms instruction or tactical knowledge. Jiang Lei had initially wanted to call them the assault team, but Fan Rong vetoed it. The name screamed cannon fodder. Although that was indeed their reality, there was a vast difference between everyone knowing it tacitly and putting it out in the open. The candidate for team leader had long been decided: Qian Jingming, who had just been expelled from the patrol team. If he still failed to achieve anything even while leading the cannon fodder, he might as well get lost as soon as possible. Once the dust settled, the entire process had been incredibly swift. Just as lunch concluded, Building 5 next door was already bustling with fervent activity. With the core team under his command, Jiang Lei no longer had to exhaust his wits and engage in constant power struggles with others as he did at the beginning of the apocalypse. Although the team's rules were crude and full of loopholes, rules were rules. Under a hierarchical top-down administration, the newcomers would quickly be assimilated and absorbed, unable to stir up any significant trouble. In front of the coffee table in the living room of Unit 702, Jiang Lei enjoyed the air conditioning while sketching and writing on a piece of paper. Given the current situation, the time was ripe to effortlessly swallow up the entire FIMA community. By taking advantage of these few days before the riots escalated to complete a rapid integration, the entire FIMA community would become Jiang Lei's safe zone. At that point, he could assimilate personnel while steadily training his troops, allowing him to advance or retreat with ease in any future move. A force of over 100 people was not particularly massive in the apocalypse, but it was still a respectable size, especially when well-equipped and armed with firearms. He certainly wouldn't fare any worse than Boss Zhong did in his past life. However, Jiang Lei tapped his pen heavily against a name on the paper: Liu Yongxin. To repel foreign threats, one must first secure the interior. Having such a vicious wolf lurking nearby was like sitting on a ticking time bomb. He could never feel at peace no matter what he did. Over the past few days, he had been occupied with internal affairs and hadn't paid attention to what this fellow had been up to. Furthermore, Jiang Lei did indeed harbor some apprehensions. The armed bullying the unarmed was entirely different from both sides possessing firearms. The former was mere slaughter, while the latter was warfare. Although there was a vast disparity in their equipment, the M1911 in Liu Yongxin's possession was still a time-tested century-old classic, a highly lethal and renowned weapon. Yet with the tide of events turning, Jiang Lei quickly made up his mind: eliminate the wolf. Given the current scale and strength of the relief group, he was fully capable of absorbing a certain level of casualties. Pushing open the door, he stepped out and made his way to the 6th floor. In the pitch-black corridor stood a slender figure with a rifle slung over her shoulder. At Du Hui's insistence, a member of the patrol team would rotate every 6 hours to stand guard and keep watch for Jiang Lei upstairs. After all, the boss's safety was the cornerstone of the entire team. All other matters had to take a back seat. Jiang Lei had only offered a token objection before tacitly agreeing, as there was indeed no fault in that reasoning. Is that Lu Xian? Boss. The female team member with the rifle was taken aback for a moment, then quickly ran toward him. After spending a few days together, Jiang Lei had begun to grow familiar with his new team members. The girl named Lu Xian, with her quiet and refined demeanor, was someone he had brought over from Jinghua Yuan, a junior student majoring in arts. His mother ran a barbecue restaurant in Gangnan district of Bin City. They had managed to exchange 2 phone calls when the apocalypse first struck, but after that all contact was lost. The father and daughter endured alone until the 11th day, when ammunition and rations were completely exhausted. His father resolutely stepped into the howling sandstorm in search of water and never returned. She had survived on her own urine for 2 days, completely at her wits' end and waiting for death, when subordinates of Zhong Ziwen came knocking. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed them. In the apocalypse, the tragic experiences of ordinary people were as varied as they were horrifying, but the more you witnessed, the more strangely repetitive they seemed. Go fetch old Qi for me. Why, yes. Okay. Lu Xian's voice trembled slightly, her heart pounding with nerves. Most of the time, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin stayed by Jiang Lei's side, relaying his commands or carrying out his assignments, functioning much like personal secretaries. But now everyone was in Building 5 next door, busy with the newcomers settling in arrangements, leaving her entirely alone here. Though standing guard was her duty, obeying the boss's orders was the highest priority for every member of the rescue team. After only a fleeting hesitation, Lu Xian turned and sprinted downstairs. After a moment, a breathless, panting voice echoed up from below. Oh well, just catch your breath first. The constant up and down trips had utterly worn her out. I've called you here because I have an important task for you. Jiang Lei couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In his past life, he had seen this aging face countless times, each time dying inside with the urge to flay the shameless, obnoxious old woman alive. But in this life, having brought her under his command, he discovered she was actually quite useful. Who would have thought? One really should keep a broader perspective at times. Just give the order, boss. Find me an outsider, someone who's been living in this residential compound for a relatively long time, well-informed, and preferably someone with ties to Liu Yongxin and his crew. Once you've made contact, bring them to see me. Currently, more than half of the people residing in Fima residential compound were outsiders who had arrived after the apocalypse began. Some had merely wandered into the area and were using it as a temporary stopover. Others had noticed the relatively good order and plentiful supplies and decided to stay for a while to observe. The population was highly mixed, mostly scavengers and wandering drifters, but also members of nearby small groups, cannibals, bandits, thieves, and cultists in no small numbers. The number of outsiders now far outnumbered the original residents of the compound. Old Qi suddenly lowered the mineral water bottle from her lips and stared at Jiang Lei with wide eyes. Was the boss planning to make a move? Don't fuss over matters none of your concern. Put Building 5 aside for now. Leave it to Rongrong and the others. Your sole focus is to accomplish this task for me. Understood. Old Qi didn't even have time to take another sip of water. She gave a quick nod, frowned, and hurried downstairs. She understood the gravity of this assignment. If word were to leak at any point along the way and serious consequences ensued, her own life would be forfeit. Old Qi's efficiency was remarkable. By afternoon, just as Jiang Lei was about to have dinner, she had already brought the person over. The man brought before him was named Xia Laosan, in his 50s, leading a small scavenger team. But in truth, the entire group consisted of his son's son-in-law, niece, and other relatives. For ordinary people in the apocalypse, such family-based small units offered the highest survival rate and were also the most numerous type of group. They had drifted to Fima residential compound on the 7th day of the apocalypse and taken up residence in Unit 302 of Building 9, where they had stayed for nearly 10 days. Xia Laosan kept his posture extremely low before Jiang Lei, almost servile, bowing and nodding incessantly, on the verge of kneeling. Living in the same compound, how could he not know of the tiger sleeping just downstream? In fact, after yesterday's corpse-burning incident, he had already been preparing to flee. A small-timer like him possessed small-timer wisdom. This compound clearly was no place for people like them to remain. But before he could make his escape, he was inexplicably summoned to meet the boss of the rescue team, leaving him racked with dread and terror beyond measure. After soothing the man's frayed nerves, Jiang Lei purchased the general movements and activities of Liu Yongxin's team over recent days in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water. Xia Laosan clutched the 5 bottles to his chest, as if in a dream, his face a writhing tapestry of terror and elation. Jiang Lei took the paper covered in handwriting and flicked his fingers at Xia Laosan. I trust you won't let a third soul know about today's matter. Boss Jiang, you can rest assured. A million times rest assured. Clutching the heavy mineral water bottles, Xia Laosan descended the stairs, his hands trembling as he drew a sharp breath and wiped cold sweat from his brow. He had already made up his mind upon returning he would pack everything and slip away under cover of night. He knew Lu Yongxin as well, and they had maintained a sort of trade relationship. But Lu Yongxin was no pushover either. With both sides clearly heading toward a major confrontation, this compound was no longer a place for ordinary folk to linger. Jiang Lei studied Xia Laosan's handwritten report and let out a sharp intake of breath. Damn, something wasn't right. A few days prior, Lu Yongxin had behaved relatively normally, leading his men out daily to rob, fight, and scavenge for supplies, occasionally plucking fat sheep within the compound. For him, this was already restraint. He clearly wished to avoid open conflict with Jiang Lei. But ever since yesterday's corpse-burning incident, starting from early dawn, the other side had begun transferring supplies out in small, gradual waves. It was only because Xia Laosan's family scavenged daily and scoured the surrounding area, coupled with their business dealings with Lu Yongxin, that they happened to notice. That old bastard is running. Rong, quickly bring me Du Huigui Yunxi and Qian Zhengming. Dad, we've kept clear of the Jiang family these past days. Why is he pushing this far? Let me go talk to him. Shut your mouth and listen to me properly. In the corner beneath the first-floor window, Lu Yongxin glanced back at Building 4, now brightly illuminated, and slammed a fist into Lu Jingtao's shoulder. You know exactly where the goods are hidden. I've had Dongzi watching the place. Take your mother and get far away. Rest by day, travel by night. Speed doesn't matter. But if anyone dares show hostility, strike first and kill them. Father, come with us. Lu Yongxin squeezed his wife's hand and shook his head. None of us can outrun this weather. Once we're gone, Jiang won't let it drop. And if they catch up, none of us will escape. Besides, he wants me dead, and I still want to sink my teeth into him. Dad, just go. Watching the stumbling figures of his wife and son disappear into the sandstorm, Lu Yongxin turned his head, a vicious grin cutting across his face. By the time he returned to Building 1, all expression had been scrubbed from his features. His underlings along the way nodded and bowed in greeting. Lu Yongxin returned the gesture with barely perceptible nods. Ascending the stairs to the 5th-floor landing, Lu Yongxin adjusted his faded military uniform, tucked his M1911 against the small of his back, and began dragging sofas and chairs to barricade the corridor. He knew precisely what sort of scum those so-called subordinates downstairs were. From the very beginning, he had never intended to rely on them to hold off Jiang Lei. His wife and children, along with his most trusted men, had all been evacuated in advance. He now had nothing left to fear. In the bedroom of Unit 601, 6 or 7 scantily clad women saw him enter. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, but across their numb faces, stiff, sycophantic smiles still forced themselves forward. Among these women were some original residents of Building 1, as well as a few snatched from outside over recent days. They were nothing more than tools for his gratification. With an expressionless face, Lu Yongxin drew the dagger from his back. After a series of shrill screams, the blood-soaked room lay strewn with pale corpses twisted in every direction. Green military fabric and cap were splashed with vivid crimson blossoms, much like the battlefield of years past, bristling with artillery fire. Only back then he had been a man, and now he had become a ghost. Beams from high-lumen flashlights sliced through the pitch-black sandstorm like blue blades of light, slashing in every direction. A fully armed patrol and guard unit had completely surrounded Building No. 1. The outer perimeter was held by 8 guard team members led by Qian Zhengming, wielding shields and melee weapons to secure the outermost defensive line, while the remaining dozen or so patrol members were all deployed for operations inside the building. After several bursts of gunfire echoed through the stairwell, 2 team members clad in bulletproof vests and helmets dragged several bodies from the hallway. A group of Lu Yongxin's remaining subordinates, wailing and clutching their heads, were forced to their knees before Jiang Lei by Du Hui, who pressed his bayonet against them. Boss, Lu Yongxin hasn't fled, he's upstairs. But he's barricaded the corridors on the 5th and 6th floors. It's pitch black inside, and they have firearms, so Gui Yunxi is slowly clearing the obstacles over there. Du Hui adjusted his Kevlar helmet and wiped the sweat from his face as he approached. Boss, you can't go up there. Seeing Jiang Lei move toward the stairwell, Du Hui firmly blocked his path. The last time he'd heard the team recount the incident at Jinghua Yuan's escort vehicle, cold sweats had broken out across his body. If anything were to happen to the boss, he dared not imagine what consequences the relief corps would face. Now that the entire building was completely surrounded, and with Lu Yongxin fighting like a cornered beast, there could be no possibility whatsoever of Jiang Lei coming to harm. It's fine. I'll just watch from downstairs. Jiang Lei certainly had no intention of risking his own life. Half a month into the apocalypse, after going to such great lengths to recruit so many people, wasn't this exactly the moment he'd been preparing for? But he felt it necessary to observe and direct from the front lines. standing outside the building with no knowledge of what was happening above, would feel like losing touch with his men. Reaching the landing halfway up the fourth floor, Jiang Lei came to a halt. Du Hui let out a breath of relief, muttered a few words to Shui Songjie, and then proceeded upstairs with his rifle. In such a complex close-quarters environment, especially when facing heavily armed soldiers who fought with ruthless ferocity, Jiang Lei could not possibly hand over command to Gui Yunxi, who relied on reckless charges. Jiang Lei reached out and grabbed Du Hui's arm, quickly pressing two heavy objects into his hands. Beneath the oval black nose cone connected a substantial wooden handle and a sealed base cap, the Type 77 fragmentation grenade. Be careful. The pitch-black silent stairwell resembled a demon's gaping maw, with several dark muzzles strapped to flashlights, all aiming upward from every angle. Gui Yunxi wielding and Xionging 981 shotgun provided cover for two fully armored team members as they slowly cleared obstacles within the stairwell. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, thick with dust, and stiflingly hot. The team members couldn't maneuver freely and had to line up along the stairwell opening in a single file positioned against the walls and handrails, a fiercely hostile combat environment. Gui Yunxi occasionally cursed aloud or deliberately made noise, but the floor above remained deathly quiet. Everyone knew they were facing a battle-hardened veteran. There, after painstakingly clearing the fifth-floor corridor, the team member crouched at the front, right, suddenly caught a glimpse of a green shadow flashing around the sixth-floor corner. Bang! Within the cramped stairwell, the rifle report was deafening. Even Jiang Lei on the fourth floor involuntarily covered his ears and parted his lips slightly. Chen Su, get the hell back here. Watching Lu Yongxin fail to round the corner and flee toward the seventh floor, Chen Su bent low and sprinted along the wall, bolting up into the pitch-black sixth-floor corridor. Du Hui, positioned at the rear, was horrified. The team members' training time had been far too short. Their composure under fire and tactical discipline fell far short even of ordinary conscripts, let alone elite soldiers. Relying on his rifle, bulletproof vest, and helmet, an impatient Chen Su, upon missing his shot, hurriedly pursued the enemy, completely forgetting his comrades beside him, committing nearly every tactical error imaginable. But there was no changing what had happened. Gritting his teeth, Du Hui led the team members to follow closely behind. Bang! Crack! Two distinctly different gunshots rang out from the seventh-floor landing above. The enemy had opened fire. Move! Du Hui's heart raced with anxiety, but with his injured leg his pace upstairs was naturally slower than a normal person's. Yet Gui Yunxi was already at the forefront, charging upward with his shotgun. Chen Su. When Du Hui climbed onto the seventh-floor landing, he saw Chen Su half-slumped against the wall in a pool of blood, his neck area unrecognizable, his legs twitching erratically. There was no longer any need for medical intervention. An 11.43mm genuine American Colt pistol round had struck precisely below his Adam's apple. The bullet tumbled within his body, creating a cavitation effect, and when it exited from the back of his neck, it tore open a fist-sized bloody hole, nearly severing his entire neck. Chen Su's been hit too. He's trapped inside the room. There's no escape. Gui Yunxi's eyes were slightly red as he and two team members pressed against both sides of room 701. Their flashlight beams swept across the floor, revealing a trail of blood leading in a straight line from outside the door directly into the room. Boom. On the fourth-floor landing, just as Chen Su's body was being carried past Jiang Lei, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from upstairs. The concrete floor beneath their feet trembled. Du Hui had deployed the grenades. A moment later, Zhou Heron, covered head to toe in dust with bloodshot eyes, ran down from upstairs. Boss Lu Yongxin has been captured. The upper floors are secure, brother. Hui asks you to come up. He had been closest to Chen Su within the team. Both he and Chen Su were cohort graduates, alongside Gui Yunxi having joined the team only a few days before Du Hui. Chen Su was an ordinary office worker with a few minor hobbies, but no particular talents. Ordinary family, ordinary abilities, ordinary experiences, just like most ordinary people. Yet no one could deny he was a hard-working and reliable young man, fond of laughing and joking. But now he had become a cold corpse while his only wife waited for his return at their home in Building No. 4. When Jiang Lei entered room 701, all the team members' eyes turned to him. Lu Yongxin on the ground had his right leg completely blown off, with a rope hastily tied around the base of his thigh to temporarily staunch the bleeding. He'd been shot in the shoulder and his clothes had been stripped bare during the team's body search, leaving him covered head to toe in blood and grime. Hey, you son of a bitch, you're damn careful. I watched from up there for ages and never caught sight of you. Lu Yongxin gave a light cough twice, not a trace of pain visible on his face. Desperate in condition, yet calm in expression. What a pity you only killed a low-ranking thug. Where the hell did you get those grenades? Heaven truly has no eyes. Jiang Lei looked him up and down with an impassive expression and said, you had an entire day to flee. Why did you stay? Ever since Jiang Lei's weapons had been exposed during the body-burning incident the previous day, Lu Yongxin could have fled at any point throughout today. How could I possibly let you get your hands on everything I've accumulated over these past days? Of course I had to find a way to transfer it out. Besides, in this goddamn world, escaping without supplies means death anyway. Well said. Jiang Lei nodded. It had to be admitted that Lu Yongxin's understanding of the apocalypse far surpassed that of ordinary people. Intelligence from Xie Laosan's side corroborated this. Lu Yongxin had spent the entire day quietly transferring supplies, evading not only Jiang Lei, but also concealing his actions from his own subordinates. This was work beyond the capability of an ordinary person. You don't deserve this military uniform. Jiang Lei glanced at the worn green military uniform on the ground and shook his head. Whether I deserve it or not isn't something the likes of you brats could ever understand. Winners take all, losers lose. All this talk is useless. Fine, then let's talk about something useful. Your son and wife won't be getting away, and because you killed my men, your single dog life isn't enough to pay for it. Of course, there were also the debts from his past life. He would collect some interest here, Jiang Lei added silently in his heart. Although he hadn't died at Lu Yongxin's hands, his mother-in-law had been a building manager under Lu's subordinates. An indirect connection, however tenuous. Fucking bastard. The usually composed Lu Yongxin finally lost his composure at this moment, thrashing about with his severed leg and cursing wildly. Kill him. Jiang Lei turned around and waved his hand. Zhou Hairan and Guo Yunxi, their eyes bloodshot with fury, had been waiting impatiently. The moment Jiang Lei spoke, they lunged forward with their triangular bayonets. Boss, where are we going to find Lu Zhengtao? Zhou Hairan asked in a low voice beside Jiang Lei, wiping the bloody water from his face as they walked downstairs. Shaking his head, Jiang Lei did not reply. During the Xiaoshu of the apocalypse, the concept of pursuit simply did not exist. Under such harsh conditions and miserable visibility, once someone fled, they were gone. There was virtually no possibility of catching them. He had only spoken those words earlier to ensure Lu Yongxin's final moments were far from peaceful. As for killing Lu Zhengtao, he could only rely on luck in the future. Just as he stepped out of the stairwell, two graceful figures came rushing toward him through the howling wind and sand. When Chen Su's corpse was carried back, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin had been frightened out of their wits. Dropping everything they were doing, they rushed to Building 1. Seeing Jiang Lei safe and sound now, they finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Chen Su's wife, her name is Song Ping, right? The one with the round face. Yes. On the way back, walking at the very rear of the group, Jiang Lei and Fan Rong conversed in hushed tones. Raise her quota to the first tier from now on. Since you are with the logistics team, look after her more in your daily routines. I understand. Though it sounded harsh to admit, from another perspective, Chen Su's death presented Jiang Lei with a golden opportunity to win over the hearts of his people. By establishing this as a precedent, the surviving members of the team would witness how he treated the families of those who had sacrificed themselves. This would immensely bolster their loyalty, sense of belonging, and resolve to fight. A living example right before their eyes was far more effective than any transactional alliance or mere preaching. Upon returning to his quarters after a brief wash, Jiang Lei sat on the sofa, his eyes somewhat vacant, as he absent-mindedly toyed with his pistol. Ever since his direct confrontation with Lu Yongxin at the onset of the apocalypse, he had spent the last 10-odd days busy with his own affairs from morning till night. His attention toward that vicious wolf had virtually ceased. After acquiring the weapons, he had hastily formulated a plan without any prior preparation. He had simply summoned Xie Laosan for a casual inquiry before launching the operation. Although they ultimately achieved their objective, it had come at a cost. From the corpse-burning incident to Chen Su's death, Jiang Lei's rudimentary organizational skills, short-sighted vision, planning abilities, and leadership shortcomings had caused him to stumble repeatedly. He no longer possessed the composure he had when he survived alone in the early days of the apocalypse. During my internship right after graduation, I couldn't even manage a small group of people distributing flyers. I was swindled by them for months. Fan Rong gently embraced Jiang Lei's arm from behind and said softly, "Everyone in this world is completely independent. Management is an academic discipline because it is a vast and complex system that requires experience to master. You have already done exceptionally well, possessing some of the finest leadership talent I've ever seen." Fan Rong was like a clear spring, always able to comfort and encourage Jiang Lei with her sharp perspective whenever he was at his lowest. "Thank you." Jiang Lei leaned back, slightly inhaling the fresh scent of her shampoo as he teased, "Is your knack for comforting people also something you mastered through experience?" "Who's comforting you? Stop it." Fan Rong gave Jiang Lei a playful, mocking swat. Seeing that the man's mood had eased, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. "However, there is one thing you need to find a way to resolve." "What is it?" "Shuqin and I are incredibly busy during the day, and at night we still have to look after the two children while cleaning and oiling your precious guns and ammunition. We're utterly exhausted." Hang in there a bit longer." Jiang Lei scratched his nose. He had no choice. He couldn't trust anyone else with such sensitive work. Yet the corrosive qi was not to be taken lightly. Aside from the weapons distributed to the patrol team, which were maintained by the members themselves, he had to figure out a way to handle the remaining inventory. With their serious discussion concluded, the quiet atmosphere between them gradually grew tender and romantic. After a long moment, the two figures embraced. On April 1st, the 16th day of the apocalypse, the temperature reached 45.6 C. On this year's April Fool's Day, the heavens played a massive joke on everyone, though for humanity agony and death were hardly good material for jest. At dawn in the open space at the center of the Fima community courtyard, orderly gunshots rang out. A simple yet solemn funeral drew to a close amid the flames of the cremated corpse. Aside from all the members of the Rescue Alliance, many people from both inside and outside the community came to watch, gathering at a distance and whispering among themselves. Though they had grown accustomed to all kinds of tragic separations and deaths since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time they had witnessed a proper funeral. Though not much time had passed, the life, customs, and habits of the pre-apocalyptic world felt as if they belonged to an ancient era. To say Chen Su died a worthy death might be an exaggeration, but it was still infinitely better than the nameless corpses dying silently in obscure corners. Song Ping bit her lip tightly, shedding not a single tear throughout the ceremony. However, when she finally accepted the crude urn from Jiang Lei's hands, she could no longer hold back, and silent tears streamed down her face. As the brief funeral concluded, the team members returned to their posts. On the surface, nothing seemed to have changed, yet an unspoken conviction seemed to permeate everyone. First, use a damp cloth to wipe the blade to remove any dirt. Then wipe it twice with a clean cotton cloth, and finally wipe it once more with a greased cloth. In the living room of Unit 101, Qian Zhengming was meticulously explaining the equipment maintenance requirements to the guards under his command. Under normal circumstances, someone would surely have raised questions, arguing that with the weather being so dry, such meticulous care was unnecessary. Now, however, not a single person spoke. All 8 members listened and learned with solemn expressions. Similar scenes unfolded across the entire Rescue Alliance. No one slacked off or questioned any of the group's rules and regulations anymore. The supplies are ready. This time, have Lao Qi lead the team to summon everyone household by household, ensuring no chaos like the corpse burning incident occurs. Jiang Lei sat under a plastic canopy set up at the entrance of Building 5. Behind him were crates of bottled mineral water along with a small quantity of biscuits and energy bars. With Liu Yongxin eliminated, there were no longer any obstacles to consolidating the entire Fima community, and they had to accelerate the process. The signs of a massive impending riot were becoming increasingly obvious. Over just yesterday and today, the crowd on the streets had surged at least several times over. In every street, alley, shop, and residence, parched and wandering figures could be seen everywhere. Were it not for the wind and sand blotting out the sky and the countless evils breeding in the shadows, one might have thought they had returned to the prosperous and bustling pre-apocalyptic era. The Rescue Alliance's method of consolidation was exceedingly simple and direct. First, regarding outsiders who were not residents of the community, most were forcibly evicted save for a select few with special technical or combat skills. Second, for the original residents of the community, they implemented a policy of absorbing them as external personnel. Those who refused to join were likewise forcibly evicted. The evicted individuals or groups were given appropriate compensation depending on the situation, mostly in the form of water. Since Jiang Lei had water in abundance, the entire process was carried out smoothly amidst the gratitude of the residents without any trouble. Jiang Lei's objective was to transform the entire community into a safe zone, meaning that not a single non-member exempt from jurisdiction could remain. The 12 buildings of Fima community formed a convex shape encircling the central courtyard. Aside from the front and back gates, there was no other passage to enter the interior of the community. As long as all the outward-facing doors and windows were reinforced, this place would completely become Jiang Lei's private domain. It was not until past 9 in the evening, after hours of relentless effort, that the integration work was preliminarily completed, recruiting a total of 96 new members. Among them, 89 were original residents of the neighborhood, while only 7 were outsiders. Among the recruits, the elderly and the young, those under 10 and over 50, accounted for only 19 individuals, and there was not a single sick or disabled person. The harsh environment had effectively completed the initial phase of natural selection for Jiang Lei. Combined with Jiang Lei's original team members, the total strength of the Fima rescue group had now reached 145 people. With the team scale suddenly expanding several times over, settling the personnel and establishing and implementing various rules and regulations was far more complex than simple arithmetic. Therefore, for the sake of administrative convenience, Jiang Lei still primarily relied on the original residents of the neighborhood, whom he knew inside and out. The newly admitted probationary members were temporarily assigned housing by the group, ensuring that every building within the residential area was inhabited. As for the specific division of duties, structural alignment, and other meticulous and tedious tasks, they could only be addressed gradually in the future. In any case, just thinking about it gave Jiang Lei a headache. Most of the current tasks were completed with the assistance of Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin. He only needed to steer the general direction. That night, the entire Fima residential area was filled with continuous clamor as the newcomers carrying large bags and small bundles moved into their new homes according to the arrangements. Among the new neighbors upstairs and downstairs, some enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, while others, dissatisfied, clashed frequently. However, everyone consciously kept their conflicts within safe bounds. The days of frequent bloodshed, injuries, and constant loss of life were finally over. To reassure the people, Jiang Lei had already distributed today's rations to each individual. The crystal-clear liquid inside the plastic bottles allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope amidst their despair. April 2nd, the 17th day of the apocalypse, temperature 45. 6°C. Take a look at this. In the living room of room 702, just after dinner, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin arrived together and tossed a list in front of Jiang Lei. This was the summary of the team's daily resource consumption. Compressed food 123. 5 caddies per day. Purified water 146. 7 liters per day, nearly 300 caddies. In addition, there were dozens of caddies of pickles, rice, and dehydrated vegetables consumed daily, along with occasional meat and the highly precious fruit. Luxuries reserved exclusively for those with first-class rations. We really cannot accept any more people. The moment the figures were compiled, the two women were utterly shocked. Even if Jiang Lei's room 701 had been completely packed with supplies, it would have been nearly depleted by now since the apocalypse began. It turned out that Jiang Lei was also capable of making mistakes. Now, while the newcomers rejoiced, Fan Rong, Gu Shuqin, and the 20 to 30 core team members were filled with anxiety, having absolutely no peace of mind. Jiang Lei sighed and scratched his forehead. How could he explain this? After acquiring the Azure Realm, he never had to worry about water again. Consequently, during his looting spree, his focus had been entirely on food, while other items were gathered merely in passing. So many days into the apocalypse, the consumed supplies had not even visibly reduced a single corner of the food zone within his space. Adding up all kinds of food, Jiang Lei estimated there were still tens of thousands of tons, enough to feed this group of over 100 people into their next lives. As for the most precious, purified water, it was beyond comprehension. 10 trillion tons. Just calculating it briefly in his head made his head spin. However, the two women were correct about one thing: they indeed could not accept any more people. A team of around 100 people was the most suitable organizational structure in the apocalypse, at least for civilian groups. Official factions, large corporate organizations, and certain wealthy officials who had prepared before the apocalypse were of course exceptions. If there were more people, given the team's current situation, they would risk being unable to integrate them. Furthermore, a larger crowd meant more loose lips, and a tall tree catches the wind. In the short term, merely tapping into and mobilizing their existing human resources would likely keep Jiang Lei overwhelmed. The most pressing matter now is how to organize these 100+ people. The team's original crude structure is no longer suitable. I am no good at this, so I will have to rely on you two beautiful ladies to put in some extra effort. Jiang Lei placed the list back on the table. Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin exchanged a helpless look and could only take the list back. Jiang Lei was just that kind of person. He was easygoing and jovial normally, but once he made a decision, it was pointless to argue. Now they could only hope he truly knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, over 150 kilometers away in Shilong County, on the northwestern outskirts of Bin City, within the Chonglin Nature Reserve, stood Longyu Mountain. The semi-wetland reserve, which once boasted crisscrossing rivers and lush forests, was now indistinguishable from any other place in this apocalyptic world. Withered trees stood like graves planted in the sand-covered ground, and as far as the eye could see, the heavens and earth were a uniform dusty yellow. Longyu Mountain was not particularly high, with its peak reaching less than 300 meters. However, it was surrounded by dozens of layered small peaks, resembling a grand general reviewing his troops, earning it the moniker General's Peak. Yet at this moment, deep within the mountain, a low rumble echoed as countless people and various types of machinery swarmed back and forth like ants, frenetic yet orderly. Years ago, the Red Empire massed 1 million troops along the northern border of China, holding the threat of nuclear weapons over the heads of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. Although this ancient nation was impoverished and weak at the time, its people, from the top leadership down to the common citizens, considered every possible and impossible solution, except surrender. Beneath the ground, within mountain ranges, across plateaus, and deep inside forests spanning nearly 10 million square kilometers, countless magnificent fortifications that could be deemed miracles were constructed, and immense resources were stockpiled within them. The Longyu Mountain fortification was one of those countless masterpieces from that era. Reaching 24 meters underground and spanning over 10,000 square meters, it featured hundreds of meters of upward-sloping tunnels connecting to a dozen surrounding soldier peaks to serve as a strategic reserve base. The mountain and underground networks stretched in all directions, mutually supporting and fully fortified against nuclear and chemical threats, making them incredibly robust. At the same time, this was the closest strategic-grade underground fortification to Bin City. On the second day of the apocalypse, as the waters of the Huasong River were on the verge of drying up, the leadership of Bin City had already received notice from the central government. They immediately mobilized all water transport vehicles to frantically hoard water, while simultaneously transporting vast quantities of supplies, personnel, and weapons to this location. What is the current status of the base's supplies and expansion work? Hua Jinfeng, the top secretary of Bin City, furrowed his graying brows, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Although a fan was running in the basement, it remained unbearably hot, dim, and cramped. None of the dozen or so leaders seated around the round table uttered a sound. The young secretary stood ramrod straight, opened the thick ledger in his hand, and said, "The expansion work is progressing smoothly. Over the past dozen days, we have successfully connected mountains 19, 22, and 29. In terms of supplies, we basically lack nothing. There is enough to sustain the current population of over 100,000 for several years. However, we are lacking one critical resource. Water, is that correct? Hua Jinfeng sighed heavily, and the other leaders lowered their heads as well. Yes, Secretary. Although we have stockpiled a significant amount under this weather, the daily consumption of over 100,000 people is an astronomical figure. Seemingly oblivious to the solemn atmosphere among the leaders, the Secretary's response was exceptionally firm. It was his duty. Effective immediately, a drinking water rationing system will be implemented within the base. Furthermore, recall all dispatched scouting teams. They do not rescue any more people from the outside to bring back to the base. Secretary. Old Gao, I know what you want to say. Do you think my heart doesn't ache as well? But we must save ourselves first before we can save more people in the future. We have to survive first. Raising a hand to cut off the municipal bureau chief, who hesitated to speak, Secretary Hua reached for his cigarette pack again. Secretary, your blood pressure is too high. Please smoke less. Without anyone noticing, the Secretary had already quietly whisked the cigarette pack off the table. Cough. Hua Jinfeng, who had been authoritative and composed just moments ago, suddenly looked embarrassed. He scratched his head for a moment before continuing. Many of the well-drilling teams dispatched to the water-rich areas have returned. I will be direct with you all, except for stagnant water zones. Flowing groundwater has also been heavily impacted. It might not be as dire as only 1/10 remaining, but it is not far from it. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Although they had anticipated it, confronting the worst-case scenario still brought an inevitable sense of shock and despair to everyone's hearts. If the entire world was in this state, then the total extinction of all earthly organisms, including humanity, was merely a matter of time. No matter what lies ahead, I hope none of you look too far into the future. Focus on doing what can be done right now. Hua Jinfeng's steady, resonant voice significantly calmed the emotions of everyone present. What is the situation in the urban area? It can no longer be described merely as chaotic. Most of the citizens have completely run out of food and resources. The outer districts are relatively better off, but the central districts of Gangnan, Fangxiang, and Beisong have already turned into living hells. Of the dozen or so special teams we dispatched, half are trapped inside, and they are likely doomed. Director Gao let out a heavy sigh and closed his eyes. The summary reports from the Special Action Forces indicate that in the coming days, an unprecedented massive riot will sweep through the entire city, or rather the whole country will likely be the same. The scale and intensity of these riots are impossible to estimate. I understand. Hua Jinfeng stretched out his fingers with a dark expression. Observing his face, the Secretary silently pulled out a cigarette he had hidden earlier, lit it, and placed it in his hand. Aside from a small number of our most elite reconnaissance teams, recall all of our personnel. Furthermore, construct defensive fortifications on the outer perimeter of the base's mountain. If you encounter large-scale rioters, there is no need to ask for instructions. Each outpost can make its own decision. Meeting adjourned. After everyone had departed, Hua Jinfeng's once ramrod straight spine gradually stooped, and the rims of his eyes reddened ever so slightly. What trials had this cadre forged in the revolutionary crucible not already weathered? Yet in his wildest dreams he had never imagined the day he would have to brand the people he cherished most, the very masses, as a mob of ruffians. But he was left with no choice in the face of this unprecedented catastrophe. Human strength was far too insignificant. The blow this dealt him was perhaps no less devastating than any calamity the apocalypse had wrought. Silence settled over the scene for a moment. The Secretary heaved a sigh as though reproaching himself for disturbing this old man already burdened with crushing weight. Secretary, Professor He's research team has made some headway on the corrosive miasma and the sandcorpse worms. They were requesting your presence earlier for a briefing, but it didn't seem too urgent. Shall I arrange for you to rest first? No need. I'll go right now. Make the arrangements at once. Yes. The Secretary turned and walked out the door. Hua Jinfeng smoked his cigarette down until the burning tip singed his fingers, then tossed the butt into the ashtray. He scrubbed his face vigorously, and by the time he rose and strode out the door, he had already regained his usual commanding and composed demeanor. Noon arrived. In the living room of Unit 202, Building 4 of the FIMA residential compound, Jiang Lei sat at a table reviewing a roster. Standing before him were the three squad leaders, Du Huigui Yunxi and Qian Zhengming. Following the consolidation of the compound last night, that morning Jiang Lei had instructed them to select 20 young men and 10 young women from among the newly enrolled auxiliary personnel in order to reorganize the guard unit. All guard unit members would bypass the probationary period and directly receive third-tier rations. The additional expenditures incurred by their daily training would be fully covered by the team. At present, Jiang Lei commanded a mere 145 souls in total, yet within his ranks were 31 armed members of the guard unit, plus the elite 2 patrol squads wielding 12 firearms, nearly a third of his entire force. In days gone by, this might well have been called militarism run rampant. Yet in the apocalypse, beyond official institutions and major organizations, he was likely the only one who would sustain so many idle mouths. The guard unit was equipped solely with melee weapons. Jiang Lei's signature armaments from his early days, long blade shields and rebar spears, were all issued forth. Beyond serving as cannon fodder, their true importance lay in their function as the reserve force for the patrol squads. Jiang Lei still had 8 firearms sitting idle. A future expansion of patrol ranks would draw from the most exemplary performers within the guard unit. This was precisely why, despite the obvious dangers, most informed auxiliary members still burned with eagerness to enter the guard unit. The 4th-tier rations allotted to auxiliary members were simply too meager. 200 grams of compressed rations aside, the main issue was the 500 milliliters of drinking water. For this apocalyptic weather, that was barely enough to keep one half dead and half alive. Without any savings or supplementary income, surviving solely on these rations would amount to little more than clinging to life by a thread. Living comfortably was an impossibility. Very well, I trust your judgment. I won't interview them personally. Let them train for a few days first. Jiang Lei set the roster on the table. Most of those listed were acquaintances he had bumped into countless times around the compound over the years, yet now they had all become his subordinates. Once there, and watch them closely during training. Anyone who's shifty, deceitful, or tries to slack off, don't give them a single chance. Remove them immediately. There were plenty eager to join. Jiang Lei's gaze shifted to Qian Zhengming, for it was he who would truly manage these men. Zhengming dismissing you from the patrol squad over the corpse-burning incident was a matter of team discipline. The position of guard unit commander is an exceedingly vital one. I hope you will turn this disgrace into resolve. Don't you worry, boss. Qian Zhengming pressed his lips tightly together and straightened his back. As the first, and thus far only, patrol squad member to be expelled since the unit's founding, the corpse-burning incident had remained a stigma etched upon his name. Yet in the subsequent operation to take down Liu Yongxin, he had commanded the newly formed guard unit, which had existed for less than 2 days, with remarkable skill. Not only did he complete the perimeter containment of Building 1, but he even managed to spare 2 men to trail behind the patrol squad and provide cover fire. This was precisely why Jiang Lei had decided to keep employing him. That's enough. There's nothing else for you here. Off you go. After the 3 squad leaders departed, Jiang Lei searched the building from top to bottom, but could not find any trace of Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin. Now that the territory had expanded and the people had multiplied, chaos reigned at every turn. As his 2 most trusted lieutenants, the women had not only to draft new team regulations and personnel arrangements, but also to attend personally to the matters at hand. Truly, they had lived up to the saying, when there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's no work. No, wait. Jiang Lei clicked his tongue. Only half of that applied. The other hand was one he hadn't even touched. His feelings for Gu Shuqin were extraordinarily peculiar. A fondness intertwined with an indefinable longing and perhaps even a trace of trepidation. This sentiment was not something that had sprouted overnight. Having lived here for so many years, their frequent encounters had allowed her to occupy an ineffable corner in the deepest recesses of Jiang Lei's heart. There was no particular reason for it. Quite simply, Gu Shuqin was too exquisitely beautiful. Perhaps it was distance that bred enchantment. In the past, knowing that nothing could ever come to pass between them, he had never given it a second thought. But now that she was suddenly within reach, he could not fathom why he felt fear. Bewilderment. Perhaps the proper term was the anxiety of possessiveness and loss. With no way to locate them, Jiang Lei could only descend the building carrying the personnel roster in his hand. This too laid bare the present disarray within the team. Without his 2 secretaries, Jiang Lei found himself utterly unable to grasp any leverage for getting things done. Where has this person been assigned to reside now? Ultimately, Jiang Lei found the 2 women in the makeshift plastic tarpaulin erected at the center of the compound, slick with sweat and orchestrating their subordinates at a frenetic pace. Xiaoling tell him the location. In the team's nascent stage, which had swollen with astonishing speed, all manner of domestic squabbles and chaotic affairs abounded. Jiang Lei seized a brief opening to inquire. Fan Rong, without turning her head, shouted back for a young woman clutching a notebook to come forward, then plunged back into her labors, without sparing Boss Jiang a second word. Jiang. Boss. The woman, clad in a white blouse and dress trousers against the sandy wind, appeared exceedingly ill at ease. From her incongruous attire and demeanor, one could discern just how seriously she regarded this work. Jiang Lei found the woman called Xiaoling vaguely familiar, yet across 2 lifetimes he had never had any real dealings with her. Their occasional encounters around the compound had ranged from passing without acknowledgement to the merest nod of greeting. Where has this person been assigned? Oh, let me check. Once she had slipped into working mode, Xiaoling proved thoroughly diligent. She lowered her head and swiftly consulted the notebook in her hands, its densely packed script rendered in neat, meticulous strokes, likely the very quality that had caught Fan Rong's eye. They're currently residing in Unit 301, Building 8. There are 3 of them sharing the space. It was their own request. Shall I have them summoned for you? No need, I'll go check on them myself. Xiaoling. Jiang Lei's silhouette walked out from beneath the tarpaulin and vanished into the swirling sand. Yet Fan Rong, amidst her whirlwind of duties, suddenly called Xiaoling to her side and whispered, male or female. The question seemed to come from nowhere, but Xiaoling grasped her meaning, intuitively leaning close to Fan Rong's ear to reply, all 3 are men. What's going on? Gu Shuqin, equally swamped with work and barely keeping her feet on the ground, wiped the sweat from her brow and asked offhandedly. Fan Rong shook her head. Never mind him. Chao Yuxiang, a name that sounds somewhat feminine, is in fact a burly man in his 40s. He was the foreman of a small subcontracting team under Bin City 4th Construction Group, one of the few people in Fima community with a deep history with Jiang Lei. Before the end times, he had known Jiang Lei's construction boss, who casually asked him to look after Jiang Lei, which helped Jiang Lei, though only a laborer, live fairly well on the site. He had invited Jiang Lei to meals twice, but Chao Yuxiang refused both times, perhaps as casual favors rather than true ties. After the end times, Chao Yuxiang and two workers who happened to be at home drinking formed a small team and fared somewhat better than Jiang Lei. They did not really help each other, but they exchanged scavenging information several times, traded many times, and had two outside collaborations. In Jiang Lei's end times memory amid the pandemonium, he was one of the few decent currents that treated him well. At this moment, Chao Yuxiang and the two workers were tidying up in the chaotic room 301. They argued about whether it would be better to stay where they were or to cause trouble, with Chao Yuxiang suggesting the latter was unnecessary and unhelpful. The burly Chao Yuxiang wiped his sweat, picked up a half bottle of mineral water from the floor, hesitated a long time, then opened it and took a few sips. Besides convenience for management, it might also be a display of authority, since this was the first order after everyone joined. Zheng Sanxiang, a stocky short man, considered this as well. Lao Lu admitted that he cared about his family and that he had not acted like this before. He blamed Chao for bringing them here to drink at that time. Chao Yuxiang nodded, agreeing that the point made sense. The long-faced Lao Lu sat on a broken cardboard box and sighed, wondering how Jiang, a big man, could always wear a downcast look, and how his wife's infidelity had somehow become tolerable, only to see the world fall into chaos in the end times and make a mess of everything. Chao Yuxiang reacted with a sharp reprimand at Lao Lu, warning that such talk would ruin their chances of survival, and insisting that they keep such thoughts to themselves if they wanted to stay alive. The three of them shifted, and Zheng Sanxiang quickly added that what happened before didn't matter. They had to live in the present because their new boss was now in charge and much higher up than before. The three of them agreed, acknowledging that the past was the past, and that cooperation was essential for survival under the new hierarchy. They also debated the fairness of the allocations, questioning why the three respected elders would only receive a tier for quota. The old and weak among the logistics crew were unlikely to accomplish much, yet there were already many resources allocated to them. These days they had all been living outside, and they were keenly aware of how the end times had turned the world into something unrecognizable. Even a tier for quota felt like heaven compared to the roaming mobs outside. With no notable achievements to show, why would anyone trust them? Besides, the so-called old, weak, and sick referred to families of the patrol team, and there was doubt about whether the patrol team could accomplish anything. The mention of the patrol team and their imposing rifles silenced Lao Lu. They were the guardians of the entire complex, including themselves. Forget the past, and simply follow orders from now on. If they performed well, there would be opportunities. Chao Yuxiang understood why everyone's mood was low. The newly formed guard squad had finished recruiting in the morning, and none of the three had been selected. Yet many younger, stronger people were lining up as well. Chao Yuxiang felt some regret, but there was nothing they could do. Just as they were sighing, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Damn it had to be those troublesome neighbors. Since they moved in last night, they had been stirring things up, so Lao Lu sprang up to answer the door. Lao Lu slammed open the door, cursing, and found Jiang Lei standing outside with a look of astonishment. Jiang. Lao Lu's mind went blank, and he found himself unable to speak for a moment at the sight. Jiang Lei suggested that it was fine to call him Jiang Lei, or boss, and he delivered a cool, quiet smile. The two inside hurried out, and stood there stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Lei asked if he could come in and sit for a moment, and the others quickly urged him to enter. Chao Yuxiang reacted the fastest, pushing Lao Lu aside to clear the way. They noted that if there was something to say, it should be conveyed through proper channels. Chao Yuxiang followed Jiang Lei with a cautious, strategic mindset, already sensing something unfriendly about the visit. The situation could be either a great boon or a catastrophe, but Jiang Lei's casual posture and solitary presence suggested the former was more likely. The living room was in a state of chaos with no place to sit, and Sanxiang managed to drag in a dirty chair and spent ages trying to clean it, though it never fully came clean. Jiang Lei signaled for calm and began to speak, suggesting a shift in how they addressed him and indicating that the past would be set aside for the present. The others listened and continued to react with a mix of caution and curiosity. Jiang Lei and Chao Yuxiang discussed simply calling him by his proper name or by his surname. The suggestion of using an elder nickname was rejected in favor of direct address, which everyone approved. Jiang Lei emphasized that in this harsh world, trusted friends should stand together to survive, and that they could build a stronger coalition if they stayed united. The three nodded in unison, their resolve as clear as a spark. Their movements seemed to cut through the air with a shared energy. Jiang Lei proposed forming a construction group that would be temporarily under the logistics team. His expertise matched, and he offered the leader's role with a tier 1 quota, asking for their thoughts. The others were candid. This sounded like a heavenly opportunity, and they didn't want to hold back or question it excessively. Jiang Lei warned that the offer was not to be counted on too soon, and that a major task would come with penalties if not completed, asking for their commitment. Seeing the boss personally extend a hand of warmth, Chao Yuxiang immediately agreed, fearing the opportunity might slip away if she hesitated. The response was a simple, decisive affirmation. From now on, Fima community would be their sanctuary. With the outside world growing more chaotic, Jiang Lei outlined a 2-day deadline to fortify the front and back gates into a defensible fortress and to reinforce all outward-facing windows and doors, while he would support fully with personnel and materials, requesting only that Chao Yuxiang coordinate with the patrol team and guard squad and mobilize others as needed. Chao Yuxiang agreed wholeheartedly, noting that 2 days was aggressive but feasible, and listing the massive scale of work. 12 buildings with hundreds of outward-facing openings would be the major challenge. Chao Yuxiang intended to say she would do her best, but she framed it as a military-style pledge to emphasize resolve and obedience. The old maxim about wealth and danger lingered in the air. When the boss comes in person, it is not merely to seek advice, but to issue a guiding, probing command. With Jiang Lei's personal confirmation coupled with the fact that the safety of their home was indeed a matter of paramount importance, Fan Rong set aside her miscellaneous affairs and swiftly completed all the necessary coordination for the construction team. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei secretly made his way around to a street several dozen meters behind the residential complex. From within the Azure Realm, he retrieved cement, steel reinforcement bars, various construction tools, and even a small excavator. As the team members ferried the materials into the complex like a colony of ants following Jiang Lei's instructions, Chao Yuxiang stood dumbfounded. What had seemed like a hopeless construction schedule suddenly filled her with renewed confidence. When temporary construction workers were being recruited, all the auxiliary members volunteered enthusiastically. The leadership had already promised that beyond their regular rations, laborers would receive additional rewards based on their contributions. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare. The guard squad ceased all training, arming themselves fully with blades, spears, and shields. They divided into over a dozen groups and dispersed around the perimeter of the complex, shouldering the critical responsibility of ensuring security throughout the construction. Even the patrol squad, ordinarily consumed solely by their training, dispatched 4 two-person rifle teams to provide support to the guard squad. It was no wonder Jiang Lei had been so cautious. After several days of mounting chaos, conditions on the streets had grown increasingly dire. Rioters, their faces smeared with ash and their backs laden with bundles, wandered about in growing numbers, so plentiful that they could be seen everywhere. Driven from their homes under the threat of death, most of these people carried some form of provisions on their persons. With supplies in the wilderness, particularly water, becoming nearly impossible to find, fellow travelers bearing bundles became the most coveted of prey. Even should their victims possess no water, the blood coursing through their veins could offer the most desperate of predators a final measure of sustenance. The swarming mobs of rioters paid no heed to time or place. Their nerves had long since shattered, rendering even an ordinary glance sufficient cause for violence. Murder, violation, blood-drinking, cannibalism. Every conceivable atrocity unfolded without pause. Around the Pegasus residential complex, the ceaseless chorus of anguished screams never abated. Under such overwhelming pressure, Chao Yuxiang finalized the blueprint with urgent resolve. The front and rear gates would be sealed with 3-meter-tall, half-meter-thick cement walls. On either flank, braced against the building structures, 2 4-meter-high watchtowers would be erected. A single exit would remain on the side, wide enough for 2 people to pass through, fitted with a double-layered solid iron door. For the exterior windows and doors, those on the first and second floors would be unceremoniously sealed with cement, while the third and fourth floors would be fitted with steel reinforcement bars. This crude approach, devoid of any sophistication, was both simple and effective. Its sole drawback was the consumption of materials, but this was precisely what Jiang Lei cared about least. No distinction was made between formal members and auxiliary personnel. Aside from a few elderly and children who could barely walk, virtually everyone joined in the effort to build a secure home. Although the team had yet to be properly integrated with roles and responsibilities in a state of considerable disarray, the absolute authority wielded by Jiang Lei ensured that this first collective endeavor, despite its chaos, miraculously proceeded without any major incidents. It was not until past 10 o'clock at night, amid the surrounding darkness and swirling sands, under the watchful gaze of countless unseen eyes, that the brilliantly illuminated Pegasus residential complex finally fell silent. 5 two-person teams from the guard squad, bearing emergency packs, blades and shields in hand, and iron whistles clenched between their teeth, followed their designated patrol routes. Divided into 2 shifts, they maintained an unceasing vigil around and within the complex throughout the night. At several elevated positions offering superior visibility and defensibility, heavily armed patrol members took the night watch. "I can't take it anymore." After a cursory bath, Fan Rong collapsed onto the sofa, utterly unclothed, embodying the very essence of utter exhaustion. Jiang Lei, his face etched with equal weariness, lay beside Fan Rong. He could not even muster the energy to speak. He merely reached out and patted her generously rounded form once. a perfunctory greeting, before closing his eyes and surrendering to ragged breaths. Even the most grueling days at the company couldn't compare to this intensity. Fan Rong, ever the whirlwind of energy, now spoke in a voice that wavered between highs and lows, drained of all strength. Back then we worked for money. Now we work for our lives. Jiang Lei's reply was equally feeble. Sigh, that's true enough. The two exchanged a few weary words before long. Before much time had passed, the sound of heavy snoring echoed from the sofa. April 3rd, the 18th day of the apocalypse, temperature 47. 1°C. 6 o'clock in the morning. The reconstruction and reinforcement plan for the Pegasus residential complex pressed on. Within such a brief span, a string of fever blisters had already erupted at the corners of Chao Yuxiang's mouth. Apart from Jiang Lei and Fan Rong, who were able to bathe, and the patrol members who could at least wipe down their bodies, no one else could maintain any semblance of cleanliness. Everyone looked like mud-caked monkeys, but it hardly mattered. A gust of wind-blown sand outdoors would return them to their ashen state regardless. None could mock another. Overnight, aside from the theft of some steel reinforcement bars left outside, the entire Pegasus residential complex had remained undisturbed. Old He, how's your wife doing? Outside a window on Building 8, Zhaoqing and He Weidong were at work. The two men wielded trowels, applying layers of mixed cement onto the windowsill with somewhat clumsy movements. One was an office worker, the other a small-time stall vendor. Neither possessed the slightest knowledge of construction. Fortunately, sealing windows with cement was a task simple enough that following half an hour of guidance from Foreman Chao, anyone of normal intelligence could manage it competently. She drank some water and took a potassium tablet last night. She's much better today. Dr. Liu says it's a moderate case of heatstroke syndrome. He Weidong glanced around. Each window was assigned to 2 people. Working a full day earned them, beyond their fixed rations, an additional 500 milliliters of purified water, roughly a single bottle's worth. The compensation appeared stingy, but in truth all their needs during work, including food and water, were covered by the boss. He Weidong grabbed the white plastic jug beside him and took 2 fierce gulps. After releasing 2 watery belches, he set the container down with evident reluctance. Stop drinking. You can't possibly fit any more. Zhaoqing deftly seized the nearby bucket of cement mixture and teased. You've already gulped down a dozen times this morning. He Weidong laughed and shook his head, offering a self-deprecating remark. Half a month ago, would you ever have believed people would fight over a few drops of water? The teasing vanished from Zhaoqing's face. He pressed his lips together and said, let's not dwell on that. At least our luck has held. Those who had survived until now, regardless of how partial their understanding, each bore their own experiences and reflections upon this apocalypse. Sigh, I wonder if such good fortune will continue. Zhaoqing understood the implication behind He Weidong's words. Once this work was done, everyone would revert to their 4th-tier rations. Human desires knew no bounds. Just days ago, He Weidong had nearly perished alongside his wife from thirst within their home. His sole desperate plea then had been for a single life-saving sip of water. Upon being recruited, the team's 4th-tier ration had struck him as an unimaginable blessing. Yet after just a single day of labor and receiving a more generous share, he now found himself seized by anxiety over potential loss. Between you and me, just a casual chat, let me give you a little tip. Once this job's done, there's more good news coming. The boss is hardly short on supplies. Short on supplies? Impossible. Even if the boss has reserves, he's still feeding so many people. There's no way he isn't running low. He Weidong shook his head in disbelief. He reckoned that once their stronghold was complete, Jiang Lei, armed with the formidable power of the guard and patrol squads, would surely venture out to scavenge for supplies. Zhaoqing mysteriously shrugged his shoulders and said, just you wait and see. We're all living in the same complex. Before, everyone thought the boss was a fool, but I'm telling you, his vision operates on a whole different level, beyond anything we could imagine. You're really laying it on thick. The 2 men were still chatting when suddenly a hoarse shriek pierced the air. 2 ashen figures, their genders indiscernible, sprang from the swirling sands, waving a dagger wildly as they lunged straight for the water jug He Weidong had placed by his feet. Get out of the way. A thunderous bellow rang out as 4 guard squad members armed with machetes and shields hot on their heels closed in. He Weidong and Zhaoqing swiftly leaped back through the window. One of the assailants, seeing the pursuers drawing near, revealed a terrified expression beneath their dust-caked face and stumbled away along the wall. The other, having seized the water jug, frantically twisted off the cap and began gulping down its contents without a care for anything else. A blood-curdling scream followed. The figure run through the abdomen by a machete was dragged away by 2 guard squad members by the heels, vanishing into the swirling sands. Even in death, their fingers remained rigidly clawed around He Weidong's water jug. Back to work. He Weidong and Zhaoqing exchanged a glance, abandoned their idle chatter, and quickened their pace. Though visibly shaken, their faces pale with fright, they exhibited no particularly violent reaction. Clearly this was not their first such encounter. It was 6:30 in the evening. The chaotic sky had long since plunged into pitch darkness. Beneath the dim lights of several plastic sheds in the center of the community courtyard, over 100 dusty ash-covered figures sat on the ground. Aside from the chaotic sounds of slurping and swallowing, absolute silence prevailed. White rice porridge mixed with dehydrated vegetables and biscuit crumbs had turned into a light brown paste, accompanied by a bag of pickled mustard tubers and savory, dried tofu. This food, which even dogs would have disdained in the past, was now something everyone desperately wished to lick their bowls clean for. After 2 days of frantic infrastructure construction, the sentry boxes at the front and back gates had long been demolished. Connecting the buildings on the left and right, a city wall, 1/2 meter thick, 3.5 meters high, and 9 meters long, had been erected. Aside from high-difficulty technical tasks like the pathway along the top and the watchtowers on both sides, the rough, yet massive walls coupled with armed patrol members were now barely sufficient to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the community. The blocking of the outer doors and windows was largely complete. Tomorrow morning, Xiao Yuxiang would only need to lead a few technical backbones through a final sprint of a few hours to basically finish Jiang Lei's assignment. The remaining few details requiring fine-tuning were now inconsequential. Xiao Yuxiang swallowed 2 mouthfuls of porridge in one gulp, feeling as though he had been granted a second life, and finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. His construction experience over the past 2 days made him realize the absurdity of his initial thoughts. The boss had not set the strict deadline to deliberately make things difficult or test him, but because it was a genuine pressing necessity. In less than 2 days, the outside world had ceased to resemble the realm of humanity. The parched and frenzied mobs clashing with the patrol members had barely ceased throughout the entire construction process. Fearing blades and guns was a natural human instinct, but those driven mad by thirst disregarded everything, willing to face death just to rush to the water tanks and gulp down a few mouthfuls. Nearly every one of the 30 members of the guard team had shed blood, yet the brutal slaughter still failed to deter the even more frenzied mobs. Had the perimeter wall not been completed ahead of schedule, several large mobs of hundreds of people would have already formed and likely breached the Fima community by now. Seeing that most people had finished eating, Jiang Lei walked into the center of the crowd, clapped his hands twice, and announced loudly, "You have all seen the situation outside. Everyone's performance over the past 2 days has been outstanding. As a reward, everyone will receive a pack of dried noodles, a ham sausage, 2 liters of purified water, and 1 bottle of Laogan Ma for every 5 people. Tomorrow morning will be a rest period. Eat well, drink well, and rest well. In the afternoon, await the team's notice for your assignments and positions. Once again, I urge everyone to unite. We will definitely survive. And we will live even better. Yes, live even better. The boss is awesome." Though the dusty and grimy crowd looked exhausted, everyone loudly released the pent-up emotions in their hearts at this moment. As long as they followed the boss, remained obedient, and worked hard, he would surely lead them to find a way out of this world that had turned into a living hell. Such thoughts had already begun to take root in the hearts of most of the team members. In the center of the Fima community courtyard, the originally colorful plastic sheds had been dismantled and replaced by a massive, thick brown disaster relief tent. In the future, this place would also serve as an important activity center where team meetings or significant announcements would be held. Personnel group, support group, technical group, cooking group, medical group, construction group. Sister Zhu, this is so detailed. Behind the massive orderly tent stood a sign over a meter tall, covered with a fresh sheet of white paper. Dozens of people had already gathered around it. A tall girl of about 24 or 25 with neat short hair squeezed through the crowd and whispered to a young woman in blue beside her. Except for the patrol and guard teams, which remained unchanged, the logistics team was meticulously divided into 6 groups, and everyone was asked to self-recommend based on their preferences, a model quite similar to applying for a job before the apocalypse. With the collective construction tasks of the past 2 days completed, the unofficial team members had reverted to their own 4th-tier quotas. The team's management was highly strict, unless under exceptional circumstances venturing out privately was absolutely forbidden. In other words, earning extra income on the side would be impossible from now on. All unofficial members were incredibly concerned about their future arrangements. However, faced with this self-recommendation model, they felt completely uncertain. For one thing, the compensation for each group was not clearly specified. For another, people worried whether failing to get selected after self-recommending would bring about negative consequences. After all, this was not like the pre-apocalyptic world where one could simply apply elsewhere if rejected. Looking at the mobs roaming the streets outside, everyone preferred to scrape by on a 4th-tier quota rather than offend the team's management. Fan Rong had initially opposed this approach, but she ultimately yielded to Jiang Lei's insistence. Although it brought plenty of trouble and several groups seemed useless at the moment, she relented. For instance, the technical group currently consisted only of Qian Xinglin, an old electrician, serving as the leader, and Liu Rui, a car mechanic, as the sole member. While both received 1st-tier quotas, they had virtually nothing to do at the moment aside from maintaining the generator on the roof of Building 4 and servicing appliances like Jiang Lei's air conditioner and refrigerator. But Jiang Lei was thoroughly fed up with the vicious cycle of having to rewrite all the rules every time the team recruited new members, so he decided to set up the entire organizational framework all at once. He knew that Fan Rong did not lack foresight. Rather, both she and Gu Shuqin simply did not want the team to continue expanding so blindly. Ultimately, they were worried about the supply of resources. However, Jiang Lei understood the situation of the Bailan realm perfectly well himself, but since he could not speak of it openly, he could only rely on his authority to force the decision through. Shan, didn't you graduate from a health school? What is there to hesitate about? In front of them, the plump sister, Zhu, turned her head, her eyes a mix of worry and envy. Someone like me with no specialized skills can probably only go to the support group to do odd jobs. You must look out for your sister Zhu in the future. Seeing several people nearby looking over, the short-haired girl named Shan quickly waved her hands and said, "We've been neighbors for so long, don't you know? I only interned at a hospital for half a year after graduation before going into sales. With my meager skills, what if I'm not competent enough and mess up in the medical group? I think I'll go with you to the support group first to see how it is." Aside from the two of them, the buzzing clamor of the surrounding crowd was equally endless, with everyone discussing things with their acquaintances. With everyone guaranteed a basic fourth-tier quota, it was foreseeable that the support group's compensation would be the lowest, but at least they could be certain of their ability to handle the work. If they self-recommended for other groups, and ultimately proved incompetent, leaving the boss with the impression that they were dishonest, or merely making up the numbers, it would ruin everything. The apocalypse had already lasted for over half a month, and the option of changing jobs simply did not exist. Therefore, most people chose the safe route, aiming to get through the probationary period first and become official members before considering anything else. Get over here and look closely. Qian Jingming's large leather boot pressed firmly down on the withered, grotesque, parasitic corpse beneath his feet, his tone harsh, as he ordered several figures hiding behind the crowd to step forward. This thing will be everywhere outside from now on. Besides humans, they are our primary opponents. What on earth are you running so far away for? The onlookers parted, clearing a passage. A group of female team members huddled together in the distance bit their lips and slowly approached Qian Jingming. When the boss first briefed us, there were no protective measures at all. Now this thing's legs are bound, and you're still scared stiff. But Captain, this thing looks too. A tall, slender female team member with a short ponytail and wide eyes stammered, yet her feet remained rooted to the ground. Qian Jingming nodded, crushing the parasitic corpse's mouth beneath his boot until it crackled, a smile returning to his face, ugly looking. Right. All right, I understand. Zhenling, heed my order. Remove your weapons and equipment and jog to the courtyard notice board. They're selecting people over there. Go take a look for yourself. Captain, I didn't mean that, please. The female team member who had spoken fell dumbstruck. Seeing that Qian Jingming was not joking, terror filled her eyes. The escort team's prospects within the organization went without saying. Although the third-class quota seemed modest, the daily training consumption benefits were virtually unbeatable. After all, apart from special missions, they trained almost all day long. Their food, drinks, and supplies were all accounted for separately by the boss. Nothing like the logistics team's situation. And if they could somehow make it into the patrol team later, once they got their guns in hand, they would become the boss's absolute trusted inner circle, rising to power overnight. Captain, I don't want to repeat myself. Qian Jingming gave a sidelong glance, and two female team members quickly stepped forward, forcibly removing Zhenling's equipment. I'm not afraid of your ridicule. I was expelled from the patrol team because I shrank back in fear during a mission. After establishing his authority, Qian Jingming launched into another earnest sermon. Anyway, this is how the world works now. If you're not willing to risk your life, you have no right to live. With the boss backing everyone up and providing good food and drink, if anyone dares to disobey or act specially, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Do you hear me? We heard you. The surrounding team members, male and female alike, stood tall and responded. Looking at the equipment Zhenling had discarded on the ground and the parasitic corpse beneath Qian Jingming's foot, it no longer seemed quite so terrifying as before. This is damn difficult. During lunch, Jiang Lei rubbed his face vigorously, wearing a look of utter despair as he stared at the form Fan Rong had handed him. He had originally thought that after forming teams, any unaffiliated members with some capability would eagerly rush to apply for better treatment. But reality dealt him another lesson. Although it was already the 19th day, it still fell within the early stage of the apocalypse. The first sandfalling month had not yet passed, and people's awareness was far from reaching the level of his past life. Except for 2 or 3 from the Xiaoyu group, none of the 6 newly formed teams in the logistics department had attracted any new applicants. Only the veteran members Jiang Lei had thrown in to build the framework. On the contrary, the support group, originally intended for idle personnel, had garnered an impressive 64 registered applicants, nearly a full attendance. Don't worry about it. After we finish eating, I'll have Aunt Chi take her few elderly women to conduct another census. We'll simply assign people to the teams in the organization's name. All right. Jiang Lei pushed at his food, listless and lacking energy. It was only 100 people or so, yet for a manager nothing was more agonizing than subordinates pulling in the opposite direction of your commands. Jiang Lei had originally wanted team members to volunteer themselves to boost initiative, but it had backfired instead. This is a normal phenomenon. No one dares to joke with their life. Everyone fears that if they get kicked out of the team, regretting it won't help. so they'd rather choose a basic allowance than risk displaying their abilities. Fan Rong put down her bowl and chopsticks with concern, sat beside Jiang Lei and gently massaged his arm. It's not that they don't wish to obey your will, it's simply that they have no way of knowing your thoughts. This sense of awe and mystery is in fact a manager's greatest asset. What you say makes sense. Jiang Lei frowned, pondering Fan Rong's words, and nodded almost involuntarily. In contrast, the patrol team and the escort team, both armed forces he personally controlled, carried out Jiang Lei's will and intentions with thorough decisiveness. As for ordinary people in this apocalypse, awe and a sense of distance were far more important than a friendly persona. A gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in. Boss, Sister Rome." Xiaoling timidly entered the room and stood at the doorway. To facilitate team management, Jiang Lei no longer stayed on the 7th floor in his daily routine, but had chosen room 201 of Building 4 as his temporary office. Captain Qian has expelled another escort team member named Jiang Lei. Here are the documents. Glancing at the paper in his hand, which recorded the expelled member's personal details along with the reasons and process in detail, Jiang Lei nodded with a smile. The third one. This kid may not be exceptional at combat, but he certainly knows how to manage people. The new escort team had been assembled for 4 or 5 days now. Every day, Xian Zhengming racked his brains for various training and tests, doing his utmost to help Jiang Lei weed out unsuitable candidates. Select new personnel from the support group. Jiang Lei scribbled a brief note, signed it, and handed it to Xiaoling. Yes, boss. Watching the other's graceful silhouette, Fan Rong raised her thumb and smiled. Our logistics team is still struggling along, but you're so efficient. You've got some skills, boss Jiang. Stop flattering me. Eat. Brother, come here quickly. Deep within an alley of a residential area at a small convenience store, a girl barely over 10 years old, with a tattered backpack slung over her shoulders and a ruler-long wooden stick in hand, was scratching at the yellow sand on the ground, her face alight with delight. Her entire body was coated in thick dust. If she sat motionless upon the sand, she would resemble a small earth mound, her features completely indiscernible save for the layered dead skin on her lips and her large, slightly graying eyes. The gravel outside had already piled up to nearly 2 meters deep. Although this small shop was indoors, its shattered doors and windows had been wide open for days. After being blasted by fierce winds for over 10 days, the sand on the ground was also more than half a meter thick. Can't you keep it down? A half-grown boy, equally resembling a savage, emerged from the rear room of the shop, a slightly rusted meat cleaver gripped in his hand. As if to confirm her brother's words, the moment the girl's slightly hoarse, childish voice faded, several dark shadows flashed past the doorway, accompanied by a faint beam of light that quickly swept toward them. Seeing the rat-like siblings and the dilapidated little shop that had been visited countless times, a few curses rose above the howling wind. You two little bastards still haven't died yet. What are you shouting for? Turn off that flashlight immediately. If you keep wasting electricity like this, I'll kill you first. The voices gradually receded into the distance. Only then did the girl snap out of her daze, and she terrifiedly clamped both hands over her mouth in the darkness. They're gone. Blood-drinking beasts aren't interested in us. The boy squinted toward the doorway, then affectionately brushed his fingers through his younger sister's disheveled hair. Compared to the densely populated central districts, the Pingtai district, located at the southernmost tip of Bin City, enjoyed comparatively better street conditions. At least the professional cannibals who specifically hunted human prey for blood had not yet comprised a high proportion, though given the current environment, it was only a matter of time before they did. Brother, look quick. The girl excitedly dug out a grimy object from the sand pit beneath her. Under the dim light, the flat, elongated packaging bag was printed with colorful fruit patterns, and the bold characters, Bing Gua Shuang, stood out strikingly. The ice pops inside had long melted into liquid, but the fully sealed packaging kept them trapped within, buried beneath windblown sand and evading countless searches. Dig around here. The boy's eyes also gleamed with ecstasy. Licking his lips, he carefully tucked the ice cream bag against his chest. His eyes, long accustomed to the darkness, swept around. This was the corner of the convenience store far from the shelf area. To the front and side were 2 overturned freezers caked in dust, likely abandoned during the initial looting. There certainly had to be more than just this single bag left behind, and the boy's heart began to burn with hope. The siblings crouched low, darted through the sand like 2 little mice. Within moments, they not only secured 2 more bags, but also found a small 250 milliliters bottle of Nongfu Sanquan. We're going to make it. Drink it quickly. The boy unscrewed the cap and carefully handed it to his sister. Brother, you drink first. Hurry up. His brother's expression was urgent, not because he didn't know how to manage resources, but because over 10 days of wandering, the siblings had been robbed countless times. The harsh reality had taught him how to handle what they found. Food could sometimes be saved depending on the situation, but water, absolutely not. It had to go down immediately. Okay. A smile finally broke across the girl's face. Her small nostrils flared with each breath, puffing out 2 thin streams of dust as she carefully pressed the bottle mouth to her cracked lips. A large hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and snatched the bottle from the girl's small hand with lightning speed. Take out what you just stuffed into your chest too. 3 men and a woman armed with wooden sticks and daggers, their 2 flashlight beams sweeping across the terrified siblings. Fifth uncle, I told you those 2 little brats were making noise in the room by themselves. Definitely have supplies. The water is my brother's. The figures that had been at the doorway earlier returned, and the young man with the collapsed nose holding the flashlight proudly kicked the girl's small face away as she lunged forward. Don't touch my sister. The boy waved the cleaver wildly like a madman, and the group, momentarily caught off guard, was forced back several steps in disarray. Fuck. You're asking for death. The nose-collapsed youth shoved his flashlight into his waistband and raised the long wooden staff with both hands. Hand over the supplies, and you'll keep your lives. The middle-aged man called Fifth Uncle restrained his nephew and signaled to the other 2 behind him. A 15 or 16-year-old boy wielding a cleaver and fighting to the death. While subduing him posed no problem, none of the 4 felt confident about avoiding injury. Let us walk to the doorway, and we'll give you the things. The boy also calmed down very quickly. Robbery was something they had extensive experience with, and after displaying their strength, he protected his sister behind him and immediately offered to yield. With the 3 bags of ice pop water grasped in hand, the 2 parties slowly turned to face each other. When they reached the doorway, the boy quickly threw the items onto the ground, grabbed his sister, and sprinted toward the exit. Thud! A tremendous force struck his abdomen, and the boy collapsed in agony. The excruciating pain in his lower belly left him too breathless to even draw a breath. Brother! The girl cried out, supporting her fallen brother. From the shadows of dust and sand at the doorway, several tall, burly figures emerged. Bang! After the strange, muffled report, the girl felt only a scorching gust of wind sweep past the top of her head. Behind the 2 girls, at the sound of the gunshot, 3 of the 4 robbers were instantly knocked down by scattered iron shot. Only the final woman remained standing, foolishly unaware of what had just transpired. A man wearing a black face mask appeared at the doorway, gripping an old single-barrel shotgun. Several men beside him, armed with machetes and steel pipes, quickly flashed into the small convenience store. After a few shrill screams, Fifth Uncle and his group of 4 were all finished off with blade strikes. Hurry up. The siblings sat stunned on the ground, watching the shotgun man and his crew expertly collect their loot, then slit the throats and femoral arteries of the 4 corpses, draining the blood into basins they carried on their backs. Drink. Drink blood. Beast. The boy's eyes were filled with terror, his arms locked tightly around his sister. The words that had formed on his lips could no longer be spoken. The shotgun man squatted down, removing his face mask to reveal bloodshot eyes beneath pale cheeks and slightly reddened lips. Were you trying to say blood-drinking beasts? Good name. The man smiled, and as he spoke, he smashed the butt of his gun forcefully against the boy's forehead. Take the 2 little brats back to drink fresh. Moments later, the small convenience store fell silent again, leaving only the 4 blood-drained corpses lying scattered on the ground. Around the corpses, sand corpse worms swarmed densely like a honeycomb, eagerly awaiting the moment when the moisture in the bodies would completely dry up. April 5th, the 20th day of the apocalypse, temperature 45. 3°C. After an ordinary breakfast of ice, soy milk, cold noodles, salted duck eggs, and pickled vegetables, Fan Rong hurriedly put on her face mask, gave Xiao Hao Rui a few instructions, and prepared to head downstairs to get to work. Yesterday's census had been completed, and those with special skills would be assigned to corresponding teams based on their abilities. Today would likely be another day of non-stop busyness. By the way, the generator on the rooftop broke down again last night. Qian Xinglin will come up to fix it in a bit. You'll need to unlock those doors in the hallway for him. Okay. Jiang Lei, eyes heavy with sleep, held his half-cup of iced soy milk and gave a perfunctory response. This was already the 3rd generator to break down. As the days of the apocalypse lengthened, the erosion chi was silently revealing its destructive power. The crude, bulky, primitive machinery showed less obvious effects, but the internal components of precision industrial products were the first to deteriorate. Why do I feel like I'm some kind of freeloader being supported by a woman who goes out to work while I stay home? Jiang Lei watched the curvaceous figure hurrying to put on shoes at the doorway and made a brief, self-deprecating remark. Before Fan Rong could respond, Xiao Hao Rui, beside her, raised his toy high and declared in a childish voice, "Uncle is the best. Did you hear that?" Fan Rong rolled her eyes and hurried out with her materials under her arm. After breakfast, Xiao Hao Rui went out to find Shin Meng Meng and a group of children. They were now the leaders among the kids. Aside from playing, they often did what they could, such as helping Jiang Lei maintain guns and ammunition. 20 days of apocalyptic life had shown that compared to adults, the children's growth was the fastest. No matter how unruly the brats had been before the apocalypse, they had all become incredibly well-behaved now. Sitting on the sofa in 702 for a while, Jiang Lei sighed, softly waved his right hand, and a machete appeared in his grip. After a while, the door to 701 opened. Jiang Lei called over today's guard and gave a few instructions. Soon Du Hui and Shui Songjia hurried to the landing on the 6th floor. Just burn it. A body tightly wrapped in a black plastic bag was handed to the 2 of them. Without a word, they took the corpse and gasoline from Jiang Lei and hurried downstairs to dispose of it. In truth, whether in his past or present life, Wu Dachuan's crimes did not warrant death, but he knew far too much. Not only could he not be let go, he couldn't even be absorbed into the team. Setting aside everything else, the matters of the unethical organization, the fruit trees, and the seeds alone were enough for Jiang Lei to have silenced him 1,000 times over. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat motionlessly in the prison of the balcony, having unfortunately witnessed the entirety of Jiang Lei's silencing. Yet at this moment, she merely gazed upward at the rolling dust storms beyond the window, her expression utterly unchanged. When will it be my turn? You still have considerable use. Jiang Lei paused for a moment, but ultimately provided Zhou Xiaoxiao with the most practical answer. Whether it was the fruit in her womb or her encounters with that despicable organization, Jiang Lei could not possibly permit her death so soon. Should I express my gratitude? As you see fit. Jiang Lei shook his head, locked the door, and stepped out of the room. Zhou Xiaoxiao was pitiable, Wu Dachuan was blameless, but from the very inception of this cruel apocalypse, countless pitiable and blameless souls perished every passing minute. Would they petition the heavens for justice? No, only the living were entitled to such appeals. Returning to the room, Jiang Lei retrieved a map of Bin City from beneath his desk and circled a particular location with a marker. Gangnan District No. 32, Shangwen Street, Apartment 405, Quizuan Residential Community, Zhou Xiaoxiao's residence. That lay some 60 to 70 kilometers from Jiang Lei. Before the apocalypse, the journey required nearly an hour by vehicle. How was he to reach such a distance? In conventional novels, the protagonist would invariably launch forth into perilous exploration at such a moment, encountering myriad mishaps along the way. But from Jiang Lei's present vantage point, such conduct was utterly folly. The great uprising was about to reach its crescendo. Since his rebirth, he had labored ceaselessly day and night to forge the present circumstances, all for the sake of his own survival. Was he maintaining so many subordinates merely to operate an orphanage? In another 10 days or half a month, when the unrest subsided and the drought month arrived, the entire city of Bin would experience a period of miraculous harmony. Simultaneously, once the patrol team's new recruits were armed and stationed, he would dispatch a small squad to investigate. Capturing them alive would be preferable. If circumstances forbade it, then eliminating them on the spot would undoubtedly prove the optimal choice. Regardless whether Zhou Yiming, Zhao Guyue, or Zhou Xiaolei, all three bore responsibility for Jiang Lei's murder in his previous life. None would be wrongfully slain. As for the dispatch squad, whether in terms of materials or personnel, Jiang Lei could now afford the loss. Thus, whatever contingencies arose would not prove calamitous to him, affording him ample room for maneuver. Just past 10 in the morning, before noon, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin had already largely resolved the personnel arrangements. The final outcome was considerably superior to yesterday's self-selection method. At minimum, the frameworks of each group had been initially established. The personnel division, functioning as Jiang Lei's secretariat currently, had Fan Rong leading it, who also concurrently served as captain of the entire logistics detachment. Below her were Gu Shuqin and 2 female secretaries, supplemented by Aunt Qi and 2 elderly women. The technical division's leadership was temporarily entrusted to the veteran electrician Qian Xinglin. The team included auto mechanic LV Rui, 2 apprentices from a car wash who had been reluctantly recruited, as well as Ding Chuxin, who possessed some electronics knowledge. The kitchen division boasted a relatively robust contingent. Kongshan Du Hui's wife continued to lead. Additionally, there were 2 professional canteen and restaurant chefs, along with 4 assistants for washing, chopping, and miscellaneous tasks. The medical division was led by Dr. Lu Li. They had recently added a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a massage parlor and 3 nurses. While hardly an impressive roster, it represented an improvement over their former one-man operation. The construction division was currently the most competent among the 6 groups. Under leader Chao Yuxiang, besides group members like Zheng Sanxiang and Lao, LV2 bricklayers, 1 carpenter, and 2 welders had been identified during the recent team-wide construction effort. Additionally, 5 various laborers who had worked on construction sites like Jiang Lei and 1 interior designer from a decoration firm. The support division was led by Song Ping, widow of the fallen Shinsu. Currently, it constituted the largest group in terms of personnel and received the poorest treatment. Nearly all members received 4th-grade rations. The remaining 50 or 60 individuals were clustered here without fixed functions or specializations, lending aid wherever required. In reality, it fell under the personnel division's jurisdiction. Song Ping, as group leader, merely assisted Fan Rong in relaying messages and offering suggestions. Most of the time, she simply held the 1st-grade ration quota, serving as a figurehead. Overall, the team's talent situation was merely adequate. However, when establishing the relief organization centered around the community's original residents, Jiang Lei had prioritized familiarity and manageability. He had already mentally prepared himself for deficiencies in talent quality. In truth, he still possessed capable individuals under his command. Setting aside others, the support division alone contained 2 former military personnel. One was a 7-year veteran named Tong Liang, who served as vice squad leader of a tank company within a certain combined brigade, holding the rank of Sergeant First Class, merely 1 step removed from the elite Master Sergeant distinction. This stood in fundamental contrast to Du Hui, a mere 2-year private who had been discharged, a superficial recruit. Regardless of whether Jiang Lei could utilize his tank expertise, Tong Liang's knowledge of military internals and various tactical fundamentals far exceeded anything Du Hui could offer. However, Tong Liang had only arrived at Fima residential community on the 11th day of the apocalypse. Previously unknown to anyone, Jiang Lei surmised he had wandered there after the official military disbandment. During the community registration consolidation, Tong Liang had chosen to remain. Jiang Lei had conversed with him briefly once, but the man appeared profoundly despondent and excessively reticent, completely unmoved by Jiang Lei's various tests and offers. For such premium talent, coercive pressure would prove meaningless. Jiang Lei sought his experience, skills, and knowledge, requiring genuine allegiance rather than forced submission. Unable to deploy him effectively, yet unwilling to release him, Jiang Lei ultimately feigned ignorance. He placed Tong Liang and the young soldier accompanying him within the support division alongside others for preliminary observation. As long as they remained within his grasp, time would eventually yield results. Boss, something has occurred at the main gate. Captain Qian requests your presence. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while Jiang Lei was training alongside the patrol team in the small open area behind the building, a guard on duty at the main gate hurriedly sprinted toward them. I will proceed ahead. Old Du, after distributing the ammunition, lead the team over. Yes, sir. Jiang Lei drew his Type 54 pistol from his waist, snapped the slide forward with a sharp click, and sprinted toward the main entrance. The community maintained 2 gates front and rear with shifts rotating every 8 hours. Each gate detail comprised 5 escort team members and 2 patrol soldiers armed with live ammunition on the sentry platform. 5 edged weapons and 2 rifles sufficed for ordinary situations, but extraordinary circumstances required additional manpower. Upon arriving at the main gate, the scene erupted in cacophonous uproar with curses, shouts, and various discordant voices rising in succession. Along the inner face of the lengthy concrete wall, 2 ranks of fully equipped escort team members bearing knives and shields stood vigilantly positioned along the edge of the double-layered iron door. Jiang Lei cast a brief glance. Approximately 20 individuals present, nearly all except for the rear gate guard on duty. Their response speed proved remarkably swift. Qian Jingming's training had clearly borne fruit. Nodding to the 2 team members guarding the ladder, Jiang Lei ascended the simple folding ladder to reach the wall's crest. The perimeter wall had been hastily constructed, measuring nearly half a meter in width. Roughly welded steel reinforcement bars lined both sides, and the passage atop could only accommodate a single person walking back and forth. Boss. 4 or 5 figures stood upon the wall at this moment. Qian Jingming occupied the center position, cupping his hands around a makeshift megaphone, addressing those below. Upon noticing him ascend, a team member hastily set aside his long blade and extended a hand to pull Jiang Lei onto the wall, securing his footing. Jiang Lei steadied himself against the steel railings and turned to gaze beyond the wall. Through the billowing sandstorm, he could make out 300 to 400 figures, their bodies caked in gray dust, their colors indistinguishable, all standing with their faces lifted toward the wall. 2 men appeared to be leading them, positioned at the front of the throng, speaking with Qian Jingming. At this rate, we're all dead anyway. If you won't hand over the supplies, we'll have no choice but to come in and take them ourselves. This isn't my call to make. But if you're truly intent on fighting, I'm bound by my duty. Our weapons will have to settle this. Qian Jingming's response was equally resolute. Though the 3.5-meter cement wall was not particularly tall, it was by no means something a mob of bare-handed parched rioters could breach, especially with 2 rifles positioned on the sentry posts flanking either side. Huh. What makes you so confident? The wall? Or the guns? With so many of us, how many can you possibly kill? If we can't get water, we're dead regardless. The bald leader, a man in his 30s, retreated swiftly into the sandstorm as he spoke. Immediately afterward, the hazy silhouettes advanced slowly toward the base of the cement wall. More than a dozen makeshift ladders, cobbled together from wood iron frames and other miscellaneous materials, were hoisted toward the wall. They had come prepared. Jiang Lei cast a glance behind him. Du Hui and his 8 patrol members were already in position at the base of the wall, rifles at the ready. Jiang Lei covertly signaled, and 3 folding ladders were raised as the team began to ascend the wall. Bang! Bang! Seeing that his side was nearly prepared, Jiang Lei drew his pistol and fired 2 shots in swift succession. The 2 rioters at the very front who had been steadying the ladders crumpled to the ground. The surrounding figures recoiled several steps in shock. In this scorching heat, dying of thirst is just as certain. You've all seen plenty of it these past days. So is it a struggle for water, or scatter and wait to perish? Do you really need to think about it? From somewhere unseen within the sandstorm, the bald man's voice rang out in broken fragments. Though his words were plain in this moment of desperation, they carried a fatal persuasion to the mob. Water. Survival. Kill him. Give me water. Arg. The rioters who had hesitated in fear just moments before were incited by his words. The fervor spread through the crowd like a wave crashing against the shore. A dozen men in the front row, their eyes bloodshot, their cracked lips licked raw and bleeding, slammed their ladders against the top of the wall. Send them up. Jiang Lei fired 2 rapid shots and hauled Qian Jingming, who had still been preparing to say something, down from the wall. He had witnessed scenes like this countless times in his past life. How many teams and factions, great and small, had been overrun, trampled, and stripped bare by such assaults. Those inside either left no bones behind or were absorbed into the ranks of the mob. In his past life, the Fima residential compound had been under Liu Yongxin's command with a force of considerable strength, so it had never become a target for the rioting mobs. The main reason, however, was that most of the residents were penniless, their lives no better than those of the wandering mobs. But in this life, with Jiang Lei's presence, the situation had changed entirely. The rioters were maddened by thirst, not fools. No matter how the leader tried to incite them, no one would have any interest in a pile of garbage. Once a mob tormented by thirst is ignited with emotion, given a target, and hope, they become like a plague of locusts, utterly beyond reason. Only blood and overwhelming force can bring them back to their senses. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted in unceasing succession. The rate of fire of a semi-automatic rifle depends on how fast the shooter can pull the trigger. Though it couldn't match an automatic rifle, its killing efficiency was hardly poor. More than a dozen rioters at the front were immediately struck down by the hail of bullets. Those killed outright were fortunate. Those with shattered limbs or pierced vital organs lingered in agony, writhing and howling amidst the sandstorm. The entire scene plunged into brutal savagery. Of the dozen or so crooked ladders, only 2 made it against the wall, but no one could climb them. The ladder bearers and the 30 to 40 who had charged at the forefront had all fallen before the guns. The gunfire suddenly ceased. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with its 10-round magazine was never designed to be used in such a manner on the modern battlefield. Their training days had been too few, and lacking automatic weapons to supplement their firepower, over a dozen rifles had emptied their magazines almost simultaneously. They're out of ammo. Charge. Charge now. The bald man's hoarse howl rose once more through the sandstorm. Nearly 100 rioters surged toward it like a tide. The dozen-odd patrol members on the wall, whose reloading drills had been practiced to a degree of proficiency, faltered under the pressure of 100 bloodshot crimson eyes, lips cracked and stained purple with blood, and faces twisted with dust-caked greed. Some buckled beneath the strain, fumbling their movements, even dropping their stripper clips over the side of the wall. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp shots jolted the team back to their senses. Jiang Lei's pistol dropped 2 rioters who had nearly reached the top of the ladder, and he barked his orders. The entire guard unit prepare for combat. Below the wall, the guard unit split into 2 ranks on either side of the iron gate, pressing close to it. Their long blades and shields were gripped tightly, the hilts and leather straps slick with nervous sweat. They could not see what was happening outside, but the continuous gunfire and anguished cries rode clearly to their ears on the sand-laden wind. Gunfire resumed from the wall. Du Hui's breathing quickened slightly, but his hand remained perfectly steady. Nearly every shot fell to target. One after another, the team members followed suit. Those 10-odd days of rigorous training had not been in vain. After the brief moment of panic, the slaughter from their elevated position became mechanical. To their astonishment, they found it no different from shooting at targets during live-fire practice. The second volley was less orderly than the first, but the killing efficiency multiplied several times over. Within mere seconds, below the wall, beyond the dozen or so figures writhing and wailing, nearly 30 fresh corpses littered the ground. Some team members, during reloading lulls, even deployed the triangular bayonets affixed to their rifle muzzles to topple the ladders leaning against the wall. In less than a few short minutes, the dead and wounded numbered 70 or 80. Like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, it quenched the mob's frenzied, boiling blood. Their stunned minds seemed only now to remember what guns were, to recall how utterly foolish it was to face man's killing machines with bare hands. They don't have that many bullets. Don't forget, if we keep waiting, we're dead anyway. The bald man's voice rang out once more, but this time Jiang Lei had no intention of giving him another chance. Open the gates. Kill. The 2 iron gates were thrust open with force. Over 20 fully armed guard members surged out from behind the wall, their long blades and steel-tipped pikes glinting, coldly sturdy shields braced before them. They collided head-on with the dozens of rioters frozen in panic just 10 meters from the wall. Slaughter by cold steel was 10 times more gruesome than by firearms. Blood-shredded flesh and scattered entrails finally shattered the last nerve of every man present. Death by thirst or starvation might come tomorrow or the day after, but the merciless butchery was here, now terrifyingly real. The rout unfolded far faster than the gathering had taken. In the blink of an eye, the scene held nothing but the keening of the wounded and the rolling sandstorm. Several of the most exemplary guard members even gave chase into the dust, covering one another as they went. After some 4 or 5 minutes, Jiang Lei finally ordered the patrol members down from the wall to clean up the aftermath. The battlefield littered with corpses was a gruesome sight, yet not entirely devastating. Aside from one unlucky soul whose eye was bruised by a wooden club during the chaos, Jiang Lei's team suffered absolutely no casualties. The guards who had pursued the enemy into the howling wind and sand returned in small groups, but in the end they failed to find any trace of the bald man. Much like the monotonous famine riots of ancient times, the instigators often gained the trust of desperate, starving people at a minimal cost, subsequently guiding them to achieve their own sinister designs. It was as if they appeared out of nowhere to rally the crowd, their origins and allegiances completely unknown. Yet their common trait was how slippery they became in defeat, vanishing with astonishing speed. "Burn all the corpses," Jiang Lei commanded with a wave of his hand. Under Fan Rong's direction, the support team brought out wood, doused it in gasoline, and silently ignited a roaring blaze that released a nauseating plume of acrid black smoke. Were they innocent? Of course they were. But Jiang Lei had no other choice. He could not afford to bring out barrels of fresh water for them to drink, only to attract an endless deluge of desperate crowds that would ultimately consume him. He had to ensure the survival of the team he had painstakingly built first. Selecting a few guards who were in better condition to continue keeping watch on the wall, he ordered the rest to stand down and rest. Whenever people believed they had fully grasped the cruelty of the apocalypse, it would bare its bloody fangs, dragging their moral baselines lower and lower. The pyres of burning corpses dwindled to mere embers. As the last member of the support team returned inside the perimeter, the heavy iron gates ground shut once more. Within the surrounding buildings, alleyways, and shadowy corners of Fima community, countless pairs of eyes watched everything from the darkness. They too possessed bloodshot eyes and parched, cracked lips, but they feared becoming part of the ashes even more. As dusk fell, a debriefing meeting regarding the performance of the patrol and guard teams in this afternoon's battle was convened inside the large disaster relief tent at the center of the community courtyard. Armed with the experience from last time, Jiang Lei merely watched everything from below the stage, leaving the three captains to take center stage. This time, apart from docked rations and public verbal reprimands, there were no expulsions or more severe punishments, as everyone's performance had been reasonably satisfactory. The veteran members of the patrol team had already been through the armored transport escort and the corpse-burning incident, so Jiang Lei could well understand their superior performance. However, for the newly formed guard team, this was truly their first taste of combat, in a close-quarters melee with cold weapons at that. Their outstanding performance, including that of the female members, was a pleasant surprise. Aside from the material incentive of wanting to join the patrol team, Jiang Lei estimated that the primary reason was that these members had all endured the torment and hardships of the apocalypse before joining. Their awareness and resolve were far stronger than those of the patrol team's early members. 10 days in the apocalypse. For most people living in this hopeless world, time seemed frozen in the howling sandstorms, scorching heat, parched thirst, and constant peril, making every single second an agonizing ordeal. April 15th, the 30th day of the apocalypse, temperature 41.6°C. After enduring more than 10 days of this living hell, the three most densely populated districts in the city center finally began to see the crisis spill over into the surrounding areas. After wandering aimlessly, countless refugees, rioters, and groups of all sizes reflexively avoided the city center and scattered outward, flooding into the adjacent peripheral districts from all directions. While food could still be scavenged within the 50,000 square kilometer ruins of the city, natural water sources had become virtually impossible to find even if the most experienced scavenging teams dug 3 feet into the earth. People began to slaughter one another on a massive scale, draining the blood of their own kind and chewing on raw flesh, desperately squeezing every last drop of moisture from the salty metallic fluid. At the same time, the parasitic dried corpses that had once hidden in the shadows rose from the countless bodies left behind by human slaughter. They emerged as a formidable force, feared by all, joining the gluttonous feast of hunting for human blood. It was a hellish landscape beyond description, killing and being killed, consuming and being consumed, with no winners except for the parasitic dried corpses. In his past life, Jiang Lei had found this period exceptionally difficult, let alone having the capacity to think. In this life, however, he could stand from a vantage point invisible to ordinary survivors, using the events unfolding before him to deduce the broader macro-level situation. Aside from regularly dispatching scout teams to gather intelligence on the surroundings, the storms of the outside world could not penetrate the tiny yet impregnable fortress that was Fima community. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, Yao Qi, who had been dozing against the wall, snapped her eyes open alertly. Her first instinct upon waking was to draw the sharply ground iron spike from her waist. The surroundings were dead silent, without a sound. She let out a soft sigh of relief, haphazardly brushed the thick dust from her clothes, and cautiously stood by the shattered window to look outside. The shelter she had chosen was on the 6th floor of a residential building near the street. The sand outside had piled up nearly 3 meters deep. Choosing a high floor to rest at night meant staying far from the ground, and thus far from those disgusting and dangerous dried corpses lurking beneath the sand. Thanks to the frantic slaughter of the past half-month, these creatures were now everywhere. Across the wide street, the hazy outlines of the opposite buildings were actually visible. She had thought it was an illusion a few days ago, but the sandstorms were indeed subsiding and daytime visibility was gradually improving, now reaching about 30 to 40 meters. Could this world actually return to normal? Yao Qi shook her head, banishing the unrealistic thought from her mind. A month had passed since the apocalypse began, yet her former life felt as distant as a past reincarnation. Now she lived moment by moment, exhausting every ounce of her strength daily just to survive. Her numbed brain had long forgotten how to think or hope. Straining to part her cracked and painful lips, her tongue scraped against her palate with a faint, dry rasp. The last trace of moisture in her mouth had been completely stolen away by the nighttime heat and sandstorms. Sitting up, she felt a faint ringing in her ears as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Yao Qi quickly pulled a plastic water bottle from her coat, which contained more than half a bottle of pale yellow liquid. Had Jiang Lei been there, he would have instantly recognized it as the 2-in-1 beverage he was all too familiar with from his past life. Urine diluted with water. Yet compared to the blood urine 2-in-1, the blood urine water 3-in-1, or even more absurd, an unspeakable 4-in-1 and 5-in-1 concoctions. A simple mixture of blood and water, or urine and water, was considered a premium, conscientious drink among ordinary survivors. Tilting her head back, she took 2 gulps. As her stomach churned, her cells trembled frantically, sending a desperate signal to her brain, "We need more." But looking at the small amount of liquid remaining in the bottle, Yao Qi forced herself to suppress her instincts. She licked the rim clean and tightly screwed the cap back on. The door had long since been smashed to pieces, and the chaos inside the room was buried under a thick layer of dust, as if decades had passed. Removing the iron bar wedged against the broken door, she listened closely for any noise outside. Gripping her iron spike, Yao Qi slowly stepped out of the room. A deathly silence hung in the corridor. It seemed she had been lucky last night, as she was the only one who had chosen this building to stay and spared from any troublesome neighbors. As she reached the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, she suddenly spotted a figure lying ahead at the corner. Covered in sand and dust, their gender was indistinguishable, and their limbs twitched slightly from time to time. Aided by the light, which was significantly brighter than in previous days, Yao Qi got a clear look at the person's skin. Lacking those disgusting dense nest-like pores, she immediately ruled out the possibility of a parasitic dried corpse. Tightening her grip on the iron spike, she cautiously approached. It was a pale, emaciated, middle-aged woman whose face was gaunt beyond recognition. Her skin was wrinkled with coarse creases, and her shriveled grayish-blue lips were deeply sunken into her mouth. She was currently in a deep coma, only half a step away from death, heat stroke. As the most severe form of heat illness, even with pre-apocalyptic medical conditions, there was still about a 15% mortality rate upon hospital admission. Under current circumstances, she was essentially already a corpse. To put it bluntly, she was dying of thirst. This was also the most common cause of death for low-level survivors in the apocalypse. With a soft sigh, Yao Qi withdrew her hand from her coat without taking anything out. She looked around, picked up a piece of tattered cloth from a pile of garbage in the corner, and draped it over the woman. Having disposed of the stranger's corpse, Yao Qi's mood seemed to improve slightly. As for the body being turned into a desiccated corpse by sand corpse worms after death, that was far beyond her capabilities. The fact that she hadn't harvested their blood while they were still fresh already made her a rare, good Samaritan in this desolate world. Reaching the 2nd floor, she leaped out of the window. Less than half a meter beneath her feet lay the wind-swept sandy ground. The first floors of this city had ceased to exist. Hugging the corners of the walls, she cautiously made her way out of the residential area. After crossing the main avenue, the towering gray concrete walls of Pegasus Community came into view just over 20 meters ahead. Over the past 10 days or so, the Pegasus Relief Group had dealt with over 30 incidents of sieges and destructive attacks, both large and small. At the cost of 2 dead and 7 wounded from their own ranks, they had slain over 300 enemies in return. By now, virtually every member of the patrol and guard squads was drenched in blood. Among their adversaries were frenzied mobs launching desperate suicidal attacks, as well as thugs, syndicates, and religious cults employing various schemes and conspiracies. Yet without exception, all of them had met with crushing defeat. The relentless bloody slaughter and the thick smoke of burning corpses rising from the front gate day and night finally struck terror and dread deep into the hearts of all surrounding survivors. By now, everyone knew the Pegasus Relief Group possessed abundant resources. But if you dared to instigate someone else to rob them, they would surely slap you twice across the face first. If you want to seek death, go by yourself. Yao Qi paced forward. Beneath the concrete wall, which had already been raised to over 4 meters high, some 30 to 40 ragged figures stood or sat huddled together. Each clutched a weapon. However, as she approached, they merely sized her up with a few glances, showing no other hostile movements. The great riot had raged for half a month and was finally drawing to a close. Although a vast number of people still perished daily, the overall population was settling into a grim state of equilibrium. The large-scale, irrational mass slaughters that had been ubiquitous just days ago were becoming increasingly rare. Are you queuing up? Yes, we are. I happen to be the last one, so you can stand behind me. Thank you. Yao Qi spat out the sand that had blown into her mouth along the way. Offering her quiet thanks to the middle-aged man in front of her, she stood about 2 meters behind him, a distance widely recognized among survivors as the minimum safe boundary. The crowd was scattered in loose clusters of 2s and 3s, looking nothing like an orderly queue. Yet everyone knew exactly who was ahead of whom without the slightest discrepancy. After another half hour or so, more people trickled in behind Yao Qi. because everyone stood so far apart the end of the line had actually stretched across Jinglong Avenue. Glancing back, she gasped inwardly. Thankfully, she had arrived early. In just this short span, there were easily 100 people. Such a dense concentration of fresh human presence had even drawn attacks from several parasitic dried corpses lurking beneath the sand. Yet they were easily toyed with and slain by the laughing survivors at the back. Unlike the zombies of legend, these creatures did not form massive hordes. As long as one overcame their fear and came prepared, they were essentially easy prey. They're here. The middle-aged man in front of Yao Qi suddenly stood up with a trace of excitement scattering the thick dust that covered him. Squinting, she saw 3 figures climb onto the top of the concrete wall to relieve the sentries. On the high guard towers on either side, armed guards saluted each other as they swapped shifts. Stay 10 meters away from the wall. Disruptors of order will face the consequences. Stay 10 meters away from the wall. Disruptors of order will face the consequences. A piercing loudspeaker suddenly blared from atop the wall, a slightly distorted pre-recorded female voice, repeating the warning mechanically over and over. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd ahead as the dense mass of people began to retreat. As the middle-aged man in front of her stepped back, Yao Qi could only gesture to the people behind her while backing away in unison. Once the crowd had retreated more than 10 meters from the wall, the heavy double-layered iron gate on the right, spanning over 2 meters wide, was slowly pushed open with a harsh grating screech. About a dozen people emerged from behind the wall. Among them, 4 or 5 guard members armed with long sabers and shields dispersed to keep watch, while the rest were young, able-bodied men and women from the support team. They laboriously hauled out 3 massive lidded white plastic barrels, each with a 50-liter capacity. The sloshing water line inside made the surrounding survivors instinctively swallow their parched throats, stinging with pain. Yao Qi also craned her neck to peer ahead, her right hand instinctively feeling the cloth bag tied around her waist. In recent days, very few dared to harbor ill intentions toward Pegasus community. Starting 4 days ago, Jiang Lei had begun selling a fixed quota of 150 liters of water at the front gate every morning. As the days passed, almost all survivors in the vicinity who caught wind of the news were drawn here. Even wandering individuals and groups nearby paused their journeys because of this, and their sphere of influence continued to expand. The items brought for trade were highly diverse, ranging from food, tools, spare parts, weapons, and daily necessities to seasonings, clothing, and even pieces of news or gossip. Essentially, as long as the items salvaged by the survivors possessed some utility, they would be accepted for trade. Of course, in this absolute seller's market, the prices were dictated entirely by the relief group. Aside from information, Jiang Lei naturally had no use for this junk. However, with the apocalypse already a month and he needed to provide a reasonable explanation to everyone regarding the team's resource intake and expenditure. As for whether there were logical loopholes in this setup, there was no need to be overly pedantic. In any case, the bizarre phenomenon of the relief group's resources only leaving but never entering had effectively ceased to exist under the cover of these highly publicized trading activities. Furthermore, the so-called water being sold could not possibly be actual purified water. In their current situation, selling pure water would be akin to setting up a street stall to sell gold bars before the apocalypse. It would invite trouble far more formidable than mere bands of rioters. A 2-in-1 mixture diluted with water and urine at roughly a 7-to-3 ratio was already superior enough to crush any top-tier beverage obtainable nearby. In the common private trades among survivors, the mainstream drink was actually blood and urine diluted with a tiny amount of fresh water, subjected at most to rudimentary treatments like sedimentation, filtration, or purification tablets. While this concoction was fine for emergency survival, its taste was no different from eating excrement, and it would spoil if left for too long. Drinking it over a long period would also lead to various diseases and bacterial infections, often resulting in death. Since urine is filtered by the human kidneys, it contains numerous toxins. Therefore, before drinking such stuff, you had better have some confidence in your own poison resistance. Any beverage that contained over 30% purified water, regardless of the exact ratio, was considered a luxury item, produced only by major factions. In his past life, Jiang Lei had kept himself alive on this very mixture for 2 months, and he never wanted to smell that odor again for the rest of his life. Oh, Sister Qi, are you still the one in charge today? It's so hot today, you must be working so hard. Once the setup was complete, the trading began. The first in line, a young man in his 20s with a crew cut, bowed and scraped with exaggerated flattery toward Andy Qi behind the table. Given his age, it was quite something that he could bring himself to call her sister. Through the excursions of the scouting squad and the days of trading, some familiar survivors had gained a basic understanding of the relief group's internal structure. With this, Jiang Lei's reach began to extend outward, moving away from the complete isolationism of the previous days. Is that little phone? Have things been going well for you these past couple of days? Being so cheeky so early in the morning. You must be joking, Sister Qi. How could we have your good fortune? Alive today, dead tomorrow. It's all uncertain. Please show some mercy and pity us. Show some mercy. Our goods are of top quality, anyone can see that. The boss is running extremely low on resources, yet he is still looking out for everyone. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you're also still trying to take advantage of us. Auntie Chi held a low status within the relief group. She was neither a squad leader nor did she possess any outstanding talents, but when it came to dealing with outsiders, Jiang Lei found her to be the most useful for the time being. For matters and motives unsuitable for open discussion, a slight hint was all it took for the worldly wise Auntie Chi to grasp the essence. For instance, regarding this daily water-selling chore, Jiang Lei had never explicitly stated his true objective. He could hardly tell them that they had resources in abundance and that selling water was for an entirely different purpose. Doing so would breed complacency and other negative effects within the team. However, Auntie Chi always managed to drop subtle hints to the survivors about their severe shortage of resources while remaining exceptionally diligent in gathering intelligence. This sort of thing was a natural talent after all. That's it. Boss Jiang is saving lives here. Aren't you satisfied yet? If you want to bargain, bargain. If not, scram. Mr. Feng, don't think everyone doesn't a petty middleman living off Boss Jiang's goods. You've already recruited several underlings around Jinsei Street. How dare you say such things? Behind them, the survivors' protests rose, with some even pelting him with sand. Chi everyone. I was wrong, I really was wrong. Let's begin now. The exposure had sparked fresh anger, yet the plain-faced youth remained unfazed, flashing a sly grin as he tried to smooth things over. The backpack thudded onto the table behind her. Cheetah Ma didn't move, and beside the table 2 girls from the escort group opened the inspection records. Some seasonings, a few bags of screws, rusted fruit knives. There were many items, but most were junk. The few bags of pickled vegetables were the only valuable ones, and in the end only 110 milliliters of beverage were exchanged. You talk big, is this all? Cheetah Ma raised an eyebrow and shifted the mask slightly. Behind her, a gloved team member took a small cylinder, weighed it, and poured the pale yellow, slightly pungent water into a bottle on the table. How could that be? Chi everyone. The plain-faced youth, with a hint of mystery, quietly drew a note from inside his coat and handed it to the table. Cheetah Ma skimmed the text. The body that had been reclining against the chair slowly straightened up. You go wait over there first, I'll set a price for you later. Understood. Chi, you're busy. The youth's eyes brightened. Oh, after days of trading, everyone knew that there were occasionally special goods. When Cheetah Ma wasn't sure, she would leave it to the big boss of the Jiuzhu Tuan a price. This was going to be a big deal. He turned and stepped aside, not going far, choosing a small dune a dozen meters from the wall to sit on, grinning happily. One by one the queue moved forward. Cheetah Ma's team were veterans by now, handling checks, valuations, and trades with practiced efficiency, and she grew idle. It wasn't long before Yao Chi's turn came. She stepped forward, a slightly stiff nod of greeting, and the pitiful cloth pouch at her waist was also brought to the table. 2 pairs of socks, a lighter, 3 boxes of toothpicks. Total is 50 milliliters. The girl behind the table was not much older, plain in looks, but clean clothes and a capable, confident bearing still made the ragged, dirt-smudged Yao Chi feel deeply inferior. Thank you. Yao Chi drew the remaining half of a mineral water bottle from inside her clothes and gently set it beside the measuring cylinder. 50 milliliters, not even 2 sips. Everyone knew which goods were valuable. She actually had 2 packs of snacks and half a bar of anti-inflammatory medicine worth at least 300 milliliters, but she did not pull them out. As the end times stretched on, foods and supplies that were once easy to find grew scarce. As long as water could sustain life, Yao Chi began planning for survival items beyond drinking water. Living felt impossibly hard. Wait a moment. Yao Chi was about to turn away when Cheetah Ma, half reclining in her chair, removed her sun hat and sat up. Did you come to exchange water yesterday? You look unfamiliar. No. The day before yesterday. Yao Chi answered nervously, praying nothing would go wrong. I'll use this. Cheetah Ma hesitated for a moment, and then gave up. From under the table, she produced a towel and pretended to wipe her face. Yao Chi was at a loss, unsure what was happening. Beside her, a female team member efficiently picked up the towel and handed it to her. Wet. The cold touch on her hand made the normally dry Yao Chi shiver. How extravagant are these people? She pressed the towel hard against her face, and though it seemed like she was wiping, she had already puckered her lips and greedily sucked the moisture from it. Cheap stuff, so she claimed it first. Slowly finishing the wipe, one side of the towel turned black and hot, nearly drained by Yao Chi. Cheetah Ma reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and studied her closely, a gleam of delight in her eyes. The value of the traded items is disputed, young lady. You go wait over there for a moment. Oh. Yao Chi watched Cheetah Ma suddenly adopt a kindly smile, then dreamily moved to the side and sat not far from the plain-faced youth. Although she had no idea what had happened, she somehow knew what was unfolding wasn't a normal trade. Chi Jie might be smuggling something. About an hour later, only a small portion of the line remained. The last plastic barrel of drink had run dry, and the crowd behind grew tense, with several small groups clashing. Yet under the guards' cold stares, they only cursed and shoved, not daring to draw weapons. Today's share exchange was finished. People left with mixed feelings. Jiang Lei, shirtless and wearing gaudy shorts with English print, sat on the sofa in the living room of Building 4, Apartment 201, frowning as he reread a dirty note several times. The note listed 20 nearby territorial factions within tens of kilometers. His Fei Ma Jiuzhu Tuan and Master Zhong's Jinghua Yuan Xiaotu were clearly named. And beneath each group were assessments of personnel, supplies, and military power arranged like a ranking. So-called sit-down groups are in practice the strongest powers, for after the Great Chaos, they can still hold their bases firm, and that in itself marks extraordinary capability. If a group's strength was a little weaker, they'd have been torn apart by the frenzied mobs. They would either drift seeking a home, or break apart, each looking after themselves. Is there such a thing as an upper class in the end times? The answer is yes, and more than that. Compared to before the end times, their influence around their own domains and their grip on power are far stronger. And the wealth gap in the post-apocalyptic world is even more terrifying. Over 80% of the bottom survivors would fight for a cup of 3-in-1. Drinking or dying from thirst are the common fates. Yet a small handful of the upper class live a life of decadence wilder than before the apocalypse. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between a man and a dog. In his past life, Jiang Lei had no inkling of this, but now he understands clearly. The official elites, the rich, and the unscrupulous groups knew of the apocalypse more than a year in advance. Jiang Lei even gave these people a dramatic name, the Foreknowledge Group. So in this life, though he has the Azure Realm, he dares not swagger. He nearly carves the word crawl into his brow, for who knows what they have prepared for the end times. Is there still anyone providing information? Is this information collected by him? Cheetah thinks for a moment, then shakes her head. Probably not. He's just a second-hand trader, not capable of this. Give him some incentive, have him keep an eye on similar messages, and send them over the moment there's a gang. While she spoke, Jiang Lei's gaze never left the paper from start to finish. The list contained dozens of organizations and factions. The names were familiar to him, but a comprehensive, detailed scoreboard like this was something he hadn't known existed in his past life. He couldn't imagine how much manpower and resources would be required to produce such a thing in this harsh environment, and how the creator could even diffuse the information. The true purpose remained utterly unknowable. Understood. Having received Jiang Lei's instructions, Annie Chi felt reassured. She turned and left the room. Placing the slip of paper on the coffee table, Jiang Lei extended his index finger and tapped a line of text. According to the description, the comprehensive strength of the FIMA rescue group was actually ranked second. He had originally intended to keep to his own small patch of land and make a fortune in silence, but now it seemed he still couldn't escape the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives. Group name: FIMA Rescue Group. Personnel: 100 to 200 people. Supplies: relatively abundant. Suspected personal stockpiling in advance. Ample drinking water. Force: relatively strong. Vast number of high-quality replica swords, around 20 rifles, all type 56 semi-automatics, with sufficient ammunition, and 6 to 7 sets of police-grade protective gear. Structure: Boss Jiang Lei, original resident sole leader, strong cohesion, internal stability. The information was slightly vague, but its accuracy was remarkably high. And the only group ranked above his was called Lefu Mega Supermarket. Group name: Lefu Mega Supermarket. Tentative. Personnel: 400 to 500 people. Supplies: extremely abundant. Suspected total inventory from the second basement level. Complete variety. Estimated drinking water reserve of over 30 tons, mostly mineral water and various fruit juices. Extremely high quality. Force: extremely strong. Personnel armed with numerous melee weapons, 20 to 25 pistols, about 15 submachine guns and shotguns, approximately 30 rifles, all active police issue. Equipment: ammunition. Status unknown. Structure: General Manager Yin Yintong, former General Manager Security Captain Zhang Erqiao, former Security Captain, led primarily by Yin Yintong, but the relationship between the two internal factions is unclear. Complex personnel structure. Other specific details currently unavailable. This Lefu Mega Supermarket was a global chain. The one described here was the Yangon Street branch, located northwest of the FIMA neighborhood. In his past life, Lefu Mega Supermarket had been the strongest organization in the vicinity. Although the FIMA Rescue Group had been added in this life, the other major factions listed on this paper remained largely unchanged from what Jiang Lei had heard about in his previous life. During the free-for-all looting, in the early days before the apocalypse, he had visited the place. However, the wealthy and powerful Lefu Supermarket leased an entire building, 3 floors above ground and 2 below, all managed solely by the supermarket with no shared space with other businesses. The main warehouse was located on the lowest level, the second basement floor, heavily guarded with extensive surveillance. At that time, Jiang Lei had only stolen some items in plain sight on the upper floors, not daring to venture down into the tiger's den. When the apocalypse struck, the top executive general manager, Yin Yintong, organized over 100 employees and immediately secured the underground warehouse. Although the supermarket's 3 above-ground floors were looted to varying degrees in the early days of the apocalypse, their greatest treasure remained completely unscathed. As time passed, and they realized the apocalypse was irreversible, a massive group, with supermarket employees as the core along with their families and other survivors, was born, sustained by the immense stockpile of warehouse supplies. Putting aside prophetic groups who essentially possessed cheat codes, Lefu Mega Supermarket was basically the absolute limit of scale that a civilian group could currently achieve. And the 20 large organizations recorded on this paper were practically all the overlords within a 10-kilometer radius of Jiang Lei. In truth, calling them large was a bit of an exaggeration. Except for LefU Mega Supermarket, most of them, including the FIMA rescue group, only consisted of several dozen to 100 people. Yet just like Jiang Lei's control over the dozen or so neighboring residential areas and streets, other groups were essentially sovereign rulers on their own turf, doing as they pleased. After lunch, Jiang Lei showed the ranking list on the paper to Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin, adding his own explanations so they could better understand the situation in their surrounding area. Sigh. Fan Rong toyed with the slip of paper in her hand, sighing with a furrowed brow as she looked at the bizarre names of various gangs and societies listed on it. Within a mere 10-kilometer radius of the FIMA neighborhood, so many chaotic factions were crammed together. And this small area accounted for only 10 to 20% of the vast Pingtai district. Bin City had a total of 7 districts and 12 counties. Heaven only knew what wretched state the other areas had fallen into by now. This world had truly said a final farewell to order and civilization. A moment later, adjusting her mood, Fan Rong gently placed a set of light gray high-end casual wear and a pair of brand new leather boots in front of Jiang Lei. What's this for? The gun distribution ceremony is at 2 o'clock. You can't possibly go wearing boxer shorts, can you? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. After more than 10 days of combat, despite some casualties and a few deserters who had been expelled from the group, a cohort of outstanding individuals within the defense force had begun to stand out. Through observation, comparison, and testing, Jiang Lei selected 3 men and 3 women, 6 members in total, from the defense force to be promoted to the patrol squad, bringing the number of armed personnel under his command to 18. Consequently, Patrol Squad 1, led by Du Hui, and Patrol Squad 2, led by Guo Yunxi, each had a 9-member roster evenly split between men and women. In truth, during these past 10-plus days of high-intensity combat, particularly within the melee-focused defense force, the men had performed better than the women. Yet within the entire FIMA rescue group, the elderly and the women were precisely Jiang Lei's most fanatical loyalists. This was because they knew all too well that if anyone other than Jiang Lei took charge, their fates would be utterly miserable. Therefore, in the crucial patrol squad, Jiang Lei had never abandoned the inclusion of female members, and their performance, at least so far, had never disappointed him. Meanwhile, outside the perimeter wall of the neighborhood's main gate, Annie Chi was handing a large 1-liter bottle to a young man with a crew cut who had been waiting for a long time. Purified water. Looking at the crystal-clear liquid inside the bottle, Feng Yufan's first reaction was not joy, but a trace of terror. Just take it. What are you afraid of? Sister Chi. What? What is actually going on here? If you don't make it clear, how can I feel at ease? Trembling, Feng Yufan took the bottle. The water inside was cool, yet holding it made him feel as if he were holding a hot potato. Look at you, so spineless. The boss is quite interested in your information. He wants you to keep an eye out in the future. Bring any new findings straight to us, and you won't be shortchanged. So that's how it is. Instantly cured of his trembling hands, Feng Yufan hastily hugged the bottle tightly, scanning his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. For a middleman, like him, all goods had passed through countless hands. Just as he bought the 2-in-1 concentrate from Jiang Lei and diluted it into all sorts of messy mixtures to sell, trying to trace the source of information through Feng Yufan was entirely pointless. It was better to simply throw him some benefits to make him work. After all, for the rescue group, as long as they could obtain information quickly, nothing else mattered to Jiang Lei. Don't worry, Sister Chi. Leave this to me. Feng Yufan patted his chest, confidently bowing and scraping as he walked away, cradling the bottle. Sister Chi. Yao Chi approached timidly from a distance. She hadn't heard much of the conversation, but she had clearly seen that large bottle of purified water. This is for you. A bottle of about 400 milliliters containing a pale yellow 2-in-1 mixture was shoved into Yao Chi's hand. Annie Chi had held this back when she was selling water earlier. Within the rescue group, without Jiang Lei's approval, no one dared to circulate water externally, even if they had more than they could ever drink. What do I need to do for you? You don't need to do much. Just try to stay active around this area, don't wander too far, and come here every morning to exchange for water. Annie Chi's intention was simply to have Yao Chi check in every day, which was actually born of her own selfish motives. Within the group, the only woman worth noting was Ding Chuxin. However, ever since she joined the technology team, she had begun to distance herself from Annie Chi, and their brief act of deep grandmother-granddaughter affection had vanished into thin air. Therefore, Annie Chi had long wanted to scout a few high-quality backups among the outside survivors for the boss, adding a few more ballast stones to secure her own position in the group. Unfortunately, since the Great Riots began, they had endured half a month of trials and tribulations. Now that it was finally coming to an end, the Sandstop month was about to arrive. Once the external environment improved, anyone with even a few cards up their sleeve would hardly remain docile and obedient. Consequently, Jiang Lei had too many things on his plate every day to bother with such trivial matters. Are you wanting me to join the rescue group? Yao Chi's heart pounded wildly. For drifters like them who lived hand-to-mouth with no guarantee of tomorrow, the world enclosed within those high walls was nothing short of paradise. Although she didn't know what they saw in her, Yao Chi could make a guess from Annie Chi's attitude. It was likely nothing more than her assets as a woman, other than that she had nothing else to offer. But even so, she was more than willing. I cannot make such decisions on my own, so try not to leave. Just wait nearby for an opportunity. I will look out for you as much as I can. Aunt Chi was straightforward, for no one was a fool. Recruiting new members was a major matter that required the boss's personal decision. So she had no intention of deceiving Yao Qi, nor could she keep up a pretense for long. Open and honest cooperation was the right approach for both sides. I understand. Sister Qi, please take care of this. Whether it succeeds or not, I will be in your debt. I will repay you. Although she did not receive a definite answer, Yao Qi felt even more hopeful within her heart. The obstacles and difficulties only made the matter seem more authentic. If Aunt Qi had readily agreed, without hesitation, Yao Qi might have harbored less confidence in its possibility. Brother Lei, you look like a proper sharp young man in those clothes. Guo Yunxi tugged at Jiang Lei's sleeve, clicking her tongue in admiration and flashing an exaggerated thumbs up. Get lost. Jiang Lei, dressed in his new outfit, rolled his eyes and shooed away the boisterous girl. At first he had no desire to go through with this pretentious gun-awarding ceremony. With their makeshift crew, such pomp could easily come across as absurd and counterproductive. But Du Hui reminded him that the moment newly recruited soldiers receive their weapons for the first time is something they carry with them forever, a ritual that matters even more in this fractured world. So with Fan Rong urging him on, Jiang Lei reluctantly went along with it, determined to strengthen the team's cohesion and loyalty. By the tents at the community center, nearly every member of the relief team had gathered aside from those guarding their posts. 18 patrol members stood barehanded at the front in a line with 18 gleaming rifles laid out neatly on a long table before them. Older members were required to participate in the ceremony as well, a suggestion from Gu Shuqin, alongside the 6 newcomers. After rigorous screening and evaluation by the boss personally, we have decided Yu Zizheng Wang Teng and Mao Qiqin will join Patrol Team 1, while Su Xiaoyu Zhaopan and Li Wei will join Patrol Team 2. We hope you will live up to the trust placed in you by the boss and all members, and I pledge to cherish my equipment as I would my own life and strictly follow the team's equipment management regulations. Fortunately, Jiang Lei only needed to perform the weapon presentation portion. The rest, which he found overly dramatic, was handled by Du Hui, who adapted content from his military days. He simply stood on stage as a figurehead. What Jiang Lei did not know was that his somewhat awkward ceremony caught the attention of a short-haired, broad-featured man in the crowd. A man whose eyes, once dull, now showed a flicker of interest. It was Tong Liang, the tank squad leader whom Jiang Lei coveted but could never attain. Squad leader, it has been over half a month. If we do not make some move, they will not keep taking care of us forever. Gao Keshuan, a young soldier standing behind Tong Liang, anxiously tugged at his coat hem and whispered, I know. Rest assured. Tong Liang muttered a reply and gazed toward the distant ceremony. As soaring oaths echoed through the air, the serious faces of the patrol members flushed with excitement. A complex emotion flickered in Tong Liang's eyes, perhaps reminiscence, perhaps mourning for something lost. April 16th, the 31st day of the apocalypse, temperature 42 C. Before 6 in the morning, the once dark and murky sky revealed a faint glimmer of light. In the central tent of Fima residential community, dozens of figures formed long lines at 2 large pots waiting to receive their breakfast. The support group rose earliest each day. For over 10 days they had been clearing sand from the community grounds and rooftops. Clearing sand more than 3 meters deep in extreme heat and fierce winds was no easy task. It could almost be called a monumental undertaking. However, since this was collective labor, the team provided water during working hours in addition to the 3 daily meals. Not only could they enjoy free meals, but they could also save their allotted rations as a personal stash. Thus everyone's enthusiasm was remarkably high. Rice porridge and compressed biscuit mush accompanied by pickled mustard strips provided both energy and hydration. Men, women, and elders sat cross-legged on the ground, bowls in hand, savoring every bite. After breakfast, under Gu Shuqin's direction, everyone collected brooms, shovels, and other tools. They were divided into over a dozen groups, each randomly assigned a supervisor. These supervisors were mostly family members of the patrol team, elderly men and women who were Jiang Lei's most steadfast supporters. They might not excel at other tasks, but supervision was perfectly suited to them. On an open area to the west side of the courtyard, the lowest layer of asphalt ground had already been exposed, the first zone to be cleared. Dozens of patrol and guard team members, excluding those stationed at the front and rear gates, carried their equipment, marched in formation, and ran laps, while chanting encouragement. Occasionally, a few members caught whispering or slackening off would be pulled from the ranks by Jiang Lei, scolded soundly, and then forced to drop and do push-ups with mortified expressions. With Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin handling daily logistics, Jiang Lei made time each day to train alongside his members on the field. Jiang Lei personally controlled every aspect of the entire Fima relief team, both armed divisions, from training and combat to routine supplies and weapon provisions. Here he never followed the penny-pinching rules imposed by the logistics team. Any member who excelled in combat received generous rewards, tobacco, alcohol, snacks, and even precious fruits and vegetables. In this apocalypse, such luxuries were truly luxuries among luxuries. Thus, during the chaotic period when Fima residential community was under siege, the attacking enemies were always startled to discover that the soft and privileged targets they had anticipated never appeared. Physically robust and heavily armed, the patrol members displayed a fervor, or even fanaticism, for combat far beyond what their enemies imagined. Training continued until around 9 o'clock. Covered in sweat and oil, Jiang Lei finally stepped away from the group with a bodyguard and headed toward Building 4. Morning physical training had concluded, and he was not required to attend afternoon firearm maintenance or tactical drills. He only needed to appear before the team for an evening speech. "Boss, may I have a word with you privately?" Tong Liang, dark-skinned and heavily built, appeared beside Jiang Lei holding a broom. "I thought you would still need some time to observe." Over the past half-dozen weeks, Tong Liang and the young soldier Gao Keshuan had worked diligently in the support group, accepting the lowest ration tier without any other display. Patience testing was a mutual endeavor. It came down to who could endure longer. Hearing Jiang Lei's tone, half jest, half seriousness, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Tong Liang's face, but he quickly composed himself. "I apologize, boss. No matter. You are here now, aren't you?" Jiang Lei smiled and waved his hand dismissively. A capable person deserved special treatment. It was only natural. If someone incompetent had tried such games, he would have been slapped away long ago. Regardless of Tong Liang's character or abilities, his resume alone was invaluable to the current relief team. Thus, Jiang Lei was willing to invest these efforts on his behalf. "Come, let us talk inside." At the door of room 201 in Building 4, Jiang Lei gestured courteously for Tong Liang to enter first. Guo Yin, serving as his guard today, stood outside with a rifle slung over his shoulder. No one knew when it had begun, but Jiang Lei's daily rotating guards had stopped recruiting new members. Only his earliest followers took turns in the role. Jiang Lei had discovered Du Hui's arrangement, but chose not to intervene, silently accepting it. He understood what Du Hui was concerned about. "Please, boss, after you." Jiang Lei glanced humorously at Tong Liang's dark, honest face. This man was no fool. It seemed his half-month of waiting had not been in vain. He had thought things through quite clearly. Jiang Lei stepped into the sat down on the sofa and casually pulled bottle of, handing Tong Liang. "Thank you." He licked his dry lips. Tong Liang did not hesitate. "A fourth-tier quota. Whoever uses it will know its value." "Which unit you belong to? What number?" "I won't ask. But one thing I must make clear, you've been here for half a month. You should understand the nature of this team, right? Now is the time to recruit." Jiang Lei wasted no words and spoke bluntly. "Beijing Military Region, 1024th Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade, 4th Informationized Tank Battalion, 1st Company, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, Deputy Squad Leader Tong Liang, boss." Without the slightest hesitation, Tong Liang stood tall. Although he did not salute, his bearing was unmistakably that of a soldier reporting to a superior. Sit down, sit down. This isn't the army. There's no need for such formality." Jiang Lei felt a warm sense of reassurance. His vanity was greatly satisfied, for a soldier announcing his own number had become a vow of loyalty. Unlike Du Hui, the sort of veteran who had left the service for more than 10 years, you should know that Tong Liang was a 7-year in-service non-commissioned officer just a month ago. He fears those dead serious sticks in the mud who worship discipline above all else. There are times when someone who understands the larger picture and knows how to adapt is not necessarily a bad soldier. "Yes." After sitting down again, Tong Liang sighed lightly and answered the earlier question. "Today I came here. I have nothing to hold back." Jiang Lei sighed as well and spoke in a deep, solemn tone. "I used to be just an ordinary person, honest for more than 20 years. We didn't harbor thoughts of betraying the country, but the outside world, there's no need to explain further. You should understand the situation in official and military spheres better than I do. If we want to survive, first do what is in front of us, well, then we can discuss the future. Do you agree?" "Of course." Tong Liang sat up, straight nodded. "Then, welcome aboard." The two clasped hands, gave a hard shake, and then settled back into their chairs, their expressions relaxing considerably. "Regarding your position, for now you will serve as the instructor of the patrol team. Get used to it. Once you're familiar, we'll adjust. The comrade who follows you will first add to the guard team." In Jiang Lei's system, the title of instructor carried no real power, not even the right to wield a gun, and the only confidant had been separated away, leaving both of them with little room to resist. "Yes." Tong Liang stood to accept, and there wasn't a hint of surprise in his demeanor. He had spent half a month with the FEMA rescue team, and by now he had roughly sized up Jiang Lei's strength, character, and approach. Now it was time for him to be tested in return. Jiang Lei had even given him the formal title of instructor. Compared with other soldiers, this starting point was already high, and the probation period was a necessary phase, nothing to argue about. Here has been City's detailed map, though it's not as precise as a military map, but the general directions should be close enough. I want you to mark down any places you know that may store weapons, preferably with notes. This isn't urgent for now. Take a steady approach. Over more than 10 days of upheaval, the early to mid-phase saw battles every day. Our bullets sprayed out like a flood. Counting the training costs, they had expended nearly 2,000 rounds, though more than 2,000 remained that would eventually become a major problem. Jiang Lei, who had been waiting, would naturally not spare Tong Liang any courtesy. "Understood." Tong Liang took the map, scanned it carefully, his brows furrowed clearly with a plan. "Take this to the training ground to find Du Hui. You two are soldiers, there should be plenty to talk about." "Yes." Jiang Lei wrote a short note, and signed it. Tong Liang accepted it, strode out. After lunch, Jiang Lei summoned Fan Rong, Gu Shuqin, and Aunt Chi together again. He announced his new orders to the three. Aunt Chi was separated from the HR group, and a separate external affairs group was formed, pulling 5 people from the support group, issuing third-tier quotas to handle the liaison with nearby survivors and various intelligence tasks. Not to be outdone, Aunt Chi was thrilled. Jiang Lei immediately assigned the first 2 tasks for the external affairs group. 2 tasks in all. First, seize the opportunity presented by the daily water sales to choose a suitable location at the front gate and set up a small market, drawing as many nearby settlers and temporary survivors as possible. Second, during the trading process, conduct a simple survey of the survivors. 8. Any talents useful to the team should be reported immediately. The guards posted along the walls would secure the market, and when necessary, the patrols at the watchtowers could provide fire support. After half a month of intense fighting, Fema rescue team had suffered 15 casualties in total, 2 killed on the spot, 1 seriously wounded, who died the next day, and 4 more seriously wounded who withdrew from the guard team. In addition, 5 other members were expelled for major faults, such as desertion and collusion with external personnel, together with 3 relatives. The rescue team, originally 145 strong, now numbered only 130. Jiang Lei planned to selectively absorb some survivors, keeping the total around 150. Good grief. The 2 announcements struck Aunt Chi to the core. If not for the boss's tight leash, she would have leapt forward and kissed him right then. With over 100 people in the rescue organization, how many group leaders were there in total? She, a former rival who had nearly been killed, had reached this point. Was it easy? The nearly 60-year-old matriarch suddenly felt an impulse. A soldier dies for a comrade. How powerful that feeling was. After the matter was settled, Jiang Lei stole a glance at Fan Rong's face and saw no particular reaction, so he relaxed. Watching Aunt Chi on the verge of springing up, Fan Rong's mouth curved with a hint of disdain. She had long sensed some subtle friction with the other, but as Jiang Lei's bedfellow, and with her special status in the team, how could she keep arguing with an old fool whose mind was full of schemes? Too humiliating. April 17th, the 32nd day of the apocalypse, temperature 39. 8C morning. Jiang Lei and Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin were at breakfast. Fan Rong, facing the window, suddenly sprang to her feet. You all look. Oh my God. Following her finger, Gu Shuqin, usually calm and steady, cried out as well. The sun. After disappearing for a month, a fingernail-sized red sun hung far in the pale, ghostly clouds. Looking closely, although there were still winds throwing up sand outside, the distant hole in the sky was clearly visible, and the dust descending from the heavens had become extremely fine. Stopped. The sand actually stopped. They rushed to the windows standing on the 7th floor and looked down. The visibility now extended to 40 or 50 meters, a world apart from the prior murk. Could it be? Could this world still get better? Don't dream. Jiang Lei's lazy, even voice came from behind. Take a closer look at the sky hole. The sand has only thinned, not stopped. And even if the weather improves, it will be of no use. The water on Earth won't come back. It's all your fault. You couldn't even let me enjoy being happy for just a moment. Complaining and acting coquettishly, Fan Rong quickly finished her breakfast and was the first to leave the table. She needed to convey Jiang Lei's words to the team members to prevent everyone from losing their collective composure and causing any accidents due to the anomalies of the sandstorm month. The 2 children had finished eating early and gone out to play. With Fan Rong's departure, only Jiang Lei and Gu Shuqin remained at the table. Coughing softly, Jiang Lei took a deep breath, deciding to make use of this rare opportunity to do something. It wasn't that Jiang Lei had some bizarre chow-chow-esque fetish for married women. Rather, since the apocalypse began, cowardly as he was, he had barely gone anywhere, and the only 2 women around who caught his eye just happened to be married. The 2 stared at each other in the quiet room. Jiang Lei's hand twitched beneath the table, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. In reality, he held absolute dominance over Gu Shuqin, and she had no right to refuse him. Yet some chaotic notions deep within his masculine psyche made him refuse to force himself on her. During this rare moment alone, guided by some mysterious impulse, he had ended up taking this step. Just as he was so embarrassed that his toes could have clawed out an entire Pegasus community, the corner of Gu Shuqin's mouth suddenly curved upward. Jiang Lei blinked, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. She was indeed smiling. It's been over a month. I never expected you to move so slowly. Huh? Jiang Lei's eyes widened. This was a far cry from the reaction he had anticipated. Shouldn't there be some playing hard to get or some intense emotional push and pull? What are you Heinji about? My child is already so big, and you've been married too. Acting like a pair of young, innocent first lovers. People would laugh themselves to death if they found out. Gu Shuqin's deepest psychological knot was that she had actually had 2 children originally. Her ex-husband was a high-ranking official within the establishment, and she had climbed her way up as his mistress. With her looks and charm, if she truly set her mind to seducing a man, it was almost impossible to fail. Back then, young and ambitious Gu Shuqin had kept him wrapped around her finger, eventually becoming one of the rare mistresses who successfully defeated the legitimate wife and secured her position. After his divorce, the man immediately married Gu Shuqin, and they had 2 children. However, the original wife, who had been the man's childhood sweetheart, absolutely could not accept this outcome. The man held a high position in the government, so there were none of those dramatic whistleblowing cliches found in novels. In reality, all of the ex-wife's efforts were utterly futile against a prepared and formidable power. In the end, she chose to take a desperate risk, determined to bring everyone down with her. At a banquet attended by the entire family, just as it was ending, she leaped from the shadows and stabbed Gu Shuqin's eldest son to death in public. In trying to protect Gu Shuqin, the husband was also severely wounded and eventually died of his injuries. Ultimately, the ex-wife was sentenced to death, going to the afterlife with a manic, hideous grin to accompany the man she loved. But Gu Shuqin, the sole survivor, though legally the victim, was spurned by everyone. As if waking abruptly from a grand dream, she left all the assets to the man's parents, quietly departed with nothing but her daughter, and fled far away, traveling from the southernmost part of Huaxia to Bin City in the far north. This was the deepest pain in her heart. During those nightmarish days, she had heard the most vile insults. She felt regret, self-blame, and even self-loathing. A prodigal son could return because things hadn't yet become utterly irreversible. She, however, did not even have the right to turn back. Yet her heart, which had been as cold as dead ashes, was shattered and rebuilt by this brief month of the apocalypse. Having witnessed countless horrors of people feeding on flesh and blood and killing their own kin, she finally realized that merely being alive was already the greatest fortune. To say she had reached some grand spiritual awakening might be an exaggeration, but her former belief that she was the most miserable person in the world now seemed somewhat laughable. She swore to herself that she would live on and live well. To live for herself, to live for her daughter, and to live for this godforsaken apocalypse. The past flashed through her mind like lightning, and the mountain-like burden that once weighed heavily on her heart finally dissolved into shooting star-like fragments, vanishing in an instant. After a while, Jiang Lei quietly nudged his seat sideways. Before long, the two figures were pressed close together. The meal lasted for over half an hour, during which Gu Shuqin calmly recounted her past to Jiang Lei. However, that brainless fool Jiang Lei didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he was truly heartless, but rather that he genuinely didn't think it was a big deal. Leaving aside the countless human tragedies he had witnessed firsthand in his past life, his own experiences were already far more miserable than Gu Shuqin's, and a cuckolded misery at that. How do you plan on telling Rongrong? The remaining half of the fried egg on Gu Shuqin's plate had already gone cold and congealed, still unfinished. What do you mean, Howe? Jiang Lei picked at his ear, playing dumb. Fan Rong had created this private space for them because she knew she couldn't compete with Gu Shuqin. It was a choice born of helplessness. Jiang Lei could play dumb, but he absolutely couldn't gloat after getting the upper hand. No woman would ever truly want to push her man into another's bed. You really have no shame at all. And that young girl Ding Shuqin, she has depression. You are not allowed to mess with her. At the mention of this, Gu Shuqin's delicate brows furrowed. While she was confident in her ability to suppress Fan Rong, this girl's physical appearance was on par with her own, and she was young and untouched. No matter how confident she was in her own charms, facing such an opponent made her feel inevitably inadequate. After all, time waits for no one, and she was already approaching 30. Gu Shuqin had successfully killed the conversation. Jiang Lei really didn't know how to respond. Lately, whenever Ding Shuqin saw him, her large eyes practically glued themselves to him. How could he possibly fail to notice? You? Seeing Jiang Lei's expression suddenly turn incredibly somber, Gu Shuqin felt anxious, not knowing what to do. Just teasing you. Jiang Lei suddenly grabbed both her hands, revealing a wretched grin. He was actually just trying to change the subject. You're crazy. Flustered and angry, Gu Shuqin yanked her hands away with a flushed face and smacked him hard twice. In just over a month, Jiang Lei had transformed from an introverted, insecure cuckold into a smooth-talking playboy who could effortlessly flirt and banter. Truly, people are spoiled by circumstance. Under Jiang Lei's explanation, the anomaly of the sand-stopping month caused no significant ripples within the Pegasus rescue group. Although some of the members' hopes had been shattered, they were already living quite well to begin with. Thus, as they proceeded step by step, order remained perfectly maintained. Yet for Bin City, the entire nation, and indeed all survivors across the globe, the sand-stopping month was nothing short of a potent shot of adrenaline amidst absolute despair. From government officials and large-scale organizations down to medium and small groups, and even the most wretched ordinary survivors, everyone harbored an extravagant hope they had long since dared not imagine. Regardless of their size or strength, any group leaders who believed they held some hidden trump cards began to cast cautious glances toward the ruined world outside. Like beasts licking their wounds in a dark cave, they tentatively, yet ambitiously extended their claws and fangs once more. The survivors at the very bottom also began to exert every ounce of effort, struggling desperately to stay alive. Though their circumstances remained unchanged, once those who were previously hopeless found a glimmer of hope, their state of mind, behavior, and thoughts underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Having experienced this in his past life, Jiang Lei understood this profound truth all too well. This was precisely why he chose this specific juncture to organize a series of external activities such as dispatching scout squads, selling water, and establishing a small market. At 8 o'clock in the morning outside the front gate wall, the rescue group's water quota for the day had already sold out. Yet the dust-covered survivors did not disperse as they usually did. About a dozen meters to the left of the wall, Chao Yuxiang was leading over 10 members of the construction team. Using thick steel bars and wire mesh, they were cordoning off a space of about 200 to 300 square meters in the sandy ground. People gathered around in small groups, whispering to one another as they watched the sweating team members. Some looked utterly bewildered, while the clever ones had a spark in their eyes, already beginning to make conjectures in their minds. Everyone, it has not been easy for any of us to endure in this world. Although our group's drinking water reserves are limited, and we cannot increase the quota for external sales, our boss is simply too kind-hearted. He is always racking his brains to figure out what more he can do for our neighbors. The simple wire fence was nearing completion in just over an hour. Aunt Chi, wearing a red armband and holding a megaphone along with her 5 subordinates behind her, waved their hands to gather the surrounding onlookers. In the future, this place will serve as a small, safe zone for everyone. You can come here to trade goods and negotiate matters. The Pegasus Rescue Group will provide basic order and security completely free of charge. Boss Jiang is truly generous. What a good man. The crowd present was highly supportive, and some even began to applaud. While it might not seem like a major affair, the survivors' mutual trust had long dropped below zero after recently weathering a massive riot. Inefficient bartering only existed among a few acquaintances. As for strangers, let alone communicating, merely exchanging a few extra glances upon meeting outside could easily trigger a conflict. After all, before the apocalypse, the Huaxiao state was a global powerhouse with prominent industrial and agricultural sectors, leaving behind an immense abundance of resources. Buried within the vast urban structures were countless treasures. Although a universal water shortage was the current reality, essential survival supplies like food, medicine, and weapons were equally indispensable. If there were a place where people could freely communicate and trade, bartering what they had for what they needed, the circumstances of most people would improve significantly. The platform the rescue group was now providing was precisely such a place. Various brightly colored tents were brought out from inside the walls by the team members and pitched on the newly enclosed open ground. The situation among the wandering survivors was highly complex, a mixed bag of individuals. Aside from the vast number of destitute souls struggling on the brink of death, there were also highly capable lone wolves, family units, and various small to medium organizations among them. Although they were far from being local magnates like Jiang Lei, they were still much better off than the lowest tier survivors. Aside from a few tents reserved for the rescue group's official use, most of these tents were prepared for them. Of course, rent would definitely be charged. We have plenty of medicine in hand. Antihypertensives, hypoglycemics, and anti-inflammatories for trauma. We only trade for high-quality 2-in-1 drinks with a water dilution rate of no more than 50%. Refined rice and flour in exchange for weapons. Don't bring me garbage like wooden sticks and fruit knives. Recruiting for our group. Sufficient food and water provided. We want young men under 25. Unit 9 of Ichuan residential area. Life is too hard for us sisters, so we're doing some side work. We used to be decent, respectable women. Young men with water, come take a look. Relieve the scorching drought, transcend suffering and hardship. The Jingrun Divine Mother has seen through the natural disasters and shields us from the parching winds. With but a sincere heart, you can join the congregation to receive water and food. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, please give me a sip of water to save my father, and I will go with you right away. Aunt Chi stood at the entrance, having barely finished reading out a few basic rules, such as no stealing and no robbing or harming others. Before the shills like Yao Chi, who had been arranged in advance, even had a chance to perform, the crowd, which had long been impatient, surged into the small market in a frantic rush. The crude space enclosed by steel bars and wire mesh was instantly packed to the brim with 100 or 200 people. Moreover, those from all directions who had just received the news were still continuously streaming in. All kinds of shouting, hawking, and bargaining, ranging from soft hushed whispers to confident loud cries, filled the tiny space in less than 15 minutes. Humans are social animals, and the survivors were no fools. They knew how incredibly rare this opportunity was. Beyond trading various social needs that could not be met in the wild, such as recruitment, seeking help, advertising, and gathering intelligence, were eagerly pursued now that they had the backing of the rescue group. An hour later, the small market was already overcrowded. The entrance was temporarily blocked with wooden boards to prevent more survivors from entering, and a long queue had formed outside. Members of the external affairs team, wearing armbands and carrying clubs drenched in sweat, squeezed through the crowd to maintain order, their voices shouting until they were hoarse. Several temporarily deployed guards armed with swords and shields stood on the periphery with vigilant gazes. High up on the wall's watchtower, 2 patrolling members held their rifles ready, nervously watching the scene. There were simply too many people. Manager, this son of a bitch is violating the rules. He's selling human meat. In a corner of the market, a disheveled and raggedly dressed woman in her 30s suddenly grabbed a shifty-eyed middle-aged man, screaming in a shrill voice, "You motherf!" Terrified, the grabbed man shoved violently in desperation while pulling a dagger from his pants pocket. But before he could make a move, a member of the external affairs team arrived and brought a thick wooden plank heavily down upon his shoulder. The man shrieked and crouched on the ground, his dagger flying off to who knows where, while a bloody plastic bag he had been clutching to his chest dropped into the dust. "Take him away." From outside the wire fence, 2 guards armed with long sabers leaped and kicked the man down, and after a barrage of punches and kicks dragged him out of the market. They publicly blacklisted him, forbidding him from ever returning. Jiang Lei had established several taboos for the market. While he could do nothing about various drinks diluted with blood and urine, the direct sale of human blood and meat was strictly forbidden. Such practices were actually quite common in the post-apocalyptic world. However, since the rescue group's market was an open public venue, if such behavior received Jiang Lei's official endorsement, hunters and cannibals would swarm the place, while normal survivors would gradually steer clear of it. "Little boss, you are making this operation look more and more impressive." High up on the distant wall, Jiang Lei narrowed his eyes to look at the bustling crowd below. Fan Rong hugged his arm and murmured softly, "Is this considered a new order?" Jiang Lei shook his head. What kind of order was this? Whether it could survive until the next waxing moon was far from certain. Moreover, many factions had done the same in his past life. He was merely borrowing someone else's wisdom. This place served as both the team's backup talent market and a tool for monitoring any stir in the surrounding area. As the market's owner and the maker of its rules, it was currently a significant asset to the team. Jiang Lei watched for a while longer. The number of arrivals today far exceeded his expectations. The external affairs team, including Elder Qi, had 6 people running ragged. The scene was chaotic, yet no major incidents had occurred. On one hand, the rescue corps' reputation carried weight, forged through hundreds of lives shed. On the other, the survivors genuinely needed this arrangement, so most people voluntarily adhered to the rules. "Send 5 more people from the support team to Old Qi. Let's go." They descended from the wall and made their way toward Building 4. Passing the training ground, they caught the team during a break in physical conditioning. A group of young men huddled together, letting out mournful wails and whistles. Looking more closely, Tong Liang in the crowd was arm wrestling with a patrol member. His face was flushed, red veins bulging, yet his entire being radiated relaxation and ease. The timidity and gloom of recent days were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Jiang Lei grinning absently, Fan Rong also sighed. "Our Chinese soldiers are genuinely pure and admirable. It's a pity human effort is so insignificant against natural disasters. They aren't even granted the chance to fight." Jiang Lei shook his head at this, smiling faintly. Whether someone is pure depends on the environment that shapes them and their own choices. Otherwise, would you call Lu Yongxin pure? Human thoughts shift every minute, every second, especially in the extreme environment of the apocalypse. No one can predict what a person might do the very next second. At noon, craving something substantial, Jiang Lei prepared braised pork elbows, 5 gin of spicy crayfish, and ice-cold beer. With the air conditioning blowing, it was simply delightful. The 2 children had long since prepared their own kid-friendly portions with drinks, and at this moment who knew where they had hidden to enjoy them in secret. Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin raised their glasses, repeatedly lamenting the extravagance, even as their mouths never stopped moving, devouring everything with gusto until juices ran freely. No one mentioned where these supplies came from. It had been over a month of living together daily. Even the most oblivious could see the pattern. Besides, both women were sharp enough to understand. Some things are better left unsaid, merely contemplated in silence. Whether Jiang Lei had obtained these provisions through prayer or other means made no difference to them. It was all benefit, no harm. If anything, they found themselves covering for their man whenever his unusual circumstances threatened exposure. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Xiao Ling, always immaculately dressed in business attire, slipped through the doorway with her folder tucked under her arm. She paused at the threshold and drew in a grateful breath of the conditioned air. "Boss, there are some people at the main entrance looking for you." "Huh?" All 3 inside froze. Jiang Lei blinked, wondering if he'd had too much to drink. This was the apocalypse. What did someone looking for you even mean? But he quickly snapped out of it. If someone needed to see him urgently, this couldn't be routine. Otherwise, the gate guard would have handled it themselves. "Where are they?" "They're staying outside the wall. They said they want to meet you." Xiao Ling's expression turned grave as she handed him her phone. The video was secretly recorded by a team member at the gate. After tapping play, 4 figures came into view standing beside 2 heavily modified motorcycles with bulky frames and thick tires. Helmets, bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, and combat boots. All were present and accounted for. Pistol holsters hung at their waists, and unified black assault rifles were strapped across their backs. "Captain Du Hui is watching them from the front gate. He asked me to tell you. Those are 192 short assault rifles, currently the top-tier police weapon. I'll be right there." Even without recognizing the specific model, Jiang Lei knew from the compact, refined design and the black engineering plastic that these were active service firearms. No comparison to the antiques in his own arsenal. But they were all guns. Any bullet fired from them could still take a life. When Jiang Lei arrived at the base of the wall, he found both patrol teams and the guard unit fully assembled. Dozens of men lined the ramparts on either side. He looked up at Du Hui above and signaled with a hand gesture. "Our boss is behind this wall. Send 1 person, disarmed, to come in and talk. This was Jiang Lei's territory. Given the quality of their equipment, him walking all the way here was already a sufficient gesture of goodwill. Asking him to risk himself was out of the question. Since everyone is here, let Boss Jiang come out for a chat. We are not bad people. By that logic, we are not bad people either. Du Hui stood atop the wall negotiating, yielding not an inch. Fine, we'll come in. The other side's voice paused briefly, likely after a quick consultation, before choosing to compromise. After a body search by the guard outside the wall, the iron gate opened. A man clad head to toe in blue SWAT training gear, helmet and face mask included, stepped through with empty hands. Boss Jiang, isn't this a bit excessive? Surrounded by dozens of eyes and over a dozen weapons, the man showed no sign of alarm, merely shrugging as he greeted Jiang Lei. Better safe than sorry. Nothing matters more than staying alive. Clearly caught off guard by such a straightforward answer, the man paused, then recovered quickly, giving a thumbs up. You speak plainly, Boss Jiang. Well said. What should I call you? And what brings you here? This was no place for idle chatter. Jiang Lei asked directly. Qin Hai. Just call me Little Qin. I wonder, have you received any news about the list? Oh. Jiang Lei nodded, as if struck by sudden understanding. You're the ones behind that. Yes, I am, with Leffy Supermarket. Manager Yi asked me to invite you to a gathering today. Everything is written in the invitation. A light brown envelope was handed to Jiang Lei. The paper was sturdy and thick, clearly high quality. If you included me on your list, surely you know I haven't really left this place since the apocalypse began. Of course, your caution is admirable. But the invitation covers all groups on the list, not just one. You have nothing to worry about. Jiang Lei tapped the envelope lightly against his palm, offering an ambiguous smile. This isn't about trust. The real question is, why should I go? Qin Hai cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Manager Yi said that with the world transformed, old structures and rules have been overturned, from the global scale down to individual cities. As those who've risen to strength in this broken world, you should possess broader vision and greater resolve. Right, sounding like a leader's speech. What use is all this noble rhetoric? Boss Jiang, this gathering has concrete purposes and benefits. Every invitee will gain something. Details are in the invitation. Those of us carrying out the arrangements don't know much either. Whether you go or not is entirely your decision. All right, thank you. Then we won't keep you, Boss Jiang. Farewell, Brother Qin. Jiang Lei suddenly called out to him, gesturing with his hand near his mouth, and smiled. Would you mind showing your face? Of course you may. Qin Hai paused for a moment, then slowly drew down the cloth that covered his face. He had already visited several factions in his search, yet Jiang Lei was the first to notice this particular detail. It could only be said that an ordinary citizen from before the apocalypse, if ranked second on the list, must possess some extraordinary qualities after all. A rather handsome young man emerged, his complexion smooth and fair, tinged with just a hint of bronze. It was evident that after more than a month in the apocalypse, he had not endured excessive exposure to the harsh sands outside. Brother Qin, if you don't mind me asking, would you be willing to sell us those motorcycles? Jiang Lei's question was perhaps abrupt, but one could hardly blame him. A vehicle capable of traversing the sandy winds of the apocalypse was an exceedingly rare treasure. I'm sorry, Boss Jiang, but these were hard to come by, and besides, we don't have the authority to make that decision. You could discuss it with our manager when you come to the appointment. Very well. Safe travels. The two parties shook hands, and Jiang Lei escorted the visitors to the iron gate. With the thunderous roar of engines and the wide modified tires kicking up towering plumes of sand, the two motorcycles swiftly vanished into the distance. An exchange conference. Heh. Fan Rong tossed the letter onto the table, her voice dripping with mockery. What on earth does the outside world look like now? Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and there are still people squandering resources on these fancy, superfluous affairs. It's utterly preposterous. Ha, but we haven't gone extinct just yet. Jiang Lei chuckled lightly, picked up the exquisite letter from the table, toyed with it idly for a moment, then began. Those who are alive must continue living. As long as people are alive, they'll keep striving for something. There's nothing so outrageous about it. In another 2 months, there will be those ascending altars to become gods, and founding dynasties to crown themselves emperors. By then an exchange conference or two won't seem so hard to swallow. Are you thinking of going? Of course, why wouldn't I? This is the apocalypse version of high society, after all, filled with the wealthy. There are bound to be plenty of good things. Of high society, my foot. Look at you getting all pleased with yourself. Why don't you bring back another pair of enchantresses while you're at it? Enough, let's get down to business. Gu Shuqin regarded the two with a look of exasperation, her expression tinged with worry as she asked. Could there be some sort of trap? Jiang Lei had always been a cautious soul, one who carried the principle of lying low through to its very end. Yet before the apocalypse, he had been nothing more than an ordinary commoner. Gu Shuqin feared he might be blinded by these glittering baubles. In the apocalypse, when did good fortune ever come knocking at one's door without ulterior motives? Rest assured, this Leffy supermarket controls several hundred tons of supplies in its warehouses, quite possibly more than the other 19 factions combined. If anyone should fear a trap, it should be them worrying about being robbed by us beggars. His confidence, however, stemmed from another reason. In his previous life, rumors of this exchange conference had circulated in these parts for quite some time. It was said that at these conferences the upper echelons of every major faction would mingle over fine wine, and deals involving massive quantities of purified water, food, and weapons would be struck amid laughter and casual conversation. Of course, most people dismissed such talk as mere boasting. The vast majority of survivors refused to believe it. Yet the phenomenon where a farm wife imagines the empress in the palace eating white flour mantou at every meal and tilling fields with golden hoes happens just as readily in the apocalypse as it does in peacetime. Ordinary people believed that with the end of the world, differences of wealth, status, and rank had been erased forever, and everyone had returned to the same starting line. Yet they failed to comprehend that even in times of peace there existed a group of those who foresaw. It could only be said that poverty limits imagination, and that naivete and self-delusion are the shackles by which the common folk forever imprison themselves. Is there anything you want? Upon hearing Gu Shuqin's question, Jiang Lei nodded decisively and mimed the action of revving a motorcycle's throttle. Beneath the 3-meter-deep sands outside lay countless automobiles of every make and model, though by now most had been corroded into unrecognizable ruins by the caustic air. Even if one were to dig them out and repair them, 99% would prove utterly incapable of adapting to the post-apocalyptic environment. The sight of Qin Hai and his companions' modified motorcycles had left Jiang Lei green with envy. During the early days of the apocalypse, when looting was free for all, time had been far too pressing. He had thrown himself entirely into securing food, treating other supplies as mere afterthoughts. Naturally, he had been unable to acquire professional-grade desert vehicles specifically modified for such terrain. Now this exchange conference presented the perfect opportunity. With proper vehicles at his disposal, he could break through the geographical limitations of the surrounding area and dispatch people to acquire weapons from more distant locations. And even setting aside the most optimistic scenarios, Pegasus community was hardly an ideal location for a permanent shelter. Should any unexpected catastrophe occur, 2 legs could never outrun wheels. The date mentioned in the invitation is April 20th, 3 days from now. Since we're going, we must prepare thoroughly. Personnel, weapons, and supplies to carry. All should be planned well in advance. Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. Since Jiang Lei had made his decision, their task was simply to coordinate and ensure the preparations were properly executed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaoling handed 2 sheets of paper to Fan Rong, who gave them a cursory glance before walking through the corridor and up to the 7th floor, delivering them into Jiang Lei's hands in the living room of Unit 702. The papers contained intelligence on other factions that Aunt Chi had gathered from the small marketplace throughout that afternoon. In truth, these were merely garbled retellings and rumors collected from the mouths of survivors. Their authenticity was wholly unverifiable, but they could serve as some manner of reference. This faction, called the Extremists, is rather interesting. Gu Shuqin rested her fair chin upon her slender hand, her gaze lowered as she studied the contents of the paper with earnest attention. The one ranked 8th on the list. What's so special about them? Fan Rong leaned in for a glance. Their assessments of personnel, weapons, and supplies were all rather mediocre, and their ranking was hardly exceptional. Look at their base of operations. Jinshan Sports Center. What about it? Gu Shuqin offered a faint smile, then her expression sobered as she continued. The list evaluates their drinking water reserves as abundant. And Jinshan Sports Center only opened last year, specializing in all manner of aquatic activities. It even hosted the district athletic meet. Jiang Lei, who had been listless until now, jerked his head up at these words. His body stiffened as though struck by acupuncture, frozen in place. Rivers, lakes, and seas all dried up within a single day. Why then were swimming pools of much smaller volume similarly exposed to the open air not evaporated? So, what you're suggesting is, 2 heads are better than 1. The question Gu Shuqin had posed so offhandedly opened an angle of consideration that Jiang Lei had never once entertained. Beneath Jiang Lei's unblinking stare, Gu Shuqin's cheeks flushed faintly pink. She absently toyed with her pen, tucking a strand of glossy black hair behind her ear, and continued with a hint of bashfulness. It just suddenly occurred to me. I'm only speculating, mind you, but is it possible that the mysterious disappearance of water sources is simply not some natural catastrophe? That perhaps some existence or force beyond our comprehension deliberately severed all the planet's major water veins through means we cannot yet fathom? The instant the words left Gu Shuqin's lips, she found Fan Rong and Jiang Lei both fixing her with the most uncanny expressions of bone-deep dread, even terror. It just popped into my head, I was only guessing. No, Jiang Lei suddenly struck the sofa with his fist. Preposterous as it might sound upon careful reflection, when one overlaid all the inexplicable disasters since the apocalypse's dawn onto this hypothesis, they fell remarkably neatly into place. At the very least, there were no glaring logical inconsistencies. If this conjecture held any merit, then there very likely existed a will akin to that of a deity. Yet it was hardly omnipotent, for water sources hidden within buildings and other enclosed spaces it could not extract. Was this beneath its notice? Or could it only perform macro manipulation of the Earth incapable of micromanagement? Hiss! Jiang Lei drew a sharp breath through clenched teeth. This absurd apocalypse had descended without rhyme or reason across 2 lifetimes. By what logic then should Gu Shuqin's conjecture be deemed impossible? Enough. These matters of heaven and earth change nothing either way. Knowing them won't help. Just live your own life well. After a long pause, Fan Rong was the first to collect herself, shaking her head with a faint bitter smile. That's true enough. Jiang Lei's emotions settled as well. Yet having lived through 2 lifetimes, his understanding and perception of the apocalypse far surpassed what these 2 women could grasp. Following this line of thought, he extrapolated numerous speculations and pieces of information. But with his mind in such a muddled state at the moment, he could examine it all more carefully when there was time. Fan Rong wasn't wrong. For the short term at least, this business had little to do with him. It's 4:30. I'll go start cooking. Fan Rong rose to her feet, gave Jiang Lei's shoulder a light pat, and made her way toward the kitchen. Don't take it seriously, okay? I just thought of it on a whim and spoke out of turn. No basis for it at all. Gu Shuqin glanced toward the kitchen, then stole over and sat beside Jiang Lei like a thief in the night. She truly hadn't expected their reactions to be so intense. Jiang Lei shook his head and said, "It may seem far-fetched, but sometimes it's actually rather necessary to chew on these things." Gu Shuqin nodded, preparing to rise, when suddenly her slender waist was encircled and she was pulled onto his lap. "I didn't take that seriously, but you sitting beside me and seducing your boss, that I'm taking very seriously." "No. Rong's right here." Gu Shuqin was startled, embarrassed, and frightened all at once. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Lei would dare to play so daringly. Watching the usually elegant and composed goddess making such a mess of expressions in his arms, some base and dark impulse within him was instantly satisfied. April 18th, the 33rd day of the apocalypse, temperature 39. 7°C. Early morning. Go early and return early. Safety first, and don't get into trouble on the road. The iron gate on the left side of the FIMA residential compound's wall swung open. Fan Rong adjusted Jiang Lei's backpack for him, her face full of worry. "It's fine. Just visiting an old friend." Jiang Lei gave her soft little hand a gentle squeeze, nodded to Gu Shuqin and Du Hui standing nearby, then turned and walked out. Zheng Ziwen's Jinghua Yuan residential compound ranked 18th on the list, a position barely scraping the bottom. The 2 men hadn't seen each other for roughly 20 days since the armed escort vehicle incident. Due to the great upheaval, there had been no communication of any kind between them. But as a pivotal event that marked the rise of Jiang Lei's fortunes, Zheng Ziwen's goodwill back then had laid an important foundation for the rescue group's present state. Had it been someone else at the time, who knows how many complications and dangers might have arisen. Now, taking advantage of this exchange meeting, he could deepen ties with the other party. Forming an alliance and advancing together was far better than struggling alone. The survivors at the small market near the gate stared wide-eyed as Jiang Lei, surrounded by over 20 team members, gradually disappeared into the distance. Astonished expressions crossed their dust-covered faces. The legendary boss Jiang of the rescue group, the god of lying low, who never stepped outside his door for 8 lifetimes, had they truly seen him in the flesh today. Over an hour later. 9 in the morning. "Lei Ji, do you remember this jewelry store? One more turn up ahead, and we'll be there." Gua Yunqi prattled on beside Jiang Lei with a rifle slung across her back, her face quite emotional as well. Back then they had only been 6 people armed with long blades and shields. In less than a month the team had already grown beyond all recognition. As one of the most senior patrol members, revisiting these places naturally stirred different feelings. Jiang Lei turned to glance at her and said with a smile, "Of course I remember. We even lost our backpacks here in the end." If those rats knew now whose packs they'd stolen, it would scare them half to death. The rescue group's reputation in these parts could indeed be called illustrious, so Gua Yunqi's words were no idle boasting. Continuing forward, the road signs of Lingxin Street from back then were now entirely buried beneath their feet, their location impossible to pinpoint. Turning the corner of the street and arriving at their destination, Jiang Lei and the others were all startled by the scene before them. Various abandoned vehicles, concrete blocks, furniture, and electronics were piled into a massive garbage wall, roughly 7 or 8 meters long and a good 5 or 6 meters high, blocking the entrance to the compound between 2 tall buildings. Compared to the neatly constructed perimeter wall of the rescue group, this shabby, chaotic, rust-stained mountain of junk truly matched every stereotype people held of the apocalypse aesthetic. "Friends, this is Jinghua Yuan residential compound. Please don't come any closer." When the group was still a dozen or so meters from the compound, several figures appeared at the windows of the buildings on either side, holding various cold weapons and homemade crossbows and javelins, shouting loudly in their direction, though their tone was quite polite. Jiang Lei halted his steps, surveying the surroundings with great interest. At the sight of this layout and defensive arrangement, had Boss Zhong perhaps modeled it after the FIMA compound? In truth, residential buildings and housing compounds were rarely used as bases by teams in the apocalypse. The main reason was that there were simply too many residents with complicated circumstances that made unified will difficult to achieve. Their resilience under pressure was extremely poor, making them hotbeds for all manner of human tragedies. Jiang Lei and Zhong Ziwen were the only two anomalies among the 20 listed factions. Other teams' bases were either supermarkets, schools, factories, or warehouses. Pass word to your boss, Zhong. An old friend has come to visit. Guo Yunshi's clear voice carried with strong, penetrating power. Figures stirred at the windows above, and someone emerged to reply. Understood. Please wait where you are, everyone. In less than a moment, a rust-covered white minivan on the right side of the garbage wall began creaking and swaying as it was slowly hoisted upward. A burly figure stepped out briskly with a hint of urgency. My goodness. Brother Jiang. Brother Zhong. Although not much time had passed, this reunion in the apocalypse felt especially precious. Truth be told, when they had parted ways back then, neither of them had given much thought to what the future might hold. You're something else now. What a great reputation you've made. Everyone here has been talking about you with such vivid detail. Rumors can't all be believed. The two men exchanged pleasantries from within their respective entourages, separated by 3 or 4 meters. Not out of distance, but because this was the greatest respect one could show another in the apocalypse. Rumors can't all be believed. The two men exchanged pleasantries from within their respective entourages, separated by 3 or 4 meters. Not out of distance, but because this was the greatest respect one could show another in the apocalypse. Gazing at the dark, gleaming rifles in the hands of the patrol members behind Jiang Lei, a flash of envy crossed Zhong Ziwen's eyes. He gave an admiring thumbs up and said, setting everything else aside, Brother Jiang, your foresight back then was truly freaking brilliant. Haha, do you regret it now? Not at all. Zhong Ziwen let out 2 hearty laughs as well. Even if time could be turned back, he would still choose that truckload of supplies. People needed food and drink before they could lift a gun. Otherwise, weapons would only become the source of disaster. But in this world of today, who in the entire world besides Jiang Lei could completely ignore concerns about water and supplies? After a few more words, the two men gradually drew closer, simultaneously extending their right hands to clasp together, each giving the other's shoulder a heavy pat. Quickly, brothers, you've all had a long journey. Let's go inside and talk. Jiang Lei had brought 8 patrol members and 15 escort members on this outing, so he wasn't afraid of any traps the other side might set. Besides, Zhong Ziwen had absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Seizing a few rifles with barely any ammunition and antagonizing a powerful neighbor like Jiang Lei would be the act of a madman. Given the history between the two men, whatever one wanted could simply be negotiated as a deal. I originally wanted to design this entrance to look like yours, brother, but unfortunately neither time nor materials allowed for it. I had to resort to this crude makeshift method. Nothing but a clumsy imitation, really. As they walked past the wall of garbage, Zhong Ziwen pointed around, introducing the layout to Jiang Lei. It's simple and practical, that is far from a clumsy imitation. Jiang Lei's words were not entirely mere pleasantries. Under certain special circumstances, this mountain of garbage several meters thick was indeed more advantageous than his own perimeter wall. Being too silver-tongued won't win you any friends. Chatting and laughing, the two entered the residential courtyard. Suddenly, Jiang Lei's eyes widened in shock as he glanced toward the left corner. Brother Zhong, did you actually fix it, eh? The armored transport vehicle, which had once been mangled beyond recognition in a crash, now stood, with its boxy front end completely repaired, parked beneath a shed covered with a tarp. So I don't even bring up that cursed piece of junk. Zhong Ziwen waved his thick, meaty hands continuously, looking somewhat comical. Back then it took a monumental effort to drag it back and repair it. Just sourcing the spare parts was an absolute nightmare, and yet every couple of days something else would break. It's completely undrivable. At this point he leaned in close to Jiang Lei and whispered, Brother, have you heard of this thing called corrosive gas? I only found out about it recently. Before that I had no idea such a thing existed, and I took a massive loss because of it. One of my 2 precious shotguns is completely ruined, and I barely have any ammunition left, damn it. I only found out not long ago myself. It seems that as long as you diligently maintain metal equipment, you can manage it right. Other things are manageable, but a vehicle has hundreds if not thousands of parts. If you had to pull every single one out for maintenance, you wouldn't have time to do anything else all day. As they spoke, they arrived in front of the small building on the west side of the main courtyard, which formerly served as the property management center. Jinghua Court was a mid-range residential area, and its supporting facilities were far superior to those of the low-rent district. Zhong Ziwen had established this place as his command center. While Guo Yunxi and Xue Songjie accompanied Jiang Lei upstairs, the rest of the team members were invited by Zhong Ziwen's men to be hosted on the first floor. Please have a seat. The two sat opposite each other across a solid wood coffee table. A beautiful young woman wearing a gold-embroidered qipao approached, carrying an exquisite tea set, and placed it before them. Brother Zhong, you've got quite a high-class setup here, don't you? High-class, my foot. Don't even get me started. I'm not like you have ample supplies and can ignore everyone. I have to deal with the leaders of all the surrounding factions, large and small, whenever they come around. I can't avoid putting on a show. Brother Jiang, did you come this time for that exchange meeting? After a brief chat, Zhong Ziwen waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates, and Jiang Lei did the same. Only the two of them remained in the beautifully decorated room. Jiang Lei set down the roux-ware teacup in his hand and nodded in agreement. Yes. Since I couldn't gauge how deep the waters are there, I figured the two of us could team up once we arrive, so we can look out for each other if anything happens. Zhong Ziwen slapped his thigh and said, Great minds think alike. If you hadn't come today, I was planning to look for you tomorrow afternoon. Brother Zhong, your information is more reliable than mine. Do you know what the actual agenda for this exchange meeting is? Exchange my ass. Zhong Ziwen curled his lip and downed his tea in one gulp, speaking with a trace of mockery. In truth, it's just to have us go over there, recognize who the boss is, and get our faces known. They are filthy rich. Oh, what is there for them to exchange with us? With that, he pulled out a sheet of white paper, slapped it onto the table, and pointed at it. This list is just what's on the surface. The woman surnamed Yi is actually inviting several high-ranking officials from before the apocalypse, along with some wealthy tycoons and trust fund kids. What do you mean? Jiang Lei blinked. Although he was a reincarnator in his past life, he had merely been a gutter rat who drank blood and urine to survive. He had never even heard of information at this level. Zhong Ziwen glanced toward the window, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Brother, did you know that some people actually knew about the arrival of the apocalypse beforehand? There is actually such a thing. Jiang Lei felt his acting skills were a bit lacking, perhaps slightly over the top. According to the information I have on hand, it's highly likely. Zhong Ziwen and his men had to run around every day to scavenge for supplies. Compared to Jiang Lei, whose reclusive lifestyle had become a local phenomenon, Zhong Ziwen had a much wider social circle and possessed numerous information channels across various social strata. Leaning his head back against the chair, Zhong Ziwen sighed with a touch of weariness. Those people built shelters, hoarded supplies, and stockpiled weapons in advance. What's even more ridiculous is that I've heard of things like underground cultivation gardens and subterranean cities. All kinds of professional communication groups and secret societies were no secret among the upper class. Did you think that just because the apocalypse arrived, these people who used to sit on the heads of ordinary citizens and suck their blood would suddenly lose their power over you? Even on the day humanity goes extinct, the common folks will never manage to stand up. He tapped his knuckles heavily on the table and added with resentment. In the first few days of the apocalypse, the reason the official structure collapsed so rapidly was entirely due to these selfish parasitic rats. Not a single one of them is innocent. Jiang Lei's brow twitched. Then, that armored transport vehicle we got back then. Zhong Ziwen nodded heavily. 9 times out of 10 it belonged to those people. But they are incredibly wealthy and probably don't care about a minor thing like that. Besides, they crashed on their own, so those supplies should be considered found by us. Jiang Lei's eyes darted as he went along with the topic. There were no survivors in the vehicle at the time, and with the visibility during the Xiaxia month, as long as we don't admit to it, nobody can prove a thing. The tacit understanding of their shared secret drew the two of them a little closer. Brother Zhong, is there anything you're hoping to get out of this trip, Zhong Ziwen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Look at how you put it. What aren't we short of right now? But those people were already ruthless enough to swallow others whole before the apocalypse, and now they have absolutely no boundaries. You want to take advantage of them. Just look at the kind of life the rats outside are living. Meeting Jiang Lei's puzzled gaze, he sighed again. Even though that truckload of goods seemed like a lot, my group has already downsized twice from the original 100+ people, and now we have fewer than 70. Other things are manageable, but water is the real issue. I've already gone through more than half of that 1 ton of water we started with. My drinking water situation is still decent. How about this? I'll spare you 100 liters of water, and you give me that armored transport vehicle in the courtyard. Hearing this, Zhong Ziwen's eyes widened instantly, as if he were seeing Jiang Lei for the very first time. Brother, you're doing incredibly well, aren't you? In transactions among survivors now, water was the most premium, and indeed the only standard of value. For Jiang Lei to casually offer 100 liters, which weighed around 200 jin, meant a single person could survive on it for several months if they rationed it carefully. It's nothing special, just taking it one day at a time. A flicker of temptation flashed in Zhong Ziwen's eyes, but he still shook his head. It's not that I don't want to make this deal, but under the influence of the corrosive gas, too many miscellaneous internal parts of the vehicle are ruined. I can't just look you in the eye and cheat you. Since I'm the one proposing it, I certainly won't blame you. Don't worry, Brother Zhong. Jiang Lei spoke with a smile. He had casually gathered a vast assortment of miscellaneous spare parts from the agricultural machinery factory and the parts warehouse into his blue boundary. The difficult problem troubling Zhong Ziwen should be easily solvable for him. Well, all right then, Brother Zhong, thank you. Zhong Ziwen ultimately could not resist the temptation. He agreed, though his face carried a trace of guilt. Looking at the other man's expression, Jiang Lei felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, shining traits of humanity like dignity and integrity could only be found in those who were well-fed and watered. Among the low-level survivors, instances of kin devouring kin and exchanging children for food were rampant. When driven mad by thirst and hunger, humans ceased to be human. Anything unrelated to survival would be utterly obliterated by the raw instinct to stay alive. I'll have my men inspect it right away and make a list of the damaged parts. As soon as you find the spare parts, just bring them directly to me, and I'll have my people repair it for you. Alright. With everything settled, they drank their tea and launched into a casual freewheeling chat. The teams led by both men had clawed their way up from the very dirt of the bottom tier, sharing many similarities which gave them plenty of common ground. 2 or 3 hours slipped by. At noon, under Zhong Ziwen's insistent hospitality, all members of the rescue group stayed behind for lunch. Dehydrated vegetables, self-heating hot pots, packaged meats. And there were actually alcoholic drinks and beverages as well. The patrol members under Jiang Lei's command usually ate slightly better than this, but the guards did not enjoy such treatment. In the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a feast for most people, showing that Zhong Ziwen had truly brought out his prized reserves. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Zhong Ziwen handed the densely written list to Jiang Lei, saying apologetically, "Brother, if you can't find the parts, don't bother sending the water. You can terminate this deal at any time." Valve locks, reparable exhaust valve seat, severely corroded oil pan, unrepairable steering rotary valve, unrepairable suspension rocker arm, reparable. The densely packed names and serial numbers of the spare parts made Jiang Lei's head spin. At the very end, there were even thoughtfully appended explanatory notes. It seemed Zhong Ziwen had a master mechanic among his men, which explained how they had managed to repair the heavily damaged transport vehicle in the first place. "Brother Zhong, no need to see us out. See you the day after tomorrow. Safe travels." The two nodded in farewell, and Jiang Lei led his team members on their return journey home. When the group returned to Fima Community, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. At the small market by the entrance, the novelty of yesterday had worn off, and the crowd had thinned significantly. Nonetheless, around 100 people remained, keeping the atmosphere quite lively. Many resellers and brokers specializing in luring people from the outside to the market had emerged, and some groups had even established permanent booths here. This was a natural development. Not everyone was content to wander aimlessly, living hand to mouth. As long as there was a path for upward mobility, no matter how slim the chances, there would always be resourceful individuals willing to try. "I'm going to take a look." Jiang Lei paused, suddenly intrigued. Didn't novels always have tropes where the protagonist travels incognito to show off at moments like this? "Boss, you can't." Shui Songjia extended his arm to stop Jiang Lei. "Sister Rong and Brother Hui are still waiting at home. I must escort you back first." Du Hui, Shui Songjia, and Yu Jian were the very first members to join Jiang Lei's ranks. When the patrol team was first formed, there were only the 3 of them. Although his abilities were not particularly outstanding, his status as a veteran was undisputed. His wife worked in the culinary team, while his child and elderly mother both contributed to the support team. With his entire family registered and his loyalty beyond question, he was one of the few who dared to offer advice to Jiang Lei when influential figures like Fan Rong and Du Hui were absent. "Haha, I've actually never been here before. Brother Lei, you should head back. I'll go take a look for you." Guo Yunxi smugly called over 2 of her female teammates and eagerly dove into the crowd. "Let's go." Giving her a fierce glare, Jiang Lei reluctantly cast a lingering glance at the flock of attractive women in the side tent. Ultimately, he chose to heed the advice. The small market had been established for too short a time, and the team could not yet exercise full control. It was a mixed bag of people, with many unfamiliar faces arriving. Jiang Lei knew that Shui Songjia was undoubtedly acting on Fan Rong's behest, and he could not make things difficult for his subordinate. What incognito travel? One must act according to their position. Real life was not filled with such cheap thrills. Upon returning to Building 4, after greeting the 2 women, Jiang Lei dove straight into room 701. Closing his eyes, he entered the azure realm. Inside, the abyss-like endless waters remained eternally unchanged. His conscious phantom drifted through the mountainous piles of supplies, and with occasional flashes of light, various items were retrieved into the real world. "Call Liu Rui over for me." As the only mechanic in the team, Liu Rui was also an early addition. He had been supported by Jiang Lei within the technical team all this time, and now he finally had a chance to put his skills to use. Auto parts in various packagings lined one side of the corridor. Jiang Lei handed the parts list to him, directing Liu Rui to pick out the matching components or suitable substitutes one by one. Leading 2 apprentices from the technical team, Liu Rui busied himself until past 6 o'clock. It was not until Jiang Lei and the other 2 had finished their dinner that he finally sorted out the required parts. In the end, 3 components were still missing. Under Liu Rui's guidance, Jiang Lei spent a long time searching the azure realm once more before finally gathering everything. More than half of them were substitutes of different brands, but similar specifications or models. Whether they would work was anyone's guess, but for now this was the best they could do. Jiang Lei knew absolutely nothing about these parts. He had simply grabbed whatever he could find back then without any system or regard for sizes and models. That he could barely piece a set together now was entirely thanks to the sheer volume of his past looting. April 19th, the 34th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 40. 3°C. Tomorrow was the day of the exchange conference, and the entire Fima rescue group from top to bottom was thrown into a frantic bustle because of it. First, Shui Songjia led Liu Rui 4 patrol members and 15 guards, pushing 3 handcarts to deliver 100 liters of water and the parts found last night to Jinghuayuan community, assisting Zhong Ziwen in repairing the armored transport vehicle. Then came the most difficult task, finalizing the list of accompanying personnel. This opportunity was truly rare, and Jiang Lei wanted to bring his entire leadership team along to broaden their horizons, giving them a deeper understanding of the new order under the apocalypse. He could not sustain the entire team on his own. The sandstorm month had only just begun, and the situation in Bin City would remain stable for a long time, until the arrival of the next sandfall month, when humanity's hopes would be utterly crushed and permanent darkness and chaos would descend. Jiang Lei's memories of the sandstorm month from his past life were vivid. A false sense of hope and prosperity enveloped the world. Official authorities and large organizations began to extend their claws, selling water and supplies, hoarding weapons, recruiting manpower, and consolidating their territories, gearing up for the post-apocalyptic new order where everything awaited reconstruction. The market saw a sudden surge in various beverages, food, and supplies. This was the most merciful month of the apocalypse for bottom-tier survivors. Yet he had no idea what this so-called exchange conference was truly about. If he brought so many people and they were wiped out in one fell swoop, he would unlikely get another chance at rebirth. Ultimately, however, Fan Rong successfully persuaded him. If anything happens to you over there's no point in this team existing anyway. Bringing more people means more strength. Most of these people only survive to this day because you saved them. Dying with you, there wouldn't be in vain. Because of those words, Jiang Lei stared at her for a long time. Although his past life memories and current information suggested that things would likely go smoothly, there was still that 1 in a million risk to bear. However, in any undertaking there was no such thing as a foolproof plan. Setting aside shortcomings like vehicles and weapons, even though he had a virtually endless supply of water, other resources in the Azure realm were still finite. Staying oblivious to the outside world and idling away at home, slowly consuming their reserves, was certainly not the way forward. In the end, the list of accompanying personnel was finalized. The escort force consisted of 12 patrol members, 6 men and 6 women, and 20 guards. The patrol members were fully equipped with rifles, helmets, and body armor, each carrying 40 rounds of ammunition and 2 hand grenades. The guards were armed with swords and shields, and their leader Qian Zhengming was equipped with a steel crossbow. Aside from Jiang Lei himself, the team's leadership was nearly fully represented, including Fan Rong, Gu Shuqin, secretary, Xiaoling medical team leader, Dr. Lu Li technical team leader and electrician, Qian Xinglin support team leader, Song Ping construction team leader, Chao Yuxiang culinary team leader, Kong Shan, and external affairs team leader, Qi Xian. Additionally, patrol instructor Tong Liang and Ding Chuxin were also in the group. The elite core of the entire FIMA rescue group was essentially mobilized in one go. The home defense force was led by Du Hui, comprising 5 armed patrol members, 2 men and 3 women, and 10 guards. This defense force was already at the absolute limit. Any fewer, and they wouldn't even be able to fully staff the front and back gates. Jiang Lei additionally drafted 20 able-bodied youths from the support team, distributing cold weapons, to serve as a reserve force. Tomorrow, all daily activities of the team would be cancelled, and the small market would be closed. All remaining personnel were to gather in the central tent to stand by, forbidden from wandering off. In Jiang Lei's absence, Du Hui held the authority to act on his own discretion, with defense and security as the highest priority for all internal and external affairs. At 4:30 p.m., the sky had mostly darkened, with only the last sliver of light clinging precariously to the horizon. The daytime during the sandstorm month was nearly 2 hours longer than that of the sandfall month. Time to pack up. Inside the FIMA small market, Feng Yufan watched the dwindling crowd before him. He patted the dust off his clothes, massaged his lower back, which was sore from sitting too long, and stood up, casually exchanging a few jokes with the bearded, burly man beside him. On the sandy ground in front of him lay a tattered tablecloth of indistinguishable color, upon which were scattered pliers, wrenches, rusted knives, expired vacuum-sealed snacks, and various other odds and ends. A plastic bottle stood prominently nearby, filled more than halfway with a murky red 3-in-1 beverage. The bearded man beside him, as well as several neighboring stall owners, mostly shared a similar setup. "Oh, Sister Chi, are you off work too?" "Yeah." Wearing a red armband, and followed by 2 members of the external affairs team, Annie Chi was bustling out of the inner tent. Hearing his greeting, she gave a casual reply, without even turning her head. Feng Yufan didn't mind. Wiping the flattering smile from his face, his eyes darted around as he quickly wrapped his belongings in the tablecloth, grabbed the bundle, and scrambled to follow behind Annie Chi. Tomorrow the FIMA market will be suspended for 1 day, and a 30-meter cordon will be enforced in front of the wall. Anyone who enters the area without authorization will be severely punished by the relief group. Watching Aunt Chi post the notice at the market entrance, Feng Yufan and the vendors around him exchanged glances, their faces turning incredibly grim. Sis Chi, it's only been open for 2 or 3 days, and the market was doing so well. Why is it suddenly shutting down?" Feng Yufan hesitated for a long moment before finally unable to resist asking. Over the past 2 days he had tasted immense benefits here. Previously, because the level of trust among survivors was extremely low, most of the resources people acquired could not be disposed of if they had no personal use for them. Now that there was a market, Feng Yufan's subordinates only needed to scavenge for scraps outside, while he simply laid the goods out here every day, turning a handsome profit just from the various price differences. Suspended for 1 day? Suspended. Are you illiterate or blind? Disperse all of you. Aunt Chi waved her hand impatiently, instantly silencing the buzzing murmurs around her. Although the crowd took her scolding, they had received an explanation which eased their minds to some extent. Rumble, rumble. Just as the crowd, having discussed to no avail, was preparing to disperse, two blinding beams of light suddenly pierced through the swirling dust in the air, shining directly onto the front of the wall. A familiar yet foreign roar of an engine abruptly erupted from behind them. It wasn't until the sturdy, massive armored transport vehicle pulled up beneath the wall that the crowd snapped out of their daze. Their eyes were filled with sheer shock, and they even forgot what they were about to discuss. Memories of bustling streets and heavy traffic felt as if they were just yesterday, yet also a lifetime ago. For the survivors who hadn't seen a vehicle in over a month, their hearts were filled with a complex mix of emotions. While they themselves were still rolling their eyes from thirst every day, living hand-to-mouth, these people had actually started driving vehicles again. While Feng Yufan was still dumbstruck, Aunt Chi reacted with lightning speed. She shoved him aside and hurriedly walked over to the vehicle door beneath the wall. Captain Shui, you're back? Thank you for your hard work. Within the armed forces of the relief group, whether it was Patrol Team 1, Patrol Team 2, or the Guard Team, there was only one captain with no deputy positions. Aunt Chi calling him, that was partly out of courtesy and partly because Shui Songjia was a veteran whom the boss trusted deeply. Although there was indeed no deputy captain position, it didn't hurt to address him with such respect. Slinging his rifle over his shoulder, Shui Songjia opened the door and stepped down from the passenger seat. He scanned the surroundings and frowned. Group Leader Chi, aren't there too many idle onlookers around here? Can't you understand plain human speech? Aunt Chi glared at the two red armband guards behind her. The latter hastily drew their wooden clubs and dispersed the onlookers in the distance. The armored transport vehicle, nearly 3 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters tall, could not pass through the iron gates of the wall, so it could only park outside. Before long, Jiang Lei, having received the news, rushed over accompanied by Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin. The entire vehicle from front to back had been repainted in deep gray. The front end had been redesigned and the roof of the rear cargo box had been completely sawed off, replaced by a thick canvas canopy. Now it resembled a strange, oversized six-wheeled pickup truck. This was done as a precaution to prevent the original owners from recognizing it. On this point, Jiang Lei and Zhong Ziwen shared a tacit understanding. The armored transport vehicle was far too heavy and its maintenance under the corrosive gas was extremely difficult. Although it had been modified, it lacked the robust performance of a military vehicle. It could barely manage to run on the roads during the current sandpause month, but once the sandfall month arrived with its abysmal visibility, driving it would be completely out of the question. The only reason Jiang Lei had brought it back was to make temporary use of it during the sandpause month. What he truly desired were the agile and reliable modified motorcycles like those from the Lefty supermarket. In truth, with the abundance of spare parts in his Azure realm, Jiang Lei had more than enough to modify a motorcycle himself. However, he was stymied by an unexpected minor detail: the lack of suitable tires. When Jiang Lei had first reincarnated, his mind had been entirely occupied with food shelters, factions, and weapons. How could he have found the time to ponder over modifying vehicles? No one possesses foresight, and it is impossible to be completely thorough in all matters. April 20th, the 35th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 39.8°C. For the majority of survivors, this was just an ordinary day of desperately struggling to stay alive. The moment they opened their eyes in the morning, whether they lived or died today, depended entirely on luck. But for the southeastern part of the Pingtai district in Bin City, an exchange conference that seemed entirely out of place in this apocalyptic world was set to affect dozens of powerful factions and everyone within their territories. The time written on the invitation was 12 o'clock noon, but every single member of the relief group woke up in unison at 6:30 in the morning. After a flurry of activity throughout the ranks until 7:15, the preparations before departure were finally complete. In truth, aside from the personnel, there was little else to prepare in terms of supplies other than checking the weapons and ammunition and bringing some emergency items. The accompanying entourage of nearly 50 people gathered outside the front gate's wall, but Jiang Lei was not among them at this moment. In the living room of room 702 in Building 4, 10 massive 50-liter plastic barrels filled with fresh water were lined up. On the floor to the left, hundreds of pounds of various foods were neatly stacked. Two figures stood outside the door. Jiang Lei was quietly giving instructions to Du Hui. If any emergency occurs at the wall, immediately lead the people to retreat and hold this position and lock down the 3 protective doors in the corridor. Boss, if the enemies even breach the outer wall, there won't be any way out even if we retreat here. I doubt I'll survive until then anyway. Jiang Lei frowned and snapped. What foolish nonsense are you talking about? Surviving even a moment longer is still living. Who knows, I might just make it back with the men in time. Du Hui tightened the strap of the rifle on his back and gave a simple, honest smile. If it really comes to that, with our people dead and our home lost, even if I survive, I wouldn't have the face to look you in the eye afterward. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lei did not reply. Instead, he led Du Hui to the tightly shut door of room 701. I am entrusting you with the most critical task. If things truly become hopeless, break down this door, go inside, and kill the person on the balcony first. Do not care about who she is. Hearing this, Du Hui snapped his head up, his eyes instantly widening as his pupils dilated. Room 701 was Jiang Lei's home and a forbidden zone for everyone in the relief group. If someone had been staying inside all this time, who else could it possibly be? Living in the same neighborhood, who hadn't heard about that cuckolded man's family drama? Understood. Thoughts flashed like lightning through Du Hui's mind, but he asked absolutely nothing, only nodding his head heavily. Of course, Jiang Lei only gave these instructions as a precaution. Since the larger surrounding organizations had all been invited to the exchange conference, given the forces the relief group left behind, 6 rifles and dozens of long blades and shields, ordinary groups basically stood no chance of breaching the wall. The roar of the engine sounded. Liu Rui lightly pressed the accelerator, and the armored transport vehicle slowly pulled away from the edge of the wall, heading toward Jinglan Avenue ahead. Jiang Lei sat in the passenger seat, while Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin occupied the back seat. Over a dozen accompanying members of the relief group sat in the cargo box behind them. Behind the vehicle, the patrol and guard team members marched in 2 columns, traveling entirely on foot. Although the layer of sand over 3 meters thick had buried most of the vehicles on the road, the roofs of some larger vehicles, like vans, trucks, and buses, were not far below the surface. Coupled with the messy barricades set up by various survivors, the road conditions were extremely poor. Under these conditions, the armored transport vehicle could not travel fast at all. If everyone piled into the vehicle, any sudden danger would result in everyone being wiped out in one fell swoop. Therefore, Jiang Lei chose a travel mode where the vehicle drove slowly while the armed personnel walked. In case of an emergency, the massive transport vehicle could serve as cover for the team members, allowing both sides to provide mutual protection. The only drawback was the slow pace. The destination of this trip, the Lefu Great Supermarket, was located on Yangon Avenue to the northwest of the Fima community, about 4 to 5 kilometers away. Before the apocalypse, it would have been a mere 10-minute drive, but under current circumstances, it was undoubtedly considered a long-distance journey. At their current speed, it would likely take at least 3 to 4 hours. However, judging by the time on the invitation, they should not be late. They traveled with intermittent rests, and the desolate scenes of the apocalypse unfolded before the team members like a scroll of infernal visions. The once bustling and prosperous metropolis now echoed only with the mournful howl of wind and sand. Gravel and dust lay scattered everywhere, streets, shops, residential zones, all rendered in monotonous gray tones. Shattered glass, broken doors and windows, and ruined or collapsed buildings were commonplace, and many houses bore the blackened scars of arson. Stray vehicles had veered onto sidewalks or crashed into buildings lining the roads. Their bodies, rusted and corroded, were draped in thick dust and half buried by sand as though decades had passed. Occasionally, parasitic corpses would emerge from beneath the sand, shrieking grotesquely as they attacked the column, only to be kicked down and swiftly beheaded by the team members. The relief corps' convoy was highly conspicuous. The imposing armored transport alone drew attention, compounded by the fully armed patrol members and their standardized rifles. Wherever they went, street corners, upper-story windows, or the ruins of buildings, pairs of eyes would watch them approach, some filled with terror, others with bewilderment, and still others bearing expressions too complex to decipher. Most survivors they encountered kept their distance and fled at once. After over a month of brutal apocalypse, the remaining survivors had long learned how to protect themselves. Should parasitic corpses or other anomalies appear, the bold might still dare to approach and observe, but armed humans, far more terrifying than any monster, would send even the bravest scrambling. The team members traveled in silence. Near Fima residential compound, the presence of the relief corps made things noticeably better than most other places. The daily rationed high-quality dual-purpose rations, though limited in quantity, at least allowed nearby survivors something to swallow. Combined with the small market, the atmosphere around Fima compound had gradually regained a hint of vitality, invisibly drawing more survivors to gather. May I ask which factions you all belong to? Around 11 o'clock, with Lufu Supermarket still 2 blocks away, a crimson banner was lowered from a third-floor window of a residential building on the right side of the column. As it waved persistently, a calling voice rang down from above. Fima Relief Corps. The team members gripped the rifles on their backs, and Gui Yunxi at the forefront replied loudly, "Oh, is that Boss Jiang?" A slightly exaggerated voice of delight echoed through. A stout figure bounced out of the second-floor window like a rubber ball, arms outstretched, and hurried toward the armored transport. His ill-fitting yet immaculately pressed black suit stood in sharp contrast to the dusty, ruined backdrop. "I am Jin Sun, supervisor of the hospitality department at Lufu Supermarket. Welcome, Boss Jiang and distinguished guests." Jiang Lei opened the vehicle door, cast a quick appraisal over the sweaty man, and gestured for the intercepting team member to stand down. He extended his hand for a light clasp. "Fima Relief Corps, Jiang Lei. I know. Your name precedes you. Manager Yi specifically instructed me to await you here." Bowing himself, thick-skinned and gifted with honeyed words, Jin Sun, as the so-called hospitality department supervisor, was undoubtedly playing to his strengths. "The wind and sand outside are scorching. Please follow me inside." "Would you prefer to discuss matters in the vehicle, Supervisor Jin?" No, I have my duties. Let me escort Boss Jiang forward. At this point several individuals had also descended from the building. Each was sharply dressed, and aside from one flag-bearer, who wore an elegant pistol holster at his waist, none carried visible weapons. How courteous. The honor is ours, the honor is ours. What a grand display, so ostentatious. The procession continued. In the rear of the armored vehicle Fan Rong pursed her lips and murmured disdainfully under her breath. She had nearly perished of thirst alongside her son on the 5th day of the apocalypse, and the spectacle before her was deeply offensive to her. All of them were merely orphans of civilization clinging to life and hell ought to unite and survive, but instead the chasm between people had grown even wider than before the collapse. Jiang Lei, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at her and spoke softly. When we are guests, we abide by the host's rules. We came here for two purposes: to gather information and to see if any advantages present themselves. Apart from that, we should simply observe. I understand. After following Jin Sun for less than 5 minutes, colorful banners appeared on the buildings lining the road, snapping fiercely in the wind and sand. As they reached the plaza before the supermarket, the crowds began to thicken. Armed guards with rifles posted themselves at various points. They encountered another faction being welcomed in much the same manner, but conspicuously absent were the ordinary survivors visible everywhere else. The entire Lufu supermarket had been constructed in the shape of an inverted hexagonal pyramid, wider at the base and narrowing toward the top, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. The original floor-to-ceiling windows had all been sealed with wooden planks, cement, and steel bars, leaving only small observation apertures here and there. Through them the shadows of armed figures could faintly be seen moving about. For hundreds of meters around the 1,000-plus square meter supermarket, the gravel had been swept clean, revealing patterned stone, paving curbstones, and smooth asphalt beneath. Even leisure chairs, sculptures, trash receptacles, and other amenities stood immaculate in their original positions. In stark contrast to the overwhelming gray desolation surrounding it, the area appeared remarkably orderly and pristine, as though untouched by the apocalypse. Boss Jiang, madams, please disembark. Jin Sun bowed slightly and spoke with composed courtesy, but the address sent Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin blushing crimson. Neither of them was Jiang Lei's actual wife. Supervisor Jin, please attend to your duties. We will wait for someone here. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Jin Sun realized Jiang Lei indeed intended to wait, and with no alternative could only lead his people back to inform those upstairs. The Relief Corps members halted beside a railing on the left side of the plaza in front of the entrance. Jiang Lei had already coordinated with Zhong Ziwen to enter together, which was why he had chosen to wait here. What a superb vantage point. Our compound is surrounded by blocking buildings. Naturally, to the left lies the Binghuan Grand Plaza. Originally this was planned as the new central business district of Pingtai District. Or have all the nearby survivors gone, scattered to welcome us? Welcoming the boss. What business is it of yours? The accompanying personnel in the cargo hold had also descended from the vehicle, chattering and gesturing with exaggerated astonishment. What's your take? Jiang Lei did not address anyone else, but specifically summoned Tong Liang to his side. Gazing at the immaculate plaza before him and the colorful banners fluttering against distant buildings, Tong Liang's eyelids flickered, and he spoke in a grave tone, ornamenting brocade with flowers, cooking oil over a roaring fire. Yet the true reality is resource depletion in a hostile survival environment. Creating such a spectacle is hardly advisable. Jiang Lei offered no reply, merely shaking his head faintly. The matter of the foreknowledge group, Tong Liang, even within the military, had apparently not been informed. Or rather, as a low-ranking non-commissioned officer, he lacked the clearance to know. It could be said that the extent to which this small minority of individuals and factions, who had possessed advanced knowledge, had prepared for the apocalypse, would be the decisive factor shaping the future rather than the vast masses of ordinary survivors who possessed nothing. Due to the extreme concentration of resources, particularly drinking water, the chasm between upper and lower classes had become vast. This profoundly fractured and distorted social structure would, without question, define the landscape for a long time to come. If there was any silver lining in this chaotic and merciless world, thanks to his rebirth and the Azure Realm, Jiang Lei had in this lifetime managed to ascend into the ranks of the upper echelon. Brother Jiang, why are you here so early? After more than 10 minutes of watching several teams being welcomed into the supermarket, Jiang Lei finally heard Zhong Ziwen's booming voice from the distant intersection. I was afraid some unexpected delay might happen on the road, so I left a bit early. The two approached each other, exchanged greetings, and then walked side by side toward the interior of the plaza. The guides leading the way for Zhong Ziwen were clearly not as grandly arranged as those for Jin Sun. There were only 2 solitary figures, a stark demonstration of treating people according to their status. Zhong Ziwen had brought over 30 people fully armed, and other teams were much the same. No one dared to pull any stunts like attending a feast alone. The two teams joined together, nearly 100 people in total, yet they followed behind the two leaders with a clear, distinct division. Arriving at the wide main entrance of the supermarket, the short-haired youth leading the way raised his hand in invitation. The crowd stepped onto the bright red carpet and strode forward. The massive glass doors adorned with gold-gilded frames had been preserved. Upon pushing them open, someone inside had already drawn the purple silk curtains to both sides. Wow! The sight before them instantly caused the dumbfounded crowd to gasp in astonishment. Looking across the entire first floor of the supermarket, all the original shops and partitions had been completely demolished. At a single glance, the circular venue of over 1,000 square meters was incredibly vast and unobstructed save for a few massive load-bearing pillars. In the center stood a raised solid wood circular platform. High-end sofas, tables, and chairs were arranged all around, while numerous long tables covered in pristine white tablecloths were laden with an array of exquisite foods, including various beverages and pastries. A buffet. A banquet. For a fleeting moment, everyone felt as though they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. Within the vast hall, hundreds of people bustled about. Some sat on corner chairs conversing in hushed tones, others gathered in small groups of 3 to 5 holding wine glasses as they exchanged smiles and pleasantries. Still others mingled through the crowd, socializing with effortless grace, like fish in water. After the initial visual shock and astonishment subsided, those with keen observation skills began to discern the true reality behind this spectacular scene. The environment was indeed pleasant, but among those walking through it, save for a well-dressed few, most were travel-worn, carrying blades and slinging rifles. Their flickering gazes were filled with predatory wolf-like vigilance and hostility devoid of any pre-apocalyptic merriment. Furthermore, the beverages on the long tables consisted almost entirely of various alcohols, with not a single drop of thirst-quenching water to be found. As for the seemingly exquisite food, most of it consisted of vacuum-sealed pastries and preserved fruits heavily cured with sugar and salt. No wonder most of the people present maintained an air of reserved politeness. Without any water to wash it down, who on earth could stomach these cloyingly sweet and excessively salty artificial concoctions? They were merely put on display for their colorful, appealing appearance. No matter how decent and orderly the setup seemed, it was ultimately nothing more than an illusion in the apocalypse. Boss Jiang, I have heard so much about you. My apologies for the late welcome. A slightly slender figure leading 7 or 8 men and women behind her walked briskly toward Jiang Lei. Appearing to be around 30 years old, her facial features could only be described as average, yet her eyes shone with a sharp, aggressive brightness. Dressed in a light gray business suit paired with a neat short ponytail, she exuded the capable and formidable aura of a strong career woman. Manager Yi, you are far too polite. Your side has gone to such immense expense and effort to host us with such grandeur. We are truly flattered. Jiang Lei was not adept at managing such social occasions. His opening remark was somewhat improper, and upon closer inspection carried a hint of sarcasm. To ordinary survivors, these items might be treated as treasures, but to Yin Yintong, who sat upon a massive supermarket warehouse, it was more akin to clearing out obsolete inventory, hardly associating with immense expense. It is only right. A great catastrophe has descended upon the world, plunging it into chaos. In this crisis of all mankind, how could we not put our hearts into gathering you heroes? Please, after you, everyone. As if she had noticed nothing amiss, Yin Yintong greeted Zheng Zuan, beside Jiang Lei with a smile, then gestured for them to proceed, leading the group into the hall. The individuals behind her were all leaders of various factions. While their subordinates were free to mingle, Jiang Lei and the other leaders needed to stay together following Yin Yintong to welcome the newly arriving forces. Following another round of introductions and polite formalities, the top leaders managed to familiarize themselves with one another. Quite a few of them stared intently at the patrol team's uniform, protective gear, and rifles for a long moment, their eyes filled with varying emotions. The rankings on the list were merely the subjective opinion of Lufu Supermarket, and their credibility remained uncertain. Nevertheless, since the Pegasus Rescue Group was ranked second, the various leaders naturally paid them closer attention. Another hour passed. Under Yin Yintong's guidance, the group welcomed 3 more factions. It was not until 12:30 that she finally took a microphone handed to her by a subordinate and walked toward the solid wood circular platform in the center of the hall. Jiang Lei silently counted. Including himself and Zheng Ziwen, there were currently 12 leaders present, which meant that nearly half of the factions on the list had not shown up. Still, such mobilizing power in an apocalypse where order had collapsed and trust was fragmented remained remarkably formidable. Although the brainless, solitary parasitic corpses posed virtually no threat to fully armed and prepared groups, the lingering terror of the grand riot still persisted. Leaving one stronghold at this time inevitably carried a certain degree of risk. In truth, calling it mobilizing power was not entirely accurate. Those who had gathered, including Jiang Lei, had primarily come for the reputation of the supermarket warehouse. Everyone, the wind and sand between heaven and earth are scorching, and the world's water sources have dried up. Over a month ago, a catastrophe descended from the sky, without warning, abruptly shattering the beautiful lives of every one of us. Standing on the circular platform, Yin Yintong held the microphone. Her crisp voice was slightly distorted and her speech lacked any particularly outstanding points, yet her relaxed, confident demeanor and tone still possessed a unique, infectious appeal. I know that right now most of you are thinking the outside world has already gone to hell, so why are we still putting on a brave face to hold this bullshit exchange meeting? Are we out of our minds? These words were perhaps a bit too candid. The hundreds of people below the stage showed various expressions. While there were quite a few good-natured smiles, the majority remained cold onlookers filled with disdain, greed, and other malicious sentiments. Yin Yintong smiled faintly, unbothered before her expression turned solemn. But I believe that the more difficult the situation, the more we must unite. We are all well aware of the source of this disaster. Today the word unity is easy to speak, but incredibly difficult to practice. On a smaller scale, it concerns the future living conditions of every faction and individual present. On a larger scale, the very survival of humanity may rest upon this single decision. Soft applause rang out as the leaders, including Jiang Lei, took the lead in clapping, prompting everyone in the venue to join in. After all, they had to show some respect. With fine wine and delicacies at hand, Le Fou Supermarket's sole purpose today is to provide a platform for trust and communication. Please, elites of each faction, relax and enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Yin Yintong waved her hand twice, and soft music began to flow from the speakers throughout the supermarket as she stepped down from the platform. That was it. The opening remarks were well spoken, but when it came to the crucial follow-up, she exited without saying anything of substance. What on earth was that? Everyone please follow me to the second floor for a detailed discussion. Approaching Jiang Lei and his group, Yin Yintong took the lead. 5 or 6 beautiful young women dressed in suits and short skirts bowed with smiles, gesturing toward the staircase on the side. Realization dawned upon everyone. It turned out she wanted to speak with the bosses in private. How could anyone feel safe going upstairs? I think it's better if we just sit down and have an honest talk right here in this hall. Outside the entrance of the hall, a burly figure suddenly swept aside the door curtain and strode quickly toward Jiang Lei and the others. The newcomer stood over 6 feet tall, more than 1.9 meters, wearing a guard uniform hung to him like a second skin. Not yet 30, plain in appearance, but the most striking his extraordinarily. The shoehorn face often mocked in sketches, finding perfect embodiment here. Jiang Lei watched quietly, leading about 20 fully armed followers as they strode forward. Could this be Captain Zhang Erqiao? Strangely, the list was produced by Le Fou Supermarket, and in its own profile it exposes its weaknesses, clearly naming the two factions Yin Yintong and Zhang Erqiao. What logic is this? Captain Zhang, hadn't today's security arrangements been coordinated already? Yin Yintong's gaze hardened to ice the moment she saw Captain Zhang Erqiao. Her heels clacked on the floor as she stepped in front of him, stressing the word coordination with a sharp edge. The rats around here have already been swept away. I've left some brothers outside, and with hundreds of bosses gathered here, who would dare to come here to die? This is security. The people behind Captain Zhang Erqiao teased and laughed, their act so convincing. Which team does this fellow belong to? Manager Yi, why not introduce him? Jiang Lei sighed. A tall, slender man in a gray-collared shirt in his 30s seemed to know nothing at all, smiling as he added to the confusion. The invited are all opportunists. Le Fou Supermarket has internal problems, so stirring the waters further will profit them. Le Fou Supermarket's strength, materials, numbers, and weapons is far beyond these teams present, so the leaders have temporarily formed a block, a tacit, unspoken understanding. Sorry everyone, this is our supermarket's security, Captain Zhang Erqiao. Please wait a moment. Turning with a smile, Yin Yintong's face turned cold. Has Captain Zhang been drinking? I've got something important to attend to. How about you go rest for a while? Drinking? Not at all, I'm fully awake. I just think that your identities matter. If you bring someone upstairs alone, something goes wrong, and we can't bear the responsibility. Boss Zhang, what do you think? Jiang Lei, watching the scene, was unexpectedly singled out, but it made sense. The rescue team's rifles, though aged, were the only organized, cohesive arms present besides Le Fou Supermarket. Glancing at Yin Yintong, Jiang Lei could only nod. Manager Yi, please don't blame us for mistrusting. The world is such that it's hard to feel at ease. With Jiang Lei's words, more than a dozen team leaders behind him chimed in, all in agreement. Haha, good. I was thoughtless, so I apologize to you all. I'll phone tell upstairs to move the conference room partition. Yes. After a brief flurry, Yin Yintong quickly regained her composure. A short man behind her, upon receiving the order, sprinted toward the spiral stairs leading to the second floor. In a moment, the inner side of the second floor glass wall, previously blocked by several meters of wooden boards, were moved aside. Looking down from the first floor lobby, one could see everything inside. The opulent decor remained largely intact. Several liquor cabinets stood in the center, filled with various items. On the innermost conference table, a few silhouettes seemed to sit. Your subordinates are watching from here. Any mishap inside, with hundreds of guns on hand, we can tear it apart in an instant. Are you satisfied? The leaders looked at each other. There were no words. Perhaps this was always the plan, to bring everyone into this first floor hall. Zhang Erqiao tucked away his prior bluff, brows furrowed, and insisted, then we could talk downstairs, but it's livelier there. All right. Yin Yintong flashed a sweet smile at him and whispered, since Captain Zhang insists, please personally go downstairs and invite those people down. Would that be too much to ask? Ahem. Zhang Erqiao's face flashed with fear. He coughed awkwardly and said, then I'll go up and join in the fun as well. Is that okay? Please follow me. Yin Yintong glanced at the gun on his hip, but paid him no heed, turning and beckoning. Zhang Erqiao watched the backs of the group and then the hundreds of eyes around him. His face paled, his eyes narrowed, and a ruthless gleam crossed his features. But when he looked up at the silhouettes in the second-floor windows, a moment of struggle crossed his face. He handed the rifle strapped to his back to someone nearby and gritted his teeth. "You all stay and play here. I'm going up." At the end of the spiral staircase stood 2 men and 2 women in SWAT uniforms, armed, holding trays, searching one by one and temporarily confiscating the firearms Jiang Lei and the others carried. With their own people watching from the downstairs lobby, everyone complied, though uneasy. "Hey, you're Qin." "Qin, hi boss Jiang, good to see you again." Jiang Lei laid his .54 pistol on the tray, looking at the familiar youngster and rubbing his forehead. Yes, sorry, I got flustered and forgot." "Don't mind it boss Jiang, please." Everyone followed Yin Yintong into the room bearing the conference room sign. In the downstairs lobby, hundreds of eyes watched keenly, their nerves easing a good deal. The room was a little over 200 square meters, rectangular in shape. Behind the far-end conference table sat 4 people, with not a single spare seat in sight. Yet before the leaders could voice their discontent, their attention was drawn to the items arranged on several high-end liquor cabinets in the middle. Knives, long guns, improvised incendiaries, explosives, pistols, submachine guns, rifles of various calibers, and a dizzying array of ammunition. Ballistic vests, plate inserts, anti-ballistic shields, helmets, scopes, med kits, and field gear. It was nothing short of a military hardware expo. The most eye-catching was atop the central liquor cabinet. A brownish-red rocket launcher, beneath it lay 3 olive-green diamond-shaped warheads. Even Jiang Lei, though not a military expert, could recognize the weapon, dubbed the Guerrilla's 3 sacred artifacts, the Huaxia version RPG-7, the Type 69 rocket launcher commonly called the 40. They exchanged uneasy glances as if flames burned in each other's eyes. Guns, water, and manpower, the lifeblood of the end times. With the weapons on display, it could hardly be for sale, could it? No one cared about seating anymore. They stood, wolfish gazes sweeping over the gleaming arsenal, like trespassers wandering into a luxury store at the edge of the world. Yin Yintong walked to the side of the conference table at the forefront and gently clapped her hands. "Everyone please pause for a moment. The supplies displayed here won't run away. Let me introduce 4 distinguished leaders first. Most of these items have been sponsored by them." The crowd snapped back to attention, their hearts trembling slightly. News of the prescient groups was no secret among the various leaders, and these 4 before them were likely exactly that. "This is Director Fong from the Pingtai Regional Supervision Bureau." To be honest with everyone, today's exchange meeting was entirely organized by Director Fong, and the list you're all familiar with was also provided by him. I'm not embarrassed to admit it. Our LefU supermarket is merely running errands for them. Seated in the leftmost position, a man in his 50s wearing a gray suit with thinning hair adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and offered a slight nod before remaining motionless. The introduction was remarkably vague. Supervision Bureau Director, a title from before the apocalypse, yet nothing was revealed about his current affiliation, strength, or headquarters. "This is Deputy Director Liu of Dongtai Group, and this is young Master Ma from the Black Shark Club." Dongtai Group was the leading enterprise in real estate across the entire Hebei province, headquartered in Bin City, and in recent years had expanded into pharmaceuticals, construction, and other related industries. A local powerhouse with assets of at least tens of billions. As for the so-called Black Shark Club, no one had ever heard of it. However, such a dramatically pretentious title as young Master Ma suggested, he was likely some second-generation wealthy heir. And finally, this is President Liu of Eating Escort Company. The moment the words Eating Escort echoed through the room, Jiang Lei's pupils contracted sharply. He turned his head slightly and saw that Zhong Ziwen, seated diagonally behind him, was indeed looking in his direction. Their gazes collided for a fleeting instant before returning to normal. Whether it was merely an illusion, Jiang Lei felt that President Liu had been watching him with a sly, half-smiling expression throughout the entire introduction. The seating arrangement of the 4 individuals was clearly no accident. High-ranking officials and corporate executives sat at the front, while Eating Escort, despite being merely a company, was positioned alongside the other 3, which spoke volumes in itself. The reason I've called you all here today is mainly for 2 matters. First, to share resources. In the dire circumstances we currently face, the importance of this need hardly be stated. After the brief introduction, Director Fong sat up straight and adjusted his collar, assuming the role of host, without hesitation, cutting directly to the point. As for the second matter, the Pingtai Regional Disaster Relief Joint Alliance was established 3 days ago. All of you are recognized as the first batch of member organizations by the authorities. The detailed terms and obligations are outlined in this agreement. Please sign your names when you have a moment. A high-quality document mounted in a plastic frame was picked up by Yin Yintong from the table and distributed into the hands of Jiang Lei and the others. Glancing over it quickly, Jiang Lei immediately grasped the nature of the document. There were no tangible benefits whatsoever. Not a single word mentioned personnel, supplies, or strength. They hadn't even bothered to specify a headquarters. Yet the obligations expected of members were stated with crystalline clarity. They were required not only to convene weekly at Lefeu's supermarket, which essentially amounted to a roll call, but also to cooperate whenever the so-called headquarters issued directives. The assembled leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anger and dread. These civilian organizations had weathered countless trials of wind, sand, blood, and fire during the first month or so of the apocalypse to reach where they stood today. How could they possibly accept being bound by nothing more than a mere title? If there were genuine benefits or a reliable patron behind it, some of the more struggling factions would have been more than willing to place themselves under another's banner. After all, as long as their teams remained intact, and someone with authority stood above them, who wouldn't welcome such an arrangement? But this so-called joint alliance clearly intended to extract everything without offering anything in return, treating them all as naive marks. There are only 100 or so characters here. Do you truly need this long to read them? After a long silence, young Master Ma, seated in the third position and dressed in white casual attire, spoke irritably, rapping his knuckles against the table as he demanded sharply, "What? Can't you read the seal, or are you only interested in benefits without wanting to do any work?" He was clearly playing the role of the heavy-handed enforcer, but his words struck at the very concern weighing on every civilian leader. The bottom right corner of the agreement bore the unmistakable steel seal of the Bin City General Supervision Office. In the days before the calamity, no one would have given the so-called authorities a second glance. But the arrival of the sandstorm moon had rendered the future landscape utterly unpredictable. Should conditions continue to improve and the official government re-establish its authority, those who signed now could secure the honorable status of being formally recruited. As for those who refused, the authorities could simply brand them as rebellious bandits with a single pronouncement. Xiaoma, every person here is a model citizen. The great catastrophe has fallen upon us, and the authorities have committed grave failures in protecting the populace. These people took it upon themselves to organize and assist in rescuing citizens. You will watch your tone. Director Fong, playing the role of the compassionate mediator, wore a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice, as though genuinely grieving on behalf of the people. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Liu, seated second, lit a cigarette and remarked in a languid, half-sarcastic tone, "Gentlemen, the items displayed on the wine cabinet come with marked prices. Only members of the Joint Alliance are qualified to purchase them. The magnitude of these benefits needs no further elaboration. One must know when enough is enough." The leaders' faces darkened. The agreement in their hands seemed to have suddenly grown heavier than 1,000 jin. Yet Jiang Lei's full attention was fixed solely on President Liu, the only one who had not spoken. With memories from his past life, Jiang Lei knew beyond doubt that the old world would never return, so the agreement meant nothing to him personally. However, regardless of the weapons and equipment displayed by his team downstairs or the escort vehicles parked outside the door, as long as the people from Eating Escort were not completely inept, they could easily trace the origin. That was his true, greatest adversary at present. President Jiang, since your organization is called the Rescue Corps, your ideals align closely with those of our Disaster Relief Joint Alliance. What are your thoughts? Director Fong narrowed his eyes, fanning the smoke away from beside him, his gaze settling on Jiang Lei. Since the list had originated from his hand, he naturally possessed some knowledge of the Flying Horse Rescue Corps, otherwise it would not have been ranked so prominently. Capture the leader, and the rest will fall apart on their own. From a personal standpoint, I wholeheartedly support joining. However, although our rescue corps is based in a residential district, many of our management team members are officers and soldiers from the 1024 Heavy Combined Arms Brigade. Surely no one believes that a mere commoner like myself could have achieved what we've accomplished alone. Jiang Lei spun a tale blending truth and fabrication, leaving them to guess. If pressed too hard, Tong Liang was currently down in the lobby enjoying cake. True to form, as soon as his words fell, everyone present exchanged varied expressions. Upon closer reflection, the Flying Horse Rescue Corps was indeed different from ordinary civilian factions. They had barely engaged in the scavenging and plundering that had become commonplace during the apocalypse. Could there truly be military backing behind them? Director Fong's eyebrows twitched heavily twice. He rose from his seat, studying Jiang Lei from top to bottom, then exchanged glances with the others. They were insiders who knew their own situation well. In truth, the only entities truly representing authority in Bin City were the 7 shelter bases, numbered 1 through 7. Director Fong himself had merely obtained advanced knowledge of the catastrophe and used his position to secure his own shelter. The other 3 founders were in similar positions. Coincidentally, their motivation for forming the Joint Alliance was precisely fear that the authorities would reunify Bin City. They sought to recruit more members to spread the risk. Even if they could not ultimately rival the official forces, the principle of collective immunity would protect them, allowing them to safeguard their interests. Their strength was indeed considerable, but strength was relative. Whether facing the remnants of the official government or the military, a direct confrontation was far beyond their capabilities. May I ask, President Jiang, where was the 1024 Heavy Combined Arms Brigade previously stationed? Director Fong's tone became noticeably more courteous, though he followed up with several rapid questions. However, armed with information Tong Liang had already provided, Jiang Lei answered every question fluently. Whether true or fabricated, at least the responses sounded credible. Boss Jiang, we will discuss your matter in detail later. Everyone, what are your thoughts so far? Jiang Lei wasn't sure, but the 4 Yuji groups joining forces with Lefyu Supermarket had cost them dearly. Today, they would not walk away empty-handed. The leaders behind Jiang Lei stared in disbelief. Normally a tall figure would bear the burden, but now Jiang Lei had cleared himself, leaving them to deal with it. What should they do? Gentlemen, what you are discussing is all good, oh why rush? Let us first take a look at the wares. As the atmosphere fell to silence, Yin Yintong spoke up to warm the scene, guiding everyone toward the liquor cabinet. Model 59 pistol, a Huaxia-made replica of the Red Empire's Makarov PM, 8 rounds 50-meter effective range. Sister Miao, your Red Sand Society, mostly comprises women, isn't self-defense armament a concern. Although it is an old model, it is cheap and abundant, you should take a look. Model 79 submachine gun, 20 rounds 200-meter range. Leader Zhu, your extremist team has ample water reserves, but few weapons. I suggest you start with this. Director Lu, you come over here to take a look. Yin Yintong moved among the leaders like a butterfly, from low-end knives and shields, improvised bombs, to high-end firearms. She knew the performance of every weapon and the general situation of each team, and the scene immediately heated up. But every item on the liquor cabinet had a small tag beneath, and the only acceptable exchange was one thing: clean water, and it wasn't cheap. No bartering or similar exchanges would be accepted. Manager Yi, could you arrange a private space for me and Boss Jiang to chat? The broad-shouldered crew-cut Lu Zong suddenly stood up, and with his chin indicated Jiang Lei. The next room is the small conference room. You two may use it at will. Yin Yintong, busy though she was, did not dare to delay, and quickly replied. Boss Jiang, is that all right? When Lu Zong spoke, the three directors beside him immediately changed their expressions. Had these two people even dealt with each other before? Who is this Jiang fellow? Director Lu, please. Jiang Lei knew this moment would come sooner or later, better to settle it quickly. He quietly gave a signal to Zhong Ziwen in the crowd, then followed the other party out of the room. In the quiet next room, the small conference room, the two sat facing each other across a coffee table. Boss Jiang, you should know what I want to talk to you about, right? You're invited by Director Lu. Guessing games won't amount to much, will they? Haha, then acting dumb would be even less interesting. Jiang Lei didn't reply, shrugged, and wore a helpless look. Let's be straightforward. Are you really connected to the military? Didn't I make it clear outside, just now, eh? Lu Ming laughed, half smiling, and slowly said, others may not know where your gear came from, but you should know in your heart, right? If you really have ties to the remnants of the military, you wouldn't be using these old guys, would you? Boss Jiang, your lie is brazen to the extreme. Director Lu, have you misunderstood something? I can't be mistaken about my own things. If Boss Jiang keeps talking like this, there's no point. Then Director Lu, how do you think to make it more interesting? Boss Jiang, times have changed. I'm not unreasonable either. Whoever has the thing owns it, that's fine, but shouldn't you offer some compensation? Let's treat this as a business deal, fair and reasonable, right? Director Lu's so-called compensation refers to either return that vehicle and its supplies intact plus some transport loss payment, or give 5 tons of clean water and let this matter rest. Lu Ming crossed his legs, a relaxed smile playing at the corner of his mouth as if all was under his control. Jiang Lei also smiled, resting his head on his hands against the chair back. He could tell this fellow had no intention to negotiate. This was a take-it-or-leave-it deal, and yet 5 tons of clean water. What did that even mean? 10,000 Jin. If it weren't for the Azure Realm, Jiang Lei would not be able to produce that. Director Lu, you didn't even seem to be drinking a moment ago, did you? Let me pay to buy my own things. Am I hearing that right? My own things. Boss Jiang, you dare to bully at the head of our E-Tung escort. You're the first brave, but you're a total fool. Lu Ming's smile vanished, whether to expose Jiang Lei's lack of military backing or to flatten that broken-down neighborhood. In his view, the situation was absolutely under control. Forcing the other to bow was at his fingertips, but he hadn't expected Jiang Lei to be so rash and stupid. A respectable company executive swearing and insulting people. Then I can't suffer losses either. Director Lu, you're a fool. Bam. Lu Ming slammed the coffee table, strode to his feet, but glancing at Jiang Lei's bulk forcibly restrained his impulse. Go back and wait to die. Lu Ming wanted to press Jiang Lei with the escort vehicle matter, grind him down, and crush him at will. Jiang Lei could not retreat an inch, for if he showed weakness, endless trouble would follow. As for the two so-called conditions, they clearly did not intend to give him any room to back out. In a few words, the discussion fell apart, and the two parted in discord. They returned to the next room once more. In that short moment, more than half of the dozen teams in front of the liquor cabinet signed the agreement, becoming members of the Disaster Relief Coalition. Without Jiang Lei at the front using overwhelming power, capability, and inducements, most civilian leaders before the apocalypse were no match for the coalition's founders. Seeing the hall's situation, Lu Ming sneered at Jiang Lei, made a throat-slitting gesture with his chin, and strode toward Director Fong. But Jiang Lei was faster. He stepped into the crowd, grabbed Yin Yintong, and whispered, Manager Yi, whose stock is that 40 rocket launcher up there? That is Director Fong's, but he probably doesn't intend to sell. Jiang Lei's sudden question left Yin Yintong a bit dumbfounded. Most items on the liquor cabinets were real items for sale, but that rocket launcher was a display of power and was not included in the sale. Thank you. She didn't finish her sentence. Jiang Lei turned and walked toward Director Fong. Boss Jiang, about the agreement, what are your thoughts? Director Fong watched Jiang Lei approach. His voice was cold, a grim look on his face. Clearly Lu Ming had already reported in E at this moment. He held a grudge over Jiang Lei's public humiliation just now. Signing is possible, but I won't sign as a member. I want to become one of your founders. Huh. Director Fong did not reply, staring at Jiang Lei as if he were insane, while Lu Ming's smile could no longer be contained. He'd expected Jiang Lei to have a trick, but this fool had walked into his own death. The matter of the escort vehicle was simple enough. Jiang Lei carried 20 guns and 30 grenades. Director Fong now knew that dealing with him would be somewhat troublesome, but if a few parties united, it wouldn't be difficult. Without even a glance at the smug Lu Ming, Jiang Lei fixed his gaze on Director Fong and asked, "What price for that 40 rocket launcher you brought plus 3 rockets?" Director Fong was a little unable to keep up with Jiang Lei's rapid questions. After a moment, he responded coldly, "Jiang boss, sorry, that is official material and not for sale to outsiders. If you... 1 ton of clean water." Nonsense. What exactly is going on in your broken little district? Are we fools here? 1 ton. Clean water. If you're going to bluff, at least have some credibility. Lu Ming's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. He felt a sudden unease. Since the moment he decided to squeeze Jiang Lei's every move had surpassed his expectations. Director Fong looked at Lu Ming, then turned to Jiang Lei with a cold look, saying, "Jiang boss, I've been courteous, because your team has always helped civilians. If you keep causing trouble." 2 tons. Director, this guy is out of his mind, just spouting pure nonsense here. Today everyone is actively responding to our Gonglian association, and he's the only black sheep stirring up trouble here. I think it's best if we... Before Lu Ming could finish his urgent words, he noticed Director Fong beside him, suddenly raising a hand to stop him. "President Lu, it's only natural for young comrades to make mistakes occasionally. We can't deny them the chance to speak entirely." Director? Lu Ming stared with wide, unbelieving eyes. Damn it, how could he believe such obvious nonsense? How on earth did this old geezer ever become an official? Jiang Lei cleared his throat composedly and said with a smile, "Our FIMA community doesn't have legs and cannot run away. Once the deal is made, you can send people to collect the goods whenever you like. Whether it's real or fake will be obvious at a single glance. 2 tons. 2 tons. Pure water. Pure water." Jiang Lei pulled a palm-sized rectangular lake green object from his coat and handed it to Director Fong. "This is a TDS pin I'm throwing in for free. You can use it to test the water quality when the time comes. If the reading is higher than 50, consider it a breach of contract on my part." Before the apocalypse, a TDS value below 1000 mgl was considered acceptable water quality. 50 was the standard for direct drinking. In their current environment, how was this any different from the sacred sweet dew of Guanyin? This rocket launcher is no ordinary item. How about adding another half-ton? Deal. Excellent. Boss Jiang, I'll trust you this once. I know the value of our goods isn't quite equal. If this succeeds, I will have other benefits for you. But if you are just talking big, if that happens, you can execute or punish me however you see fit, and I won't utter a single word of complaint. It's a deal? Director Fong hesitated no longer, quickly reaching out to take the TDS pen. With a light press of his finger, a soft beep sounded, and the digital display emitted a faint glow. The entire shift occurred in the span of just a few sentences. Though seemingly unbelievable when stripped down to its core, it all boiled down to one single word: water. The precognition group was indeed powerful. Obtaining news of the impending apocalypse ahead of time, they used power and wealth to undermine the state and serve their own selfish interests. But as could be seen from that unscrupulous organization, although they knew a disaster was coming, they had not accurately predicted the true face of the apocalypse. Water and food were undoubtedly the main focus of everyone's stockpiling efforts. But the moment the sky hole descended and water sources vanished, the moment they truly saw the reality of the apocalypse, Jiang Lei believed that no matter how much drinking water someone had stored, they would regret not hoarding more. It was an absolute necessity for survival. Depleting rapidly. Impossible to replenish. With the arrival of the sand-stopping month, the future situation would become increasingly volatile, and the value of all goods would fluctuate wildly. Yet unless the Earth's rivers, lakes, and oceans returned, pure water would only grow more precious, and no one would ever feel they had too much. 2.5 tons, 5,000 pounds. Let alone Director Fong, even the official authorities themselves would likely be tempted. As for inviting wolves into the house, sparking their greed, or facing assassination and robbery, having reached this point, Jiang Lei was no longer worried. Since he had already provoked a vicious wolf-like eating escort, he didn't care if 3 or 5 more showed up. Pitting tigers against wolves ran the risk of being eaten by the tiger, but when everyone involved was a wolf, the situation would instead settle into a bizarrely stable balance. Besides, the FIMA rescue group was no helpless prey waiting to be slaughtered. Any wolf trying to take a bite alone would end up with a few broken fangs, a fact for which he had President Lu's previous generosity to thank. Given the pre-apocalypse environment of Huaxia, smuggling light weaponry was likely the absolute limit for Director Fong and his associates. Jiang Lei refused to believe any of them could pull out tanks or artillery. After reaching an agreement with Director Fong the rest of the time in the second-floor conference room, Beck, Deputy Director Lu's Dongtai Group, Young Master Ma's Black Shark Club, Yin Yintong's Lefyu Supermarket. Aside from eating escort, Jiang Lei ordered a total of 20 pistols with 1.0 rounds of ammunition, 30 rifles with 6.0 rounds of ammunition, 20 sets of military-grade gear. including helmets, bulletproof vests, armor plates, and flashlights, as well as 50 riot shields and 20 electric batons from the other 4 parties. Furthermore, he successfully acquired 6 modified motorcycles along with 2 sets of spare parts from Yintong, as he had hoped. In any case, as long as it was something he didn't already possess, he welcomed whatever each party could offer, accepting it all without hesitation. Added altogether, Jiang Lei would have to pay a total of 7.5 tons of high-quality pure water to the various parties. The value of this water far exceeded the actual listed price of the goods, making him hands down the biggest sucker in the room. Unfortunately, aside from Director Fang's rocket launcher, other heavy-duty or area of effect weapons, including light and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, yellow TNT blocks, grenade launchers, and even hand grenades, were strictly off the table no matter how high he bid. None of them were fools. Even though Jiang Lei pestered Director Fang relentlessly at the end, offering prices that made the seasoned cadre's eyes turn red with greed, Director Fang remained absolutely unyielding on everything except the promised RPG and 3 rockets. The sight of several high and mighty bosses gathered around the desk, bickering with flushed faces like elderly women at a wet market, left an incredibly deep impression on the dumbfounded civilian leaders present. Lu Ming, seemingly forgotten by everyone, sat in the corner staring blankly at the bizarre, bustling scene unfolding before him. Having cycled through anger, absurdity, disbelief, and even terror, his mind was now completely numb, devoid of any further emotion. In any case, the grudge had already been forged, and there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either Jiang Lei failed to deliver the goods, making fools of everyone present and facing a brutal reckoning afterward, or he actually delivered the goods, in which case he would soar to incredible heights, completely transcending the status of a mere civilian group, at least in terms of armed strength. Lu Ming could not comprehend why Jiang Lei dared to offend him so decisively. Before the apocalypse, most of the precognition group had used warehouses, villas, corporate lands, or abandoned buildings as cover, purchasing land to construct private shelters in secret. If Jiang Lei truly belonged to their kind, why on earth would he establish his base in that godforsaken, rundown residential community? Lu Ming was now seriously contemplating whether the other man was simply out of his mind. Busy until past 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Lei finally signed the last contract and handed one of the duplicate copies to the grinning young Master Ma. "Boss Jiang, I hope you don't let me down. My old man has a terrible temper, and I can't guarantee what he might do if things go south. Rest assured, young Master Ma, you can send your people to collect the goods at any time." "Excellent. Once this is done, I will definitely count you as a friend, Boss Jiang." The other parties also expressed similar sentiments to young Master Ma once their deals were finalized. On one hand, it was a warning about the consequences of breaching the contract. On the other, it was a show of support to deter Lu Ming, who sat nearby. As for why Jiang Lei distributed his favors so evenly, handing them massive quantities of pure water far exceeding the value of their goods, they were all incredibly shrewd individuals, and they knew exactly what was going on. "Distinguished bosses, our rescue group has a shallow foundation. Regarding the weapons we ordered, it would be best if you could help standardize the models. Type 54 pistols and Type 56 semi-automatic rifles with matching ammunition. Will that be a problem?" "Don't worry, Boss Jiang. We won't get it wrong." Aside from Lu Ming, the other 4 parties were pocketing at least 1 or 2 tons of pure water. Hearing Jiang Lei's words, their faces were covered in smiles. Making money was nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone was all too familiar with this kind of business. Besides, water was far more important than money. Before the apocalypse, they utilized their own resources to establish shell companies in Africa, Southeast Asia, or the Far East. They would then dispatch local personnel to form observation teams to inspect within China, ultimately finalizing contracts for so-called exported weapons. During the transportation process abroad, they would privately intercept and store the goods in batches. Of course, the payment was never short by even a fraction provided to relevant units in various forms of foreign exchange. In those days, to counter the threat from the Red Empire, military preparedness warehouses across the country stored outdated equipment from the mid to late Cold War era with quantities measured in hundreds of millions. In recent decades, China's rise has been remarkable, its industrial capacity unmatched globally. But the malady of insufficient firepower, contracted in earlier years, had become so advanced that there was no cure. Across land, sea, air, artillery, and sky, all 5 forces mobilized simultaneously, producing an endless stream of new equipment with desperate urgency. As a result, those mountainous stockpiles of obsolete hardware accumulated back then had long become a thorn in the side of logistics departments across the major military regions. Against this backdrop, both sides found common ground instantly. Provided the money was sufficient, the old light weapons above were eager to dispose of them with such generosity, it seemed like buying 1 and getting 2 free. Thus, Jiang Lei could only speculate about how many weapons Director Fang and his people had actually hoarded. New weapons and heavy equipment, aside from a few that slipped through policy controls, were likely scarce, but these older individual weapons must have been plentiful, making Jiang Lei's request child's play for them. "Everyone, we have concluded our important business today with mutual satisfaction. Since night has fallen, may I host you this evening as my obligation." Yintong raised her glass, her face glowing with delight as she spoke loudly. Although her organization, which emerged after the apocalypse, typically kept all weapons for their own use, the depth of Le Fou Supermarket's resources was incomparable to ordinary groups. 6 modified motorcycles and spare parts had directly earned them over a ton of high-quality purified water, the first return since the apocalypse began, now making them almost desperate to kiss the great boss Jiang. No. Director Yi, there is soup still simmering on our stoves. The various grassroots leaders quickly declined her invitation in a rush. By now they all longed to sprout wings and flee this den of devils. That so-called triumph was merely the other side's perspective. They had not only signed away their autonomy with binding contracts, but also purchased substantial weapon stockpiles at inflated prices. Even fully aware they were being exploited, the opportunity to access high-quality weapons was too precious to pass up, so despite the painful sacrifice, none were willing to let the chance slip away. Even as they stepped outside, most remained in a daze, unable to determine whether today's exchange had been profitable or a loss. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Lei stood awkwardly frozen, terrified that Lu Ming might ambush him en route, so he dared not leave. Their superior weapons and numbers meant he could only rely on fortified defenses for a slim chance at resistance, utterly outmatched in open combat. Boss Jiang, I have heard Fima residential compound is thriving and could serve as an exemplary model. Would you mind giving us a tour? Indeed, I was also eager to see it for myself. With Director Fang's shrewd prompting, the other organizations quickly followed suit. Witnessing this, Lu Ming's face darkened with resentment as he let out a heavy scoff and stormed off. Thank you, everyone. Only then did a smile return to Jiang Lei's face. Boss Jiang, I shall skip the rest. Tomorrow I am sending people to collect the goods. I trust you will deliver what we expect otherwise. Director Fang was not entirely pleased either. Being manipulated stung, yet the payments had been staggering, so his warnings and veiled threats never ceased. Everyone should have no concerns. With night falling, shall we depart? Upon returning to the first-floor lobby, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin approached with the entire rescue team behind them, their faces etched with tension. Earlier, when Jiang Lei and Lu Ming had slipped off to the small conference room next door, it had terrified everyone. Boss Jiang enjoys considerable fortune with women. Ma Xiao, passing by, cast a glance at Gu Shuqin with a hint of surprise, then patted the two leggy beauties beside him and boasted proudly, but compared to myself, she falls short. Both of mine previously walked the Victoria's Secret runway. How could she compare to you? Jiang Lei exchanged a few polite words with the prematurely ambitious young man, then gestured for everyone to follow as he led them out through the main gate. Indoors, the disparity went unnoticed, but once they stepped out onto the road, the stark gap in capabilities became immediately apparent. A procession of modified motorcycles, professional sand dune buggies, and even military amphibious vehicles roared past, their engines bellowing as they kicked up trails of dust alongside the rescue team. Most astonishing was Director Fang's vehicle, a ZSL-92 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle with its tires swapped out. The 89 Type 12. 7mm heavy machine gun mounted on the turret was polished to a mirror shine, clearly far from mere decoration, prompting Tong Liang to anxiously chatter about its capabilities. The accompanying personnel were equally well equipped and heavily armed, clearly trained professionals wielding either the Type 95 or Type 191, China's most advanced firearms. Not a single one of these individuals had appeared in the first-floor lobby moments before. Who knew where they had been lying in wait? The thought alone sent chills down the spine. Jiang Lei's earlier confidence, buoyant as a fish in water, was instantly extinguished beneath those thick black gun barrels. The journey ahead remained long and arduous. The 5 teams merged into a single convoy of dozens of vehicles, kicking up billowing clouds of dust as they surged forward like a dragon gliding just above the earth. Jiang Lei naturally could not maintain his leisurely pace from the outbound journey. He had no choice but to cram dozens of his team members into the cargo hold, making them appear all the more forlorn and wretched by comparison. They arrived at the residential compound past 7 in the evening. Amidst swirling dust clouds, engines roared and countless headlights pierced the darkness with beams of light. Apart from the occasional short-sighted parasitic corpse stumbling into view, nearby survivors had already fled to their hiding places, shivering in terror. Please everyone, after me. Jiang Lei led the way through the iron gate, while those behind him scanned their surroundings warily. Fortunately, the fortifications, walls rising over 5 meters high, and the meticulously cleared gardens and asphalt roads within the compound instilled a measure of confidence in the bosses regarding Jiang Lei's ability to deliver on his payment commitments. Boss Jiang, now that we have arrived safely, we shall take our leave shortly. After exchanging pleasantries over tea in the central tent, Director Fang shared a glance with the others and rose to depart. Though fleeting thoughts of betrayal may have crossed their minds, the fractured alliances and competing agendas among them ensured no one would dare take the lead. Moreover, the dilapidated compound before them offered no obvious signs of facilities capable of storing over 10 tons of water. Like foxes maintaining multiple burrows, each harboring secret reserves, they naturally assumed Jiang Lei possessed hidden stores elsewhere. None possessed the confidence to fully control the situation should hostilities erupt, so it was wiser to complete the transaction first and secure their own share before considering further moves. Yet once the weapons arrived, Jiang Lei would no longer be so easily coerced. The realization weighed on Director Fong and his companions, stirring regret in their hearts. Farewell, everyone. Jiang Lei meanwhile had no patience for further courtesy. His only desire was for these individuals to depart immediately. You took quite a risk. Standing atop the wall watching the headlights splitting into several directions in the distance, Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin held Jiang Lei's hands on either side, their palms soaked in sweat. On the way back he had already recounted the events in broad strokes, and even now both women's legs still trembled. Risk? Jiang Lei narrowed his eyes and said no more. Had he compromised with Lu Ming back then, simply handing over the water or returning the transport convoy supplies, he would only have invited escalating exploitation, ultimately ending up in Director Fong's hands anyway. Lu Ming would never have dared to keep him all to himself. It was much like his past life in the wilderness when scrambling for supplies. There were moments when, even if it meant bleeding, getting injured, or facing death, he had to sink his teeth into his opponent before falling, never backing down an inch. This was human nature at its core, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Once you showed weakness, the suffering could only escalate, never ease. So I should have stayed out of this if I'd known. Gu Shuqin slapped the rough, solid wall and sighed with a hint of regret. Let's go. Jiang Lei shook his head, gently pulled the two slender waists with his arms, and the three of them walked toward the foot of the wall. Stay out of it. Jiang Lei could imagine that none of the 8 teams absent today would fare well. At best they'd pick a few examples to make an example of. The rest might not survive at all. Director Fong and the others established this united association primarily to counter potential official consolidation amid the sandstorm months spreading risk across their faction. Having long considered the southeastern region of Pingtai their sphere of influence, how could they tolerate fence-sitters who refused to take a stand? From the moment the apocalypse arrived, the brutal reality of man devouring man became an unchangeable law, leaving absolutely no room for retreat. Not even a sliver of mercy for anyone. April 21st, a day 36 of the apocalypse, temperature 41. 2C. The rescue team members, still restless from yesterday's exchange meeting, were stunned when they stepped outside that morning to find the courtyard transformed before their eyes. Hundreds of white plastic barrels, each nearly half a person's height and over a meter in diameter, had been tightly capped and arranged in neat rows. In one glance they completely filled the space behind the front gate wall. Jiang Lei had stolen these barrels from a freight warehouse, accumulating over 1,000 of them, though he never did figure out whether they'd originally held vinegar or wine. Each held exactly 50 liters, 100 gene per barrel, 20 making a ton, which made calculations straightforward. In the dead of night yesterday, Jiang Lei had secretly brought them out from the Blue Realm and arranged them here. Of course, after the transaction he'd need them returned. Containers this convenient and uniform were hard to come by, and he couldn't just open the Blue Realm and pour water directly onto the ground whenever needed. Room 702, Building 4. It was only 7:15 in the morning, and Jiang Lei hadn't even finished his breakfast when a guard from the front gate came rushing to fetch him. Lufu Supermarket had sent someone. Still half asleep from the morning rush, Jiang Lei yawned as Fan Rong pulled him to the iron gate of the wall. Good morning, boss Jiang, ladies. Yin Yintong had changed into a loose beige tracksuit, wearing a baseball cap, windproof glasses, and a gray face covering. She strode confidently through the iron gate and shook Jiang Lei's hand. Manager Yi, why are you here in person? How can I not come myself for something this important? Stepping inside the wall, Yin Yintong was stunned into silence by the sea of white barrels stretching before her. The United Alliance had kept watch throughout the night, yet found nothing. How had they managed to prepare everything overnight without a sound? Then let's not waste time. Let's inspect the goods first. 20 barrel lids were unscrewed, revealing crystal clear water shimmering with gentle ripples beneath the dusty sunlight. Every eye in the crowd locked onto the scene, involuntary swallowing sounds rising all around. Only those who'd endured such scarcity could truly comprehend what the source of life meant. Manager Yi, after you. Then I won't be modest. Setting aside pretense, Yin Yintong moved straight to business, her team filing out behind her with testing instruments and strips in hand. After running through the full suite of TDS and pH tests, both Yin Yintong and her team couldn't hide their astonishment. In this sandstorm apocalypse, or any peaceful era, Jiang Lei's water would sell flawlessly on supermarket shelves, superior to many branded options, and she had no idea how he managed it. Hurry and cover them. With dust swirling everywhere, Yin Yintong immediately grew protective of the water. Boss Jiang, no more words. Have your people inspect the goods. Lu Rue. Jiang Lei nodded toward the gate, and Lu Rue, tool chest in hand, sprinted over with his 2 apprentices. 6 matte gray motorcycles with rugged post-apocalyptic styling roared through the gate into the compound. Their rough frames bristled with exposed welds, colorful wiring running along steel body panels, and bound tight with iron bands. Brand new desert tires with deep aggressive tread patterns wrapped around sturdy rims, while the engines were shielded with dust covers and wind deflectors. The exhaust pipes featured specialized internal treatments with multiple filter screens and sand traps. I swapped these out overnight for you, boss Jiang. 300 cubic centimeters KT engines with 50 more horsepower than our own and far superior quality. No more words. Glad to be working with you, Manager Yi. After inspection, they clasped hands firmly and shook twice, both smiling with the satisfaction of a good deal. Outside, 2 modified pickup trucks idled, while workers loaded water, and suddenly engine roars and rising dust signaled another visitor arriving. Haha, Boss Jiang. Ma Xiao leapt down from his flamboyant custom Jeep painted red and blue with oversized tires, striding forward to clasp Jiang Lei's hand with a wide grin. No need to ask. Watching the bustling water-loading operation outside the wall confirmed his deal was secure. You came so quickly, Master Ma. Seems nobody has much faith in me then. Yin Yintong, overseeing the water transfer nearby, retorted with mild reproach. That's not very polite, Boss Jiang. Business is business and friendship is friendship. They're 2 different things. Manager Yi is right. Early deals close early, but friendships only deepen with time. All seasoned veterans, they understood the unspoken rules. Some matters only needed to be understood in silence, and a light-hearted laugh was enough to sweep them aside with mutual tacit agreement. Jiang Lei squinted past Ma Xiao to spot 2 similarly modified pickup trucks, their chassis lifted high with custom exhaust systems and sand-rated tires. A luxury he coveted, but couldn't match since his Blue Realm only held ordinary C1 highway tires, useless in this terrain. While exchanging pleasantries, another engine roar echoed from the southeast, and Jiang Lei shrugged at his companions. Clearly these folks had serious trust issues if they were all showing up this early. Boss Jiang. After stepping off the vehicle, Deputy Director Lu's face softened with a smile. In front of him the 3 buyers had gathered, and the sight of large barrels being loaded onto the dispelled all his lingering doubts. The 4 bosses stood together, watching their subordinates burn with effort as they worked, inspecting goods, tallying counts, asking questions, and loading cargo. The entire process brimmed with harmony and cheer. Of course it did. In this dust-choked, scorching, seemingly hopeless world, nothing is more joyful than hauling bucket after bucket of cool spring water home. Although they had arrived early in the morning, the 3 parties arrived together, and the bustle lasted for several hours. Ma Xiao's pistols, ammunition, body armor, explosive shields, and other equipment were all brand new. The ejection ports were smeared with gun oil, with not a trace of wear. Deputy Director Lu's 30 Type 56 semi-automatics were the same. Factory fresh from the storage racks, bullets gleaming with a coppery yellow luster, and the bayonet folding latches never turned even once. Compared to the second-hand batch and the convoy's cargo, the quality was well above that earlier lot. They worked through to a bit after 11 in the noon, unloading what needed unloading, and loading what needed loading, and at last the job was nearly done. Yin Yintong and the 2 others, with perfect tacit understanding, also gave Jiang Lei premium gifts. Although the exchanges were voluntary on both sides, everyone implicitly believed Jiang Lei's side had taken a loss. They were well prepared before the apocalypse and not lacking water now, but with time passing there would surely come a day when water would be scarce. In critical moments, a mouthful of water could mean life or death. The vehicle might fail, and the guns might fail as well. Yin Yintong gave 2 sets of motorcycle repair tools, things not in short supply in Bailongijia, yet they carried a sincere gesture of goodwill. Ma Xiao's side was more generous. A brand new QSC 193 Type pistol and 50 rounds of ammunition presented as Jiang Lei's officer's pistol. This pistol was around 2023, among the latest to equip the troops, a brand new design, materials, and craftsmanship, with smooth mechanical movement and comfortable handling and a handsome appearance. Jiang Lei could finally part with the iron lump that had accompanied him since the early days of the apocalypse. Lu's gifts were even more impressive. 582-2 Type all-plastic defensive grenades, extraordinarily powerful. On detonation, hundreds of steel beads would spray out a true siege weapon. This should have appeared as a commodity rather than a gift. The unassuming man before them somehow raised his hand and gave it away. After everything was done, the beds of the 3 pickup trucks were piled high with plastic barrels, tightly bound to the frames with ropes, and wrapped under thick rainproof tarps. Jiang Lei begged them to stay for lunch, but in the end the 3 did not linger. Tons of drinking water were strapped to the vehicles, and in the apocalypse, carrying such a burden home felt like carrying a giant time bomb. There was no peace of mind if it wasn't hauled back immediately. They exchanged cordialities once more, and after Yin Yintong and Deputy Director Lu got into their vehicles and departed, Ma Xiao last to stay, hesitated for a moment and leaned closer to Jiang Lei. Boss Jiang, beware Lu Ming. That man and his untrustworthy mother have done many inhumane things before the apocalypse. Yesterday's loss won't be swallowed easily. Ma Xiao, how much do you know about Lu Ming? Can you tell me more? Don't call me Ma Xiao, my real name is Ma Hao. He patted Jiang Lei on the shoulder, then shook his head slightly and said, that pair knows they've done too many disgusting things, so no one trusts them. Exactly how many dens they've dug isn't clear. Crafty as a fox with 3 burrows. Everyone is like that. I can only tell you that their escort company had given them many conveniences before the apocalypse. They weren't weak in weapons, otherwise Director Fong wouldn't keep them in play. You must stay vigilant. Thank you, I'll accept this favor. Ma Hao's face broke into a smile as he waved his hand. I was just talking. Whether favors matter or not, we live one day at a time in this world. Although the other side did not share any substantial intelligence, mere heads-up at least showed their risking offending Lu Ming. Jiang Lei's impression of Ma Hao improved considerably. Having sent off the 3 major clients, Jiang Lei's tense heart settled a good deal. Dealing with such strong and clever people kept every nerve on edge. The mind grew truly weary. Boss. They were already here. Du Huigu Yunxi and Qian Zhongming, 3 captains, ran to his side, wiping the sweat from their brows, their expressions glowing with excitement. Pistols, rifles, ammunition, motorcycles, various armor, explosive shields, tasers. Wooden crates, cardboard boxes, foam packaging, neatly stacked at various heights, and the air was thick with a strange scent of sawdust and plastics. Casually lifting a long wooden crate, Jiang Lei pulled out a Type 56 pistol. The grip felt slick, the new wooden body coated thick with yellow-black gun oil. He didn't complain, and with a click he opened the bayonet's folding latch and pretended to sight down the weapon. Move all firearms and ammunition to Building 4 for storage. Helmets and armor labeled and distributed to 2 patrol squads as shields, and tasers distributed to the guard team. Yes. Each squad pledged with enthusiasm as the 3 captains nodded and directed their subordinates to handle the gear. Jiang Lei stood before Building 4's doorway, dazed, watching crate after crate of weapons being carried upstairs by the support team. His mind churned with tasks, too many to keep track of the priorities. Just then, they planned to recruit new survivors from the outside and place them into the support team for an observation period. The patrol team needed a large-scale expansion. The number of armed personnel should reach more than 40, which meant selecting people from the guard team. The guard team picks would also need replenishment from the support team for training. For Lu Ming and his Yitong escort, intelligence gathering work had to begin. Since a feud had formed, they should strike first whenever possible. Tong Liang handed back a map, last night marking 5 potential weapon sites to scout. Support fire, heavy weapons and ammunition counts had long been the relief group's sore spot and required a solution. Moreover, with Jiang Lei's current strength, he could quietly probe the unscrupulous organization. This matter was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew how they viewed him nor what they had been up to after the apocalypse. It remained a thorn in his heart. Oh right, Zhou Xiaoxiao's family also needed someone to take care of them. Sigh. Jiang Lei rubbed his face with his hands in frustration. So many matters that must be done, and none could be neglected. Let's go up and eat first. Fan Rong brushed the dust from his shoulders with a tender touch and gently took his hand. Let's go. Noon. In room 702's living room, Jiang Lei, after a midday nap, sat up. The air conditioner hummed softly. The room was quiet and empty with no one else present. Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin had long since gone to busy themselves. With the team growing, even if nothing urgent happened, the daily operations and the ensuing trivialities were enough to tire anyone. Wearing slippers, he stepped downstairs and opened the door. On the 6th floor landing stood 2 shadowy figures, silent and still. One was today's on-duty guard, the other a short-haired young woman, Fan Rong's HR secretary, whose surname seemed to be Tan. Not sure. Fan Rong usually liked to keep Xiaoling close for convenience, so she assigned someone else to stay by Jiang Lei's side to relay messages and take notes. Boss. Upon seeing him approach, Yu Jian immediately squared his shoulders and tightened the rifle strap across his chest. Old Yu, what are you doing here? Yu Jian had joined the team in the same batch as Du Hui and Xue Songjie, making him one of the most senior members. While many newcomers had gone on to become squad leaders or been entrusted with important duties, he remained an ordinary foot soldier. Before all this, Yu Jian had been a regular office worker. Aside from his seniority and high loyalty, he was honest, dull-witted, and somewhat stubborn in his thinking. He truly lacked any outstanding qualities, and from the team's perspective, there was simply no better option. Suddenly a thought struck Jiang Lei. The task of eliminating Zhou Xiaoxiao's entire family was precisely the kind of job suited for someone like Yu Jian. Come upstairs and sit. Yes, sir. The two made their way to the living room of 702. Yu Jian leaned his rifle against the door and sat across from the coffee table, his posture betraying a hint of nervous restraint. I heard your wife is doing well over in the medical unit. That's all thanks to Sister Rong's care. I still haven't had the chance to thank her properly. The moment Jiang Lei spoke, Yu Jian hastily rose to his feet to reply. When the initial group assignments were made, Yu Jian's wife Zheng Yan had also been categorized as having no special skills and should have been assigned to the support unit for manual labor. But Fan Rong had pulled some strings and placed her under Dr. Lu Li as a trainee nurse learning on the job, receiving a Class 3 ration quota. Sit down. We're all family here. No need for thanks or formalities. Jiang Lei gestured for him to sit, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. I have an important mission for you. First, pick 2 people from the patrol squad to form a 3-man combat team. Train together for a couple of days, and I'll give you the specific details afterward. Yes, sir. Jiang Lei's plan was simple: send a 3-man team over. If they were still at home, eliminate them. If they had fled, let it go. Armed with Jiang Lei's authorization slip, Yu Jian hurried out to the patrol squad to recruit. He didn't ask a single question about the nature of the mission. Though he lacked any special skills, his honesty, lack of mischief, and unwavering loyalty to Jiang Lei made him perfectly suited for this particular task. After Yu Jian left, Jiang Lei spent some time sketching and writing at the table, then had Secretary Tan a fair-skinned young man with a touch of baby fat. Go fetch Captains Du Huigui Yunqi and Qian Zhengming. On the landing of the 6th floor sat a small table upon which rested several bottles of chilled beer along with some roasted peanuts and chicken feet. Today doesn't count as a formal meeting. Just friends sharing food and drink, saying whatever's on our minds. Jiang Lei tore open a bag of braised chicken feet, first passing the papers around for the three to read. Whenever you say the word boss, we'll do it. What's there to discuss? Gua Yunqi acted like a true man, carelessly slapping dust off her clothes. Before she'd even settled into her seat, she grabbed a beer bottle and downed it in one long gulp. Oh, that's refreshing. If you've got nothing to say, shut up and drink your beer. Jiang Lei glared at her. You're a grown woman now. Try using your brain once in a while. Beside him, Du Hui took a small sip, then set the paper on the table and pondered. Boss, with everything written here, won't too many newcomers arrive all at once? Jiang Lei currently had only 50 rifles in hand, and his plan was to expand the patrol force directly to 40 men. The existing 2 patrol teams totaled just 18 people, 9 men and 9 women, meaning 22 new recruits would need to be added. Not only would the new members outnumber the veterans, but all 22 would have to be drawn from the guard unit, effectively stripping Qian Jingming's forces nearly empty. I think it can work. Qian Jingming, holding 2 peanuts between his fingers, tilted his head. But combat effectiveness will take a significant hit in the short term. At his words, all 3 present, including Jiang Lei, nodded in agreement. Pairing veterans with newcomers was sound in principle, but it was much like reorganizing a military unit. It required a chaotic and turbulent adjustment period. This was precisely Jiang Lei's concern. The drinking session continued until nearly 2 o'clock, and in the end, everyone unanimously approved the expansion plan. Pegasus Relief Team had become something akin to a deity across the surrounding blocks. In times past, taking such a bold leap might have drawn confusion and hesitation. But ever since attending the exchange conference and broadening their horizons, they all understood that there was always someone greater beyond the current peak. The relief team had developed well, yes, but some had been operating with overwhelming advantages long before the apocalypse. Other matters could be debated, but the development of military strength could never be relaxed. So although they voiced their concerns, their overall stance was one of support. Then that settled. Jiang Lei finally made the final call, waving his grease-stained hands. Patrol Team 1 and Patrol Team 2 will each expand by 11 personnel, reaching a total of 22. All will be drawn from the guard unit. Qian Jingming, go to the support unit and select 12 people to reinforce the guard. Henceforth, the guard unit will be reduced to 20 members receiving Class 2 rations. As equipment and personnel gradually reached sufficient scale, the need for cold weapon combat within the team grew fewer and fewer. In the future, the guard unit would mainly carry out sentry duties, auxiliary tasks, and order maintenance. Firearms and tactical training would also be incorporated into daily drills, serving as a candidate pool for the patrol team. Yes, sir. At Jiang Lei's commanding tone, the 3 across from him promptly stood, straightening their chests. Additionally, old Du and Yunqi, I want each of you to nominate 1 vice captain. With more people in the team, management needs to keep pace. Once I approve, they can assume their posts. Yes, sir. Move out. And on your way, fetch old Qi from the small market for me. Watching the 3 descend the stairs, Jiang Lei sat behind the cluttered table, gently closing his eyes and massaging his temples. In his past life, he had survived amidst ruins and desert sands, fighting through fire and flood, indulging in bravado and recklessness, drinking blood and urine day after day, never knowing if tomorrow would come. He had believed that suffering could know no worse extremes. But in this life, though his survival conditions stood at the complete opposite pole from before, the exhaustion and weariness of his spirit weighed even heavier than ever. Before he realized it, he already commanded an armed force of 40 people, nearly a reinforced platoon. These were no rabble or rats from the outside. They were well-fed professional warriors dedicated to combat training every day. Though their time together had been short, having already weathered the bloody baptism of the Great Riot, their formidable power was beginning to show. And this very force, in an apocalypse utterly stripped of humanity, answered only to him. One command, and they would strike; another, and they would kill. If a proper system and tradition were not established in these early days, the roots of future disaster would far surpass any external enemy. Boss, you called for me. Auntie Qi, wiping sweat from her brow and panting heavily, ran up from downstairs. Regarding the trial recruits you asked me to scout at the small market a few days ago, how's it going? The roster is mostly compiled, but it still requires your personal review. Bring it over in a bit. 4:30 in the afternoon. 40 rifle-shouldered personnel stood in 2 small formations at the community's central tent area, men on one side and women on the other. Standing at the front, Jiang Lei surveyed the scene. Though the newcomers brought a certain disarray, the force had already taken on an impressive, formidable appearance. After a brief address, Kong Shan led the kitchen crew to set up pots and stoves. All patrol team members, along with the leaders of each unit, soon gathered for the meal. The remaining ordinary members, having received their rations, returned to their quarters to eat on their own. Being able to dine at this communal table each day was in itself a symbol of status within the team. Dinner consisted of dehydrated vegetables cooked into rice, accompanied by seaweed and egg drop soup plus stir-fried pickled radish strips with ham sausage. Simple as it was, it could hardly be considered a luxury given the current circumstances. 3 large round tables were set up, and the sound of enthusiastic eating filled the tent in silence. No one spoke. Having checked that everything was in order, Jiang Lei returned with the exhausted Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin to Building 4 for a private meal. Jiang, isn't there another be made? Fan Rong's way of addressing Jiang Lei was as casual and flirtatious as ever, while they ate. Her small feet under the table kept wandering, sometimes brushing against Gwen as well. It's the biggest. Jiang Lei had long grown used to such little scenes, eating with a smile as he answered. Director Fong had been the one who trusted him the least yesterday. Logically, he should be the most anxious, but today there wasn't a single sign of movement. Rocket launcher, I've only seen it in the news before. I never expected we'd actually have one in hand now. Who would have thought that we could lay hands on one ourselves now? When the meal was almost finished, Gu Shuqin suddenly pondered. I heard Director Fong and the others have several bases. If we only have this one nest, losing one would be a big blow. Jiang Lei pounded the table and nodded. After the new recruits from each team have come on board and are roughly settled, I was planning this too. Have you thought about where to build a branch base? Not yet, but the principle is to head south away from the city. This idea arose after the briefing. Although the city is rich in supplies, it's too chaotic and dangerous. If we want to live comfortably, we must move outward away from densely populated areas. Ever since the feud with Lu Ming's Wing Tung escort, this idea has become more urgent. If a fight breaks out someday, having multiple nests would mean having back doors. To others, the hardest problem is supplies. For Jiang Lei, this is not an issue, but choosing the location proved exceptionally difficult. A base can't walk on its own. Once construction begins, if something goes wrong, everything will be for nothing. Hearing their conversation, Fan Rong expressed worry. Then when do you plan to go? Me? I won't go. Jiang Lei laughed slyly, spreading his hands. I'll send people over to handle it. We'll provide the materials, and once they make a showing there, we can go take a look later. It's just a matter of choosing the right person. Whether it was sorting out Zhou Xiaoxiao's family, locating Tong Liang's weapon caches marked on the map, or building the branch base, Jiang Lei did not intend to go personally. In a novel, these 3 tasks would require the protagonists to risk themselves for tens of thousands of words. But in reality, unless it's like escort incidents or briefings where there's no choice otherwise, what's the point of the boss title? He had no absolute defenses, especially now that he had enemies. Others hid in the shadows. A single shot could claim his life. Hearing this, the 2 women exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lei was still Jiang Lei, the king of survival. But for them, that was undoubtedly the best outcome. Jiang Lei swallowed his meal and sighed softly. On the Zhou family side, it had been decided to let Yu Jian take care of it. As for finding weapons, Jiang Lei's plan was Shui Songjia. He didn't lack people, but he lacked those capable of standing on their own. He was reluctant to send people out. The earliest batch of neighborhood-based team members, Du Hui, Shui Songjia, Yu Jianguan, Lian Shizhou, Heron Li Wei, and the late Chen Su, were all people who knew the landscape, had faced crises, and whose families were rooted in the relief group, making them reliable to dispatch. Later recruits were mostly single and less trustworthy, but these loyal core members largely lacked standout abilities. They could handle tasks with clear goals or follow a plan, but building a branch base required intellect, a big-picture view, and adaptability. Even if forced, Jiang Lei didn't know whom to send. Fan Rong tidied the dishes and stood up. Don't worry, take it step by step. People are forged through experience. This isn't like other things. If you're going to do it, you must succeed. There's no opportunity to gain experience. No. Jiang Lei shook his head. Once begun, manpower and resources would pour in. If it failed, the losses wouldn't be limited to supplies. The biggest losses would be confidence and time. Unforeseen events could come tomorrow, so the first branch base must be made to succeed. April 22nd, the 37th day of the apocalypse, temperature 41. 1C. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that the distant convoy arrived. Director Fong, in a gray casual suit, shook hands with Jiang Lei behind the wall. Director Fong, sorry for being late. It's all right, more preparation is proper. May I, being older than you, call you Xiao Jiang? Of course, by age you are the elder. After a brief exchange, the goods were inspected and traded, and then 2.5 tons of purified water were loaded onto the truck. Jiang Lei's coveted weapon, the rocket launcher, after Tong Liang personally inspecting it, finally landed in his hands. Everything went smoothly, but just as Jiang Lei prepared to see them off, he found that 4 water-hauling pickup trucks had started up and pulled away ahead under the guard of several modified motorcycles. Director Fong's vehicle, the 92-wheeled armored infantry, fighting vehicle, and escort, showed no intention of leaving. What is this? Little Jiang, would you mind if we spoke alone? Certainly. Go ahead. After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Lei nodded in agreement. In the community's central tent among the flower beds, Fan Rong personally served tea and pastries. Even rare fruits were laid out. Outside, the tent guards on both sides held half the perimeter. At 5 meters distance they watched. When the surroundings finally quieted, Director Fong reached for the apple on the table and found its skin glossy and red, still fresh. The usually unflappable expression finally showed a hint of astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Lei, deeply not simple at all. Flattery, you're far from my level. I don't have that kind of skill. At most I relied on past power to secure a bit of footing and a living. Director Fong isn't playing pretend. He bit into the apple, and the sweet juice made him squint his eyes with pleasure. That's also a kind of skill. Hearing him candidly admit to wielding power for personal gain, Jiang Lei found it hard to respond and could only offer a murky compliment. Catching a rat makes you a good cat. Those who survive show their resilience. That saying isn't wrong. At this moment, Director Fong is a completely different man from yesterday. At the briefing, his tone is casual, his demeanor down to earth, with no trace of hauteur at all. Little Jiang, what I'm about to tell you is top secret. Make sure there are no third ears and turn off any recording and eavesdropping devices. This isn't a scare tactic, it's on your own turf, and if the information leaks, it will be very damaging to both you and me and could have irreparable consequences. Director Fong's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly vanished, turning into a serious and formal tone. This abrupt shift in cadence left Jiang Lei struggling to respond. But as a former national leader before the apocalypse and a warlord afterward, he wouldn't risk coming here to toy with him, would he? So even in his own home, Jiang Lei still followed the others' orders, getting up to confirm the safety of the surroundings again with Fan Rong. All right, you can speak now. Jiang Lei's face hardened slightly as he sat back down. Don't rush. There's a second request. You must pay 5 tons of water as an information fee. Fan Rong, see off the guest. Upon hearing the other party's so-called second requirement, Jiang Lei rose from his seat, nearly laughing out loud in disbelief. Had this old fox forgotten his medication that morning? At his words, Fan Rong and the guard captain under Director Fong appeared together at the entrance of the tent. Little Jiang, don't be hasty. Director Fong, no matter what you're about to say, I'd suggest you keep it to yourself. Are you certain? Regarding Jiang Lei's reaction, Director Fong merely wore an enigmatic smile, leaning back in his chair with complete composure, not a hint of surprise in his eyes. Times are hard, and everyone is on edge. Let's discuss this calmly. We'll wait outside. Fan Rong shot Jiang Lei a meaningful glance, and at Director Fong's nod, the guard captain withdrew. Director Fong, I respect you as both a senior and a leader, and I've always treated you with courtesy. But if you continue this nonsense, then indeed there's nothing left to discuss. Little Jiang, you have no idea what I intend to say? Why do you insist it's my words that are off topic rather than your own restlessness? Director Fong also sat upright, his piercing gaze fixed directly on Jiang Lei as he spoke solemnly. I'll ask you first, can you produce 5 tons of water? If you cannot, you needn't see me out. I'll leave immediately. And if I can, what then? That means you can produce it. Jiang Lei rubbed his face in speechless frustration. Negotiating with such a slippery, shrewd old cadre was truly beyond his comfort zone. Let me show you 2 things first, then you can decide whether to pay the fee. At this moment, Director Fong's demeanor shifted once more, from that of a confident authority figure to a worldly merchant. He stood up, walked to the tent entrance, confirmed once more that no one was around, then returned to the desk and carefully retrieved 2 items from his inner pocket. One was a glass box roughly the size of a palm containing half a box of blue-gray powdery substance. The other was surprisingly a fruit about the size of a fist, pale green with delicate blue veins. A fruit Jiang Lei had never seen before. Let's look at this first. Director Fong solemnly placed the small box on the desk, then took out a small bag from his pocket. Upon opening it, inside was merely ordinary fine sand found everywhere. He picked up a pinch of sand and sprinkled it onto the blue-gray powder in the glass box. Director Fong carefully held the box and gently shook it twice. Jiang Lei frowned, watching the other party, repeatedly confirming that this old fox was not joking before patiently waiting for what came next. But this wait stretched on for over 10 minutes. Inside the tent, there was dead silence. The 2 men stared awkwardly at each other. Just as he lightly cleared his throat, about to risk offending the other party to inquire about his mental state, a miraculous scene occurred without any warning. Inside the glass box, that thin layer of yellowish sand just sprinkled on top suddenly sank slowly into the blue-gray powder as if thrown into water. This substance is called Qingtu. Any sand that falls onto it will sink to the very bottom. Over time, some of the gravel will even be assimilated into the Qingtu itself. Assimilated. Director Fong, hold off on your questions. Look at the second item first. Director Fong reached out to stop Jiang Lei's eager questioning, holding the unknown fruit in his hand and carefully peeling it from the pointed tip. The fruit, slightly larger than a fist, had skin only half a finger thick. Within grew snow-white flesh resembling coconut meat. The entire fruit contained crystal-clear small spheres, each the size of a fingernail, similar to pomegranate seeds. Taking out several small spheres, Director Fong placed them in an emptied teacup, ate 2 himself first, then gestured for Jiang Lei to try. Jiang Lei picked up the teacup, observing for a moment, then hesitantly brought it to his lips and slowly drew 1 sphere into his mouth. The membrane, thin as a cicada's wing, shattered upon contact with his lips and teeth, releasing a watery juice. He savored it gently. There was little flavor, only a faint herbal fragrance unique to plants with a trace of sweetness. This is called Bingwen pomegranate, a plant that can only grow upon this Qingtu. The peel contains abundant carbohydrates that can satisfy hunger. The inner seeds are 96% water, with the remainder being trace amounts of sugar and salt, neither of which are known substances on our Earth. Jiang Lei's eyes widened, his pupils trembling violently. He stared blankly at Director Fong across from him, whose expression was grave and solemn, as if he could no longer sense the passage of time. A soil that did not fear burial by wind and sand, and a plant capable of growing water. Combined together, wouldn't these two create the very composition necessary to generate the source of life? In just over a month since the apocalypse, reaching this dire strait was largely due to despair. Even ordinary survivors could envision that after the world's water sources dried up, even if the authorities and certain factions had stockpiled drinking water, they would merely be consuming their reserves until nothing remained. On Earth, all biological communities, including humanity, that depended upon the source of life, would face extinction sooner or later. Why had order improved so rapidly across various places just days after the sandstorm ceased? Was it not precisely because of those illusory hopes and that singular false yet cherished expectation? As for what shape the world would take when the next sandstorm month arrived, Jiang Lei, having been reborn, knew all too well. However, the two miraculous items that Director Fong had brought before him were absolutely not false. Where had they come from? What was the scale? What conditions were required to grow these Bingwen pomegranates? Could they be cultivated on a large scale? How much water could be produced over time? In the blood of the Chinese people ran an ancestral gene. When it came to extracting food from the soil, they had never been surpassed. His heart churned like towering waves. The surge of emotions was too immense, and for a moment Jiang Lei's eyes turned hollow and vacant. I understand, Boss Jiang, you have many questions, but I know no more than you do. Director Fong sighed, gently pushing the two items on the desk forward, and said with a frown. The 7 official shelters each have their own focuses: population reserve, scientific research. This item was obtained through my channels at the 3rd shelter. What we can currently confirm is that both the Qingtu and the Bingwen pomegranate are indeed extraterrestrial objects that arrived through the sky rift, not artificially synthesized. Deeper research is underway within my own family, but thus far with little result. As for everything else, I cannot give you answers. Director Fong, what are you implying? First, I'm selling this information to you to make some profit. Second, if you happen to achieve any results, you must share them with the other founding members of the co-union. Otherwise, everyone will turn against you. The same applies to others. Very well. Send someone tomorrow morning to collect the water. Jiang Lei suppressed the confusion and agitation within him. This information was indeed worth the price, for as a reincarnator he had never heard so much as a whisper of such details in his previous life. 2 lifetimes in the apocalypse, 2 radically divergent existences, and entirely different information and perspectives made Jiang Lei sometimes feel as though he had been reborn into a parallel world. The chasm between them was immeasurable. Excellent. From today onward, the Flying Horse Relief Team becomes a founding member of the co-union. All the details are here. Review them carefully and sign if you agree. An agreement completely different from the so-called membership terms discussed at the conference was laid out on the desk. Its content was quite simple, filled with empty phrases about mutual assistance and resource sharing. But Jiang Lei knew that the true purpose of the co-union lay in 2 unwritten principles: resisting official unification and exploring items from beyond the realm. The explicit clauses written upon this agreement could be violated, but these 2 unwritten elements were precisely the irrevocable essence of the true covenant. Director Fong, how much do the other families know about this matter? And how can I be certain this is not merely your one-sided account? All the agreements are here. Little Jiang, please review them. Additionally, secret meetings will be held every 10 days, with each family taking turns hosting in rotation. Unless it is a major matter, the head of the family need not attend in person. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lei placed the various agreements back upon the desk, drew a deep breath, straightened his posture, and said, I'll join. Welcome. The major matters were settled, but the various doubts in Jiang Lei's heart remained completely unanswered. For the remaining hour or so, their conversation consisted almost entirely of his questioning and Director Fong's impenetrable responses. Both the source of the information and the samples were obtained by Director Fong. Aside from Jiang Lei, all other founding members of the co-alliance had purchased them from the old man at the same price. According to currently known intelligence, there are basically no recorded cases of Qingtu within the urban area of Bin City. Various factions are now sending people to expand their search outward toward the counties and townships beyond Bin City, as well as the vast wilderness. At the center of the ice-patterned pomegranate lay a small blue, oval hard pit no larger than a fingernail. This was its seed. It could only be cultivated in Qingtu. The soil of Earth could not support its growth. This plant had an extremely short growth cycle. From seed to mature fruit, it required only about 15 days. During its growth, it needed to be irrigated with clean water and demanded very high water quality. Each pomegranate tree could grow to a height of approximately 1.5 meters. Each fruit contained 100 to 120 milliliters of water, and each tree produced roughly 400 fruits, yielding about 40 liters or 80 gene of water. Subtracting the 10 liters invested in irrigation, each tree could harvest approximately 30 liters or 60 gene of water every half month. It was neither much nor little. With careful rationing, a single pomegranate tree could barely sustain 1 or 2 people. But once planted on a large scale, the hope for human survival could entirely rest upon this thing. The biggest problem right now was that they had not yet found the source of Qing and the plants. In other words, they did not know where this thing had been discovered. Director Fong only had a dozen or so gene on hand, enough to plant perhaps 2 or 3 ice-pattern pomegranates. Qing's process of consuming gravel was slow, and like plants it required large amounts of clean water to soak the soil and maintain very high humidity. Director Fong, I'm at a loss for words. I won't bother with thanks and such. There is no need for thanks or otherwise. Across all of Bin City, you can hardly find many buyers capable of producing 5 tons of water. Given your strength, being friends is far superior to being enemies. On this point, Lu Ming's side has already tacitly agreed. As for the personal grievances between you two, that is no one else's concern within the co-alliance. Director Fong also rose to his feet, shook hands with Jiang Lei, then looked straight at him and said solemnly, I need to remind you once more that research into extraterritorial items is still in its embryonic stage. We know absolutely nothing about how far the official side has progressed. Therefore, this information must never be leaked. If Boss Jiang has any related discoveries, they cannot be concealed either. Otherwise, other founding members, including myself, will inevitably unite to crush you to the death. Regarding this point, please rest assured, Director Fong. I do not lack water and will not trade on information. The more people who know, the more competitors there are, and the greater the chance of unexpected complications. I am well aware of this. Jiang Lei fully understood the other party's meaning. Regarding these extraterritorial items, no one currently possessed the ability to profit from them. They were still in the exploration and investment stage. At this juncture, information had to be strictly sealed, though otherwise one would become the enemy of all who knew. Moreover, since the information and samples had originated from the official shelter, the other party must have already mastered the acquisition method. Related intelligence and results must already far exceed their own. Whether this thing fell from the sky or grew from the earth, no one knew now except the authorities. More importantly, the understanding and research of extraterritorial items were currently in their infancy. Once news spread, the officials and all the upper echelons in the post-apocalyptic world simply could not give ordinary survivors any explanation. The most hope-inspiring was hope amid despair, and the most despairing was nothing but despair within hope. By then it would no longer be a disaster of nature, but a calamity of human hands. Because of his water reserves and strength, Jiang Lei had been drawn in by Director Fong and became one of them. He must consciously abide by the rules. It was also in his own interests. Boring, cruel, and selfish. But this was the game rule of reality. Oh right, starting tomorrow, those forces that disrupt the order of our co-alliance will be subjected to necessary control and punishment. Since you just joined the founding team, there is no need for you to exert effort. Just send people over to observe and boost the momentum. I will explain this to the others. Director Fong turned his head, his tone casual and understated, yet revealing a cold and grim sense of inevitability. Thank you very much, Director Fong. Today counts as me owing you a favor. Allow me to repay it another time. He had anticipated this point long ago, only he did not expect the co-alliance would act so swiftly. Originally, he had thought this was merely a nominal loose alliance. But now it seemed that before the matter of extraterritorial items was resolved, the co-alliance possessed very strong, interest-centric cohesion. Those unfortunate wretches who would become tomorrow's sacrificial victims thought they could act lawlessly because the apocalypse had come and no one could deal with them. They could only blame themselves for being narrow-minded and short-sighted. What favor or no favor? Young people should have some drive. Don't learn our old men's ways. Hearing Jiang Lei's words, Director Fong seemed to adopt a slightly reproachful tone, yet the smile on his weathered face grew even brighter. He patted Jiang Lei on the shoulder, waved his hand, and climbed into the infantry fighting vehicle. My people will come to pick up the goods tomorrow morning. You can send a small squad to follow along. The other families will all send people to participate in the operation. For the specific process and details, when your people return, you may ask them. No need to see me off. Go back. Take care. After knowing each other for so long, today is the most I've seen you bow. Below the wall, watching the distant convoy, Fan Rong tightly embraced Jiang Lei and buried her face in his shoulder. Jiang Lei cleared his throat, lightly about to say something, but she gently covered his mouth with her hand. Assessing the situation and bowing to the strong. This is not cowardice, but a fundamental quality expected of those in leadership. My little man, you have grown. Everyone who relies on you to survive will remember what just happened in their hearts. What little man? How am I small? A man's focus was always different. Before she knew it, a cartwheel rolled over her face. Fan Rong looked slightly embarrassed at the gate guards standing immovably on the nearby wall and gently pinched him. As she was about to turn back, Jiang Lei suddenly paused, gazing toward the small market dozens of meters to his left, which had already expanded by 2 rings. Inside, crowds surged and sales calls rose and fell, reaching the point of shoulder to shoulder. Among the dust and sand from all directions, figures appeared and disappeared in 2s and 3s, gathering and dispersing around the small market as their center. Originally, he had only intended to use this place as a bridge for contact with the outside world. Jiang Lei never expected that in such a short time it would develop to this extent. Want to take a stroll? I'll go arrange it. Standing behind them, Gu Shuqin had watched the couple show affection and had been pouting in dissatisfaction for quite some time. Now she could finally interject and quickly leaned behind Jiang Lei. All right, let's go take a look together. Jiang Lei pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The small market had been operating for quite a few days, yet he had never come to inspect it before. Now many survivors already depended on this for their livelihood. The team's level of control was completely different from those earlier days, so safety should not be a problem. Before long, upon receiving the message, Auntie Chi arrived before Jiang Lei with two subordinates wearing red armbands. She examined him carefully. In the few days since they had last met, the old woman had grown considerably darker and thinner. Her wrinkled face no longer retained its former pallor and puffiness, but had taken on a somewhat coarse bronze complexion. Yet her spiritual state had undergone a transformation as profound as the heavens overturning and the earth shifting. Her gaze had grown far more piercing, and there was even a certain commanding presence in the way she surveyed her surroundings. As the old saying goes, one's bearing shifts with one's dwelling, and one's constitution shifts with one's nurture. People change along with their circumstances. Standing in the midst of these mountains, one may not perceive the change within oneself, but those nearby feel it most acutely. Within the entire organization, when it came to the number of subordinates under her direct command, Auntie Chi had merely 10 people from the external affairs group. Yet she presided over the small market every day, constituting a system independent of the organization's rules, and her indirect sphere of influence was the greatest of all, especially in recent days with the successive grand operations on Jiang Lei's side. The constant stream of carts beyond the walls, the mountains of goods being transported, purified water vehicles, firearms. The survivors, though unable to approach, were hardly blind. Watching from afar, they could piece together a rough picture. The rescue corps' reputation and prestige had swelled in the short term like a balloon being inflated, forming an almost unattainable image among ordinary survivors. The immediate effect was that the small market now attracted not only survivors from the surrounding area, but also groups from further afield, even many medium and large organizations, who had begun coming here to seek opportunities. In the brief span of this moment, a patrol squad of 10 had already emerged from within the walls, intending to escort Jiang Lei's group. Every single one of them was fully equipped with protective gear and rifles. All of you go back. Old Chi coming with me will be enough. But boss. The squad leader Guo Yin flushed crimson with anxiety. Du Hui had given him a strict order to ensure the boss's complete safety. If he were simply sent back like this, how could he possibly answer for it? Keep your rifles on your backs and follow me in. If you scare everyone away with those guns, what would there be left to see? Yes. The boss's word was the organization's first directive. Guo Yin had no choice but to dawdle as he led his squad back inside. Let's go. Take a casual look around. Jiang Lei gestured forward with his chin toward Auntie Chi, then proceeded with Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin, followed by Xiaoling behind them, walking toward the bustling crowd ahead. Boss, walk behind me. Auntie Chi frantically signaled with her eyes to the red armband subordinates behind her, who had been struck dumb with fright, while desperately trying to squeeze in front of Jiang Lei to slow his advance. What the hell? Jiang Lei lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to the old woman's rear. Why are you blocking my way? It's chaotic inside. Walk a bit slower. I'll send someone to arrange things. Though kicked, Auntie Chi seemed not to notice at all. She remained hunched over with a fawning smile, though her heart was pounding so intensely it nearly leapt into her throat. Jiang Lei had dismissed his guards, so her responsibility now encompassed the entirety of his safety. Having mingled in the small market daily, how could she possibly be unaware of the chaos and filth within? If so much as a hair on the boss's head were touched, she would either die or be flayed alive. Listen to Old Chi's arrangements. Fan Rong tugged firmly at his arm. As the organization's military might had grown increasingly formidable, Jiang Lei had recently devoted his mind to grand matters. In certain details he no longer paid attention as he once had. After all, a person's energy is finite. It was not that he didn't care about safety, rather he felt that in his own backyard being surrounded layer upon layer was simply unnecessary. Auntie Chi paced slowly ahead with Jiang Lei and the others following at leisure. Since the establishment of the small market, aside from viewing it from afar, this was his first time formally entering. The red armband subordinate from earlier had already darted into the market at top speed, off to arrange whatever needed arranging. The area, originally fenced off with steel bars and wire, had long since proven insufficient. During the morning peak hours, the market's foot traffic sometimes reached 600 or 700 people. Now wooden stakes bristling with nails were driven into the ground with bamboo poles lashed across them. In any case, it was merely a formality. Generally, no one dared to violate the regulations. The market had one entrance and two exits. Inside the brown tent at the entrance, a man in his 30s wearing a red armband stood tensely awaiting, with 4 or 5 others wearing blue armbands behind him. Clearly, they had already received word. These are all locally recruited survivors who help maintain order. Our external affairs group of 10 really can't handle everything. Besides, a very small portion of the market's proceeds is enough to cover their wages. Seeing Jiang Lei come to a halt, Anichi introduced them while watching his expression with some trepidation. Jiang Lei cast her a half-smiling glance. The organization had never instituted any policy regarding blue armbands. It was plainly Anichi acting on her own authority. However, he merely raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Water that is too clear has no fish. The manpower Anichi had been given was indeed somewhat inadequate for managing the dark masses of people before them. When it had first been established, there had been only 100 or so people each day. Who could have imagined that in little more than a week it would have developed to such an extent? There was of course reason behind it. The duty at the entrance mainly consisted of information recording along with simple body searches and screening of suspicious persons. Get back to work. Don't mind me. Seeing the survivors queuing outside the tent had multiplied, all gazing timidly at his group, Jiang Lei waved his hand at them. Yes. The red armband man from the external affairs group answered in a trembling voice. The blue armbands behind him were in even sorrier state. Their legs swayed unsteadily, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were acutely aware that their status was not recognized within the rescue corps. Not to mention the great boss before them, even Anichi with a single word could send them tumbling from their privileged positions as market gatekeepers back into the dust. How could they possibly not be terrified? Seeing that Jiang Lei had said nothing and simply continued walking inward, Anichi surreptitiously wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking to herself that this hurdle had been passed. Passing the entrance tent and stepping into the bustling crowd within, what struck them head-on was an indescribable melange of fishy, acrid, and fetid odors that even the blowing sand could not mask, so pungent that the group nearly stumbled. The smell was in fact rather familiar to Jiang Lei. In his past life, he had loved scouring the trading posts of various factions for goods. However, having lived in pampered comfort in this life, his nose had lost its adaptation to such sudden assaults. Gu Shuqin covered her mouth and dry-heaved twice, her willowy brows knit tightly as she said, "The population is too dense. We must make them pay attention to personal hygiene. If an epidemic were to break out, the consequences would be unimaginable." "You are absolutely right." Anichi ahead turned around and replied with a deferential nod. On the surface, Gu Shuqin was merely an ordinary member of the personnel group, while Anichi, as group leader, nominally held a higher position. But anyone with half a brain would not think this way. From now on, go to the logistics group to collect some disinfectant and sterilize regularly. Jiang Lei dismissed the matter with a casual remark. Gu Shuqin's demands, while well-intentioned, were somewhat unrealistic and asking too much of people. Bottom-level survivors struggled desperately each day, uncertain whether they would see the sun rise tomorrow. Asking them to attend to personal hygiene and the like was pure fantasy. The entire market was divided into 3 concentric rings of crowds. Where Jiang Lei stood was the outermost ring, which was also the most populous. No fees were required here. The ground stalls were haphazardly arranged, packed shoulder to shoulder. Whoever claimed a spot first owned it. Those who congregated here were mostly the lowest stratum of survivors, and this was also the most chaotic area. The goods on transaction were dazzlingly varied. Mostly a jumble of daily necessities: rice and flour adulterated with sand, withered roots and stems of various plants, expired medicines, practical tools for scavenging and lockpicking, rust-stained daggers and spears, the flesh trade, and even the buying and selling of people. The hard currency here consisted of various inferior beverages, like 3-in-1 and 4-in-1. A 3-in-1 of slightly higher quality was already considered a premium equivalent. Jiang Lei stood rooted to the spot, so the people surrounding him naturally could not move either. Looming around them, one could faintly discern over a dozen red and blue armband figures wielding clubs, loosely encircling them at the center while dispersing the chaotic foot traffic. Everything before his eyes represented the most familiar rhythm from Jiang Lei's past life. Every transaction here revolved around a single word: survival. Every action was undertaken to extend the existence of oneself or one's loved ones by even a single minute longer. Uncle Manager Mommy's waiting just outside the market. She'll keep you company for half an hour. It only costs 100 milliliters of 3-in-1. A slightly hoarse child's voice suddenly rang out. A little girl of only 8 or 9, her lips parched and cracked, her cheeks caked with sooty scabs, timidly clutched the hem of a blue armband man's clothing at the outer edge. A young girl stood about 2 meters to Jiang Lei's right. The surviving onlookers, seeing that the market's self-styled Empress Jia followed Jiang Lei with sycophantic devotion, immediately recognized a formidable figure had arrived. They swiftly scattered to the sides in alarm, but she, still bewildered by the situation, continued to ply her trade with vigorous enthusiasm. She knew the red armband members held her mother in disdain, while the blue armband contingent constituted the absolute backbone of consumption in this outer circle, so her objective was clear and unwavering. Her clear, childish voice, though laced with hoarseness, possessed remarkable penetrating power, instantly drawing every pair of eyes. "You little brat. Sell over there." The blue armband member she had addressed was a man in his 40s with a goatee, who had been brandishing a steel pipe at the periphery to keep watch for Jiang Lei. To suddenly become the center of attention made him feel as though he might soil himself on the spot. He hastily seized the girl's brittle yellow hair and yanked her toward the outer crowd. "Manager, I'm sorry. It hurts." His large hand tore at her scanty hair, yet the little girl neither cried nor protested. She simply protected her head with her small dark hands, murmuring apologies repeatedly. "Let go of me this instant." Smack. A blue folder was slapped across the goateed man's face. Gu Shuqin, normally gentle and refined, displayed a rare fury. Her luminous crimson eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her pale tender fingers trembled as she pointed accusingly at him. "Lu Sangyu, are you bloody deaf?" The first to react was old Madame Qi, who marched up to the stunned, still grabbing Lu Sangyu and delivered several merciless slaps across his face. Damn it. He had prayed fervently that nothing would go wrong, only to embarrass himself before the boss at last. Odd. Only then did the blue armband named Lu Sangyu awaken from his daze, releasing the girl and standing foolishly as old Madame Qi struck his face. When he caught sight of Gu Shuqin glaring at him with fire in her eyes, despair washed over his features. "Stop it." Jiang Lei spoke up to halt old Madame Qi, waving his hand to signal for her to stand aside. "Be more careful about your enforcement methods henceforth. This will not be tolerated again." "Thank you. Thank you, respected boss." Lu Sangyu snapped back to awareness and bowed repeatedly, his forehead nearly brushing the ground. He had feared certain ruin, only to be let off so easily. Just like that. Will he learn his lesson? Gu Shuqin turned to Jiang Lei in utter disbelief, her luminous eyes still glistening with flowing tears. "What else was I supposed to do? You happened to witness it today. Without you here, incidents like this occur every passing moment. He harmed no one and took no undue advantage. What more do you want from us? Should we treat everyone with polished courtesy, as though they were our masters?" Those who survived to this day in the apocalypse, no matter how pitiful their appearance, were by no means easy prey. A mere smile could invite a gaping hole in return. Jiang Lei, having navigated such treacherous waters in his past life, understood this better than anyone. I'm not feeling well. I shall return first." Overwhelmed by the man's unprecedented sternness, Gu Shuqin bowed her head, her voice choked with grievance. Her hands clutched tightly onto the little girl's fragile shoulders as her tears fell upon the child's brittle yellow hair. "You will not leave. You will stay and watch." Leaving those words, Jiang Lei turned away and continued onward into the inner market. Those behind him paused briefly before hastening to follow. Even he harbored some doubt. Had he perhaps shielded those around him too, while causing them to forget the harsh reality of their surroundings? Daily they enjoyed abundant food and clothing. His subordinates went to great lengths to please and flatter them, and they received all manner of dignitaries, Director Fong and Yin Yintong among them. Had Gu Shuqin's feet already left the ground, detached from the raw reality, to provoke such an intense reaction to something so commonplace? He risked his own safety selling high-quality dual-purpose items daily and carved out this small market to provide livelihoods for the surrounding survivors. If the enforcement process were not somewhat forceful, how would his subordinates build authority to protect them all? The little girl whose hair had been yanked never cried or threw a fit, showing no fear or resentment whatsoever, clearly street-hardened from long experience. This brief incident cast a heavy, eerie silence over the entourage. No one dared to guess the boss's state of mind or approach to soothe him. Only old Madame Qi followed, tremulously answering Jiang Lei's occasional inquiries with proper decorum. Beyond the outermost circle lay the second ring, a trading zone for more prosperous small teams and powerful solo operators. The wares on offer here were considerably more upscale, premium 3-in-1 water purification rice and flour, various sealed food products, medicines, broadswords, and spears, homemade bows and crossbows, and even those offering flesh for coin services had organized themselves in groups of 3 or 5, their quality noticeably improved. Past this area, entering the innermost tent district exclusive to large teams. Though occupying the smallest footprint, this sector commanded 70 to 80% of the entire market's transaction value. High-quality dual-purpose goods and even clean water were commonplace here, and shipments were largely bulk or luxury items. Occasionally fragmented handcrafted pistols and hunting rifles, big-ticket business, as they called it, made appearances. Within several tents specializing in such services, the women bore clean faces and decent attire, most displaying nameplates advertising titles like little internet influencers, JK-style maids, or noble ladies. The tent rentals here were not cheap, charged on a daily basis. After covering the blue armband personnel's wages and the market's daily maintenance, substantial supplies could still be remitted to the personnel division each day. Though Jiang Lei himself held such operations in contempt for ordinary survivors, these were precious resources. Self-sufficiency, however base, was infinitely preferable to bankrupting deals. The managers representing the dozen or so teams stationed in the market formed a row before the tents, nodding and bowing profusely in anticipation of Jiang Lei's arrival. After a brief exchange of greetings and a few warnings regarding market regulations, Jiang Lei took a seat inside the central market management tent. Old Madame Qi and the others waited outside. Fan Rong ushered in Gu Shuqin, whose eyes were still red and cheeks etched with grievance, gestured to Jiang Lei, and promptly exited. "Come sit." Jiang Lei sprawled carelessly upon the sofa before the desk and patted his thigh. "Oomph." Gu Shuqin sniffed, rolled her eyes, yet obediently perched beside him. "Are you upset?" "No. After the earlier fury subsided, Fan Rong had shared much along the journey, and Gu Shuqin had come to realize Jiang Lei's intentions. They truly had been shielded too well. This is a world that devours people. You need not experience it, but you cannot remain ignorant. The two sat in silence. Jiang Lei, breathing in the fragrance from her hair, sighed softly. Intimidation sufficed, but what more could he do? All humans possessed selfish inclinations. Could he truly cast them out disheveled and caked in filth to endure the so-called true apocalypse? Moreover, neither Fan Rong nor Gu Shuqin was the sort of woman who would sacrifice everything for the sake of false compassion. They had merely been spoiled by comfort. They say women with long hair lack vision. Can men truly claim superiority? Were they not all scoundrels themselves? If any other team member had behaved thus, Jiang Lei would have slapped them long ago. Everyone despised double standards, yet everyone practiced them. You are right. Gu Shuqin lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper against Jiang Lei's ear. I should not have contradicted you in public, especially when reason was not on my side. That little girl was indeed pitiful, but we cannot save everyone. Striving to preserve a path to survival for the greater number in the broader scheme. That is the proper course. Besides, once a crack forms, it cannot be contained. People are apt to push their luck. Do not make matters difficult for your subordinates. After a long while, Gu Shuqin walked out of the tent with a flushed face under Fan Rong's teasing gaze, though Jiang Lei did not follow her out. Lao Chi, your boss is calling you inside. Here. Not far away, Chi Dama, who was busy with her subordinates, rushed into the tent in a frantic rush, as if her pants were on fire the moment she heard Gu Shuqin's voice. Before the coffee table, Jiang Lei waved a sheet of white paper and said, the list of 30 people you gave me a couple of days ago has been fully approved. Gather them over the next few days and send them to the personnel department to report. Aside from personal belongings, they are not allowed to bring any luggage. Furthermore, start scouting for a backup list. Yes, sir. Chi Dama suppressed the wild joy in her heart, nodding heavily as she answered in a loud voice. The position of supervisor of the small market was considered a prominent figure in the eyes of ordinary survivors, but within the team it carried very little presence. But if she held the authority to recruit newcomers in her hands, the status of the foreign affairs group would become vastly different, a fact she understood all too well. From Jiang Lei's perspective, his reason for doing this was simple. Chi Dama had executed the job flawlessly. Although the list of probationary members she submitted contained only 30 people, the quality was exceptionally high, far exceeding Jiang Lei's expectations. Among them, veterans and active duty soldiers accounted for 8 people. Though there were no officers, it was nearly a third of the total count. Additionally, there were 6 individuals with specialized skills in vehicles mechanics and electricity, and remarkably, even a PhD in bioinformatics from the Bincher Institute of Technology. This was an unexpected, pleasant surprise. In the eyes of others, a PhD in biology was utterly useless, but Jiang Lei, who possessed intelligence on otherworldly items, paid immense attention to this Dr. Wu. He even planned to establish a new department for him after further evaluation. The remaining candidates were all strong, honest young men from the lower to middle-class labor force who had passed numerous tests under Chi Dama, perfectly aligning with Jiang Lei's usual hiring preferences. While this was partly due to many survivors wandering from the city center being drafted, Chi Dama's own capabilities were undeniable. Consequently, Jiang Lei made a rare exception by making no modifications whatsoever, approving all 30 candidates. Of course, among them 3 personal additions, including Yao Qi, were slipped in completely unnoticed by Jiang Lei. These 3 were all shapely young and beautiful women, either beauty influencers or print models. According to the team's needs, they were utterly useless, but Chi Dama had sugar-coated their profiles and quietly smuggled them onto the list. The old woman had always been obsessed with becoming the manager of Jiang Lei's harem. She never fully trusted her own abilities or authority, always leaving herself a retreat through the dynamics of male-female relationships. That's all for official business. What Shuqin said just now was right. Have your subordinates pay more attention in the future. When dealing with the elderly, young, sick, or disabled, offer whatever care you can. Understood. Chi Dama bowed and scraped as she followed behind Jiang Lei. Having grown wise with age, she naturally understood her boss's protective intentions. She knew such words were merely to be heard, not strictly enforced. Also, regarding your personal conduct, don't make it too outrageous. Since Jiang Lei arrived at the tent, the 2 or 3 blue armbands who came in to serve tea and water were all handsome, sturdy young men who kept casting flirtatious glances at Chi Dama, making it obvious their relationships were anything but ordinary. Ahem. My apologies, boss. Chi Dama cleared her throat awkwardly and gave a low, blushing response. Her loose personal conduct was already a semi-open secret throughout the market. In the face of survival, trading one's dignity and body was hardly a difficult choice. In this regard, men and women were no different. Aside from the 2 blue armbands Jiang Lei had just seen, she had many other messy, absurd flings. In this agonizing apocalypse, most survivors were highly open-minded about such matters, or rather it should be called indifference. With no guarantee of surviving until tomorrow, enjoying the moment was paramount. As long as the parties involved were willing, outsiders had no right to judge. Ask no questions. If asked, it was entirely voluntary. Although she never took these matters to heart, Dama still felt a long-lost embarrassment and bashfulness in front of her boss. With Jiang Lei's authority, he could have strictly forbidden it, but there was truly no need. On April 23rd, the 38th day of the apocalypse, the temperature was 36.2 C. After a succession of scorching days over 40 C since the end of the world, it suddenly cooled down significantly today, fostering a bit more confidence in the illusion that the world was turning for the better among the oblivious masses. Just past 6:45, successive roars of engines echoed from the distance beyond the front wall of the FIMA community. The iron gates swung open, and 2 squads of armed patrol members filed out, dispersing to secure the perimeter. Inside the small market, the ragged and grimy survivors watched the spectacle from a distance, their necks shrunk in awe and fear. The convoy sent by Director Fong today was exceptionally formidable, boasting not only a large number of personnel and vehicles, but also state-of-the-art equipment. They were equipped with fully loaded helmets, tactical gear, bulletproof vests, grenades, brand new Type 191 rifles, a total of 5 light and heavy machine guns, and remarkably, even a Type 87B grenade launcher mounted atop a modified Lynx all-terrain vehicle. This convoy of dozens of men radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. While it opened the eyes of the survivors around the small market, it also made Jiang Lei's mouth water with envy. Today, Director Fong did not show up in person. The one negotiating with Jiang Lei was a beautiful, stunningly curvaceous female officer in her early 20s. Who would have thought that old fellow in his 60s knew how to enjoy himself so well? After verifying the 5 tons of water and loading them onto the trucks, Jiang Lei dispatched 6 fully armed patrol members led by Du Hui and Guo Yunxi, who set off alongside them on 3 modified motorcycles. Once the convoy entered Jinghua Avenue, they split into 2 routes. One was to transport the water back to Director Fong's stronghold, while the other was to head to the assembly point and await the arrival of armed forces from the other factions. Once assembled, the 6 founding members of the Gonglian coalition would pay friendly visits and exchanges door-to-door to all the ranked teams in the southeastern part of the Pingtai district that had failed to respond to the assembly. For this operation, the leaders of the other 5 factions would not be present. The temporary commander-in-chief was none other than Jiang Lei's old rival Lu Ming, who was also the only one among the 6 chiefs with military experience. However, Jiang Lei was not worried about him playing any tricks. This operation was a crucial show of force involving all the high-ranking members of the Gonglian coalition. He had only sent a 6-man observation group, so any actual fighting would never fall on them. Besides, Director Fong had already given his guarantee, so Lu Ming likely wouldn't seek trouble over this matter. At 8:30 in the evening, the sky had turned completely dark and the temperature began to rise. Although the falling sand from the sky had thinned to almost nothing, the howling gales whipped up the gravel on the ground, still blowing the entire world into a chaotic haze. The roar of engines drew closer from afar as 3 beams of light pierced through the dust-laden darkness, appearing before them like sharp swords. The guards on the wall quickly turned on the electric megaphones, playing recorded warnings, while the light blue anti-fog searchlights on the high watchtowers on both sides of the buildings were switched on simultaneously. Covered in dust and wearing exhausted expressions, the 6 individuals had their identities verified, and without even having time to clean up or rest, were immediately brought before Jiang Lei. Half an hour later, Du Hui and Guo Yunxi walked out of room 702 and descended the stairwell to their quarters on the 2nd floor. Jiang Lei sat in the brightly lit living room alongside Fan Rong and Gu Shuqing, teacups in hand, a silent stillness hanging in the air. None of them spoke a word. Judging from their account, the day's events could only be described as utterly spectacular. The 8 major civilian strongholds, all entrenched in large-scale buildings with fortified defenses of their own, held a distinct geographical advantage over the Pegasus Relief Corps, which had originated from a residential compound. Aside from their inferior weaponry, these groups held every territorial card. Yet even so, before the combined might of 6, 5 to be precise, of the Federation's high command, they crumbled like clay chickens and ceramic dogs slaughtered with contemptuous ease. In the end, 3 surrendered personnel and stockpiles in abundance, coerced into signing compliance pacts that allowed them to cling to a miserable existence. The remaining 5 were utterly annihilated. The 2 who dared resist most fiercely, some 150 souls in total, were spared neither root nor branch. The others saw their entire leadership wiped out, while their mid and lower-level members were seized and stripped bare. Weapons, supplies, talent, women, all were divided into 6 portions and devoured without remainder. According to Du Hui's account, he too had inexplicably received a share. Though he had contributed nothing to the battle, and certainly received the smallest portion, it was still something gained for free. Lacking suitable transport, the spoils had been temporarily stored with Director Fong and would be delivered the following day. Over 300 armed combatants, not to mention service rifles and sniper rifles. Countless support weapons including heavy and light machine guns, grenade launchers, TNT explosives, and rocket launchers. Most outrageous of all was that flamboyant young Master Ma Hao, who had actually had his men haul in a Type 63 to 160mm mortar. With this level of strength, they could stand their ground against any one of the other 6 official bases in the city, second only to the Bin City. No. One shelter base. No wonder Director Fong had been willing to sell the rocket launcher to Jiang Lei. The man wasn't blinded by greed, he simply possessed the reserves to spare. What ordinary people viewed as devastating weaponry was to them rather ordinary. If the price was right, why refuse the sale? Had Jiang Lei not made his display of wealth, producing purified water by the literal ton, leaving each faction unable to gauge his true depths, and had those factions not harbored their own petty grudges against one another, the Pegasus Relief Corps would likely now share the same fate as these unfortunate groups. Civilian factions, clairvoyant groups, official powers, military forces. Apart from rare exceptions like the Lofu supermarket, the latter three stood in stark contrast to the former, the disparities between them as vast as an impassable chasm. Yet in this shattered world, if one measured purely by survivor numbers, ordinary people and civilian factions accounted for at least 90% of the total. Fairness in the aftermath of the apocalypse had grown more unattainable than it ever was in times of peace. Acquiring weapons and establishing a subbase. These measures had to be put on the agenda as swiftly as possible. Having once again witnessed the power others possessed, Jiang Lei, already somewhat paranoid by nature, found his urgency intensifying all the more. Wielding the Azure Realm, he could single-handedly sustain the entire nation's survivors with drinking water alone. Yet his feeble strength shackled him at every turn, making each cautious step agonizingly difficult to take. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. April 27th, the 42nd day of the apocalypse. Temperature 40. 3C. Boss, no need to see us off. Go back. We fired up the motorcycle. For iron gray modified engines rumbled to life with a low guttural growl. The 8 team members seated atop the bikes waved their farewells to the crowd gathered beyond the walls. After much deliberation, Jiang Lei ultimately chose Du Hui as the lead commander for the subbase construction, with Zhou Hairan as his deputy. The remaining 6 were all elite selections from the latest patrol recruits, chosen with painstaking care. Realistically speaking, Tong Liang would have been the most suitable candidate. However, Jiang Lei's trust in him had yet to reach a level sufficient to support such a critically important mission. When forced to choose between capability and loyalty, he ultimately chose the latter. Massive iron racks had been welded onto the rear seats of the motorcycles, piled high with bundles of supplies secured in layer upon layer of strapping. The entire construction team carried over 300 kilograms of essential survival provisions, food, drinking water, and medicine. On the weapons front, they carried 8 rifles, 8 pistols, 300 pistol rounds, 600 rifle rounds, 10 grenades, and 3 sets of bulletproof vests with load-bearing equipment. Beyond that, gasoline tents, clothing, rope, toolboxes, motorcycle spare parts. Every conceivable supply that could possibly be loaded on was fitted out in full. Though this would severely impact their speed, preparedness was paramount, a necessary sacrifice that had to be made. The wide sand tires sank deep into the gravel beneath the vehicle's crushing weight. The wheels driven by the engine spun in place for several revolutions, kicking up clouds of dust that rose 2 to 3 meters high. Only then did the convoy bearing Du Hui and his team ride off, vanishing into the sandstorm within moments. The location Jiang Lei had selected lay over 80 kilometers to the south, the southern outskirts of Dingchuan County, once part of the Kazui Lake Nature Reserve. Sparse small villages dotted the surrounding area, not so remote as to be deserted, yet not densely populated either. The terrain sat at a higher elevation with rolling landscapes. Hills rose here and there, none of them particularly tall, making it an ideal site for constructing a base. As for the precise location and construction plans, those would fall to Captain Du Hui to work out based on actual conditions on the ground. Beyond this, Jiang Lei was of little help. Every 15 days one motorcycle was to return, to report progress, to report difficulties, and to receive supplies that were running low. The team led by Du Hui was already the last squad Jiang Lei had dispatched in these past 3 days. The first dispatch team had set out the morning before last. A 3-person group led by Yu Jian, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. Carrying abundant drinking water and a small amount of food, 1 rifle, 3 pistols, 200 rounds of ammunition, 5 grenades, and several machetes and daggers. This team had no vehicles assigned to them for their mission, took them to the Gangnan district in the city center, a densely populated area with a harsh survival environment where flashy equipment would draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, regarding the assassination of Zhou Xiaoxiao's family, Jiang Lei was indifferent to the timeline. Kill them if possible, abandon the attempt if not. He desired vengeance for his past life, but not with such deep obsession that he would recklessly gamble everything on it. Standing in the position of a team leader, such a choice would be unwise. Therefore, Yu Jian's team was essentially left to operate freely. If the mission dragged on, they would need to figure out their own supply replenishment. The second dispatch team was a 4-person squad led by Shui Songjie, equipped with 2 motorcycles. The team members included Guo Yunxi, Guo Yan, and Li Wei, all veteran members most loyal to Jiang Lei. Their mission was of paramount importance. They were to travel over 100 kilometers to the southeast to Jiming Mountain in Bangu Estuary Town to locate a weapons storage site based on the markings Tong Liang had noted on the map. The surrounding area was flat and open, a semi-desert expanse even before the apocalypse, once used by the military as the largest field training ground in Bin City. After it was decommissioned, perhaps driven by the impulse to put it to good use, the site had been repurposed as a weapons testing ground with an added destruction center. This was Jiang Lei's target. In the early days of the apocalypse, before the military disbanded its forces, it had processed most weapons storage sites, either transferring and hiding the arms or destroying them on site. Therefore, the openly known garrisons, police stations, and armories were unlikely to still contain weapons. Even if they did, Jiang Lei would not be the one to claim them. But such weapons destruction centers, according to Tong Liang's account, were sites of certain gray market dealings, generally the resale of outdated secondhand weapons. Entirely different from how Director Fong and his people handled weapons transactions, these operators accepted virtually anyone willing to deal in anything. After all, if they only sold light arms, what value would the worn-out secondhand goods shipped to the destruction center truly hold? Jiang Lei's plan was to have Xue Songjia's team first scout the situation. Should they discover anything, they were to immediately return and report. Thereafter, he would need to make a personal trip using the Azure Realm to transport all the weapons back. If the weapons had been corroded by the miasma, or if other complications arose, the entire team was to return and regroup. They would then proceed from nearer to farther points, investigating the other marked locations on the map. The 3 dispatched squads, comprising a total of 15 people, had essentially swept up all of Jiang Lei's most loyal veteran members in one fell swoop. The supplies expended were a mere trifle to him. But more than 10 rifles, over 10 pistols, nearly 20 grenades, over 1,500 rounds of ammunition, and all 6 motorcycles driven out. These losses still cut to the bone. After seeing off Du Hui and his group, Jiang Lei returned to the central tent and summoned the 2 interim captains currently remaining behind. Patrol Team 1, now reduced to just 8 members, was temporarily led by Tong Liang, while Patrol Team 2, with 17 members, was commanded by a team member named He Xue. She was 26 years old with an ordinary appearance, but had previously worked as a fitness instructor. Her physique was exceptionally muscular, fitting the tough yet feminine type, with tremendous athletic ability. She was among the original group transferred from Zhong Ziwen's side, barely qualifying as a veteran member. Perhaps due to their shared passion for fitness, she and Gui Yunxi had grown close like sisters, which is why Gui Yunxi had nominated her for deputy captain. With Gui Yunxi deployed externally this time, He Xue had been recommended to step up and temporarily lead Team 2. Due to the external deployment mission, Patrol Team 1, which had been nearly drained of male personnel, was critically understaffed. Aside from training, they served only as a reserve force for emergencies, while daily gate duty at the front and rear fell to Team 2. Until the 3 external squadrons returned, Jiang Lei's forces would consist primarily of female combat personnel. After a few words of encouragement, Jiang Lei dismissed the 2 captains. New leaders would inevitably need a period of adjustment, and he could only hope they would settle into their roles quickly. After seeing off the 2 interim captains, Jiang Lei met with Fan Rong. At Anticheese Inn, 30 probationary new members had been assembled outside the walls where the medical team was conducting basic health checks and sanitation. This afternoon, they would enter Fima residential compound to register their details and formally join the team. It was nearly noon now. Jiang Lei needed to prepare himself and make a brief appearance before the new members to establish his presence. Inhale deeply, tighten your core. Raise your arms higher. Open your mouth, say ah. Inside the walls at the entrance checkpoint, several tables and chairs had been set up. At each table sat a nurse in a white coat wielding stethoscopes and tongue depressors, examining a group of ragged survivors whose eyes burned with excitement, curiosity, and fear. Yao Qi sat in the chair, secretly scanning her surroundings while the nurses handled her like a doll. She had grown weary of the sights outside the wall. Today marked her first time seeing inside Fima residential compound. It was so clean. There was no sand on the ground here. Blood pressure 130/84. Heart rate 86. Normal. Mild malnutrition accompanied by skin dryness, pharyngitis, cracked corneas, and other symptoms of prolonged dehydration. Overall condition is basically healthy. The nurse covered Yao Qi's chest, calling out her examination results while a young man at the desk scribbled notes without looking up. After finishing, he kept the original and handed the carbon copy from beneath the paper to Yao Qi, 20 meters ahead, the red tent. Give this to the person in charge at the entrance, then follow instructions. Thank you. Yao Qi stood up, offered a timid little bow, and walked toward where she had been directed. One red tent and one blue tent stood side by side. A few young women waited in line at the red tent, while several men gathered near the blue one. Documents. Since there were not many people, Yao Qi's turn came quickly. The plump woman at the entrance held out her hand without expression. Handing over the carbon copy, Yao Qi waited a moment before the woman handed her a rough wooden token with the large number 19 carved into it. Go on in. Lifting the tent flap and stepping inside, Yao Qi froze on the spot. Steam billowed everywhere, and the fragrance of shampoo and body wash filled the air. 4 enormous bathing tubs stood in a row, each filled with cheerful women's voices. Tears instantly welled in her eyes. A bath. How long had it been? How long had she not dared to even think about such a thing? Through wind, sand, and unbearable thirst, Yao Qi had struggled to survive until today. She had thought she would never have the chance to bathe again before dying. Snap out of it, sister. Hand me the token. A A young woman in a short-sleeved shirt beside her gently patted her arm. So, sorry. It's fine. Coming back to her senses, Yao Qi wiped her eyes hard and handed the wooden token to the woman. The woman didn't mock her reaction, maintaining a gentle, composed smile throughout. A smile Yao Qi wished she could have too. You're assigned to tub number 3. And I'm telling you again, do not drink the water. After repeated warnings, Yao Qi removed her pack and stripped off the tattered cloth garments clinging to her body, revealing a dirty, yet impressive figure. Now that's what I'm talking about, sister. You've really got the goods. The woman's expression finally shifted, giving a thumbs up with a hint of envy. No. Yao Qi offered a shy, somewhat self-deprecating smile. Over the past 2 days at the small market during the new arrivals assembly, Yao Qi had already found out what kind of company she kept. Everyone in her batch who had joined the team was elite. Only she and 2 other girls had fabricated resumes under Annie Chi's guidance. A purpose they all understood, well, hoping to become the big boss's mistress. Or perhaps his 5th or 6th, who knows. Without this promising physique, how could they have caught anyone's attention among the hundreds passing through the market every day? As the words fell, the venue instantly grew quiet. Yao Qi sat rigidly upright, repeatedly stealing glances at Gu Shuqin on the stage. What a stunningly beautiful woman. Her demeanor was gentle and serene. Even another woman could not help but feel drawn to her. She exchanged a tacit glance with the other 2 women. Every pair of eyes revealed surprise and solemnity. Facing competitors of such caliber, the pressure upon them was immense. Everyone is here. After only a brief moment, Jiang Lei lifted the curtain and entered alongside Fan Rong with his secretary Xiao Ling and 2 armed female guards trailing behind. The big boss. All the new members quickly stole a few glances before lowering their heads respectfully. Regardless of whether they had once been doctors, influencers, or soldiers, the fate of every one of them now lay in the hands of this man. Yao Qi appeared composed and motionless, but her mind had already drifted to another universe. Wow. So this is the legendary big boss. So young, so rugged, and not ugly at all. I wonder if he's formidable in bed. Both she and another beauty blogger were still university students, and both were inexperienced. Although they had read plenty of material, they had never put it into practice, so naturally, they were filled with fantasies about such matters. As for the remaining 26-year-old print model, she took the complete opposite approach. Fox-like allure, explosive figure, bold and spicy personality, and rich experience, willing to try anything. The 3 women carefully selected by old Mrs. Qi understood men perhaps even better than men themselves. After Ding Chuxin drifted further away from her, this old fox still had not given up her desire to compete with Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin. Aside from Yao Qi, the new members' first encounter with Jiang Lei stirred completely different thoughts within each of them. Everyone was selected by old Qi from the market, so you can all be considered half acquaintances. I'll skip the formal pleasantries and simply say, on behalf of all the veteran members of FIMA Rescue Team, welcome to the family. Standing on the platform, Jiang Lei calmly faced dozens of eyes without a trace of nervousness. In just over a month, he seemed to have cultivated this composure. After all, the fates of these people rested in his hands, and thus it naturally came to be. Rather, the large group below felt their momentum suppressed by a single man. Think about it, everything was in his control, so how could they not feel restrained? The team's rules and regulations will be distributed to you shortly. I also wish to remind everyone that in these times, breaking the rules can endanger other members and lead to irreparable consequences. I hope you will read, memorize, and strictly abide by them. Next, let me introduce the heads of each logistics team. After grouping, some of them may well become your direct supervisors. First, logistics captain, concurrently head of the personnel group, Fan Rong. As his voice fell, applause erupted. Fan Rong stepped forward, gave a graceful greeting, and then retreated to Jiang Lei's side. As the team continued to grow, rituals such as the weapon ceremony and welcome gatherings for new members were gradually becoming commonplace. Throughout the remaining time, every time Jiang Lei introduced another team leader, warm applause rose from the audience, creating an atmosphere of harmony. However, he mentioned nothing about the team's armed forces. For one, both patrol captains had been dispatched on external assignments, and their temporary replacements should not yet appear publicly. Besides, these newcomers had not yet passed their probationary period, and it was better for them to know as little as possible. After delivering his opening remarks and introducing the team's upper management, Jiang Lei's part was done. What remained? The more complex indoctrination speeches, rule explanations, and personnel assignments were then handled by Fan Rong on his behalf. Dr. Wu, come with me for a moment. Before leaving, Jiang Lei suddenly turned and beckoned. The new members' gazes immediately converged. Just as freshman representatives are singled out on the first day, this must be the top pick among their batch, right? Wu Chunxing, seated in the front row, hesitated for a moment before hastily rising and following with a trace of trepidation. The past month plus of the apocalypse had taught this erudite doctor exactly what it meant to be useless. If he had not been naturally strong and sturdy beneath the age of 50, he would never have survived to this day. Being seated in the front row had already made him uneasy, and now he was certain something was amiss. Why, among so many seemingly more valuable technicians, soldiers, and young women, did the boss single him out? He certainly did not wish to be sent away, drifting endlessly through howling sandstorms, making the wilderness his home. A weathered lone wanderer upon ruins. A romantic iron-gray man. Forget it. None of that nonsense. He was only surviving out of sheer necessity. Dr. Wu, hello. Let us reintroduce myself. Jiang Lei. Please do not call me Dr. Wu. Just Wu Chunxing is fine, boss. Outside the tent, Wu Chunxing bowed deeply, his posture extremely low, even servile. Only he himself knew how much suffering he had endured over the past month plus. Dr. Wu, there is no need to be afraid. This is a good thing. Gu Shuqin, standing beside Jiang Lei, offered a reassuring smile to put him at ease. Otherwise the conversation could hardly continue under such an atmosphere. All right, go back inside and help Rong. I will find a place to speak with Dr. Wu privately. Room 601 of Building 4 was originally old Mrs. Xi's quarters. Since old Ma needed to be closer to the market for work, she had relocated to Building 12, and Jiang Lei reconfigured this space as Wu Chunxing's workspace. Boss, you this. Upon entering the room, Wu Chunxing was instantly stunned. The former living room had been completely cleared and was now filled with over a dozen test benches of various sizes topped with graduated cylinders, test tubes, microscopes, and other laboratory equipment. This. Did the boss have some peculiar hobby? In these apocalyptic times, was he really expecting him to conduct research? These items were all pilfered by Jiang Lei from some freight depot, likely school teaching aids. Had he not searched deliberately, he would not have realized such things existed within the mountains and seas of supplies in this azure blue realm. Setting all else aside for now, Dr. Wu, take a look at this. Jiang Lei reverently withdrew 2 extra-dimensional items. As he explained, Wu Chunxing's eyes widened progressively until the expression on his face completely lost control. His brain, dulled by over a month of survival pressure, began whirring rapidly. Knowledge on the verge of being forgotten slowly flooded back into his mind. The newly established research group. You will serve as its director, receiving top-tier rations reporting directly to me. Among these newcomers there are also 2 master students. I will not micromanage the specifics. Your sole task is to study these items. Is that understood? Jiang Lei phrased it as a question, but in truth Wu Chunxing had no choice. From the moment he laid eyes on the extra-dimensional artifacts, leaving was no longer an option. Dr. Wu, seeing the man merely staring fixedly at the 2 items on the table, showing no reaction whatsoever to his words, Jiang Lei frowned slightly and waved his hand in front of him. Of course you may. Thank you, boss. Dr. Wu's head snapped backward sharply as though only just awakening from his own wandering thoughts and finally recognizing where he was. But let me be clear first. Once you agree, from this day forward your personal freedom may be subject to certain restrictions. Of course you may move about freely within the team. It's a must. It's an absolute must. I never imagined this. So that's how it is. An extraterritorial artifact. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. Watching Wu Chunxing in his delirious state, Jiang Lei nodded with evident satisfaction. To him, a self-taught intellectual who never finished high school, the current demeanor fit far better with his preconceived notion of a scientific researcher than the obsequious attitude from moments before. Dr. Wu, the current conditions are admittedly modest. Make a list of whatever you need, and when the opportunity arises I'll have it brought over for you. Right? Yes. A thermostatic shaker, a vacuum concentrator. Never mind, surely you have a sterile cabinet. The sample's properties are unknown. We must process it immediately and store it under controlled conditions, or there will be serious consequences. Jiang Lei shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. No sterile cabinet either. Would a refrigerator do? A refrigerator. Those are the current conditions. I'll go fetch it for you. Having settled the matter with the research group, Jiang Lei left the troubled Wu Chunxing behind and went downstairs on his own. He merely gives the orders, whatever difficulties arise are for others to resolve themselves. Those within the team who can obtain top-tier rations are few and far between. In fact, it's not even written into the regulations. These are distributed directly by Jiang Lei himself, and they are by no means easy to come by. Going up to the 4th floor, he found Grandma Huang, Wei Yunqi's grandmother, who along with 2 other older ladies was tasked daily with overseeing the laboratory and keeping watch over Dr. Wu and his 2 assistants. Wei Yunqi served as Jiang Lei's right hand, and Guo Yan was a core member of Patrol Team 1. Grandma Huang's loyalty to Jiang Lei was needless to say beyond question. She had long wished to be of some help, but unfortunately she truly could not be. Having now received her assignment, she was thoroughly fired up. Though they understood absolutely nothing about scientific research, if Wu Chunxing dared to play any tricks, those dedicated surveillance Andes would absolutely wear him down until he questioned his very existence. April 28th, the 43rd day of the apocalypse. Temperature 46 C. Before anyone realized it, nearly half a month of the sand-stopping moon had passed. The world, growing better that people had hoped for, showed no signs whatsoever. After these dozen or so days of observation, some clever individuals, or those with certain resources, had already begun making preparations for an extended apocalypse, or even the extinction of humanity itself. Only the bottom-tier survivors who possessed nothing at all still clung to their faint hopes. The Pegasus market grew increasingly prosperous. The reason on one hand was the renowned prestige of the rescue corps, but most crucially, it was the high-quality 2-in-1 mixture that Jiang Lei released here daily. The survivors were no fools. Although all were called 2-in-1 in the versions sold by the rescue corps, urine accounted for only 20 to 30%. Apart from a faint briny scent, it was virtually indistinguishable from clean water. It bore absolutely no comparison to those other ghastly concoctions with haphazard mixing ratios and untraceable ingredients, drinking which might at best cause diarrhea, and at worst bacterial infection and death requiring antibiotics alongside. Now water could no longer be obtained simply by queuing. Instead, daily water tickets of 100 milliliters each were issued. Survivors would line up to collect them and then exchange them for water at the rescue corps' official distribution point. This item was called the purple ticket, a little over an inch square printed with a simple sketch of the rescue corps' perimeter wall. On the reverse side was 100 milliliters, written in Jiang Lei's own hand along with 2 rudimentary anti-counterfeiting marks. These were more than sufficient, however, for most survivors currently lacked the ability to manually replicate photocopiers or quality comic paper. The reason Jiang Lei did this was that the number of bottom-tier survivors dying from thirst and heat had grown far too high. Recently, people had come from afar upon hearing of the place, and more were setting up camp nearby. He had secretly raised the quantity of water for sale as the purple ticket format was inconspicuous enough. In the apocalypse, human lives were the most worthless thing, and yet also the most precious. Whatever Jiang Lei wished to accomplish in the future, he could not do it without people. For now he acted this way because his armed forces were not yet strong enough. Once the dispatch squads brought back weapons, he no longer intended to keep up the pretense. 7:30 in the morning. Aunt Chi, having just finished the routine team leaders meeting, walked with a radiant glow on her face, carrying a thick stack of purple tickets. Passing through a chorus of fawning and reverent voices, she headed straight for the official tent at the center of the market. After the customary procedures of verifying authenticity and confirming the amounts, she handed them over to her subordinates, who would distribute them from the side of the market entrance. A small tent specifically for purple ticket distribution had long been set up there. The queue had begun forming since midnight, with its tail end already stretching to the residential community across Jinglan Street. Fan Rong held the daily morning meetings for the team leaders, but she herself also needed to hold a smaller gathering. Below her stood a great swathe of personnel wearing red and blue armbands. Some 20 to 30 people responsible for entry and exit points, order maintenance, and transaction management, forming their own little domain. "Sis, why are you so happy today?" Once the tasks had been assigned and everyone had dispersed to their duties, a young man, with an earring, a short flat haircut, and a burly build, whose features upon closer inspection bore a 3 or 4 out of 10 resemblance to Jiang Lei, gently massaged her shoulders. Is it that obvious? Even you noticed, kid?" Aunt Chi's weathered face bloomed into a smile, her eyebrows arching playfully. Before retiring the previous night, the newcomers had already been sorted into groups. Apart from the universally revered Dr. Wu, the 3 women she had arranged, Yao Qi and 2 others, thanks to their striking looks and articulate manner combined with the polished resumes she had fabricated, had smoothly been accepted into the short-staffed personnel group for internship. Their futures looked exceedingly bright. Beyond them, from this batch of newcomers, 4 electricians and auto mechanics had been assigned to the technical group, a bricklayer to the construction group, a small restaurant owner to the mess hall group, and the remaining soldiers and single men and women had all been placed in the support group. Not a single one had been dismissed. Once they each developed going forward, even if they did nothing for her directly, should they ever need her assistance, they would surely remember the favor of her patronage. Chi Xian's recommendation, would they not? This morning's meeting had officially announced everything. The matter was now settled. How could her heart not be filled with joy? Aunt Chi smiled and turned her head, seizing the hands massaging her shoulders and pulling the young man toward her. 10:30 at night. Within the Pegasus residential compound, apart from the alternating red and blue collision warning lights flickering atop the front and rear perimeter walls, the surroundings were enveloped in complete darkness. Upon the walls and the watchtowers on either side, the silhouettes of night-duty sentries bearing rifles stood motionless in the gloom. The fierce wind drove grains of sand against their goggles and helmets, producing a fine whispering rustle. Within the compound, the team members had completed their day's work and returned to their quarters, sinking into slumber. 2 groups of night watch patrol members, flashlights in hand, walked at a measured pace along their designated routes. Each building had to be checked thoroughly before they circled back through the courtyard. Before long, they would enter the buildings, once more repeating this cycle until their relief arrived in the small hours of the morning. Meanwhile, dozens of miles to the northwest in the city center, within the Gangnan district, in the dim living room of a 4th-floor apartment in an old residential building, 3 figures sat together in pitch darkness. Only a small flashlight cast a pale blue beam, illuminating the fine motes of dust suspended in the air. "Brother Yu, what are we doing tomorrow?" "Heading back." Yuzhe spoke in a low voice, his eyes occasionally darting warily toward the window and the door. These 3 were members of Yu Jian's hunting squad who had departed 3 days prior, and after 3 days of arduous travel, had only arrived at their destination that afternoon. The surrounding silence here was an entirely different sort from the peaceful quiet of the Pegasus compound. We're not going back. Eugene held the flashlight aloft, his coarse fingers searching across the map as he answered without raising his head. Gangnan District, Shangwen Street, No. 32, Quiziuan Residential Complex, Room 405. Sun Xiaoya on the side silently repeated the address to herself. The location is absolutely correct, but this central district of the city has already become hell. That old couple with a little girl. They may very well have already been devoured by someone, or have become one of the mummified corpses. The three had arrived that afternoon. After a thorough search, the entire residential complex was completely deserted. Thick layers of dust had settled everywhere, and every apartment door stood wide open. The bloodstains splattered across the walls had all turned a strange grayish-brown. It was abundantly clear that no one had been around for quite some time. I can't possibly report something like, maybe, or perhaps back to the boss. So what do we do? Sun Xiaoya was also at a loss. Setting aside the chaotic and perilous apocalypse all around them, even in peacetime, trying to locate someone like this would be an entirely futile endeavor. In any case, our supplies are still plentiful. Tomorrow we'll search the surrounding area thoroughly, if we truly cannot find them. Eugene folded up the map and heaved a soft sigh. He pulled out his phone and opened it, revealing photos of Zhou Yinming, Zhao Guyue, and Zhou Xiaolei. As old neighbors from the same residential complex, how could Eugene possibly not know them? He fully understood the sensitive nature of this mission, even if he said nothing aloud. The boss's trust and the difficulty of the task were tangled together in his heart. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not want to return empty-handed. But continuing to wander blindly through the swirling sand without any leads was certainly not a viable course of action. Fortunately, each of the three carried a large mountaineering backpack well stocked with food and water. They had to give it a try regardless. Search the surrounding area. Yu Zhijing's eyes went wide. Over the past several days of traveling outside, the three of them had greatly broadened their horizons. Unlike the atmosphere around Fima Residential Complex, when strangers encountered one another out in the world, now there existed not the slightest trace of trust. It was as though they faced an entirely different species. Killing, cannibalism, or bartering away everything about oneself in exchange for even the faintest chance of survival. People had long forgotten what bottom lines in humanity even meant. In such circumstances, one's nerves could not relax for even a single moment. The closer they drew to this central district, the worse the situation became. And this was already after the most terrifying period of mass chaos had passed. It was difficult to imagine what those scenes must have looked like back then. Though the three of them were fairly well equipped, their numbers were simply too small. In such a frenzied environment, there was no way to guarantee their own safety. Do you want to go back? That's not it either, but with our situation here, Sai. Yu Zhijing wore a mournful expression as he scratched the back of his head. He too had been rescued by the boss and taken into the team under nearly hopeless circumstances. If there were any opportunity, he would risk his life to complete the mission without batting an eye. But what on earth were they supposed to do about this situation? A blind cat catching a dead mouse would probably have better odds than this. Let's just do everything we can. There's no point discussing the rest. Xiaoya, go check the doors and windows one more time. Everyone stay alert tonight. Yes. In this apocalypse devoid of any means of communication, Jiang Lei was completely in the dark about the situations of the three dispatch squads. Any accidents or crises encountered by each team could only be resolved by themselves. April 29th, the 44th day of the apocalypse, temperature 39. 8°C. Early morning. Du Renping yawned as he half sat up from his bed, propped the pillow against his back, and in his half-awake daze reached out to grope for the cigarettes on the bedside table. After a few puffs of billowing smoke, the drowsiness of a sound night's sleep seemed to drift away along with the vapor. He slipped on his shoes, stood by the bed, and stretched with all his might. He dressed and made his way to the bathroom. Picking up the small bucket on the floor, he carefully poured out a little more than half a cup of water and made do with it for both washing his face and brushing his teeth. Returning to his room, he sat at the table and ate slowly. The taste of bread and milk for a man approaching 60 like himself had never been particularly appealing in the past. Yet in these times it was an absolute luxury. He had only finished half his meal when an urgent knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he found the young guard team member Xiao Zhe, who didn't even have time to greet him before urgently saying, "Uncle, do we got a lead on what we were inquiring about yesterday? The person is downstairs. Let's go." The remaining breakfast was left unattended. Du Renping seized the young man's arm and hurriedly rushed downstairs, his speed entirely disproportionate to his age. Du Renping was Du Hui's father, but this was not the Fima Relief Corps. This was a place called Chengdian in the southeast of Pingtai District, approximately 10 kilometers to the northeast of Fima Residential Complex. The surroundings consisted of a small commercial street. The site itself was originally a 5-story 4-star hotel building. With the unanimous agreement of the 6 high-level members of the United Council, a liaison station-style temporary shelter was established here. All member organizations could use this place to communicate any matters with one another. The more than 10 member teams below would also hold their regular meetings here every 10 days from now on. Director Fong and the others were all slippery and shrewd, none willing to reveal the locations of their own shelters. Gathering at the Carrefour supermarket every time worked once or twice, but over time Yintong grew unwilling as well, and coming to Fima residential complex was something Jiang Lei was even less willing to do. In the end, 3 days ago, everyone collectively selected this location, with each contributing funds to establish this liaison station and shelter. Jiang Lei contributed half a ton of purified water. The other members variously provided reinforcement materials, guards, food, and vehicles. In short, those with money gave money, those with manpower gave manpower. The process went quite smoothly. These small sums meant little to the various leaders. The liaison station was built in just 2 days and absorbed over a dozen survivors from the surrounding area to handle miscellaneous tasks and services on a long-term basis. Yesterday morning, it was officially put into operation. Jiang Lei assigned Du Renping to be stationed here permanently, additionally providing him with 2 guard team members armed with pistols to handle daily security. The old man had been no simple figure in his youth, having once mixed in official circles. He was thoroughly versed in the ways of the world and highly capable in handling affairs. On his first day of work yesterday, Du Renping quickly became fast friends with the representatives sent by the other organizations to be stationed there. He accomplished nothing else but constantly inquiring on Jiang Lei's behalf about purchasing vehicles, pestering the representatives from every organization until they were thoroughly annoyed. With the corrosive air growing ever more severe, everyone's vehicles were a finite resource. Too few was unacceptable, too many even more so. A single vehicle required several people dedicated to its care each day, endless disassembly, maintenance, and oiling. Who could bear that? The 6 modified motorcycles that Yintong had sold to Jiang Lei previously. On the one hand, the price he offered was indeed tempting. More importantly, Carrefour Supermarket could only scrape together that many surplus units. Beyond their own needs, the remainder had to be kept as spare parts. Therefore, in response to Jiang Lei's purchasing inquiries these past few days, no one from the other organizations had responded. Even weapons were easier to negotiate than vehicles. A car was essentially another jewel on the crown of industry, with anywhere from hundreds to thousands of components. Truly difficult to come by. But the turning point came quite suddenly. Last night, Ma Xiao suddenly sent word. He said he would introduce a remarkable person today. The other party happened to have business passing through this morning, and Ma Xiao had spoken with him in advance, to which the man had agreed to come take a look. The matter of buying a vehicle would rest on this person. Du Renping hadn't expected him to arrive so early in the morning. Hurrying down the stairs from his 5th-floor lodging, even Du Renping, who had always been robust and healthy, found himself gasping for breath and his heart racing. Age, after all, showed no mercy. Uncle Du, the person, is in VIP room 103. The young man responsible for watching the front desk in the 1st-floor lobby, seeing the 2 of them rushing over in such haste, quickly stood up and pointed out the direction. They were all survivors from the surrounding area recruited by the United Council to work at the liaison station. It was comparable to winning a grand prize and ascending to the heavens in a single step, so they all cherished it immensely and demonstrated great enthusiasm in their work. After composing himself briefly at the doorway and steadying his breath, Xiao Zhe hurried to straighten his collar and tousled hair. As the door swung open, the sight within left even the seasoned Du Renping momentarily dumbstruck. Upon a luxurious sofa sat a young girl with twin tails, her complexion fair as porcelain, her eyes wide and round as polished onyx, her bearing animated and utterly charming. She was clad in an orchid-hued school uniform jacket and pleated skirt. The exquisitely tailored white lace at her collar was adorned with a diamond-shaped insignia resembling a school crest. The girl's figure was slender and well-proportioned, her black over-the-knee stockings and brown leather shoes embellished with an array of meticulous accessories saturated with anime-inspired aesthetics. Such exquisite and resplendent attire would have drawn countless admiring glances even in peacetime. How much more so in this despairing apocalypse where ash filled every gust of wind. Accustomed to the muted palette of dust-caked survivors in tattered rags, Du Renping, a man of 60, was utterly stunned by the sheer impact of what greeted his eyes. "Sir, what business might bring you here?" The girl herself was equally taken aback at the sight of Du Renping pushing through the doorway. Behind her, 2 muscular men in black casual attire moved with practiced ease, slipping their hands beneath their jackets. "Miss Ling, please don't misunderstand. This is precisely the client young Master Ma arranged to introduce to you." The polished, elegantly made-up mature beauty who had been attentively keeping company rose hastily to explain. She was in fact the permanent representative dispatched by young Master Ma. "Damn it. That bastard Hao set me up again. I'll tell him. Next time we meet, he'd better brace himself. I'm out of here." Miss Ling puffed out her lips and tilted her chin upward. A strand of purple fringe styled with deliberate flair bounced playfully above her smooth, delicate brow as she lifted her foot and strode toward the door. The mature beauty representative was left somewhat dumbfounded. Just moments ago, all had been well, and now this whirlwind had descended from nowhere. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Du Renping could only venture an awkward remark. The girl had not deigned to exchange a single word with him before flatly refusing. What on earth was he to report back to his boss? "No misunderstanding. That bastard Hao said there was some tall, devastatingly handsome hunk with an 8-pack coming to do business with me. That's the only reason I came. He lied." Everyone present, save for the two impassive bodyguards, wore expressions of utter speechlessness and disbelief. Beyond these walls, survivors bartered away their dignity, their bodies, even their lives for a mere mouthful of beverage, every second a desperate struggle to ensure the next. Yet here stood a girl who seemed to traverse the world with spirited abandon and capricious whimsy, indulging life more extravagantly than before the apocalypse itself. The jarring contrast evoked an absurd melancholy ache in the heart. Then this is indeed a misunderstanding. The man you described as our boss. Oh, I am merely his stationed representative here. Disregarding everything else, Du Renping hastened to offer his explanation. Is that so? The girl hesitated, her brown leather shoes pausing at the threshold. Du Renping had weathered many years in officialdom and carried a formidable air. She had assumed him to be the one in charge. The fault lies with me. Our boss perfectly embodies every trait of the muscular Adonis you just described. Du Renping caught on at last. Any flowery pretense would prove futile with this one. So long as vehicles could be procured, surely his boss would not object to trading a little of his charms. Right? Where is he? At our base roughly 10 kilometers southwest of here. Do you know Jinglan Avenue? So far away. Wasn't that settled yesterday? Why isn't he here waiting for me? Well, this place has just been established. The boss's safety is of paramount concern. Perhaps you'd care to head over now. Forget it, I have pressing matters of my own. I'll send someone along to negotiate the deal, but regardless of the outcome, my people will photograph your boss. And he is not permitted to refuse. Very well. Faced with such an eccentric character, Du Renping had done his utmost in the negotiations. At least hope remained. The rest could be left to the boss. Wutia, take Pierre's sister along for the trip. Just talk terms casually, they probably can't afford much anyway. Remember to take the photos. Yes. The bodyguard to her left, his silver hair gelled into stiff upright spikes, his build powerfully athletic, acknowledged the order and pushed through the door. It seemed this Miss Ling harbored a distinct penchant for muscular men. Send someone. No, I'll head back personally. Hurry and go borrow a vehicle for me. Stepping through the doorway, Du Renping exchanged a few brief words with Xiao Zhe before departing in haste. The relay station housed 5 or 6 motorcycles contributed by various parties, as well as 2 modified single-rider sand buggies. After all, its purpose was the swift transmission of intelligence, and its vehicles could hardly be subpar. Yet none belonged to their own team. With the right inducements, however, borrowing one for temporary use remained entirely feasible. Just then the distant rumble of engines rose from beyond the window. A convoy of over a dozen flashily styled, garishly painted vehicles comprising Link's all-terrain cars, modified motorcycles, and desert go-karts had already kicked up plumes of dust as they sped toward the horizon. The entire convoy's armaments were formidable enough to leave one slack-jawed. An assortment of long guns, short firearms, and weapons both heavy and light bristled from every angle like the quills of a hedgehog, clearly brought along by this Miss Ling. Given the status of our master and miss, they would never have crossed paths with the likes of you. But out of respect for young Master Ma's introduction, I shall grant you 3 minutes to state your case. Within the central tent of Fima residential compound, Pierre's sister clicked her tongue with faint disdain at the crude surroundings. Fan Rong, who happened to be entering with tea at that moment, could not resist rolling her eyes at the remark. Master and miss indeed. One would think this was the late Qing or Republican era. Seated opposite Jiang Lei was equally nonplussed. The moment this woman had entered, she had worn that insufferably arrogant, punchable expression. Someone of this sort he hadn't encountered in ages. Yet within him stirred not the slightest contempt or relaxation. For ordinary folk, such behavior would simply make them fools. But Du Renping, who had arrived ahead of her on his motorcycle, had already briefed him on the entire affair. If even a man like Ma Hao was content to play second fiddle, then this party was either unfathomably deep or far from simple. People tended to stereotype these second-generation elites as capable of nothing beyond indulgence and amusement. But in truth, they had received the finest education since childhood, their daily associations and affairs carefully curated from A. Jiang Lei cleared his throat softly. This girl was young and rather pretty, yet for some unfathomable reason her mouth was so foul, as though she were incapable of speech without taking a jab at someone. And the crucial detail, she was not even the principal here, merely some manner of maid. As for whatever renowned club she had mentioned, Jiang Lei had genuinely never heard of it. Across both his past and present lives, the circles of these second-generation enthusiasts had been utterly beyond his reach. It sounded rather impressive, perhaps. My dear young lady, we have never crossed paths before, nor do we bear any grudges. I merely wish to conduct business and bring profit to your doorstep. Surely there is no need to mock me so harshly. I am not mocking you, boss. Jiang, if I may call you that. To be completely honest with you. At this point, Sister Chun patted her forehead, looking rather exasperated. She continued, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. The wares our young lady offers are not the trashy bare-frame modifications you see running around outside. We only deal in the highest-end products which you cannot afford. I have other matters to attend to, so please take off your shirt quickly. I will take a few photos and leave, and you will be compensated, don't worry. From her very first glimpse of Jiang Lei, Sister Chun had lost all interest. While he was indeed tall and well-built, he fell short in the looks department. He could only be described as ordinary, and by their young lady's standards he would almost certainly fail to impress. Thus Sister Chun merely wished to complete her task and depart. We haven't even discussed proper business since you walked through the door. How do you know I can't afford it? You? Seeing Jiang Lei being so obstinate, Sister Chun's long eyelashes fluttered, and she was almost driven to laughter by sheer exasperation. She replied in a sarcastic tone, Fine, fine, fine. You want to buy, is that it? Very well. Kiran, bring our catalog from the car. Following her loud command, the bald bodyguard guarding the door gave a brief acknowledgement and walked toward the parking area beneath the wall. Standing to the side, Jiang Lei wore a slightly peculiar expression. No matter how little he knew about anime, he had at least watched Dragon Ball. Kiran, she must have renamed her bodyguard. How incredibly absurd. After a brief moment, the bodyguard named Kiran handed an exquisite dark red booklet to Sister Chun. Here you go, Big Boss Jiang, care to take a look? Disinclined to argue with this spoiled girl, and ignoring her condescending tone, Jiang Lei took the booklet and began to examine it closely. Fiu L-type desert racing motorcycle, two-wheeled, equipped with a 550 cubic centimeters Raptor Type 9 engine, an F77 warm titanium alloy body, and Raptor Generation 3 custom sand tires. Winner of 5th place in the 2025 second Kabuki Desert Off-Road Rally. Dazzling, exquisite pictures and detailed specifications filled the pages alongside various awards, honors, and notable racers who had ridden the vehicle. Below that there were various downgraded military vehicle models, including the lynx-wheeled infantry fighting vehicles and small tracked all-terrain vehicles. Jiang Lei estimated that apart from heavy infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, they could probably manufacture almost anything that ran on the ground. How on earth was this kind of merchandise being sold in an apocalypse? If this were true, it proved they possessed top-tier talent, specialized tools and machinery, covering the entire process from design and materials to processing and manufacturing. She truly hadn't been boasting. If an ordinary group bought this kind of vehicle, it would soon break down under the assault of the corrosive air without professional maintenance, becoming completely irreparable. The crude and durable modified motorcycles, what she had disparagingly referred to as bare frame modifications, were exactly what Jiang Lei actually needed. Well, how is it? Boss Jiang. I'll buy them. Huh. 3 of these. Jiang Lei pointed to the purple motorcycle named K600 on the final page and tapped the table. Boss Jiang, you shouldn't say such things out of spite. Once an order is placed, if you cannot pay, our young lady's rule is to dispatch an armed convoy to collect. You had better think this through. I am not joking. I'm buying. Very well. The moment business was brought up, Sister Chun's entire demeanor shifted. Her previous arrogant and sluggish attitude vanished, replaced by the sharp, competent aura of a businesswoman. 3K600s. The unit price is 1 ton of water each, making it 3 tons in total. The world is different now. We must first verify your ability to pay. You can ask young Master Ma. We just completed a transaction involving over 10 tons of water. Over 10 tons. Is that true? Young Master Ma was very close to their young lady, so any lie would be exposed in a matter of minutes. It had to be true. Realizing this, Sister Chun sat up straight and nodded slightly. I apologize for my attitude earlier, Boss Jiang. You have truly exceeded my expectations. Before the apocalypse, mere wealthy upstarts would never have caught the eye of these elite second-generation heirs. Without power, influence, connections, and heritage, no amount of wealth was more than a plaything in their eyes. Some of these standards persisted into the apocalypse, while others had changed. For instance, a water-rich person like Jiang Lei, whether an upstart or not, was worthy of anyone's respect. 3 tons of water was not a massive amount in her eyes, but it was at least a threshold. Jiang Lei had finally earned the right to be treated as an equal by this girl. He wondered who the master she spoke of was. Could he be the leader of some official sanctuary? That would be rather intimidating, and Jiang Lei had no desire to attract the attention of such figures at the moment. Sister Chun. My name is Jiang Chun. Sister Jiang Chun. Jiang Lei offered a shameless wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. Ugh. Jiang Chun looked thoroughly repulsed by his awkwardness, her delicate brows knitting together. You are older than me. Just state your business. Could you help me manufacture a batch of ordinary vehicles? Just like the ones running around outside. I need quite a few. I am afraid not. Whether before or after the apocalypse, we do not manufacture such garbage. Jiang Chun gave a soft sniff and lifted her chin proudly. It was hard to imagine just how powerful that master must be to have nurtured his daughter's servant into such a charmingly tsundere personality amidst a cruel apocalypse. Please help me out. I'll pay extra. Jiang Lei felt as though he were coaxing a child. Although she was tsundere and somewhat arrogant, she harbored no ill intent, having repeatedly warned him of the severe consequences of failing to pay. Like attracts like. It stood to reason that the young lady and her father possessed a decent level of integrity. Or perhaps, given their strength, they had yet to encounter a situation that could not be resolved through sheer upright power. Jiang Lei rather enjoyed dealing with people of this sort. Novels and dramas loved the trope of the underdog overcoming the elite, often portraying those in high positions as insidious, ruthless, and terrifying. In reality, as long as you did not infringe upon their interests, they handled social interactions and interpersonal relations far better than ordinary folk. The lowliest survivors of the apocalypse were the most difficult group to deal with in this world. They harbored no other thoughts, and no words or actions could sway their resolve. Their minds held only a single word: water. These are the rules set by our young lady, who I cannot help you. Look into my pleading eyes. Oh, for goodness sake, enough. I will go speak to her on your behalf, but whether she agrees is entirely up to her. Thank you so much. Rom. Grab 2 cases of Evian mineral water and some snacks, and put them in her car, so she can enjoy them on the road. No, I cannot accept gifts. Aren't you being too formal? You call this a gift? It is merely some travel provisions between friends. Who gives such things as formal gifts? Well, alright then. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Standing nearby, Fan Rong's jaw nearly hit the floor. Having known him for so long, this was the first time she realized Jiang Lei possessed such a side. It completely shattered her previous perception of him. In truth, these were skills forced upon him by his past life. When it came to bullying the weak while fearing the strong, adapting to changing winds, and switching faces instantly, the survivors at the bottom were all masters, because those who failed to master these skills had long since perished. That's just 2. Watching Zhang Shun's convoy recede into the distance, Fan Rong furrowed her face, yet could not conjure an apt adjective to describe it. Too sycophantic. Jiang Lei shook his head. If it were possible, he would have even wanted to spend dozens or even hundreds of tons of water to purchase every single vehicle he had just seen. For the Azure Realm, it would amount to nothing more than a drop in the ocean. But the strength he held in his hands would not permit such a thing. Gritting his teeth, he had produced a dozen or so tons of water from his reserves to buy weapons and vehicles, enhancing his ability to protect himself. At least others could comprehend that much when they looked upon it. But if he were to conjure up 100 tons of water just to buy cars, he could guarantee that the other party would absolutely grow greedy. Moreover, the high-ranking members of the Federation, led by Director Fong, would surely be the first to come and kill for their spoils. No matter how composed and elegant the so-called upper class might appear, the apocalypse is after all still the apocalypse. But why did she have to take so many photos of you at the end? How would I know? Maybe she has some sort of rule. To document what customers look like. Bullshit. To document appearances, you need them shirtless doing bodybuilding poses. I truly have no idea. After these few days of transition, the trial team members had all adapted remarkably well. They entered working mode swiftly, their attitudes so positive that even the squad leaders felt somewhat at a loss. Just as Jiang Lei had thought during the early stages of the apocalypse, those who had truly suffered beatings were the ones who understood how precious the warmth and safety before them truly were. But in every pot of porridge there were inevitably a few droppings of rat dung. 3 of the eye candy girls assigned to the personnel team as intern secretaries had revealed their true colors within days. They simply did not possess the rich copywriting work experience their resumes claimed. Statistics, filings, miscellaneous disputes, errands. They could do nothing whatsoever. All day long they primped and preened, and the work that landed in their hands was a complete mess. Although Fan Rong served concurrently as the head of the personnel team, her main job remained that of captain of the entire logistics unit, so she was more often occupied helping Jiang Lei oversee the bigger picture. The actual work of the personnel team was largely handled by Gu Shuqin, who had already complained to Jiang Lei several times over these past few days. Furious, she sought out Annie Chi and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon her. Then the 2 of them quietly made their way to the personnel team's office at Building 8 for a spot inspection. Upon seeing that the 3 clumsy and busy girls in the office were indeed primped and preened, confirming that Gu Shuqin's words rang true. The young ones need more training and more opportunities. He also resented his own spinelessness. If he were the protagonist of a novel, he would undoubtedly be the sort that readers would tear apart without mercy. Perhaps they had all been eating coarse fare before, and now suddenly confronted with so much fine flour laid out before them, they had yet to learn how to choose wisely. Would they get better with time? To the question in his heart, the well-experienced Auntie Chi offered her answer. For men, things only get better after they've had a taste, and even then perhaps only marginally so. There was also the possibility it wouldn't get better at all. Of course, the above could only represent men with normal functions. As for those rare individuals pursuing pure love that had ascended to a higher realm, entirely one that Jiang Lei, as a vulgar mortal, could never comprehend. Out of selfish consideration, he did not punish them severely, but the necessary warnings still had to be delivered. Compared to their peers in the same cohort, the work attitudes of these 3 had become somewhat warped at present. Perhaps because what nestled in their hearts were other hopes, they treated the tedious work handed to them with extreme perfunctoriness. Even if in the future something were to happen between Jiang Lei and them, the woman he needed could never be a parasite. Someone capable was required, and additionally, someone who could perform in every sense. The joint tribunal of Jiang Lei, Gu Shuqin, and Auntie Chi unfolded in the adjacent room. After a round of reprimands and harsh punishment along with quota reductions, the 3 girls, weeping pear blossoms in the rain, finally snapped awake from the cushy environment of recent days and came to recognize their true station. Lao Chi, don't pull such stunts in the future. Me. Do such things. Isn't it all you doing it, boss? I stop. Jiang Lei timely stomped on the brakes at the curve, realizing that his reckless speeding truly could not outpace this unflappable old artist. In short, from now on, think less of this messy nonsense and channel more of your energy into proper business. Jiang Lei spoke these words without much conviction, for whether it was the market stall Annie Chi managed or the talent screening she handled, she had performed her proper duties remarkably well. At least until now, not a single mishap had occurred. What you mean is, as long as I handle the proper business well, then. Cut the lip with me. Get lost. Jiang Lei raised his leg and gave the old fellow a kick, then returned to building 4 amid the others' mischievous laughter. Hunting for flowers and seeking beauty, adjusting one's mood. These things should exist, but they could not be made to focus nor allowed to consume too much energy. He first headed to room 601 and made a round through Wu Qingqing's research group. All three had already entered their groove, having set up several small projects to familiarize themselves with the workflow. But the small laboratory had already been arranged quite impressively. The living room served as the experimental area, while the small bedroom inside had been converted into a storage room. Jiang Lei had also specially allocated a generator and diesel fuel for this place. Sauntering to the bedroom doorway, Jiang Lei, who had originally been wandering aimlessly, was suddenly startled awake by a flash of green before his eyes. See buckthorn, camel thorn, dogbane. Several transparent small glass containers affixed with labels cultivated clusters of plants within using sand and a smidgen of green soil. These are plants from our earth. I had squad leader Chi help me search the small market for several days. It wasn't easy at all. Wu Qingqing in the living room stood with his back to Jiang Lei, wearing gloves as he replied to him. But without oxygen, how could they? Jiang Lei stopped himself mid-sentence. Without oxygen, not to mention plants, even he himself could not survive, could he? With Earth having lost its oceans and freshwater, it had also lost the algae and forests that functioned as oxygen pumps. Logically, the planet should have become a dead land long ago. Don't look at me like that, I'm a researcher, not an author. Wu Qingqing, seeing Jiang Lei's clear and innocent big eyes glaring at him, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. But our speculation still has to do with the sky holes and the ghost clouds. Otherwise, there's simply no other explanation. As Jiang Lei listened to the man speak, the furrows between his brows deepened. Severing the world's water sources, corroding steel, cutting off communications, unleashing scorching yellow sand, yet still preserving the bare minimum for human survival. If this were purely a natural disaster, just how goddamn intelligent would it have to be? Gu Shuqin's terrifying speculation about cultivating goo, as things stood now, seemed to feel increasingly plausible. After wrestling with it for a while, this endeavor demanded massive investment, yielded unstable returns, and occupied an extremely long timeline. Were it not for the Azure Realm, a team the size of the rescue group simply should not have been playing such a project. After stepping out, he exchanged a meaningful glance with old lady Huang, Gui Yunqi's grandmother, who was guarding the doorway. Everything between them passed in unspoken understanding. April 30th, the 45th day of the apocalypse, temperature 41 C. At 10 in the morning, Zhang Chun arrived with a small convoy, simultaneously collecting a deposit of 1 ton of water. He stated that Miss Ling's side had agreed to make an exception for him, manufacturing 20 modified motorcycles for the rescue group in one batch. However, the fabrication team, having previously all been considered elites within the industry, harbored considerable complaints about crafting such crude contraptions, so naturally the solution was to pay more. Jiang Lei was fully prepared for this. So long as it was a problem that water could resolve, in his heart it counted as no problem at all. Roughly calculating from the start of the apocalypse until now, the water he had used had not even reached the 100-ton scale. Compared to reserves of 10,000 billion tons, it was essentially as if he hadn't touched a drop. Once these 20 motorcycles arrived, the Pegasus Rescue Group would be free from worrying about its vehicle needs for quite a long time to come. Back then, when purchasing Yin Yintong's vehicles, 6 units were priced at 1 ton of water. Already a very high price. After all, these things could not be eaten or drunk, and in this apocalypse those who could afford to buy and afford to operate them were exceedingly few. Yet Sister Chun's quoted price was 20 units for 4 tons of water, a touch higher still. But Jiang Lei did not mind in the slightest. In this world, being able to purchase what one wanted at all was already a blessing beyond measure. As for those 3K600s, Jiang Lei did not plan to give them to his team members for use, but rather to store them within the Azure Realm for emergencies. Should the moment of life and death arrive, he could mount one and bolt immediately. He had specifically chosen this model with optimal short-range performance with precisely this intention in mind. So long as he himself remained alive with the Azure Realm in existence, he could rise anew from the ashes anywhere. 23 vehicles in total, priced at 7 tons of water. This was 14,000 caddies. If ordinary survivors learned of it, they would likely regard it as a fairy tale, much like a dog staring up at the stars. 14,000 caddies of clean water. To buy cars. You're fucking stuffed to the gills and looking for trouble. But this was precisely the fractured landscape of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Jiang Lei had not known the upper world played things so lavishly, nor could he have believed such things could exist. Beneath the apocalypse, he had imagined that all people lived lives more or less similar to his own. 20 large white drums were loaded onto the truck, and the deposit could be considered paid. There was stock at the K600 Club, just modify it directly. As for those 20 steel tube showcases, Sister Chun couldn't be bothered mentioning them. For top players, the club, even pinching a would be more troublesome than dealing with these. So the delivery time was set very fast, arriving in 3 days. With Jiang Lei's various so-called useless trinkets as gifts, Jiang Chun agreed to help him secure the delivery business and provide a few sets of spare parts. A simple, almost crude contract was signed sealing the deal. Just when he thought it was all over, the other party suddenly pulled out a phone and showed him a few photos. Turns out the 20 vehicles on his order had selectable models. It seems they talk disdainfully about doing this kind of business, but their bodies are honest and the service is excellent. This is an unexpected surprise, though there are only 3 types to choose from. The first is a 2-wheeled motorcycle, the most common in the apocalypse, no need to say more. The second option is a modified desert go-kart design with a fusiform body that is narrow and elongated, seating only 2 in tandem. Its agility and top speed are lower than the motorcycles, but higher than most off-road cars. Although it may not sound as impressive as the motorcycles, being 4-wheeled, it offers enormous modification potential, and its load capacity is at least 2 to 3 times that of a motorcycle. No doubt Jiang Lei immediately ordered 5. The last option was a desert pickup, very different from the stereotypical pickup. After all, it sits in the same price range as the motorcycles. Its appearance was like junk welded from scrap metal. The body was small, weighing under 500 kilograms. Interior space was tight. Seats were iron frames with only a 0.6L displacement. The car's rust and junk aside, the 4 specially modified desert tires were the most valuable. Air conditioning and such were wishful thinking. It was the slowest and least agile among the 3 models, yet it carried the largest load and was the only one with 4 seats, its occupants protected by the metal shell, the most car-like of the 3. After some deliberation, Jiang Lei chose 10 modified motorcycles, 5 go-karts, and 5 desert pickups. He sent them all the way to the wall gate until their taillights were out of sight, and only then did the smile fade from Jiang Lei's face. In the past 2 days, he had been weighing the origins and strength of the master. There weren't many clues, but Jiang Lei could be sure that within the Yuji group, there were ranks and likely directly tied to their power, wealth, and status before the apocalypse. Those who can receive apocalypse intel earlier prepare sooner and have qualifications to participate in various official secret operations and access vast personnel and supplies will be the upper echelon of the Yuji group after the apocalypse. Miss Ling's Ryu Club after the apocalypse surprisingly retained its pre-apocalypse name, equipment, and talent. To say they hadn't prepared in advance would be impossible. When the dust settled, Jiang Lei went to the training ground to train with the team. The training regimen crafted by Tong Liang was better than Du Hui's. Besides firearms, physical conditioning, and tactics, there was also a daily half-hour lecture on military knowledge. The topics were varied, basically whatever he could think of, but the level of professionalism was extremely high, used to broaden the team's horizons and knowledge base. There was nothing better. Such lectures were something Du Hui could not match. Even Jiang Lei himself, except in special circumstances, would carve out time to listen, and he too found it deeply beneficial. The daily operations within the team were already familiar to Fan Rong and Gu Shuqin, who led the core leadership. Even with new recruits, everything was arranged neatly and efficiently, leaving Jiang Lei with very little to worry about. For him, the internal focus was simply on commanding the armed force, and on a macro level, overseeing the team's various actions and future safeguards. Across 45 days of apocalypse, the power he had painstakingly built finally began to mature from a stumbling, weak state. Noon, they had just finished lunch. Foot traffic at the Fima market had thinned noticeably. Stall owners, middlemen, and second-hand dealers, old hands who thrived off the market, had pulled out sun hats and torn straw mats, dozing in corners. Apart from a few on-duty personnel, the rescue team takes a 1-hour lunch break every day. From opening to lunch to closing in the evening, though not formally prescribed, the market naturally followed the team's schedule as a subordinate entity. Building 4, room 702, Fan Rong, Gu Shuqin, and 2 youngsters lay sleeping on the living room floor, sound asleep. Jiang Lei, just back from training downstairs, peeked through the slightly ajar door, pulled out his key, and turned toward his room 701, wanting to sleep for a while after a morning of training in the sweltering heat. A pink slip of paper drifted through the door crack as Jiang Lei opened the door. He pocketed the key with a frown, picked it up, and looked at it. It read, 1215 at the corner behind Building 7's back entrance. Be there. The handwriting was elegant and carried a faint fragrance. This was the 3rd time in recent days that he had received a door-gap note. As the boss of the rescue team, his authority and influence on his own territory could be likened to that of an emperor, though calling it that sounded unflattering. The reality wasn't far off. Whether inside the residential complex or at the market, whenever he moved through public spaces, women of all ages and appearances openly and secretly praised, tempted, and hinted at him, daily in countless ways. At first he was flattered, and sometimes when the mood struck he took advantage of it, but over time it became tiresome. In the apocalypse, the women were all sharp as foxes. Their goal wasn't to climb into Jiang Lei's bed, nor did they think they stood a chance given their lack of status and nerve. They simply hoped to cultivate some ambiguous relationship with him. When the decision-makers touched their own interests, Jiang Lei only needed to raise his hand slightly, and it would mean a world of difference for them. Of course, if Boss Jiang genuinely acted and dealt with those women on the spot, that would be a stroke of luck, but given the boss's discernment and disposition, such a probability is exceedingly low. In the entire team, there were only a handful of high-quality women with the capital and ambition. Age, looks, and figure were plainly visible, and people didn't say it aloud, but everyone likely knew. As for romance, what is that? Among them, the one who could slip a note to 701's door, Jiang Lei could already guess who it was. The only member of the tech group, who often accompanied Qian Shenglin up to inspect the generator and electricals. Ding Chuxin. Anyone else who dared to rush into the 7th floor of Building 4 without permission would likely end up dead at the hands of the guards. Jiang Lei took the note into the room, sat sofa, let the air conditioner cool him for a then sighed, and rose to his feet. When the first 2 notes arrived, he had pretended not. But this girl seemed relentless. Perhaps it would be best to say a few words to her face. Is Ding Chuxin attractive? Within the rescue team, only she could rival Gu Shuqin in looks. Yao Qi and the others were at least half a notch inferior. Not to mention youth and those other conditions. As a man, Jiang Lei did not want to uphold such standards, though he had thought about it. Yet the debuff of a mentally disturbed girl clung to her, and to speak plainly, it was a bit off-putting. What if during an outbreak, she turned violent and stabbed him? No matter how many times Jiang Lei struck her, it could not compensate for the damage. Some may say Yu syndrome is mostly self-harm tendencies and rarely harms others, but Jiang Lei isn't a doctor. Who would bother studying such things? What if? He checked his watch. It was 12:25 minutes past the time on the note. Jiang Lei peeled off his sweat-soaked training uniform, took a cold shower, and changed into clean clothes. By around 12:30, he crept downstairs. I'll go down to take a look at this hour. If we meet, fine. If not, then that's that. The corridor was quiet. On the 6th floor balcony, today's guard was the girl named Lu Xian. She had joined the unit just over a month ago, and everyone knew each other well by now, veterans all. Boss, they thought you'd long since taken a nap. Seeing Jiang Lei come down the long training had Lu Xian straighten her spine and salute with her rifle. Jiang Lei nodded, quickened his pace, and passed by her as he headed downstairs. Don't follow me. On reaching the 5th-floor mezzanine, he turned and saw the girl still tailing him. Lu Xian didn't speak, but her resolute expression and unmoving steps spoke for her stance. In the team, everything took the boss's word as gospel, except for his own safety. They must listen to Fan Rong and Captain Du. As a woman, she could roughly guess the other's aim. Nothing more than sneaking a moment with him, but that was none of her business. Since she was on duty at this hour, the boss's safety was her everything. I won't leave the compound. I'll just handle a few things downstairs and come back soon. Lu Xian's face flashed unease and hesitation. Not everyone has the courage to oppose the boss. Soldier Lu Xian. About face. Stand your post. Yes. With a reflexive response, Lu Xian gave the reply, and her face sank again. She pleaded then. Boss, you must come back soon. I know, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. Jiang Lei, making a shooing gesture with one hand, ran downstairs. Lu Xian pouted, aggrieved, returning to the mezzanine. Had she become compelled to help in this way? If Sister Rong and Sister Shuqin really found out, what would they do to her? Jiang Lei arrived at the back door of Building 7, peering around. This spot sat at the turning point between the buildings. Usually not many people came here, and the light was fairly dim, a relatively secluded corner in the complex. Carefully, he slipped into the hallway from the back door. Inside, it was dark and empty. Either no one had come or time had passed, and they had already left. Jiang Lei exhaled quietly, yet for some reason felt a twinge of regret. I've waited for you here 3 times, and finally, I waited once and you're late. Damn it. A voice suddenly came from behind the door, scaring Jiang Lei. He spun around quickly, and a slender figure stepped out from the side. A white knee-length dress, the shoulder-length hair swaying slightly, the features as crystal clear as ever, yet lightly touched with refined makeup. Clearly she had dressed with care. If you have anything to report in the future, come to me directly. Do not keep slipping notes like this. Lunch has been over for more than half an hour. You're about to head back soon. Can we stop going around in circles? The chance to speak with you alone is precious indeed. Her bluntness left Jiang Lei at a loss for words, and he spread his hands. What do you really want to say? Not exactly. Liar. Under her long lashes, her large glassy eyes fixed straight on Jiang Lei's. What do you really want to say? Give it to me quickly. Ding Chuxin pressed the words to his face. Seeing him silent, Jiang Lei simply met her gaze. I want to be like them too. Eat well. Drink well. Be in control of others. Such direct words left Jiang Lei momentarily stunned. Then he frowned and said gravely, do you know what you're saying? The team has its rules. After so long in this building, you should withdraw those thoughts. I'll pretend I didn't hear. I won't withdraw. I have what they have and I have what they don't have. No, you don't. Jiang Lei teased, tracing a circle on his chest with a finger. That thing isn't something you men rub out. If you keep rubbing it for me, you'll have it sooner or later. That's a talent, not something you rub. I don't care. In a few years when I grow up, I'll have it anyway. Jiang Lei sighed, realizing their rhythm had veered off course badly, and decided to speak plainly. You have a problem. Ding Chuxin paused, assuming Jiang Lei was cursing at her, but quickly recovered, pouting. I've been undergoing treatment for years, and it's been effective. I haven't had a relapse in 2 or 3 years. The topic died there, though they'd lived in the same building for so long they had hardly spoken even after the end times. The two fell silent for a long moment. Seeing Jiang Lei still silent, Ding Chuxin grew anxious. Are you afraid they'll know? That isn't the issue, though our conversation has never hit the point. Jiang Lei rubbed his temples, looking at her refined face. What are you thinking? Why rush into this so quickly? Ding Chuxin glanced at him and spoke softly. When would I not want to take it slowly? But this world won't grant the chance to nurture things gently. You would just take me along. Good grief, taking you along. It's like a kid playing a game. After all, she's 19. Daring to invite herself so openly to say such direct things, pursuing her own goal. Such a person is actually suited to surviving in the post-apocalyptic world. It's just not clear what she endured in her past life. Perhaps under extreme malice and violence the scholar meets the soldier, and such little thoughts had no chance to flourish. Fine, I understand what you mean. Let's define our relationship now and deal with what happens later. You still fear they'll know? Jiang Lei glared at her. Enough already. Don't go too far. Otherwise there'll be nothing left. You women, why don't you know how to think about real matters? This is the most proper thing for these two women. If you said that before the end, you'd probably get beaten by pugilists until your head was wrapped. Stop it already. Ding Chuxin rolled her eyes in disdain. Before the end of the world, I was the head of a large pugilist group. Those people spoke of equality loudly, but real heroines are in the military, the firefighting corps, and the workplace, putting it into practice with their bodies. Who has time to shout online? Quite a thorough analysis. You've got some insight. Jiang Lei gave a thumbs up, then said, let's call it a day. You're satisfied with the outcome, right? Focus on your duties first, and stop slipping me those notes. He had assumed the matter was settled, but to his surprise Ding Chuxin pouted her lips and said, you just brush me off with that. Let nature take its course. What if you ignore me from now on? I barely get a chance to see you alone. Jiang Lei was genuinely starting to feel annoyed this time. Squinting his eyes, he asked, then what exactly do you want? Ding Chuxin keenly sensed the shift in Jiang Lei's mood. Throughout their earlier conversation, she had carried a certain unreasonable coquettish tone, a natural advantage that women possessed. But she also knew that Jiang Lei devoted most of his energy to the team's affairs, and there was a fine line between persistence and excess. She quickly lowered her head obediently and said softly, don't misunderstand. I'm satisfied with the result. I just thought, now that we've confirmed our relationship, shouldn't there be some real progress between us? I say, Ting Ting. Jiang Lei's eyes went wide as he sized her up from head to toe. You've really never been through this before. Obviously. What are you thinking? I learned all that from movies. Besides, unless I'd been pushed to this point, do you really think I could bring myself to say such shameless things? Pushed to what point? Isn't life good enough already? Isn't this just desire and greed? Fine, I was just asking casually. Jiang Lei thought to himself, but verbally, he brushed it off with a few casual remarks. The topic of being untouched sounded crude when spoken aloud, but in most men's minds it should count as a bonus, shouldn't it? Lunch break is almost over, so we. Ding Chuxin extended her fair, slender hands into the air. After a brief hesitation, she firmly grasped Jiang Lei's large hand. Come on. Ding Chuxin grabbed Jiang Lei's hand and led him to the second floor to room 201 on the side. The door was wide open and the parlor inside had been cleaned spotlessly bare. Nothing at all save for a single bed with fresh bedding. Holy shit, you had this prepared in advance. May 3rd, the 48th day of the apocalypse. Temperature 42. For C. Another 3 days had passed, weathered through countless vanished lives and untold suffering. Jiang Lei found that his daily routine had gradually fallen into a rhythm. During the day, he mostly spent time with the patrol and guard squads. An hour or two before dinner, he would listen to Fan Rong's report, make decisions and finalize matters on key issues, then eat and go to bed. Occasionally, some minor diversions were interspersed, sneaking around for a bit of fun or visiting the small market to browse. But the larger blocks of time rarely shifted. Compared to his life in the previous existence, Jiang Lei truly didn't know whether living through the apocalypse as a shut-in like this was a blessing or a curse. But there was nothing he could do about it. In bits and pieces, he had absorbed a few more talents from the small market into the team. The total team size had now reached 171 people, the optimal headcount for the relief group at present, and that didn't even count the blue armband personnel and others who worked for the team indirectly. Taking on more members wasn't an issue in terms of supplies or water sources, but idly supporting people with nothing to do. What would be the point? Externally, things had settled into a relative calm. He attended a routine meeting of the United Council once where everyone just made small talk. There was essentially nothing of major consequence. The stagnant sand moon phenomenon had persisted for nearly 20 days with no signs of the world improving. The officials were busy with their own affairs and had no interest in tending to anything else. The middle and lower tier teams and survivors still lived in that wretched half-human state. Any faction qualified to be a player at the chessboard paid no attention to the broken walls and rubble before their eyes. Now everyone's focus was essentially on extra-dimensional artifacts. the key to whether they themselves, and even humanity as a whole, could persist on this planet. On Jiang Lei's own, the scoundrel organization hadn't made any moves even before the apocalypse. Lu Ming's eating escort, after closing that major deal with Director Fong and the others on behalf of the relief group, had plenty of ammunition and now even rocket launchers, and had been behaving itself without stirring up trouble. The three leaders of the dispatch squads had each been given secret missions before departure, to gather intelligence on matters related to extra-dimensional artifacts. The team's current armed strength was hovering right around the red line. New recruits and female members made up the majority, and training had only just gotten on track these past few days. The most loyal elite corps members had all been sent out. Apart from waiting, Jiang Lei lacked both the strength and the courage to dispatch any more teams. Such was the state of affairs, both internal and external. Beneath this seemingly placid surface, the undercurrents of competition between the authorities and major factions over extra-dimensional artifacts formed the dominant undertone of this period. Until this massive bomb detonated, all Jiang Lei had to do was steadily solidify the team's development and do his very best at everything within his power. 1130 a.m. A cacophony of engines roared in unison. Three flashy purple K600 vehicles led the way, dust billowing behind them, as dozens of vehicles sped forward with a thunderous howl that kicked up sand, forming what appeared to be an enormous smoke dragon gliding along the ground. Thud! A pickup truck plowed straight into a parasitic dry corpse that had burrowed up from beneath the sand, oblivious to its own peril, and sent it flying. The people in the vehicle couldn't be bothered to dismount and finish it off. The convoy roared past, leaving behind the dry corpse with its crushed chest cavity writhing and struggling in the distance. The survivors in Pegasus Market had become quite well versed in such spectacles lately. Every now and then a convoy would roll into the relief group. They'd watch the excitement from the sidelines, then turn around and brag about it to people from other places. But today, with several dozen vehicles in a massive convoy roaring in it, was an exceedingly rare sight. Everyone stole furtive glances, their hearts pounding with nervous anticipation, each one quietly prepared to make a run for it if things turned sour. Welcome, welcome. I've been waiting for you so long, my eyes are about to fall out. The iron gate swung open. Jiang Lei, surrounded by his subordinates, stepped straight out beyond the walls and strode briskly toward that slender figure with his hand extended. With scrap like yours, do you really think our young miss would devour you? Zhang Chun, as tsundere and sharp-tongued as ever, extended her fair tender palm and lightly swatted away Jiang Lei's reaching hand. That's not what I meant. She does have some self-awareness. Zhang Chun pursed her lips and said, Stop wasting words. Hurry up and inspect the goods. Tell your people to bring the water over. To transport these pieces of junk, I didn't even dare bring extra trucks. They won't fit in one trip. I'll have to make another run later. In a bit, let my people drive and help you transport it over. One clean trip. Zhang Chun narrowed her eyes with a half-smile teasingly. Boss Zhang, are you trying to find out where we live? What kind of talk is that? Fine, I'm done managing this. You handle it yourselves, all right. Mind your own business. Too much curiosity might invite disaster. What the hell? The conversation had hit a dead end. Jiang Lei sneered inwardly. Like Director Fong, these parasites had frantically hoarded supplies before the apocalypse. Their hideouts were countless, their strength rivaling one another, yet each was more terrified of death than the last. He'd still have to learn a lot from them. Old LV, get your people to inspect the goods quickly. Jiang Lei had no interest in further conversation. He turned and beckoned, and LV Rue immediately led several apprentices, toolbox in hand, rushing out from within the wall. This inspection and water transport will take a while. Would you like to come in and rest? Out of politeness, Jiang Lei still asked. No need. We'll just stay in the cars and watch you work. Zhang Chun said this without waiting for his reply, turned around and walked toward her convoy. Watching her sway her waist and hips, Jiang Lei secretly vowed that one day he'd make her life so difficult she couldn't manage it herself. One by one, the carefully inspected vehicles slowly formed a queue and drove into the iron gate within the wall. Apart from the 3K600S, the remaining 20 vehicles were all rough and ugly. Zhang Chun's description of scrap metal was accurate, at least from an appearance perspective. But as long as they had all the necessary functions, Jiang Lei didn't mind the appearance. With powerful mobility combined with the Azure Realm, the relief team's escape routes from now on would be plentiful indeed. The most crucial point was that whether facing the wicked organization or eating escort, no matter who their future enemies were, the team now possessed the confidence and capital to deal with them. Fight if you can win, flee if you can't. For a faction with legs, the outcome of a few battles has never been the deciding factor. And in matters involving cross-regional goods, Jiang Lei also had the qualification to get involved. LV Rue, who had already received his boss's instructions, wiped sweat in the scorching wind and sand, meticulously inspecting the vehicles. 20 young men from the support team, bare-chested and pushing carts, repeatedly moved water from the courtyard into the pickup truck beds. Zhang Chun brought quite a few people, since someone would need to drive all these vehicles. But among these neatly dressed, spotlessly clean men who hadn't touched a speck of dust, not one was willing to endure even a moment of heat and sand. They had all taken shelter early in the Mountain Cat's pickups and off-road vehicles, engines never turned off, seemingly all enjoying air conditioning. Jiang Lei felt he had already lived a fairly privileged life in this lifetime, but compared to these guys they seemed unaware they were living in the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, they held high positions of power, their mouths stuffed with the people's wealth. After the apocalypse, they had abundant supplies and strong strength. But looking at their current state, could they really become the hope among billions of human survivors? The goods are loaded. The remaining 2 tons won't fit. My people will keep watching here. Just send someone to pick it up when you return. Jiang Lei walked over to a finely crafted, stylishly modified off-road vehicle and gently knocked on the window. In the distance beneath the wall, 50 or 60 large white plastic barrels were neatly arranged with several guards standing straight beside them as sentinels. The car window rolled down and half of Zhang Chun's pretty face peeked out as she casually remarked, "Your suggestion earlier wasn't bad. Have your people drive and follow us to finish the transport in one go, save trouble." What a joke, right? What did I just say? Jiang Lei closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Damn, it don't get angry with this kind of person. Then wait a moment, I'll arrange it. Eventually, the 5 newly arrived pickup trucks were used to load the remaining water. Besides the drivers, Jiang Lei also assigned 6 fully armed patrol members to accompany the vehicles. After half a day of work, the other party didn't even say goodbye, with the convoy leading the way and driving off as if afraid of being associated with him in any way. The relief team members on this side also felt quite helpless, only able to start their vehicles and follow behind the other party upon the boss's signal. Finally seeing off this bunch of pests, Jiang Lei himself was filled with anger. With his experience from his past life, he thought he could remain calm when facing anyone. He had seen the most ruthless, inhumane people. Even Director Liu and his gang, everyone was just competing for interest, nothing wrong with fighting for survival. Including Lu Ming. Jiang Lei didn't really look down on anyone in his heart. But Zhang Chun and her kind's behavior did make Jiang Lei, who had experienced 2 apocalypses and deeply understood this broken world, feel somewhat nauseated. Fortunately, upon entering the residential compound courtyard and seeing the row of neat vehicles parked at the entrance, his depressed mood instantly improved considerably. Limited by the environment and vision of his past life, when he first reincarnated back, Jiang Lei never even thought about vehicles. But as he managed the team and it gradually developed to today, he finally understood the suffering of having short legs. Fortunately, it's never too late to mend now. It can barely be used. Boss, here are the details of this transaction. Sister Rong asked me to report to you. As soon as Jiang Lei returned to the central tent, Xiaoling came with a notebook to report. 7 tons of purified water was like floating clouds to Jiang Lei, but in the hearts of others, even the bold Miss Ling wouldn't dare to treat it as nothing, otherwise this deal couldn't be made. Jiang Lei held his teacup absent-mindedly, while Xiaoling stood by the table seriously reading the transaction details in the notebook. All right, tell Rong I'm clear on this. Yes. This was the required procedure. Jiang Lei had to listen to the end. Xiaoling, why do you always dress like this? Jiang Lei put down his teacup, curiously scanning her up and down twice. Xiaoling's usual attire was basically formal wear, various gray, black, blue, white, and other solid-colored suit pants, skirt suits, shirts, black stockings. Combined with her delicate, three-dimensional workplace makeup and serious expression, she was quite distinctive within the team. Oh, probably due to my previous work habits, I've gotten used to it. Moreover, since you and Sister Rong trust me so much, dressing formally is also a form of respect for the work. Xiaoling, clutching the notebook, was about to leave when Jiang Lei's unexpected remark caught her off guard. After a brief pause, she immediately turned around, stood at attention, and gave her response. Well, I just wanted to tell you that except when going out, the team doesn't have strict requirements about clothing at home. As long as it's clean and tidy and you're comfortable in it, that's fine. Xiaoling blinked her eyes and smiled faintly. I understand, thank you, boss. Jiang Lei returned the smile, waving his hand. Go ahead and bring old LV to me on your way. All right. After a while, LV Rue lifted the tent's door curtain. You called for me, boss. Sit down. The two sat facing each other at the table. Jiang Lei paused in thought before speaking. Including the dispatch sub-teams, the team now has a total of 26 vehicles, 16 motorcycles, 5 desert carts, and 5 pickup trucks. With the numbers this high, we can no longer maintain them on an ad hoc assignment basis like before. It needs to become a standing routine. Jiang Lei cleared his throat, took out a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to LV Rue, then continued. So the team plans to establish a new vehicle unit with you as the team leader. Your duties going forward will include vehicle management, maintenance, repairs, and training patrol members in related knowledge. Do you have any issues with that? Reporting, boss. Sit down and talk. LV Rue licked his lips, smiling with a touch of bitterness. Boss, everything else is fine, and you've equipped me with all the tools I need. But there's no one. Right now, with me and these apprentices, maintaining 6 or 7 vehicles, while also teaching classes, is already our limit. There was no falsehood in his words. Under the corrosive miasma's influence, vehicle maintenance was nothing short of a grueling ordeal requiring full teardown and servicing nearly every single day. Furthermore, considering that patrol members might be dispatched on missions in the future, the 3 vehicle maintenance classes per week also had to be taught by LV Rue personally. The workload had already reached its absolute limit. Jiang Lei said with a smile, "Don't worry about that. Since the team has made this decision, we won't put you in a difficult position. The support unit will select 20 members to join your vehicle unit, and you'll have full say on personnel choices. How does that sound?" Hearing this, LV Rue finally let out a breath of relief. "Then there's no problem." Jiang Lei's expression turned solemn. He sat up straight and said in a low voice, "You're a veteran member, so I'll be frank. The importance of vehicles to the team is something you understand better than I do. If anything goes wrong, you're familiar with the team's disciplinary measures. If you have any difficulties, speak up now, and I'll help you resolve them." "Reporting, boss, there are none." "Good." Jiang Lei slapped the table heavily. "Old LV, as long as you help me take good care of these iron beasts for me in this apocalypse, I'll guarantee you a life of comfort." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Lei had never even finished high school, and his education level was limited. His methods for winning over talented subordinates were still stuck at the good food, good drink, and good women stage, a thuggish bandit-like approach that lacked any sophisticated flair. But in the apocalypse, these crude tactics never failed to deliver results. They were absolutely tried and true. "If I remember correctly, you're 46 already. Still single?" With the main business concluded, the atmosphere between the two relaxed. Jiang Lei began to show concern for his subordinates' personal affairs. "Divorced for 4 or 5 years now. My kid's already in high school, living with his mother over in the Xinglu district. Sai, I don't even know how they're doing." Xinglu district was at the far north of Bin City, while Jiang Lei's Pingtai district was at the far south. The two locations were nearly 200 kilometers apart, essentially the longest distance within the city. No wonder LV Rue had never mentioned it. "In these uncertain times where you don't know what tomorrow brings, have you considered finding someone new?" Ahem. LV Rue's weathered face suddenly flushed red, and his gaze drifted to one side. "Oh, someone already in mind." Jiang Lei grew interested. "Need my help?" "Boss, you have so many important things to handle every day. My personal matters, I can handle them myself." "All right, but don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Rong and the others can help you too." "Ahem. Currently not yet." The two chatted for a few more moments before LV Rue hastily excused himself to get back to work. With new vehicles being added to the roster and new members joining the unit today, he figured he'd be run off his feet for the next couple of days. Including himself and his original apprentices, the newly established vehicle unit had a total of 25 members. Among the 9 units of the logistics team, excluding the support unit, it was currently the second largest in numbers. The burden the boss had placed on him was no light one, and he carried considerable pressure in his heart. By the time everything was settled, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Lei dismissed his guards and personally drove all 3 K600s to a secluded spot behind the building. He wrapped the engine's exhaust ports and wiring, parts most prone to damage, of 2 of them in cling film plastic sheeting and transparent tape. With a wave of his hand, he stored them away in the Azure realm. As for the remaining one, he simply filled it with fuel, left the key in the ignition, and stored it without any protective measures. This was his emergency contingency, designed so that it could be pulled from the spatial storage and driven immediately. When your life is on the line, speed and efficiency are paramount. There was no time for unwrapping. As long as it could run, it didn't matter if the vehicle was wrecked afterward. May 4th, the 49th day of the apocalypse, temperature 41. 9°C. Early morning, around 5 o'clock. Xinyuan Street, outside a residential compound near Bin City No. 12 Middle School. The only sound was the howling of fierce winds. Buildings stood amid the sandstorm like tombs. Under the effects of the corrosive miasma, the steel reinforcement within much of the concrete had rotted away. Buildings missing chunks on their east or west sides had become hazardous structures, while many had collapsed entirely, reduced to rubble piled among the gravel. Tui. Around the corner of a building at the entrance of the residential compound, Zhu Dongxian spat the sand from his mouth and staggered to his feet from the ground, gasping for breath. Beside him lay a withered, hideous parasitic corpse, half its skull gone, still twitching faintly. Damned monster. Picking up a rust-stained machete, Zhu Dongxian viciously stabbed at the spine worm that was crawling out of the corpse's neck and thrashing about, venting his fury. He didn't stop until it was a pulp of mangled flesh. The creature had suddenly burst from the sand and latched onto his leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Had it not been for his experience, he might have suffered a fatal mishap. His left shoulder had been bitten, and cold sweat was still running down his spine. Lao Zhu. From more than 10 meters behind him, at the edge of a collapsed corner, Lu Lan sprinted toward her husband, her eyes filled with terror and worry. Her clothes were tattered and threadbare strips of indeterminate color. Her purplish-black lips were layered with peeling dead skin. Her face was covered in a thick, cracked mask of grime, black and yellow, so that her features were impossible to discern. She leaned on a stick worn smooth and shiny from use, a tattered blue backpack slung over her shoulders. "I'm fine. Damn it, how many times have I told you? Just keep an eye on our son. What the hell are you running over here for?" Zhu Dongxian turned and shot his wife a glare. Seeing he was unharmed, Lu Lan halted and immediately sprinted back toward the ruins. Bending low, she reached beneath a concrete slab and pulled a soot-blackened hand from the shadows. A dust-caked 10-year-old boy dressed identically to her was their son Zhu Wei. After crossing the street, the trio reunited and scrambled over the windowsill, slipping through an open window into the building. Climbing upward along the stairs, debris lay buried beneath thick dust layers. Swirling particulates choked the air, rendering every direction a monotonous gray haze. Every door they passed stood wide open, interiors in complete disarray, long abandoned. At the third-floor half-landing, once they confirmed no immediate threats, Zhu Dongxian slumped against the wall in visible agony. A chunk of flesh had been torn from his shoulder, dark red-tinged blood seeping through filthy fabric. Lulan swiftly produced scissors from her waist, cutting away the tattered cloth around the wound. "This cut runs deep. How could you be so careless?" While muttering complaints, she rummaged through a worn backpack. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei crouched watchfully at the stairwell entrance, standing guard for his parents. "Damn it. That damn thing ambushed me. If I hadn't choked its throat, it would have bitten my face off." Lulan pulled out jars bound with frayed rope from the bag. Seeing them, Zhu Dongxian's face contorted in pain. "I traded for these at Feng Boppi's 2 days ago. They cost an arm and a leg at the market. I'm fine, don't waste them." "Nonsense." Lulan shot him a sharp glance, deftly untying the ropes, roughly wiping her hands, then carefully extracting 2 cotton swabs before unscrewing a bottle of medical alcohol. "Oh, don't move." The alcohol burned like 1,000 needles, piercing flesh. Zhu Dongxian gritted his teeth, facial muscles spasming. "There. With that treated, we can wrap it." After applying antiseptic, Lulan wound sterile gauze around his shoulder. She exhaled in relief, brushing dust from her eyelashes. "This much only covers 200 milliliters." Zhu Dongxian tested his arm, grumbling. Both wound and wallet ached. Having survived nearly 20 days near Fima Market, they knew every price. Trauma supplies, sealant, bandages, antibiotics, all fluctuating daily. "Shut up. You bought them for moments like this." Lulan shared his sting, but such precious supplies existed to save lives. Though parasitic corpses carried no zombie virus, their mouths remained filthy. Without immediate disinfection, infection guaranteed death. "Just use less next time." Mid-complaint, Zhu Dongxian froze. His pupils locked onto something unseen. Propping himself up, he whispered, "Do you hear that?" Lulan instantly stilled, straining her ears before shaking her head. "Son." Zhu Dongxian glanced toward Zhu Wei at the stairwell. "I think so." Zhu Wei's expression darkened as he crept to his parents' side. A distant hum grew louder. No need to strain now. The unmistakable rumble of an engine approached. Moving as one, they flattened against the wall, peering through a side window at the street below. A dust plume materialized, resolving into a speeding motorcycle. Zhu Dongxian pressed his wife and son's heads lower. In this apocalypse, vehicle operators typically traveled in teams of 20 to 30. For solitaries or small cells like theirs, survival itself was triumph. Fuel and maintenance costs would cripple anyone. Now, merely 20 meters away, details became clear. The rider wore full tactical gear, helmet, goggles, face covering, gray windbreaker, and vest-style load-bearing equipment. A rifle rested on his back with bulky supplies strapped to the rear rack. Strange. Only one rider, no passenger, no supporting vehicles visible behind him. Thud. As they observed, the motorcycle struck something hidden beneath the sand directly ahead of their building. Debris erupted. The rider was thrown 5 meters, the bike cartwheeling violently before crashing onto the roadside. Ag. Rolling twice, the rider struggled to rise, failing each time while clutching his leg in pain. Lao Zhu, wait. As Lulan hesitated, her husband was already sprinting downstairs. She caught only a fragment of his garment before he vanished. With no alternative, she grabbed her son's hand and followed anxiously. "Don't move." Leaping through the window, Zhu Dongxian pinned the rider blade at his throat. Even injured, the man's strength remained formidable. "Rope." Seeing his family arrive, Zhu Dongxian barked. Together, they frantically bound the captive. Only then did they notice a massive concrete slab jutting from beneath the sand at the stairwell entrance, the cause of the crash. Blood streamed from the rider's right leg. His ankle was clearly deformed, likely fractured. Working together, they dragged the knight inside. Zhu Dongxian righted the motorcycle, tested it, and maneuvered it into cover behind the building corner. "Lao Zhu, this way." Panting heavily, he hauled 2 heavy packs up to the 3rd floor. From apartment 303 on the left corridor, his wife beckoned urgently. Stumbling inside, Zhu Dongxian collapsed onto the floor, legs trembling. Behind him, Lun wedged a coffee table firmly against the door. "Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring her terrified expression, he panted while tearing open a large brown duffel bag. Cases of crystal clear water, compressed biscuits, bread, medicines, cigarettes. The mountain of supplies inside completely dazzled the family. He rushed to the window and peered outside with cautious vigilance for a moment. All was silent around him, nothing stirred but the whispering of wind and sand. "We're rich." "B brother. I'm from the Pegasus Rescue Group. Get me back safely and you'll receive far more than this. I swear it." The knight, bound at the torso with a fractured right leg, read the intent flickering in the man's gaze. He struggled as he spoke, raising his voice to plead his case. Zhu Dongxian paused mid-stride, narrowed his eyes, then crouched down and removed the goggles and face mask from the young man's face. A very young man with fair, delicate skin and a clean-cut face. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dotted his forehead and his cheeks were flushed crimson, clearly enduring tremendous agony. Head bowed and teeth clenched, Zhu Dongxian wrestled with himself for a moment before raising the blade high into the air. Lao Zhu. At the critical moment, Lu Lan stepped in to stop her husband. Hear him out first. We can spare a few minutes. What the hell is there to say? He's seen all three of our faces and no one outside saw us. We kill him right here, grab the goods, and get the hell out of this market for good. Brother, that's not right. Look at each other. This face of mine, you can't even recognize it. Since you've worked around the market, you should know the reputation of our rescue group. I've got important matters on my plate. Save me, and the boss will treat you right handsomely. He might even arrange a proper place for you to settle. Wouldn't it be better to live comfortably with your wife and kids instead of wandering from place to place for scraps? You know the dangers out there better than I do. Bullshit. You're just a lowly lackey running your mouth. Boss Jiang is the head of the entire rescue group. Would he actually listen to the likes of you? Zhu Dongxian cursed viciously, yet the hand gripping the blade gradually lowered. I'm serious. My name is Guoyan. I know the squad leader who carries the gun. You tying me up just means you don't know the full story, which is understandable. When the time comes, I'll only tell the boss that you saved me. The rest won't be mentioned. You know the patrol squad's leader? Which squad? S-Squad 2. Guoyan was momentarily taken aback by the question. He hadn't expected this fellow to know anything about the rescue group's organization. But then again, the small market had been open for quite some time now, so it wasn't all that unusual. The family of three exchanged glances, then abandoned Guoyan on the spot, hurrying to the adjacent bedroom, where they huddled together for an intense debate. After much deliberation, it was the rescue group's reputation for selling drinking water and handling matters fairly that ultimately spared Guoyan's life. The scales in Zhu Dongxian's heart, swayed by Lu Lan's persuasion, gradually tilted toward rescuing the man and claiming the reward. More than 20 days of living in the area around the market had also instilled in all three of them a genuine yearning and faith in the order and way of life upheld on the other side. Had it been any other faction, no matter how powerful, to these ignorant survivors at the very bottom of society, it would have meant nothing at all. Guoyan would likely already be a corpse who died a most aggrieved death. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Dongxian had already turned back with a broad grin, making his way to Guoyan's side. Brother, is the rope too tight? That old woman of mine doesn't know her own strength. Let me loosen it for you. It's fine, just right, quite comfortable actually. With his fate in another's hands, Guoyan could only play along. Brother, sorry about this, but I can't untie you just yet. Could you spare me some of the stuff in your pack? Brother, what are you saying? Take whatever you want. Thanks. Zhu Dongxian turned and opened the pack, helping himself to a generous portion of the precious supplies within, mineral water, food, medicine, and more. He wrapped them into 2 large bundles with rags and handed them to Lu Lan. Mother of my child, I'm heading to the rescue group to report. You two find somewhere farther away to hide. Somewhere with a clear view of this place. If anything goes wrong, you take Dawei and run. The farther the better. Use the supplies sparingly. Lao Zhu. Lu Lan's eyes stung, though she could no longer summon tears. She understood exactly what her husband meant. Hurry up now. This brother's leg is badly hurt. I need to set off at once. Don't worry, it's just in case nothing will happen. Witnessing this scene, Guoyan heaved a deep sigh. These minor characters, barely worth a sentence in a novel, were each the protagonists of their own lives in reality. Brother, I'll bolt the door behind me. Wait here for a bit. I won't be long. The location was less than 2 kilometers east of the Pegasus residential compound. The area surrounding the rescue group had long been scoured thousands of times over by the resident survivors. Not a scrap of supplies remained, not even a mouse dropping. That was why this family of 3 had endured a full day's-long journey to venture over here in search of opportunity. With a vehicle, however, the trip would take only 30 to 40 minutes. Go ahead. Guoyan nodded. He had already figured out the man's plan and saw no reason not to cooperate. On your knees. Hands up. Toss the gun behind you. A little past 9 in the morning, outside the front gate wall of the Pegasus residential compound, 2 patrol guards on the watchtower leveled their rifles at Zhu Dongxian from a distance. The iron gate swung open and a 6-man emergency squad fully armed rushed out. Hey there, friends. I'm here to ask for help. Guoyan. Do you know Guoyan? I need to see the big boss. Or whoever's in charge. Zhu Dongxian knelt in the yellow sand, both hands thrust high toward the sky, shouting himself hoarse. A mouthful of windblown grit from the motorcycle ride kept forcing him to spit and sputter. A short while later, outside the central tent of the compound, Jiang Lei examined the pistol and rifle in his hands again and again, occasionally glancing up to study Zhu Dongxian. Boss, everything's been verified. The name tags are still intact. These are indeed Guoyan's equipment. Tong Liang reported in a low voice at his ear. Jiang Lei nodded, asked a few more questions, then instructed He Shui to lead 5 members of Patrol Squad 2. They would drive 5 desert carts and 1 pickup truck, taking Zhu Dongxian as their guide to mount the rescue. Tong Liang led 8 members of Patrol Squad 1 as the rear guard. All on motorcycles, 1 rider per bike, with a distance of 200 meters between the 2 squads to guard against ambush. With sufficient vehicles at hand, a motorcade of single-rider motorcycles was nimble and swift. Even during a sandstorm, visibility in this post-apocalyptic world could hardly compare to ordinary days, making it difficult for any routine ambush to inflict serious damage on such a highly mobile convoy. Boss. Before 11 o'clock that morning, the convoy returned without incident. Apart from a few mindless parasitic corpses, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Guo Yin, lying in the bed of the pickup truck, caught sight of Jiang Lei and greeted him as though seeing his own mother, his voice raw and heart-wrenching. Don't move. Dr. Lu Li arrived at top speed with 2 young nurses in tow, delivering an unceremonious slap to keep him still. Though orthopedics was hardly her specialty, the standard procedures of disinfecting, reducing swelling, administering medication, and setting a splint posed no problem at all. After the treatment was done, Jiang Lei sensed that Guo Yin had something to say. He dismissed the others. Kong Shan brought over a small privately prepared meal. In the central tent, only the 2 of them remained, perfect for eating and talking at the same time. How are old Shui and the others? All good, Guo Yin cradled an enormous bowl of rice piled high as chopsticks, homing in unerringly on the braised pork on the table. Jiang Lei, seeing he wasn't in a rush and figuring nothing serious had happened, set his own mind at ease and lowered his head to eat. Damn, that's good. This is what it means to be alive. After wolfing down 2 heaping bowls of rice and chugging 2 full bottles of mineral water, Guo Yin finally set down his chopsticks with a look of utter satisfaction, as though he had been reborn into the realm of the living. Boss, the guy who saved my brother is decent. Don't worry, I had old Chi give him a blue armband designation. You just got back and he already went to report at the market. Guo Yin did not need to explain further. In this apocalypse, someone willing to risk their life to help rescue others was a rare breed. Such people might not accomplish great deeds, but as the foundational bricks of a team, the more the merrier. Thank you, boss. Satiated and well-fed, a new secretary whose name they could not recall cleared away the clutter of cups and plates, set out cooled tea and melon seeds, shot Jiang Lei a flurry of flirtatious glances, and then swayed her generous hips out of the room. Why did you come back alone? Once the casual banter was done, and it was time to discuss business, Guo Yin instantly shed his previous lazy demeanor. His expression turned grave as he changed seats and sat beside Jiang Lei. The kid had clearly grown quite capable out there. Boss, we have found what we were looking for. As he spoke, Guo Yin produced a map of Bean City that had been torn in half, leaving only the southeastern region. A crooked red line traced a route from Jinglan Street in Pingtai District all the way to Qingsui County, Banga Town, and Jiming Mountain, over 105 kilometers away. Everything is right here. Yes. A phone connected to a power bank was handed to Jiang Lei, standard equipment for the 3 dispatch teams. He swiped open the screen, selected a video over 40 minutes long, and tapped to open it. This weapons destruction center was nestled in a concealed mountain hollow, and judging by the speaking voice, the person filming was none other than Xue Songjia. On the screen, only Li Wei could be seen ahead, leading the way with his rifle raised. Gui Yunxi and his sister were not visible, likely providing covering fire from the surroundings. The dilapidated white 2-story building was half buried in wind-blown sand, standing barely half its original height. The surrounding area was filled with either dead trees or towering peaks, making it look to any observer like an abandoned forester's lodge or some geological survey facility. In the video, the 4 of them spent over 10 minutes searching around the building, yet appeared to find nothing of value. After a brief rest, they resumed their careful search. Finally, to the side and rear of the staircase, where it connected to a small hill, they discovered an underground hidden door leading into the mountainside. Not only was it large enough for people to pass through, but vehicles could even drive in from the left. Stepping inside, the steel floor was pitted and corroded. After passing through a 20-meter safety corridor, a vast pitch-black space lay before their eyes. The 4 team members switched on their high-intensity flashlights. It was a rectangular warehouse spanning over 400 to 500 square meters, filled with enormous rusted machinery that they could not even name, likely hydraulic presses, crushers, and other equipment used for the initial destruction of weapons. On both the left and right sides were isolated storage rooms, their massive explosion-proof glass doors marked with yellow strip labels. Xue Songjia entered one of these rooms holding his phone aloft. Inside, various weapons and equipment were piled like mountains, including quite a few armored vehicles. However, since they were slated for destruction, no maintenance had been performed. After 50-some days of corrosion from the eerie mist, the scene was almost unimaginable. The middle portion of the video was uneventful, with the 4 members groping their way through the vast space in search of anything useful. In the end, they discovered another sealed hidden door, bearing a biochemical hazard warning in the storage room at the far end. Upon opening it, the roughly 300 square meter space contained no biochemical weapons at all. Instead, rows upon rows of weathered military green wooden weapons crates and ammunition boxes were stacked high, reaching 5 or 6 meters in height. Xue Songjia let out a cheer and rushed to the left, throwing open several crates. Thick gun barrels and mounting plates gleamed with oil, the weapon bodies completely encased in a thick layer of black and yellow grease, the outermost layer having hardened into an oil crust. Opening a few more beside them, he found them packed with blackened bolt assemblies, tripods, and various other machine gun components. Xue Songjia was visibly ecstatic, his hands trembling as he held the phone. He quickly turned to call out to his companions, and the video ended there. Boss, these bastards must have been recklessly desperate in their trade before the apocalypse. These are all old heavy weapons sealed at the strategic reserve level by the state. Brand new, with guns and ammunition stored together. Most of the destruction stickers haven't even been peeled off. They were probably destined for Southeast Asia and Africa. They were damn insane. As he spoke, Guo Yin pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his chest. This is our preliminary weapons summary, based on our initial inspection. Jiang Lei took a deep breath and reached out to take the document. 50 Type 85 anti-aircraft machine guns along with approximately 1,200 rounds of 12. 7,108 mm ammunition, predominantly armor-piercing incendiary supplemented by a limited quantity of tracer and tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. 29 60 mm mortars accompanied by 7,0 high-explosive fragmentation, grenades 2,0 incendiary grenades, 500 illumination rounds, 300 smoke rounds, and 500 range-increasing charge packs. 70 Type 69 rocket paired with 2,0 anti-tank grenades and 8,0 high-explosive grenades. In addition, various supporting equipment. Tripods, bipods, gun shields, toolboxes, white light optics, gun oil chargers, and maintenance tools, totaled over 10,000 sets, all heavy weaponry. We've struck gold. We've really struck gold. No wonder Jiang Lei was so thrilled. He had never waged such a lavish campaign. In others' rebirths, their supernatural abilities could wreak devastation upon heaven and earth with 12. 7 mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds striking their bodies as casually as play. Who could endure that? Was it that he lacked the desire for swift retribution? He simply lacked the means. But now, with just the heavy weapons listed here exchanged for the decade or so following the founding of the new nation, one reinforced brigade would not be enough. Brother Yunlong's Peace County instance could be flattened 100 times over. Boss, come to your senses. A single machine gun weighs at least 20 to 30 kilograms. We simply cannot transport all of this back. Guo Yin replied with a woeful expression. Brother Xue was thoroughly distressed, for the storage area was far too vast, and the inventory so enormous that 3 of us had to remain behind to guard it. I was the only one sent back to risk the journey and seek your guidance. You call that risking anything? Jiang Lei snorted and smacked the back of his neck. To have driven alone on those roads. If they had not happened upon that family, who knows what fate would have befallen him. Leave this to me. Jiang Lei waved his hand dismissively and rose abruptly. Once these materials were stored within the Azure realm, the team would need no longer worry about weaponry for a considerable time. They need only arrange for those who would wield them. Very well. Guo Yin and the other core team members harbored peculiar guesses regarding their boss's material acquisitions. Having traveled together for so long, traces had inevitably surfaced. Yet no one dared to pry further, for the truth had been proven countless times over. Stay close to him, and prosperity would follow. You have all earned great merit. Jiang Lei's joy was genuine. Since the apocalypse began, the constant fear stemming from their limited combat strength had weighed heavily upon him. Every bottle of water and every scrap of supplies had to be distributed with cautious deliberation, mindful of the consequences. Once these weapons were secured within the Azure realm and brought home, Jiang Lei knew he would no longer need to perform for Director Fong and the others. Recruiting, training, establishing satellite bases, acquiring foreign supplies, cultivating land. The time had come. Boss, Brother Xue said your classified assignment is beginning to take shape. He intended to write a letter for me to deliver, but deemed it unsafe, so he asked me to report in person. Jiang Lei's eyebrows shot up as he turned to Guo Yin, who stood expressionlessly, serving merely as a messenger. The classified assignment. What could it be? Naturally, it concerned the acquisition of foreign supplies, a matter known only to the 3 squad leaders. A developing lead meant they had found a clue. It seemed today would be a day of double fortune. You should get some proper rest. Jiang Lei rose to his feet, tossed the sunflower seed shells onto the table, and gave Guo Yin a pat on the shoulder. His task here was finished. Boss, I have to go with you. You can come along, and on the road, you can perform some one-leg disco for me. Have you looked at what shape you're in? Take a good look at yourself. Just looking after you is more than I can handle. No, boss, there's a lot to handle along the way, and that place isn't easy to find. Enough. Jiang Lei waved his hand and turned to leave. Inside room 201 of building No. For a Jiang Lei fan, Rong and Gu Shuqin huddled around the coffee table, murmuring among themselves while scribbling and sketching. Tea and soft drinks sat on the table, while sunflower seed shells and fruit pits littered the floor alongside other debris. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Though exhaustion was etched across all 3 faces, none of them showed any intention of resting. Banguko town lay over 100 kilometers away. Even by car in this apocalyptic world, a round trip of that distance would take at least 5 or 6 days. During Jiang Lei's absence, aside from arranging matters at home, his personal preparations for the journey were of paramount importance. He had no desire for the unpredictable encounters and adventures that might befall him along the road. All he wanted was to reach the destination without incident, load the weapons into the Azure Realm, and be on his way. Upon his return, he would throw himself into recruiting and operations with bold, sweeping measures. Based on the current situation, if official forces and the precognitive groups failed to mount large-scale interventions, the ordinary survivors' limits would be reached within these next 2 to 3 months. Wasn't that precisely how Jiang Lei had perished in his previous life? Whether salvaging the world through extra-dimensional artifacts would work remained entirely uncertain at this point. Jiang Lei held no interest in such grand declarations of saving the world, yet he wished to rescue as many people as he could within his own capacity to save those who belonged to him. What the three were now deliberating was precisely the matter of selecting personnel and determining the number of members for Jiang Lei's expedition. In the surrounding areas of the city, moving about with a large group was still marginally feasible, but beyond 10 kilometers southeast of Pegasus Compound lay the outermost fringe of Bin City. In the trackless wilderness nearly devoid of landmarks under the current circumstances, much like the vast deserts of old, mass movement was exceedingly impractical. Yet traveling with too few offered no sense of security either. Therefore, an elite swift strike team of 1 person per vehicle became the plan Jiang Lei ultimately settled upon. As for personnel selection, Jiang Lei brought along Gao Keshuan, the young soldier who had been following Tong Liang. This young man had been following the old squad leader since the apocalypse began. Upright and loyal by nature, his performance within the team had been steady and dependable throughout. He never resorted to ostentatious scheming or political maneuvering, and his military skills were solidly grounded. His sole shortcoming was a lack of initiative and indecisiveness when faced with matters requiring judgment. But accompanying Jiang Lei meant he need not make decisions, making him an ideal candidate for a personal guard. Additionally, 2 female warriors, Lu Xian and Wu Tongtong, were selected. Both had been among the first batch of female team members requisitioned from Zhong Ziwen in the early days of the apocalypse. After nearly 2 months of training and weathering every storm the rescue group had faced since its founding, they had grown into fully capable soldiers. As for the 8 remaining male members of Patrol Team 1A, Jiang Lei didn't touch a single one. He had to leave some reserve forces to hold down the home front. During his absence, nominal command of both patrol teams would be jointly assumed by Guoyin and Tong Liang, though in practice Guoyin would hold primary authority. All other matters, major and minor, would fall under Fan Rong's jurisdiction. In emergencies, Fan Rong, Gu Shuqing, Guoyin, and Tong Liang would consult collectively, though ultimate decision-making authority would remain in Fan Rong's hands. For all other team affairs, contraction and defense would serve as the primary policy, restricting new additions to the small marketplace, reducing the frequency of external scouting parties, and maintaining a passive stance in all interactions with the Allied Association to minimize every conceivable risk. Even the most trivial details had to be debated and refined repeatedly among the three to ensure nothing was amiss. Compared with other civilian groups out there, those outfits spent every waking hour roaming the wasteland. Beyond eating and sleeping, days of blood and fire amid the sandstorms consumed the vast majority of their time. But the rescue group operated in the opposite manner. This was the first time in dozens of days that Jiang Lei would venture far from home. 9 o'clock in the evening. All preparations had been completed. Tonight, Jiang Lei did not sleep at 702 with Fan Rong, but returned alone to the adjacent unit. He turned on the lights, flicked his wrist, and a machete materialized in his hand. He grabbed a chair and sat on the outer side of the balcony railing. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat on the inner side. 2 rows of railings separated them. Jiang Lei retrieved 2 large black plastic bags from his spatial storage to be used shortly as body bags. Why, I've told you everything I could. At the sight of the bags materializing from thin air, identical to those that had once held Wu Dachuan's corpse, Zhou Xiaoxiao could no longer maintain her composure. Despair and profound terror flooded her eyes. Between life and death lies a great horror. What people fear is not death itself, but the process of awaiting it. To avenge the grievances of my past life. Past life, you're a reborn one. As a young person herself, Zhou Xiaoxiao had read her share of novels and watched her share of films. To his surprise, she accepted this premise seamlessly and without the slightest resistance. Jiang Lei lifted his gaze to her and nodded. What exactly did I do in your past life? Can you tell me? That was a previous life after all. Tell me and I'll change. These are 2 separate timelines. In this life, you've already changed everything. Don't kill me. I beg you. Whoa. Jiang Lei rose with the blade in hand, fished out his keys to unlock the door, and shook his head as he murmured softly. I can barely remember anymore. I can't be bothered to talk about it. After a long while, Zhou Xiaoxiao's corpse lay sprawled across the balcony, a pool of crimson blood staining the carpet. Jiang Lei crouched before it, producing a face mask and pulling it over his features. Nearly 2 months had passed. Every scrap of information this woman could possibly provide had long since been wrung dry from her. The only reason he had kept her alive until now was for that elusive fruit. But there was no choice now. While he was present, he could still manage things. But tomorrow not only would he be gone, but the most trusted core veterans would also be absent. The team would be at its most vulnerable. No hidden threats could be left behind at home. He wiped down the blade. After a moment's hesitation, harboring that 1 in 10,000 hope, he gently sliced open her abdomen. As expected, there was nothing there. The acrid stench of blood and the organs within. Everything appeared normal. At any rate, with Jiang Lei's dissection methods, no abnormality could be discerned. This was something he had long anticipated. If the thing inside Zhou Xiaoxiao's belly had exhibited any abnormality, then, as its host, Zhou Xiaoxiao herself could not possibly have remained so placid and symptom-free for so long. This greatest lingering mystery that had haunted the case from start to finish would have to be left for another day. Jiang Lei opened the door and summoned the guard outside to lend a hand. Together, they carried the body bag downstairs to be incinerated. Tonight's guard was a woman named Su Xiaoyu, a member of Team 2. The moment the bag's weight settled into her hands, she knew exactly what it contained, yet not a flicker of any other expression crossed her face. She was among the second batch of female recruits to join the team, having enlisted during that first firearms issuance ceremony. Having weathered the great riots and accumulated 7 or 8 lives on her own hands, she had naturally risen through the ranks to become one of the first to join the patrol squad. The mandatory mental conditioning before every evening meal had long since instilled in her that obeying the boss's every command was absolute. At this moment, her heart remained perfectly still. "Boss, it's done. You may go back now." As the corpse neared full incineration, Su Xiaoyu gripped her rifle sling and cast a wary glance left and right. Although they were within their own compound, nightfall brought terrible visibility. This was what truly weighed on her mind. As for whose corpse this might be, it was none of her damn business. After a brief cleanup back inside, washing hands, disinfecting, Jiang Lei lay down on the bed. If the information Zhou Xiaoxiao had provided was accurate, then she too was indeed a victim. But that was now a matter utterly divorced from Jiang Lei. The rebirth point of his past life drew ever closer, but in this life, everything around him had long since become utterly unrecognizable. Once the entire Zhou family had been dealt with, his present life and his previous one would share no further obsessions or entanglements. May 5th, the 50th day of the apocalypse, temperature 39. 7°C. Early morning. Just over 10 meters west of the Fima Market, the purple note exchange booth was as crowded as ever. The long queue stretched across the road and into the residential compound on the opposite side. Even scalpers who specialized in lining up for others had recently appeared. Survivors depending on the rescue team for their livelihood, directly and indirectly, had accumulated to an unexpected degree. Due to the high turnover rate, the team could only conduct a rough headcount, but including the transient wanderers who came and went, there were surely around 2,000 people. The purple note exchange system had changed drastically from before. Now it was allocated per capita, 100 milliliters of notes per person. If you could produce the corresponding supplies, you would receive your allocation. If not, you had to pool with others. Fractional transactions were no longer permitted. Survivors holding these notes simply needed to visit the official exchange point in the market center, where they could trade their tickets for beverages. The exchange operated for 10 hours a day, recognizing the notes rather than the individuals themselves. Suddenly a sharp cry erupted from within the queue. The survivors, long deprived of water and listless as zombies, stirred somewhat, raising their heads blankly to gaze toward the source of the sound. For reasons unknown, 2 large groups of 20 to 30 people each suddenly descended into a brawl in the middle of the queue, shrieking hoarsely, rolling about in the dust and sand. Those standing nearby were equally baffled by the chaos, but it hardly mattered. They kept their distance to avoid being splattered with blood. The rescue team's regulations were clear enough. Here in the market, they were absolute law. Anyone bold enough to pick a fight would soon have front row seats to the consequences. Sure enough, after only a brief moment, Aunt Chi arrived in a flurry, wearing a red armband and surrounded by a crowd of followers. "Blimey, Sister Chi herself has been summoned. Haha, these idiots are in trouble now." The scene descended into utter chaos as the commotion escalated, drawing onlookers from the smaller market who came running to witness the spectacle. Yet at that very moment, no one paid any mind to the 2 motorcycles and a pickup truck silently slipping away through the iron gate on the right, vanishing into the distance. The steady stream of vehicles passing the rescue team's entrance had long become routine, and the few who noticed merely glanced over without a second thought, accustomed to the constant traffic. No one could have imagined that the elusive boss of the Fima rescue team was actually concealed inside that unassuming pickup, nor could they have guessed that this brawl involving dozens of people was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated diversion. The violence was all theatrical. Both sides were accomplices, leaving not a scratch on anyone. Everything at the main gate stood watch as usual, yet on the rooftop of Building 11 to the side, 2 slender figures stood interlocked against the wind and sand, their gazes fixed upon the 3 receding vehicles for a long while. "Boss, why didn't you bring more people?" Gao Keshuan drove the pickup, stealing glances now and then at the rifle resting in the passenger seat, his hand finding the grenades at his waist. His face was etched with worry and deep concern. Taking so many people on such a long journey would only be a burden and make us more conspicuous. If we're spotted, we won't be able to escape. Besides, what about home? Jiang Lei sat in the back seat, sweat beading on his forehead from the heat. He shifted the heavy ballistic plate in his vest, occasionally glancing out at the ruined walls beyond the window, but mostly keeping his eyes fixed on the map in his hands. This pickup had been refitted overnight by Lu Rue and his vehicle crew. The frame reinforced the body panels, thickened crash steel corners welded to both sides of the front, a high-horsepower engine installed, double-layer steel mesh welded over the windows, and the interior seats replaced with breathable cushion material. It was far more comfortable than the bare iron frame it had been before. The pickup traveled at the center, flanked by Lu Xian and Wu Tongtong on motorcycles guarding the front and rear. The three vehicles maintained a spacing of 40 to 50 meters between them, and inside the pickup were three signal flags, red, green, and blue, representing stop, accelerate, and decelerate. Whatever color flag Jiang Lei raised from his pickup, the command vehicle, would be matched by the two motorcycles ahead and behind. In this apocalypse where all communication had failed, these antiquated methods found new purpose once more. Sigh, that may be so, but you. Gao Keshuan had been on edge since receiving the mission yesterday. The other two female team members felt the same. Boss's safety came first. Inside the team, it wasn't so noticeable, but now that they were out, all the pressure rested on their shoulders. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Drive properly, do your job, and don't overthink the rest. Yes. In truth, Jiang Lei worried less about his own safety and more about some fool attempting to ambush them. With people and vehicles on their side, and given the terrible visibility in this sandstorm apocalypse, even during a sandstop month, it would be exceedingly difficult to pull off such a scheme against their mobile convoy. But Fima Residential Quarter couldn't simply pack up and leave. Though they had made provisions. Over 20 rifles for the patrol team, a dozen grenades, scores of bladed shields and pistols for the guards, plus the rocket launcher in veteran Tong Liang's hands. It wasn't easy for ordinary teams to even entertain thoughts of attacking them. It wasn't that he feared theft, it was the plotting that troubled him. Without him as their anchor, they wouldn't stand a chance in a desperate battle should anything go wrong. Yet no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, this journey was unavoidable. Once they secured the weapons at the destruction center, everything would be worth it. After days of playing games with those so-called high society figures like Miss Ling and Director Fong, he'd had his fill of their nonsense. Roughly an hour later, the buildings around them began to grow shorter and more sparse, and fewer survivors poked their heads out from the shadows. Jiang Lei and his group had reached the outskirts of Pingtai district. Less than a kilometer to the southeast, they would completely leave the boundaries of Bin City. Across both lifetimes, Jiang Lei had never ventured outside the city after the apocalypse began. The ruined walls within the city, though desolate, at least retained some semblance of civilization's dying embers. Beyond the city limits, endless golden sand stretched in every direction, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow. National highways, rice paddies, railway lines, signal towers. All the landmarks that once marked the way had failed to survive the combined assault of wind, sand, and corrosion. A hole the width of an arm was left in the pickup's roof, manually sealable. Now the blue flag was raised by Jiang Lei, snapping and fluttering in the fierce wind. Gao Keshuan eased off the accelerator, depressed the clutch, and smoothly shifted gears with his right hand. The entire vehicle's speed immediately dropped. Lu Xian at the rear spotted the signal first, followed by Wu Tongtong ahead. The entire small convoy slowed almost instantly. Gao Keshuan took a moment to glance back and saw Jiang Lei pressing a telescope against the wire mesh gap in the window, scanning left and right incessantly, having discarded the map he'd been holding. Boss, what's the situation? Don't you sense something's off? What? Gao Keshuan scratched the back of his head. It's only been over an hour and several convoys have already appeared from various directions around us. Maybe you're right. Gao Keshuan's focus was entirely on driving and protecting the boss's safety, so his mind was tense and his attention mostly on the immediate surroundings. Only after Jiang Lei's words did it occur to him that something was indeed amiss. This wasn't pre-apocalypse where running into a single convoy might seem normal. Encountering multiple convoys in such a short span was like stumbling into a nest of them.